between us. We the future, the movers and
Naf's dead. Tess has 3 HP. He just comes in from short, ends everything for Liquid. Within it, Nade destined for Nitro.
He's now the last player left alive. They know where he is. He got a frag earlier from the side. Big headshot onto Senary. 15 HP left. A recon and Hooksy with the overkill.
Everybody hit the ground when I come around. Shut down. Everything shut down. Shut him down. Shut him down. Every time I come through, shut him down. Shut him down. Shut him down. Every time I come
Apex looks away, turns his attention into Plobsky's attempt at the push, and now the Rifleman looks to continue with a tap into Dupree. He keeps the hopes alive. He jumps on top of Bomb. Matches with just the Glock. There's only enough time. He's got it!
No!
NIP!
What the hell?
shut him down. Shut him down. Every time I come through, shut him down.
I ain't gonna play around. No, I ain't gonna play around. You getting overthrown cause the king's home.
Inters with the spray good for one. Probably not anticipating both players to be here, but Inters not punished on the cross. Buster misses his chance, but the time is so low. Although there is a kit, Inters can get the frag.
Everything shut down.
Hades continues to go forward. Spinks is giving great coverage, but how do they get back that bomb? Hades, him and Spinks just doing everything.
God damn.
I'm about to get into my genius. Woo! I think I hit another zenith. Separated doers from the dreamers. Cause these are the differences that's between us. We the future, the movers and new leaders. Never lose.
They walk into Patsy, and he locks down Secret, puts the key back in the hole, and shuts away Furia. This crossfire is looking tasty as well, and Patsy is going to secure a 4K. What a beautiful round from the youngster.
When I come through, shut down. Yeah, everything shut down.
They're leaving him.
Bomb's gonna be able to cross. There's somebody hot on his heels through connector, and that needs to be bit to stop it. The bit gets shaved off. We're right into the 2v2. We have Hunter on 4 kills. Is Perfecto gonna be enough? They're not watching him. He cuts off Hunter. Time is of the essence. Frag goes down. Alexi sticking this nearly all the way, but Perfecto holds.
Every time I come through, shut him down.
I ain't gonna play around.
Oh, the bomb's out first, and it's already been put down on the ground. Settles in the dirt, and Tabson repeats for 2 more. 3 kills for Tabson.
Yeah, everything shut down. Everybody.
10 seconds. They really need to find this leader. And he's clicked them all. 3 fall, and so will the round. There's no time and no heads left.
Everything shut down.
I'm about to get into
Team Spirit's best player, and the crosshair bang on the money. Takes 2. Oh, and the third.
Separated doers from the dreamers. Cause these are the differences that's between us. We the future, the movers and new leaders. Never lose and we rule undefeated. I don't gotta beg you to believe.
Vitality fighting through the CT smoke. Masuta dead. Dupree versus Flit. Low on health, but he spammed out. Flit was not meant to win that one.
And down there goes another. This seems like the Flames are gonna take it. 16-8.
Shut him down, shut him down. Every time I come through, shut him down.
Carrigan continues dueling ramp. Some things do never change. 2 kills, pistol out, trying to farm these ecos, and he's got 3.
Shut him down, shut him down. Every time I come through, shut him down.
I ain't gonna play around.
Bit's going to step on out, sees two. Shots fired, and away they go. Crimbo denied.
Zerson's got company.
Don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot, don't shoot.
Oh!
When I come through, shut down. Yeah, everything shut down.
Half the time ticked off. Liquid have got to make a move. This was all teed up for Serato to win it. Out with a swing. He's missed the spray. Doubles back up this time around, though. On the bomb. OC's sticking it. More spam, and this time it connects.
I'm about to get into my genius. Woo! I think I hit another zenith. Separate the doers from the dreamers.
Does manage to fall to Brollan, and there's a gap in the one-way. Look at that. Both of them are playing around the smoke. They can't see anything.
I know you know who the king is.
When I come through,
G2, there's only one man left inside of the site. Nico dead on the A-Lurk, and Monacy's going to do it all alone. Hopping on in, 1v3 turned 1v2, but up the short side. Oh, it's quick, Monacy doubled up, and there it is. 4 in the round, and the clutch goes his way.
shut down. Everything shut down.
The return of the legends as day 2 is dawning. Antwerp may be known for its diamond industry, but many diamond pick'ems are already in jeopardy coming into today. Qualification and elimination for 4 teams respectively here at the PGL Major. To find out exactly how it's going to be going down, my name is Freya Spears, your desk coach for the duration of this afternoon. Of course, Maui, Maniac joining me up here. Gentlemen, day 1 delivered in every single aspect, and aspects we didn't expect either.
Awesome intro, I have to say. My pick'ems are definitely not done right now. Things are looking rough. Things are looking really rough. I don't know about you, Maui. I've made a few mistakes along the way on that pick'em situation, I think.
But it's under pressure of that's when you create diamonds, though, Maniac.
Yeah, that's
under
how it
the
works.
most pressure. So who knows? It can still turn your way. It's not over yet. It's not over for anybody yet.
Any highlights, gentlemen, from day 1, Maui? Was there a particular match that piqued your interest?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I like kind of a sleeper game. I like this Spirit Heroic Nuke game, actually. I really didn't know if I believed in Spirit yet, but after seeing that performance, I'm on board. I think they play good Counter-Strike. I think they're actually one of the most prepared teams here, and it's been a shocker for, I think, most of the Counter-Strike scene to see this.
Yeah, and it changes the whole dialogue about Heroic as well. Remember, that's how we was describing them. It's a team that in the group stage, or the legend stage as it is right now, is horrifying to play against. They always hit the ground running full 100%, and actually they fell flat. Only 2 rounds on that second half. So it changes a little bit the way I look at Heroic and Spirit, because they definitely delivered.
Yeah, and potentially, going 3-0 in the first stage of Legends as well. Anything for you, Maniac? Anything that really stood out to you from day 1?
Well, at least, I mean, aside from a match specific, it's just the fact that in the teams that can make it to the Legend stage right now, we have Spirit, Flames, Na'Vi, and NiP. These aren't exactly all the teams that I would have mentioned. Na'Vi would probably have been in here if you'd asked me at the very beginning of this competition. But NiP, the way they dispatched of Cloud9 on Inferno at that was a very strange game, very back and forth, a little bit too passive maybe on the side of Cloud9. We'll touch on it a little bit later. But a lot of surprises. Not necessarily the team that I would have expected to be 1 game away from a playoff at the Major.
Yeah, and I think their opening match in terms of NiP, I think I was proved wrong tremendously. Esatag showed up fantastically in map number 1. He didn't have the best game against Cloud9, if I'm being more well-rounded with this statement, but I will say that he fit the system pretty well. The support that he was giving to teammates, stuff like that. I mean, it's that he can elevate the people around him, and even if he isn't putting the numbers on the board every single time, it's clear that he's setting up people with flashes, just having and covering people's backs. Like, those kind of moments are invaluable when you have a teammate that maybe you're not going to put the most resources into. It's that he's actually putting stuff into his teammates.
Well, let's take a look at exactly what is on the cards today. Of course, we're heading into another day of Counter-Strike action with qualification and, unfortunately for some teams, elimination on the line. That's going to be going down on the B stream side of things. We're going to be focusing on the qualification games here on the A stream. I do want to start off by talking about some of those 1-1 games, just touching upon those on the B stream. We're going to be seeing ENCE taking on Outsiders and Big taking on Furia. I think maybe the most surprising for me in that 1-1 situation might have been Furia, just in the fashion that they started things off. But I don't think there's too many surprises in that category yet, Maniac.
No, there aren't that many surprises, but I will say that ENCE is not in an easy position. Remember, they came in here as a dark pick or dark horse pick for a lot of people, being poised for a deep run at the major, and now you find yourself being shell-shocked by Copenhagen Flames, something that we hadn't really seen come in. You're 1-1 and you go up against Outsiders. And Outsiders, out of the teams that you could play in this major, I feel like is one of the most uncomfortable. They will never lay down, they'll never give up, never admit defeat. You have to fight until the very last 16th round, and it's not going to be an easy game for ENCE.
It's so scary to play against a team like Outsiders. But for the other one, Big versus Furia, I think both of those teams started out pretty well. But I think that Furia also just feeling the wrath of Spirit. I mean, the thing is that everybody seems to be getting caught off guard by this Spirit team, and that's what sent Furia into that position. And I'm not really sure, because Big and Furia are teams that I both have been liking lately. I think they both have been progressing very well. So I think that's a really nice litmus test to see just how far has that progress gone for them.
And of course, we do have the elimination games going down on the B stream as well. B&E versus Imperial, probably the least surprising 0-2 match. I feel like they were the two teams that were in most people's pick'ems to potentially be going that 0-3. But it is kind of heartbreaking if you look at it from a narrative perspective. You know, you got The Last Dance, a Cinderella story. One of these two teams will be going home.
It is heartbreaking because, again, we can circle back to that first game against Flames for B&E, which I think they definitely had space. They definitely had an opportunity to go 1-0, but sometimes that's what the major is about. You misplay a couple of rounds and you find yourself in a very, very devastating situation. Going up against Imperial, of course, a few people out there would have put them in that position. But actually, if you look at how they played Counter-Strike, they haven't played a bad game. They put G2 a run for the money in that game as well. This is not going to be easy for the Bad News Eagle, and between, I guess, the wrath of the youth and the experience, I'm not exactly sure where I'm siding.
The clock has to strike midnight for every Cinderella story, and I think that's going to be the case for B&E. I thought Imperial was going to be it was my 0-3 pick, but I'm actually liking just how solid they're playing. They seem to have really good fundamentals in terms of teamwork, which is something you would expect from a team that is full of major champions.
You have experience in there?
Yeah, exactly. So B&E, they just need to tighten things up a lot. I think that's the main story, but I actually just... For their sake, I like to see where they're going after the major. I think both of these teams have just new heights to reach, and this was a great launch pad for both of them in terms of building confidence for whatever later competitions may come their way.
Somebody that is a surprise, unfortunately, to see in that elimination matchup, Vitality and Liquid. Vitality had an incredibly cold start in day one of the Challenger stages, going back to that matchup against NIP. I don't think any of us, I mean, we didn't expect it to go to overpass for one, but the fact that they just got absolutely dismantled it in that fashion, that was heartbreaking.
Yeah, these are the signs that are worrying, honestly. If you're Vitality, it's beyond just being 0-2, which obviously is not the position you want to be in, but it's the vibes that they were getting off. It's what we were seeing. It's what we were feeling. Yeah. Looking at Vitality play Counter-Strike felt very hollow, very empty. Not a lot of soul into that game as well. You could see Apex very dejected after the first day. And of course they can pull it back. Of course they have the quality for it. But the Vitality that we have seen on day one doesn't make it to the playoffs of the major. There is absolutely no way. There needs to be a reaction.
Yeah, and I think that Vitality right now are in a position where it just hasn't gone as smoothly as they all thought it would. I think that surprisingly, the management team of Vitality put it best that this wasn't a project that they immediately thought was going to win championships. And I think a lot of people, including myself, were like, oh, he's just being nice. But I think he actually had good recognition in those moments to see that this is going to be a more long-term project. And Vitality, maybe in 5 months' time, is going to be competing for a major. But right now, it's really tough to believe.
You know, I agree with you, but somehow I feel like when you put these players together, at least when you put Apex IO with the core of Dupree and Magisk, I feel like we are expecting better results from the get-go.
Yeah.
Like, I understand, I comprehend the idea that this is a complete overhaul of the philosophy of the Counter-Strike you want to play, and this is a change of scenario for Apex. I acknowledge that. But still, with the qualities that are on board, we should expect more. We should see more from the very beginning, at least not just disappearing away from day one of the major. Put up a fight, have individuals step up, do something, try something with your heart and soul, even if your playbook is not perfect. So it has been a little bit too empty for my liking.
I think just touching on Liquid very briefly in this matchup as well, the fact that we've already seen them in this position in the Challenger stage, they did manage to make that absolute haul back. But now the question is, you know, we're saying that Vitality aren't as hot as we were hoping them to be, but this is probably one of the tougher teams that Liquid have faced thus far at the major, including that Challenger stage. So I'm wondering whether they do kind of have the balls to be pulling it over the line.
I actually think that Liquid are in a position where the two teams they faced off in the BO1s were tougher. I think that Heroic and Furia, in my eyes, coming into this tournament, were stronger opposition than Vitality. Yeah. So I think Liquid are... The scary thing is that you feel like you have a little bit of breathing room. Vitality is performing worse. They're in worse form than the two former teams I just mentioned, but they still have ZywOo, and it's just so hard to game plan against this guy because he can always just find so many opportunities, and he's always going to be good for a couple clutches in a game. And when you're against the players with so much experience, it's tough for a player, in my eyes, like OC, to perform as well. This is going to be one of his first huge pressure moments at the Major in an elimination match. That's where I want to see his nerves tested the most.
Yeah, and also I think it's going to be a stress test for the map pool of both these teams. Something we sometimes forget to mention is that both teams have obvious issues in the map pool, and now we're getting to the best of 3. And this is where, honestly, I could see this go 3 maps. I think both teams can punish each other, force a 3rd map, and then this is where the nerves kick in. This is where you actually show what you're made of, how you react in that ever so famous 0-2 game.
Well, let's remove the rain clouds and get a little bit of sunshine, as we do have the qualification games going down on the A-stream side of things as well. The last game that we're going to be seeing playing out, Na'Vi taking on NIP. I'm so excited the fact that Na'Vi have made it through 2-0 thus far in the best of ones. NIP as well, we were kind of prefacing it earlier. Big surprise to see them in this position, Maniac.
Yes, it is. Look, we both had eggs on our face after game 1. And I thought I was trying to, I guess, find my way out of that one, logically speaking. But then they turned things around against Cloud9 again, making their position very legitimate. It's extremely illegitimate. We talked about Rez. We had a back and forth about him. By far the best player by the numbers of day 1, 1.48. He has a 1.61 impact rating. It's just massive. Right behind is Brolin, obviously Jackknife being able to do many different roles and many different things in an IP. And when S-Tag is not liability, as it was on day 1, then the whole thing kind of changed. The whole team's changed.
The whole narrative for NIP has stopped on a dime, turned around, and just went the complete other direction. For me, this was a team that I thought had very little chance of making it through. Yeah. I didn't like what I was seeing from them in prior events, in the RMR even. I feel like they just barely made it through in my eyes in terms of the quality of the victories. But what they were able to accomplish yesterday was, it was nothing short of incredible, and it was a huge shocker at that. I think that Rez is performing so well. It feels like this guy has such a renewed purpose in the game right now, and I can't stop actually enjoying what I'm seeing because it feels like anything you see him do, you want to see more other just strong riflers pull these kinds of playoffs. The one-way smokes, the boosts, all of that stuff is just consistently fascinating because he felt so one-dimensional a couple years ago, and now it's just like, wow, you built out your playbook really well.
And it's also the fact that NIP had 2 very different games moving into this, right? They had the very easy going against Vitality, where you just feel like all the stars are aligning. S-Tag is having an incredible performance on Overpass, and you could technically write that off. You could say this is not replicable, this is not going to happen again. But again, the game against Cloud9 is completely different. It's a hard-fought battle. It's a 13-13, 14-14. It's solution figuring on the fly. It's Hampus coming in with ideas. So to me, that speaks volume to what they're capable of doing. It's not just running high with the flow. No, also they could fight dirty against Cloud9 and they made it work.
Yeah, I think Chad put it perfectly. That was an absolute tug of war, as was that Na'Vi G2 matchup. When we were going out for dinner, Maui, we saw a Simple outside and he was looking at me saying, Freya, you predicted G2 in that matchup. What were you thinking? But that was an incredibly close affair. Unfortunately, that does leave G2 in that 1-1 category. But just speaking about Na'Vi and what we've seen of them looking really hot coming in, sort of, we were talking about the narrative of that game, Maui, and I feel like you were saying the context of that was seeing Simple get hotter and hotter and hotter throughout that map.
Exactly. It was tough to really find one kind of macro idea for that game, but in all honesty, I think that Na'Vi just rode Simple into the sunset on that one because his clutches just were out of this world. I mean, Maniac, you put it so well yesterday when you were breaking down that clutch that he pulled off, the 2v4. Those kind of moments were so, like, those are reminders that this is the greatest player on the planet. And for him to actually come into this tournament with that form, this guy is on a 31 map streak of having above a 1.0 rating.
Of course he does.
It's the best in his career right now. He's in the best form he has ever been in terms of consistency. That's what Na'Vi needs if they want to have another shot at a title.
Yeah, I also have to praise Bit. I feel like we put him under a lot of scrutiny at the beginning of this major, saying that he had been slowing down in 2022. He's been delivering like a madman so far in the tournament. That game versus G2 is a very harsh reminder to everyone out there that the hardest rounds to win against Na'Vi are the 15th and the 16th. That's how it is. You can get to 14. People have gotten to 14 against Na'Vi many times, but suddenly they just tighten the ship. They don't make mistakes anymore. They take all the clutches away from you, and these last 2 rounds are ever so hard to get.
I mean, the biggest surprise factor going into our other qualification game, the fact that it is Copenhagen Flames taking on Spirit. One of these 2 teams guaranteed to be making it to the major playoffs. We will be lying if we said anybody expected these teams to be going through 3-0, or at least one of them.
No, you're absolutely correct. But I want to put a caveat on that game. And it might sound a little bit, I guess, weird for me to say that. But for both these teams, their situation currently is amazing. You are 2-0 in the Legend stage. You are 1 game away from qualifying. But I believe that in both occasions, this might be the best shot at qualifying that they will have. The loser of that game could potentially not make it when you look at the quality of the rest of the batch. Think about Forza during the Challenger stage. We had that same conversation. 2-0 against Vitality, that's amazing. They didn't make it through. It's a golden opportunity that you cannot miss if you're Spirit or the Flames.
I would not be surprised at all if the loser of that BO3 doesn't make it through, actually. Yeah. I think that this competition is so stiff right now that every BO3 after that they're going to have to play against the 2-1 teams, the 2-2 teams, those aren't going to be favors for them either. The other teams coming in maybe took a little bit to ramp up on day one, but honestly, I mean, Spirit, they could go the route of Forza. Copenhagen Flames, they can repeat what they did last time around, not just barely not make it. Those kind of things, like this is such a golden opportunity for them, Maniac.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how that does progress today. Of course, on the A-Stream side of things, we're going to be beginning off with our 1-1 matches. Still some best of ones. The second match is going to be Cloud9 taking on FaZe. This is a spicy one. I know, Maniac, you were bringing up kind of the context and the history between these two teams. FaZe have had Cloud9's number more often than not.
Yeah, it's a fantastic matchup, honestly, and one that is taking a very important place in Counter-Strike's recent history, and for good reasons, right? I think there is a mind game in that specific matchup between Nafany and Kerrigan that is a sight to behold. It is something quite unique currently, because by every account, I think Kerrigan has Nafany's number figured out. He beat them. He beat Gambit at the time, Cloud9 now, in so many important moments. The IM Katowice, the return to LAN in Cologne. That man, he knew how to play against Cloud9 x Gambit now, and I feel like I don't know what's going to be needed for Nafany to get out of the clutches of Kerrigan, because he's got him.
Yeah, he really does seem to have his number. It's so tough to read what is going through the minds of Nafany and Kerrigan when they go in these kind of duels. But the thing is that the history is there. The precedent has been set. It's now up to Cloud9 to try to subvert expectations and try to actually build upon what has been going wrong every single time. Changing up their playbook seems very hard for Cloud9. They love their style, but it feels like against this FaZe clan, they have to do something different. I can't see them just keep going with the same approach over and over again, because Kerrigan seems to have figured it out.
And I'm really liking some of the duels, or maybe comparisons more aptly to say, between some of the players on this roster. We got, Shiro versus Brokey, Axel versus Rops coming into this. I think these are going to be really, really two well-matched teams going up against each other. I'm so excited to see how it
No, you're completely right. And look, if you go back to 2021, both Shiro and Axel belonged to the best players in the world. Yes. Absolute best players in the world. In fact, Gambit have, 3 players in top 6 players in the world, which is absolutely massive. But yes, if today you ask me what player is going to show up in a playoff match, what player is going to show up at the major, I might just give the edge to Robs. I might just give the edge to Brokey. They've given us more insurances that backs against the wall when it matters the most, they'll deliver their best Counter-Strike. And this is the sentence we have to resume it for Exile and Shiro. If you can tell me that they will show up, do their best Counter-Strike, then sky is the limit for Cloud9, but we haven't seen it quite yet.
Well, the first matchup of the day is going to be Heroic taking on G2. And I want to bring up a little quote that we heard from Cadian. He was saying, he wants to make it deeper than that run in Stockholm. And this was a squad that stopped them making it to that grand final back at the previous major. So I feel like this is going to be a grudge match, even though it is a best of one coming into things.
Yeah, definitely. There's a lot of history between both of these rosters. Right now, the way I pit these two against each other is that I actually think that Heroic just kind of got surprised yesterday a little bit. I don't actually think that they're in this 1-1 position because they are, in my eyes, a 1-1 team. I thought this was a team that could have been one of the 3-0s here. I think they're in incredibly strong form. G2, on the other hand, I mean, their loss is to Navi, so you really can't count them out either. But the thing is that Heroic, they are so comfortable with their style. They've kept the same roster now for such a long time since the previous major, and the hurdle that they have been constantly trying to overcome comes in the playoffs. In the studio, they're fantastic. This is their playground. I'm very confident in Heroic here. Maniac.
I agree with you, but I still believe that for them to beat G2 very convincingly here would also be redefining the limits that we draw for Heroic, that we draw for this squad. Yes, in group stage, they're great, but they don't always face the best of the best. I think the victory against Navi, if anything, during the RMR was a key moment for them. And we talked to Cadian and we heard about it, and he said, listen, I think I figured it out. I think I know how to face them. I think I know how to bring the best. These are great words. amazing words. Now they have an opportunity to showcase that's the case. You beat G2, you make it convincing, and you move on to 2-1.
I mean, speaking of Cadian, highest rated player for Heroic thus far in the tournament, Maniac.
Yeah, and he said himself in an interview, which I thought was very self-critiquing, but also correct, that he has to step up on LAN. If you were watching Heroic, if you were watching the moments where they pierced through the skies of Counter-Strike, established themselves at the top, Cadian was a force to be reckoned with online. He was extremely fast and volatile and versatile. Hasn't exactly always delivered online. He's aware of it. The Cadian we've seen on day one, if it can be maintained, that is also a new dialogue for Heroic.
The only thing I'm worried about with Cadian improving his individual form is, does the calling fall when he tries to improve? Because against Spirit, they couldn't get anything done on that T side. And I really want to know, is he not spending as much time in terms of examining the macro play of his team, in terms of, or in spite of just the fact that he's improving his individual ability? But I will say that something I love about Heroic right now is that I feel like they could have 3 stars. If Cadian can deliver these performances, then Stown, Tessis, the way he played also in the opening map against Liquid, that kind of stuff, it goes so much further sometimes than even putting together some better macro elements for the team.
Yeah, I was going to ask you your opinion about it. Don't you think that at times, if you look at Heroic's run on lands, Cadian individual limits was sometimes the final hurdle for Heroic, right? So there has to be a trade-off here where he can sometimes maybe let the foot off the gas pedal, tactically speaking, and just focus a little bit more. But then you have to have someone come in and help, right? Help during the game finding out solutions.
If you look at just the history of Cadian's elimination games on LAN, the amount of games that are bad, it's about over half of his elimination games, he just has completely red ratings. It doesn't look very pretty for him as an individual, but if he is improving that, I really do think that this team is just so much stronger, because I think they have such great foundational elements in terms of their strategy, in terms of the structure, that they can just work with what they've got and just improve on those individuals.
And what we've seen from G2 so far is kind of a classic G2 style, I must say. Close loss against Na'Vi on that Mirage, a close win versus Imperial as well. So kind of key takeaways, a temperature check for G2 thus far.
G2 don't make it easy for themselves. Like you said, that's the G2 signature move. I guess m0NESY showing up is a huge positive sign if you're a G2 fan all across the globe, because his performance is one that we keep an eye on very, very closely. I don't think the Kovacs have delivered quite yet what we can expect from them. I think both Nico and Hunter have more in the tank that we have seen so far, but Maui put it eloquently. The fact that they played against Na'Vi forced us to take these with a bit of salt.
The fact that, yeah, again, another team that feels like should be, or was coming into this tournament with the form that they could have been a 2-0. That's why this matchup is really so strong in terms of 1-1 BO1s. Like, this is so scary for both of these teams that they can fall down to the 1-2 position.
Yeah, here we have just a little bit of a graph talking about the entry fragging situation on G2, and I think that's one we can keep an eye on in this game. There are 2 names that we have to keep in mind. It's Nico and it's m0NESY, and they do it in a different way. For m0NESY, so far in day 1, he didn't attempt much, 15%, but he had 88% success rate. What it basically means is almost every single time he attempted to get the entry, he did it. That is great for Nico. It's the other way around. More attempt, he's more out there, he's putting his life on the line, and he makes it 55%. So these 2, to me, they're going to decide the shape of the entry fragging department.
Yeah, I do really like that we've seen, you know, the narrative, or we've been following the narrative rather, of m0NESY making it onto these land stages, seeing if he can step up. And thus far, he has been delivering. We can see the map pick and bans rolling out on our screen. Of course, this is a best of 1 and it is going to be falling down to the final map of Vertigo. Any surprises here?
I am. I don't know about you. I am relatively surprised to see G2 allow Vertigo to be the one map they have to play in bestly, but did they really have any other places to go to?
I don't think they had anywhere else to go, frankly.
That's the thing.
Yeah, I did put this down as the map that I thought was likely, but I thought it was going to be to the chagrin of G2. They didn't love where this veto was going, because Heroic's map pool is devastating. They have one of the best in the scene, and it's because they've had so much roster consistency that they've developed their playbook so much so, and that's kind of why I have to give the edge to Heroic in this game, actually. I think that Vertigo is a map that they are much more comfortable on, but I will say, when I talked to Nico before about m0NESY on Vertigo, it is a map that he's always been good at. He's been playing this one basically since its inception, and because of that, he has seriously found out so many ways to be active, whereas that's something I'm usually critical of m0NESY. On maps like Nuke, where it's a little more tactical, where he has to move around a lot, he has some trouble getting involved, but Vertigo, that's one where he can find those openers that we were talking about earlier.
Well, we're going to see exactly how it does go down, and if m0NESY can be the difference maker for the side of G2. We're jumping into Vertigo with Vince and Blair.
It is time to find out which of these two teams moves to the 2-1 and which already will be posted up with 2 losses. It's been a roller coaster, an up and down affair so far on the Legend stage, Blair. A lot of strange results, a lot of crazy twists and turns, but here we are.
Yeah, quite a number of pick'ems getting ruined just on day 1 of the Legend stage, mine included as well, of course. But yeah, this is a banger of game to start things off. I think the desk painted a very nice, very pretty picture as to how these two teams are going to be shaping up, are going to be facing off against each other over here. Obviously, as pointed out on the desk, this is the revenge matchup for Heroic. It's kind of wild that these two teams haven't really faced each other since the previous major, but it was in the semifinals in front of the massive crowd in the Globe in Stockholm that it was G2 who knocked out Cadian and his men, and they would be looking for revenge. Of course, both the teams winning one and losing one. That being said, though, one thing I wanted to point out, which Maui said, was when it comes to the map pool over here, G2 actually are the slight underdogs, because Heroic, they have the deep map pool to force it on into Vertigo, and he gets a very fast play on towards the A-bomb side.
Down, stuck at the back of the sandbags, is going to have to fight his way out, and so far he's passed those tests as he tries to back away to the side, but they're so low. There's so many G2 players sniffing them down, but Stown is continuing to land headshots. It's headshots aplenty, and he can lock it down single-handedly with a 4K. We're kicking things off fast in this game.
That is a way to start the game. All right, all right. This game, it was looking to deliver Vince, and it's already delivered in just the 1 round. A very fast play coming in, and this was just a very uncomfortable position. Look at where he's standing, Vince, out in the middle of nowhere, having to take duels on multiple fronts, having to take care of ramp, having to take care of the players pushing up short as well. And for those very crucial 2 or 3 seconds where he was waiting for his teammates to arrive, he just needed to stay alive. He did even better. He found 3 massive kills. Great shooting coming out from the star of this Heroic lineup. And speaking of stars, I mean, look at the players in the server right now, right? You're talking about Tessus, who was looking incredible yesterday. You, of course, have the trio in the form of Stan, Refresh, and Shush as well. And Cadian, right now the highest-rated player for his team, he did say, you know, in the interview as well, he needs to really step up on LAN, because we know how dangerous it can be online. And on LAN, let's be real, when it comes to some of these big matchups, these sort of games where they go up against some of the top dogs, he has kind of failed to deliver at times as the primary opper, and he has really come to play here, at least on day 1. Right now, though, for G2, it's just going to be the pistols being purchased. They have invested in a bit of utility, however. You can see Monacy with the Molotov lobbing it in, but a good counter molly from Tessus to try and force them not to come to the scaffolding, and they will come charging up towards the ramp, but it's a complete bloodbath.
Yeah, there's very little investment into this round on the side of G2. They pretty much had Glock, so fairly comfortable in the end. Quite a lot of those kills coming off SMGs is great news for the CTs, though. Builds up that economy early on.
And right now, another player we need to keep an eye out, and something Maui said as well, is how Monacy, right? He is the one player. He might be the main player, the main, you know, fulcrum for this G2 side, because he is a player who's supremely comfortable on Vertigo. He might not be as comfortable in some of the other maps like Nuke or whatnot, but we saw him coming in so clutch yesterday as well against Na'Vi, despite it being a losing effort, right? So he's a player we're going to be keeping an eyes on here. Right now, a bonus round for Heroic, so expect to see a little bit of aggression, and that is exactly what we see with Tessus.
So much damage to Nico, lucky to survive, and Cadian puts him down through the smoke. A bonus, as you highlighted, and already they've taken the very valuable scalp of Nico, who's yet to get off the mark.
Yep. Early find, and as again, just looking at the weaponry possessed by Heroic, it is the bonus round, right? The 2 MP9s, which made a lot of money in round number 2. Still doing a lot of work with Shush. I do believe Alexi B has an inkling where he is. But he won't face. He doesn't really need to face. He doesn't need to show anything. Stan's there, playing up close, right at the first couple of steps of the stairs. We're looking at the way G2 are grouping up right now. Bear in mind, this is the buy round. They haven't found anything yet. They are slowly creeping and crawling their way up. First point of contact is going to be Stan. Smokes are going to bloom, and Stan is ready to pull that trigger.
That flash is so good. It's so huge, and 3 kills off the back of it, plus the additional frag onto Nico early on, puts Monacy with his back to the wall, but he has came out swinging. 2 kills to his name, the only 2 kills G2 have mustered in this round, and with 25 seconds on the clock, it's not looking good for the young Maestro. players surrounding him, does have at least control over the bomb, but when you consider Cadian and Refresh and their current positions, this is looking untenable for m0NESY. It would have to be some ridiculous insta-headshots, and Cadian, who was just chilling, coiled up, pounces in 3-0. That bonus round is successful.
It is very successful. The AK-47 getting picked up as well, and sure, even if you lose a couple of players, that's all right. Great hole coming out here from Heroic, right? We had the smokes being deployed, just the MP9s riddling away through the ARAM smokes. And I love this flashbang from Cadian. They were waiting patiently. The timing on the flash could not have been better. Stan couldn't get the kills, and despite being traded eventually, it was a 1v3, 1v4 rather. m0NESY trying his best to try and clutch it out, but unfortunately, he did have a number of clutches yesterday, Vince, but today, still early days, however. It's going to be the pistols now for the side of G2. Everyone grouping up together. Shush, he spots a pixel. He needs to be careful here. The nade won't really deal much damage. Alexi B up close and personal. And right now, he's alone at the B bomb site.
He's been flashed out multiple times. Is staying alive, though, which is the most important aspect of this. As long as he stays as a foundation, the rest of his team can build off that on the retake. And the bomb's still yet to get planted. Additionally, they have some HEs. They can toss these in. Going to be a bit of damage, but the bomb now does finalize down in position. Tons of damage from the smokes and the generators, and Tessis will claim first blood. This is where the boosted up Nico with the Deagle could be the difference maker. m0NESY will be his foundation. And Heroic are taking their sweet time. Half of that fuse is already ticked away. They're going to have to start pushing in. And Nico, mid-air, plucks out Cadian, deals the fatal damage. This is where things start to get really awkward for Heroic. They've got to get onto the site. They need to get this defused any second now. But Nico is continuing to put bullets into bases. The full defuse is coming to the forefront, though. But it gets cancelled away. And that will be G2 taking their first round.
Well, what a way to start things off for G2, the first round, just with the pistol light by and a couple of smokes getting deployed. And that's when, if you allow the T's to get the bomb, what is that from Nico, though? It's not even a first shot, the second shot. Plucking the player from mid-air. Stan did his best to be the bodyguard over there, but huge round from G2. For Heroic, fortunately, because they've had a very successful bonus round, they will be able to eke out a very, very comfortable buy. Well, the AWPs coming out for both sides as well. Of course, it's going to be m0NESY for G2 and Cadian wielding the off the CD side. But that's what happens sometimes when you allow the T's to have control of the B bomb side, and especially with Tech9s and Deagles. You're coming on in, sure, you might have the superior weaponry, but then you have the close range, and the T's have so many angles to work with. And sometimes it's best to, try and prevent them from getting the bomb down. But unfortunately, the timing did quite pan out for Heroic. They had only one player towards B. He did the smart thing falling back, but they took too damn long and slowly crept on in. And of course, when you have someone like Nico with the Deagle, he's going to be cracking a couple of skulls, and that's exactly what happened here. For the side of Heroic right now, they have utilized a lot of their utility early on. They have just the one smoke and a Molotov in the hands of Refresh, but fortunately, he is the guy who's going to be making contact early on.
Oh, that flash was perfect. Tess is fully blinded, and the Finn, Alexi, will pounce and make the most of the opportunity. Cadian caught in an awkward position, but still stands his ground. We'll have more players to contend with, but Refresh is there, and the crossfire is good enough to send G2 packing.
This is a great flank coming in, though. They've managed to draw out the rotation, and Hunter and Jax grouping up together, making the way towards mid. There's no one on the B bomb side, so the play making contact, it is going to be Refresh. But they've lost control of the B bomb side, Vince. But m0NESY has got the bomb, and he somehow lands attack on his start. How quick is this guy? It's right now a 3v3. But look at how low some of the players are. m0NESY, it's unconfirmed damage, mind you, as Refresh finds Hunter in the meantime.
m0NESY is still so aggressive. Combat AWPing. Once this kill, he can sense the blood in the water. But be careful what you wish for, because Stan's going to stand his ground.
No time.
And the bomb has been put on the ground as well. Jax cannot do anything about this other than save the AK, and Heroic put an abrupt end to G2's victory. They get the one round with pistols. They instantly fall back on themselves. And although Jax will have an AK, the money across the rest of the team here, Blair, is looking quite bleak on the side of G2. If they do get a buy, it's going to be an incredibly scrappy one.
That was a scrappy round. That was a very scrappy round. Great job from Cadian and Refresh, even though they lost tests early on towards the A-bomb side, towards the ramp position. As you pointed out, a great flashbang enabling LXCB to get the kill, but they had a great crossfire shutting it down. And G2, they had control, but again, it is Ston, right? He is the thorn in their side. 10-1 already early on, and that is so unfortunate. Jax, he tries to find the timing, but Tess is spamming away. Southern smoke. That's the only save AK-47, which should be retrieved, but it might have fallen in a very uncomfortable spot here for m0NESY to grab onto. So for the time being, the AK won't be retrieved. They still have the pistols, and one thing we know about G2, those pistols can be deadly. Immediate swap the AK-47. It is going to be Hunter wielding it. He's the one with Kevlar alongside Nico as well. For Nico, he's got the deagle. Double man hold towards short. We have Refresh towards the A bomb site on top of the boxes, being a bit aggressive. A minute on the clock to work with for G2.
Tess is thinking about going in for that peak, but G2 taking their time, just watching on the ramp side. This is where they love one of these deagles to pop off, but it's m0NESY with the Tech 9 that's taking point. Now Hunter steps up to the plate. They discuss the entry fragging distribution on G2 coming into this expertly on the desk. And this is where they need Hunter to go above and beyond. Time still dwindling. Nades being tossed in. Smoke in prime position allows Cadian the angle to peer down onto the ramp side. And at some point, G2 are going to have to try and go in for this entry. It's going to have to be raw. There's no flashes or smokes to utilize. Looking for the run boost. Forces up. Refresh takes the kill away, though, and sprays in for 2 more. Heroic put down the gauntlet, and G2 failed to muster anything in return.
I thought that was Cadian hitting the flick shot, but it's Refresh with a headshot midair, which is even more impressive if you think about it. Attack timeout getting called by G2 here very early on. I'm going to take a look at his POV. Actually, never mind. Still, just very, very sharp shooting coming out from Refresh there. For G2, yeah, they didn't really have much utility. Sure, they had AK-47. They tried to just swarm the bomb side, you know, just presenting so many targets that Heroic would be a little confused, but they had 3 CTs lying in wait. Once more, the replay.
Oh, the first kills on sandbags.
What?
He didn't even, he was aiming at the second guy. Thank you very much for that replay.
I didn't even catch it.
Yeah, the first kill was sandbag player, so he's just ran out and just got wrecked in the head out of nowhere. Oh, no.
It do be like that at times, Vince. It do be like that. 5-1, that was the tactical timeout. We'll run out a multitude of smokes, and incendiaries being dropped towards spawn as well, thanks to the nade update, which at this point has been there for a while. I still keep thinking it's something very recent, Vince. Here we go, though. m0NESY with the AWP. The early Molotov for the back of sandbags to prevent any CTs from... Okay, hold up, Ston. He's already down ladder. So early in the round, Vince, and the timing, he can potentially catch someone off guard, but LXCB, he seems to be wary. Ston, though, looking the wrong way, and he still somewhat spins around and deals quite a bit of damage, and now he realizes that little window of opportunity, it has been shut in his face, and he will peel back towards mid. Jax could potentially still, however, catch him, crossing back over, but Jax decides not to stick around.
You see the reverberating effects it has, though. Not only have they been able to do quite a lot of nade damage to Lexi and Nico, but it's slowed down G2 so much. They're so respectful of Stound's position that they've not pushed through ramp yet. They've not really started to get inroads or towards B. That's changing now, though.
Yeah, and this is the right call from G2, right? Because of the flank coming in from Ston, he would have conveyed information to his teammates. Listen, there are multitude of players towards the bottom of ramp, try and have a heavier presence towards A. So G2, they peel back, as you pointed out, towards the B bomb side. Hunter gonna try one way, and he finds Shush. That's a huge find. However, there's still one more CT nearby that is going to be Ston. But that is man advantage here, Vince. But again, time, it could be an issue. 35 seconds remaining here. Nico making his way up towards mid. The remaining CT slowly peeling back towards the A bomb side, where just one player lies in wait. It is only on Cadian with the AWP, but 24 seconds, they need to make a bit of haste here.
Additionally, Cadian nearly has full grenades. He's got Incendiary and a HE. This is going to be very good stopping power towards the side. Now there is a smoke, though, onto the site itself. Going to blockade a little bit of that vision. Cadian looking for the banked angle with the grenade. Molly tossed onto the site. Second Molly also on the site. 5 seconds to go. Jax has to go in for an awkward angle here. But Nico with 3 entries out of nowhere just shuts down Heroic.
That was a flank, Vince. We saw him making his way towards ladder. And you were right. They had the utility. They had the nade. But what they weren't expecting, what they didn't have were eyes behind them, because Nico's sneaking in from behind. We couldn't even see his POV, but all we saw was his headshots. Pop, pop, pop. goes the Weasels, and this is just the most perfectly timed flank we've seen thus far. Brilliant stuff from Nico there, because that could have spiraled out of control. They barely had any time. The bomb went down with about 5 seconds remaining on the clock, but Nico, the hero that G2 needed, and he delivers. A buy will still be very much within the realms of possibility here for Heroic, although the money has taken quite a hit, and you can see the amount of utility they have remaining. No incendiaries right now on any of the players. They have 3 smokes and a couple of flashbangs to work with. No kits either. Is looking to take the fight towards ramp. This time Tessus will fall. Nico, he continues his reign of terror.
Oh, there needs to be a counter kill there. You feel like one of the peak from Cadian on the ramp, but there was a well-placed flashbang, kept them at bay. Smoke now deployed, but the damage has already been done. And as you see, Nico starting to pick up a little bit of pace, and that's going to be a terrifying prospect if you're over on the side of Heroic. This time rapidly getting in on the B side, looking for double boosts up as well. We saw a one-way smoke yield a frag in the previous round on Hunter, but this time he will be preyed down from Shush, and in doing so, they're going to get aggressive on the A side here as well. It's pretty much free.
It's all a ruse. It's all a ruse. The smoke's getting deployed. You can see the CTs. They have read this, though, Vince. You can see the rotations immediately taking place. They might have heard a couple of footsteps because there was a lot of sound being made by G2 as they head back towards the A bomb side, but already 3 defenders, meaning that 2 defenders lie in wait. And we can see the B bomb side being relinquished as well by Heroic. 27 seconds, they need to get the bomb down now. Fortunately for them, Heroic, they don't have any nades and no incendiaries. So the bomb will be planted, and now it's a 4v4 retake. But this lurk from Refresh could be everything.
Yeah, this is huge, and you can see Jax is definitely up to the task. He's seen this before. He's just jump spotting, looking for that refresh play. They go out for the peak, but m0NESY will not miss his chance. And with that kill, that may be the save being called. You mentioned before that their utility was low. That's because their money is overall in a very rough position. Yeah. So save will be coming to the forefront just to allow them a buy into the next round. Now puts G2 on 3. They don't have to rush down the ramp either, so they can just save up here instead. And it looks like Refresh will not be challenged. Thus, 5-3 will be the score, and Heroic will save 3 weapons.
Yeah, great round there from G2. And for Refresh, it's totally understandable why he didn't peek the bottom of ramp. He was waiting for his teammate to maybe get a kill, because we saw Jack spotting him, right? He was jumping over the sandbags, he was jump spotting the flank from Refresh, and Refresh was very cognizant of that fact. So what he was waiting for was for a kill to go his teammate's way, or at least a trade. And then he could try and catch someone off guard amongst the confusion, get that timing in. But once m0NESY gets that first kill, and that was a very impressive kill. He didn't fall for the player jumping across. He waited for the peak to come in, and he took down the AWP there. So 5-3 for G2. It is a save here. And because of that, Heroic, they're trying to be a little bit more aggressive. They know they have the weaponry disadvantage. A couple of 5-7s here for Shush and Tessus, and Hunter will pluck Stark's head clean off his shoulders. That's an important pick to find towards the B stairs entrance. And now Shush, remember, he's only got the 5-7.
Interestingly, they didn't go for a full force pick with 3 guns. They could have scraped together a buy. It does allow them some opportunities into the next one, but it seems like G2, for the time being, behind that smoke, are going to just take their time. m0NESY boosted up, trying to peer over that smoke. Nothing forthcoming. Heroic, even though they are a player behind and have a lack of utility, are positioning themselves across the map in spots where they get earlier alarm systems off place. They can go for those fast rotations if the call does come in, but G2, they're really slowing this round down now.
Tessus, though, somehow finding the little window as he slowly makes his way down. Now, this is with 40 seconds on the clock. The timing could catch G2 off guard. You can see the couple of players pushing up towards B bomb side, though, and you can see the bomb will be following them. It is going to be Shush now. Fall down the line. He finds one. A second, however, will not come to fruition. Hunter takes down Shush. The bomb will be lobbed in. Smoke's getting deployed, and unless Tessus can find a timing here in m0NESY, he's being very patient here. Vince is going to find one, looking for the second kill as well, but somehow he doesn't get the kill. Now it's a 3v2, and suddenly it's man advantage for Heroic.
Hunter and Alexi still alive, though, and the bomb is ticking away in the background. We saw earlier the first round G2 picked up was on the B side because Heroic were too slow. They took way too long, and this time maybe overzealous' Refresh trying to leap around the side, puts Tessus and Cadian in a bit of a lurch position now, and Cadian realizes this is untenable, especially as there's no kit that they have under possession. It's a nice effort, but G2 now, from a 5-1 deficit, have closed the gap to just 1 round. Cadian with his save may be able to squeak out a buy, although the economy's not great for the rest of the Danes.
Great round from Hunter there, Vince, because that flank from Tessus could have completely ruined their day, but able to get the 4 kills. Yes, sure, a couple of the players who only had the pistols, but still ensuring that things don't slip out of the hands. The first kill, though, this is so well read by Hunter, and then ably trading plays as well. You gotta be, imagine if Refresh is jumping around the corner. It's not really a very easy jump to make, and then you have Hunter in your face, smacking it down. 52 floors. Heroic now. A bit stymied, Vince. It looked like they were off to a fantastic start there. We saw in the beginning itself Dawn with that brilliant 4K on the USP, in the anti-eco as well, surviving along with their bonus round. But then ever since G2 were able to win that 1 round with the half buy, they've started to look better and better. And right now, this game, again, our desk did point out, you know, heading into Vertigo, it's a map that G2 would not necessarily be too comfortable with, but it is something they couldn't help because of how deep and how solid Heroic's map pool is. But right now, they are indeed putting up a fantastic fight. 5 and 4, as the buy will come in for Heroic. It is a FAMAS for Shush, the rest of them A1s and an AWP, a decent bit of utility as well for the CD side. And for G2, of course, money for days for a number of these players. Lexiby's an 8,300, mind you, and this after the bye, after having lost 3 members in the previous round. Still a little quiet for young Monacy, though, right? Again, T-side AWPing, Vertigo, it's never that easy. It's on the CD side where we really want to see him kind of explode. But some of the players you look at, the Cousins, the Kovacs, Nico, and Hunter, being extremely impactful here early on. As Heroic looked to try and aggress here towards ramp, but the timing could potentially go wrong. Nico going to be the first guy coming upside the scaffolding area, and with the smoke being deployed here, might just opt to push ahead of the smoke. Just found himself ahead of it. The wall bangs by Tessus. A clear tell as to where the CTs are playing, and now the 4 CTs lying in wait. If G2 head towards his bomb site, this could be disastrous. I don't see anyone lurking as well.
First, we've seen this smoke a couple of times already, mollying the sandbags, just cordoning off that area. But Refresh is playing around the edge of the smoke. The spray is not on point, and Monacy punishes it. Although hefty damage is inflicted, Refresh will feel like he should have done better there. And it puts the rest of his teammates on A, even though it is a bolstered up defense, into a bit of a lackadaisical position. They need entries, and they need them right now. And Hunter moves into the double peak from Tessis, and Refresh now going to be coming away from the grave. There's 10 seconds to go, and Cadian shows his hand with the AWP. Although Jax is keeping himself in this round, there's only 4 seconds to play with. Has to tickle the bomb out, do a bit more damage. The headshot is crisp, but Shush still lives. The damage, though, is so heavy towards Heroic's economy that they're not going to fully establish themselves after even winning this round.
At least we're able to salvage the AWP at the end over there. Jax making it so very expensive. And honestly, if you had like 5 more seconds, I could see Jax pull this one off. Great attempt from him, but they just ran out of time, Vince. And of course, it was all predicated off Tessus being aggressive towards short. He finds the first couple of kills, continues to hold W, picking up a nifty little 3K over there. G2 maybe taking a little bit too much time towards that play. And this is, mind you, despite the fact that Heroic had 4 players stacked. Even then, it came down to the 1v1, the time being the savior for the Danes. Tessus once more. Bastion of this short position. Playing in front of the smoke here, and Monacy trying to spot something. He sees him, and that is a perfect pick from Monacy, enabled by the flashbang from Nico as well. Tessus wasn't just caught out in the open, he was blinded for days as well, Vince, and that's a huge opening pick. Now with Tessus gone, that's going to draw out the rotation from Heroic. They might even opt to be aggressive towards another part of the map. In fact, they're just leaving the A bomb site right now. They're committing towards this B play, and that leaves just the one player towards the A bomb site. That is Cadian, and he will be plucked by Hunter. That's a call for the save. You save right now if you're Heroic.
Refresh is still keeping himself in close proximity, though, surprisingly, with that smoke. May very well force him away. Flashbang over. Feels like it's more just buying up time than anything else. And indeed, the save is coming in for Heroic. This is also one of the downsides and one of the aspects of losing so many players in that previous round. It doesn't really give you any freedom to play with. Your options are limited. You're running dry in that regard. So G2 They started so poorly. Their one round they picked up in the first 4 or 5 was off a pistol that Heroic kind of flubbed, in all honesty. They took way too long on the retake. But since G2 have picked up rifles, since they've got themselves stabilized in this game, they have looked by far and away the more comfortable team. And that's a little bit of a worrying sign on the side of Heroic. When we saw Vertigo come up, we were a little bit, I don't want to say necessarily shocked about G2's decision to let it through, but maybe a bit concerned about what that would mean in terms of their standings going into this game. Well, so far, Hunter in particular has been a man possessed. He's been getting entries across the board. These last couple rounds, we've seen Munacy start to get some entries as well with the AWP, so things starting to click together nicely.
Yeah, it's been a team effort, as the cliche goes, Vince. Like, everyone's had their moments. We saw that massive flank from Nico as well, in a round where they barely had any time remaining. We've had Monacy get some openings. Hunter coming in massively clutch. There we go. Great opening from Hunter, but Shush, he just quiets them as Tessus finds Nico as well through the smoke, and they continue to aggress. Monacy's seen the player. It is so very quick refresh. Will fall, and look at Monacy go, Vince. He's going to use his own smoke to creep on up ahead. Scoped in. Should be heard by the CT right alongside him. That is, of course, Tessus, and Tessus opts not to stick around. Falling back as Monacy, the Molotovs give away is where Tessus potentially is, and the timing could not have been better for Tessus. Jax left alone in a 1v3. Huge 2k from Shush there. Not only gets a trade, but gets a 2k towards the B stairs.
I'd love to see that from his perspective, because that second kill must have been a flick straight to the dome. Lightning fast. For him to double up, you can see the two corpses on the ground here, right next to one another. And now Jax, who put a lot of damage down a couple rounds ago, when he really had no right to get even close into that, and it was just time that worked against him, still has 50 seconds on the clock to make some inroads up on B. That Molotov will be good to force Cadian away. He'll smoke down, so at least Jax now knows where one of these 3 players currently resides. Smoke in will afford him safe passage, and the play on the generators. And now Jax knows where one player is. He now knows where both. He's heard the footsteps. This is a winnable round for Jax, but Tessus will dethrone him. Jax is having some big moments now in the last few rounds, but Heroic get their 7th on the board.
Man, Jax is so very clutch, right? We've seen a couple of instances here already where, sure, that clutch didn't play out his way, but he had the right idea. If it won the duel with a play towards window, that could be huge, and you pointed it out. What a beautiful spray transfer from Shush, a laser gun, and Tessus as well, lining up his crosshair perfectly. Nico actually peeked off the smoke, but then Tessus, 2k for him as well, and the next B looking to take an early fight here. Flashes popping from both the sides, and Shush will be forced back early on over here. Monacy once more looking to find something. Tessus pushed up pretty deep. As the bullets, he's dodging them. Just going whizzing passes here in Tessus. He's shown where he is. Monacy's going to keep going for these wall bangs, but the nades just getting rained in along with the incendiary from Heroic. It's not really dealing too much of damage, but it's giving them that opportunity to peel back safely from that ramp fight.
The downside is, though, Blair, once a retake comes in, if it does, there's no incendiaries left, no HEs. They pretty much have smokes across the board, and there's still a minute to play with. So you can see both sides of it. Ends in a bit of a stalemate, but I'd say G2, considering the lack of damage they took, look at their utility still. They're looking pretty sharp.
Yeah, and they're continuing to head towards this A side, and Monacy, what a find. Tessus caught jumping across, just catches his shoulder, Vince, and he dislocates it with an AWP. And slowly, here to start creeping up here. Refish has to do something, and he will find nothing.
Smoke out. Could be another save coming up, honestly. I don't think Heroic really have any chances of doing anything in this round. There's a slight gap in that smoke, though. So if a T decides to push by, it could be to their detriment. Jax decides better of that decision. And the post plant comes to the forefront. But Heroic, they don't look too interested in this as of yet. They're trying to peel back, and Nico really should have had that kill. A player of his caliber, you expect him to come out ahead of that one in Cadian. It's like, what are you doing around here, you sly little dog?
I do love how Nico just went for the taps there, up close. Like, almost any other player would just gone for the spray, and it just taps away. And if he got it, it would have been like, holy hell, Nico's such a god. But then Cadian, a little bit more accurate with the 5-7 of his. But G2, that's fine. That's okay. You lose one player, and you are right now 1 round behind that of Heroics. Now, for Heroic, it's a hard call to make here. They could force, but it'll be what the two of the players to die, they'll have to wield maybe a pistol, and the other one might have a FAMAS drop. But if he does get a FAMAS drop, that's going to minimize the utility. And you could see, Vince, in the previous round, you pointed out how they'd use up all the nades and the incendiaries early on. So because of that, they were kind of forced to take the fights at ramp. They were like, okay, we can't allow them up easily onto the bomb site because they don't have that the utility to keep them at bay or to go for the retake. So we need to find a couple of kills and then maybe peel back towards the bomb site. Unfortunately, m0NESY finding the perfect timing. Tesla was jumping across, and then like he didn't see m0NESY because his head model was behind the wall, and the second jump, m0NESY, he doesn't miss that. Shots like that especially. And then, of course, Nico getting the second one as well. Just brilliant stuff from G2. Just basically catching Heroic making tiny little mistakes, right? It's not like any forced errors being inflicted here by G2. But for Heroic, considering the start they had, considering how solid they were looking early on, and considering that our desk did say that Heroic would be the favorites here in this particular matchup, especially in Vertigo, we definitely have a game on our hands. Josh, this time, will find Jax. He does take a bit of damage, but 46 HP. The trade-off being taking down a Danger Man, the Frenchman on the side of G2. They'll take it.
m0NESY uncharacteristically misses the shot, missed down. We'll take that warning. Heats it, backs away. Tess is going to get the drop onto Nico. Super fast reactions from Nico to even nearly jump on top of that one. And now Hunter, double entries onto the site. Down May best Alexi, but that bomb is picked up instantly afterwards. Fast rotation, sees two CTs, though two Danes pick up the mantle on the B site. And so although G2 have had success, this round is far from over.
m0NESY calling it out that he's heard a couple of players towards window and is looking to find one here, and Cadian might fall, and indeed he will, but Tess is still towards A bomb site. What do Heroic do right now? It's a 2 versus 2. They've lost sight of the bomb. Hunter now going to be grouping up with m0NESY. They have options available to them, Vince. Still 50 seconds on the clock, and because of that, we can see the proactiveness coming out from Refresh. He's going to be going in for the push towards mid, coming down the ladder, and that could be the round-winning play here for Heroic.
That Refresh will be able to maybe not get one of these kills outright, but as soon as that first bit of contact is done, it may be good enough. But as you said, he's headed towards the B site here. That is leaving Tessis in the lurch. He's got a small angle on side. Now the mollies come in. That will give away the plan, the masterful play from G2, and Hunter with his third entry in the round leaves it to m0NESY. And it was that decision that cost them so dearly. Refresh thinking it was B over A.
It's so 50-50 though, right? He had the right play, but 5 seconds earlier, Vince, and he would have seen them, and he could have definitely have found maybe even both of them. What a round from Hunter, though. What a round from Hunter. And this is all because of m0NESY, right? He was towards mid, he conveyed information to his teammate that, listen, you're all by your lonesome right now. The 2 CDs lying in wait. Just head on back. Wait for me to find a pick towards mid. Great call, and great kills as well from Hunter and m0NESY holding the flank. And Heroic, they just capitulate there. Tag time as well getting called by G2. All right, despite tying things up as we head into the final round of the first half, Vince, it's even Stevens. G2 showing that there are no minnows on this map, and they can definitely go toe-to-toe with the might of this Danish side. I do like what the picture the desk painted earlier as well, where they pointed out how for Heroic, once it beat Na'Vi at the RMR, it was kind of like a curse being broken. It was kind of like, finally breaking the mental barrier. And then for them to do this against G2 here in this best of 1 would be even better for them as a unit. But right now, G2 not making it easy at all. Great flashbang, brilliant flashbang. m0NESY will fall, courtesy of the flash. Even though Caden gets the kill, it was a flash that got the kill, in my opinion.
Still 2 players on the side. Shush going for the wide swing and takes the head of Hunter. It's not enough for the kill, but it'll make him dizzy and dazed on the approach. Refresh has the off angle. We've seen Cadian play this a couple of times. He's lost his teammate, but all he has to do is stay alive. And if they don't molly this angle, if he doesn't show his hand, they could line up for 2 or 3. There's also 2 weakened players. Jax joins Hunter in that mantle, but Nico sprays down Cadian. That may make Refresh feel like he has to snatch in here and take some kills. There's more than a second as well. And the flash from Cadian is so good. And Nico put one in as well. Could have done more harm than good to his teammates. Suddenly, this spins back around in favor of Heroic. The bomb drop position is grim. And with a smoke down on the stairs, Hunter and Nico have got to try and chime together in tandem. Molly up and over, clearing out the angle. But now this is where things get so difficult for G2.
And Refresh is tucked into the same position as well. They might not be expecting this great nade, however, taking him down at 53 points of health. And you got to remember, Hunter is on 16 HP. This could be very, very grim for G2, but the Cousins, we know how capable they are.
Oh, if there's two players you want in this position, it's these two. So much cohesion and chemistry. But Heroic, they've got great positions, and the time itself is working against the Cousins. Refresh gets the drop onto Hunter, and Nico with 10 seconds has to go huge. The one tap onto Tessis is sublime, but it was a bridge too far. And Refresh was the ace up the sleeve they needed. The Danes will lead going through into the second half, but by the slimmest of margins.
That was played to perfection by Refresh, Vince. So many times you could see it going through his head. Do I peek right now? Do I peek right now? My teammate just died at the B bomb site, but he finds the perfect timing. He even walks in a little bit closer to ensure he gets a 2K over there. No way Jackson and Lexi were expecting him to be in that position. And then he repositions himself in the same pillar. 4K, huge round for Refresh, despite Nico almost pulling off what it seemingly looked like the impossible. The one tap with the final bullet of that AK-47, but unfortunately the Deagle couldn't get anything done. So Heroic, the narrowest of leads heading to the second half here. Now they're going to be on the T side. For G2, we have a kit in the hands of Alexi B, a couple of flashbangs, 4 flashes for the CD side, and a smoke for Hunter. The smoke getting dropped by Nico to its cousin. Alexi B and Monacy obviously looking to spot someone down towards the ramp position from the scaffolding. Doesn't see anyone as Heroic just grouping up together. A 5-man unit. They have left Cadian behind, just watching towards mid, looking for a potential flank. As his 4 soldiers, they march on ahead. They have a flash Vince and a couple of P250s. In the hands of Shush and Ston. They're going to be the mini raid boss in this round.
Difficult one to deal with, but it's so tense right now, Blair. You can feel the tension between these two teams. A 1-for-1 matchup, so much on the line in the legend stage of the Major, and it's Refresh, who's just off the back of a fantastic round, has had tons of impact early in this one, but Nico puts his USP to use before he gets diced by Shush's P250. And there's still time on the clock. There's still the ability for Cadian to get this flank in. We saw Nico from this very position lock down around, but Hunter is up to the task. Even trades back and forth. Heroic have options. The bomb is now making use up on the ramp side, and Shush puts the P250 to use once again. And it puts Jax into such an awkward spot. He has got a couple of very good back-to-the-wall plays. It seems like when he's at his most dangered, he really does step up to the plate. But this may be too much to ask from him, as Tessis behind the site is able to just play possum, allow his teammate to come in as well if he needs him. But so far, they're doing a good job of just whittling away this time. Jax is depleted on the magazine as well. Just a couple more bullets left in the chamber, and he's going to have to use all of them if he's going to clutch this round out. Tessis now relocates. He is hurt by Jax, though, but on the retreat, he will remove the head and get that second pistol to the Danes.
He could have clutched it out. He picked up the kit off Alexi's body, and I'm sure there was a smoke lying somewhere in the vicinity as well, because that's where all the CTs fell. And if he gets a first kill on the Tessis, that could have been potentially him even sticking to defuse. But huge round being won here by Heroic as they take both the pistols. Brilliantly played by Tessis, mind you. The P250 more than capable of going up against USPs at range. Of course, a force buy will be coming in for G2. Only presence towards mid, 3 members. And Hunter boosted up where he is. He does have his teammate nearby in the form of Alexi B, who has been whittled down to 16, so he will backpedal real quickly. Hunter's been spotted, his feet seen by Ston. And Hunter slowly peeling away as well. He knows that little element of surprise they had has swiftly dissipated. Aggressive stance from Nico in the meantime at the near the bottom of ramp as well. There's a bit of a standstill right now as Heroic 4 members grouped up towards mid. This could be scary, man. When you have these rifles coming up towards mid, so many angles where you can just get pincered by the CTs. And there we go, Nico just needs 1 bullet, and that's the call for them to head on towards mid. But they're going to be swapped off as well. Their avenue, they could actually split to A or towards B, but where do they go is the question.
This is looking menacing now. Heroic, they've gone back to the smokes. They know the CT's going to be circling them. And Monacy puts the Deagle down range, but Tassis straight back in with 2 Galil headshots. And just like that, the round falls into place, but it's not without a couple twists and turns and scary moments.
That looked a little dicey, I won't lie. Honestly, he finds us first. He even sees the second T jumping on top. He was able to see him through the grating. But great recovery overall from Tessus. Great 2K there. Nico getting a little unlucky. Maybe not expecting the peak there from Tessus, but Heroic 10-7. They start to once more extend their lead. Tessus having a hell of a game, 16-12. Everyone chipping in for the side of Heroic, and on the side of G2, of course, as you pointed out earlier, Vince Hunter having a phenomenal game thus far. Nico as well, he had that one magnificent clutch earlier on. m0NESY has kind of started to come alive as well in a couple of the rounds where he had the AWP, but right now, he won't have his weapon of choice. No AWP yet for young m0NESY. No rifles for anyone. It's just the Deagles and a couple of the players in the hands of the Frenchman, the former Jax and Nico. Nico and a Deagle. It's a saying at this point.
I mean, going back many, many years, back to his mouse sports days, he's known as one of the best Deaglers on the planet. He's had so many clips, so many moments.
I might even say he's the best, honestly. I'll just go out on a limb and say it, right?
I think that's definitely a fair assessment.
A bit of a stack towards B here. And Heroic are crawling their way towards that very side. There are 4 players here lying in wait. Nico's the only one on the A bomb side. And bear in mind, there is still a P250. There is still a Deagle in play here. Alexi B, Jax, Hunter, and m0NESY.
This could get a little bit tantalizing for G2, because they can now hear the stampede of T's pushing towards them, looking to try and gore the oncoming CTs, but the first frag is USP1. It's Alexi B who gets 2 USP headshots. And now Heroic with 24 seconds left. They're scrambling. They're desperately trying to get any kind of ground that they can onto the site. And now all of the CTs are moving in close proximity. There's P250s, the Deagles, and Jax has rattled the skull of Refresh. Stavn will at least put him down with the fire, but they still need to get the bomb across to the site. And look who's watching the cross. It's Nico, but he falls down, and Cadian clutching with just seconds to spare.
That got unnecessarily very, very close for Heroic. We saw the stack coming in, Vince, but they were so trepidant of pushing on in. They could try to swarm the side, but Jax he missed a lot of his shots initially, but he did such a good job just whittling away at the HP, keeping them at bay with the Desert Eagle. And Lexi B, as you pointed out, with a USP, getting 2 kills as well. Jax chipping in with a 3rd, but then Heroic able to somehow stem the bleeding, but they've done quite a bit of damage to the economy. You can see the money's kind of low on a few of the players here for Heroic, despite having won the pistol and the following anti-ecos. And here comes a very fast play towards B. Shush's crosser was on Jax, but he doesn't find the kill. Barely any damage in the direction of Jax, who's down to 74 HP, but he will be the one to find the frag. I love the pace being set there by Heroic. Unfortunately, even though they caught Jax out of the open, not quite able to capitalize on it, and Shush is going to be kicking himself because of that fact. Open hands of m0NESY, and you got to look at the economy for G2. Look at the utility they possess. It's quite minimal, Vince. Again, a retake possibility is very slim. Jax is the only one with Jax and Alexi B. They have a couple of smokes, a flash, and a nade. That is all they have to work with still a minute on the clock. So Heroic still do have the slight edge despite being a man down. Nade going to be lobbed in towards Jax's position, but he will not be anywhere in the vicinity.
Mission here as well, though. The Heroic are all clumped up on B. As far as they're concerned, they may be getting flanked right now. They have so little map control, and now they're blotting out the entire site, trying to relinquish this from the CT's control. Annul the partnership that Jax has got onto the site with generators, and now mollies, flashes, and Stavn comes in huge, but the spray is good for Hunter and Jax, and these A1Ss starting to rip and tear the oncoming Ts. It's down to Refresh, spinning on the top, hoping for the best, crossing his fingers, and m0NESY puts him down in the dirt. And this is where m0NESY can certainly start to have more impact. We discussed this before. When he's on the CT side and he has an AWP in his hands, expect a power spike to come with it.
Oh, absolutely. And you can see, like, but for me, more impressively was just the way G2 held on to this, right? First, Jax being very lucky to stay alive, but then Jax getting a second kill. And even though Alexi B wasn't able to find a frag at the end, the fact that he's just stayed alive dancing around the smoke alongside Jax, great work from the Frenchman. He might have had a couple of potential clutches which slipped out of his fingers in the first half, but right now on his B bomb side, he's been fantastic. Heroic now down to just the pistols and a couple of AKs, and Kaden already getting dunked down at 39 HP early on. Shush and Tessus, and Ston will be the ones wielding the AK-47. And Shush once more getting boosted up here. This time Jax playing behind the pillar. It's not been seen. But a great flashback to find Alexi B, but Jax will reply immediately.
Rapid response. Jax keeping his team onto the site. Hunter will be laying him a helping hand from the generators and double flank coming in to the forefront. However, Heroic still with a minute on the clock can wrap back around onto the A side of the map. And G2 should be cognizant of this. They should be wary of this being a distinct possibility. Nico is on point. Going back to the site, he is alone and doesn't have any utility. No smokes, no incendiaries to stave off this push. However, Heroic have no idea about this. So they still have to take their time and clear these angles too.
Yeah, and they have the smoke and a flashbang, which I envision them using before they make their way towards the bomb site, and that is going to be an easy tell for G2 to peel a player back, and that's actually what's going to happen here. With 35 seconds on the clock, you already have Hunter making his way to join his cousin and bolstering that A bomb site. The smoke will be popping any time right now. 25 seconds. The pistols at close range, though, Vince, could be deadly.
Well, the Tech 9 is run and gun heaven, and Tessus and Refresh both have it. Here comes the aforementioned flashbang. Could be the difference maker if it can annul some of that vision. Nico gets hit with it plumb, but does turn his back, so it's barely affected, but it's enough to draw away the CTs long enough to afford and yield a bomb plant. And now Stown has the clear angle. He's not being peeked from the boxes. He's got the perfect angle to repel this Hunter push, but here is a flashbang, fully lands in his face, and he will be sliced and diced by Hunter. That flashbang is on point, but Tess is still in for the chance. Still with a Tech 9, but not for much longer. And that flash was a thing of beauty.
Flash being lobbed in by the Flash himself. Perfectly timed. There was no way he was going to be able to dodge that. If you saw the Flash on with your X-ray on right there, you could see it pops. Like the moment he sees it, that's the second it pops. Brilliantly played. And Heroic, I like the attempt there to get the bomb down, the aggressive slight off angle from Ston. But G2 crossing their T's, dotting their I's, ensuring that whatever little bit of utility they have, they're going to use it with the utmost lethality. As here we go. Just a pistol this time. It's not the force bite. No AKs, just no armor, just a light bunch of pistols, and just should be Farm City for Jax.
Yeah, that Molotov should tell Jax everything he needs to know. Alongside Alexi, the hold is good. It's firm. They lose one player. That's going to be fine as long as it stays that way. Bomb's been dropped down as well, and this round now is a foregone conclusion. We have a real game on our hands here, man. This is going the distance, and it just seems like when one team starts to take a little bit of a lead, the other grabs them on the shoulders and pulls them back again.
Oh yeah, this is so back and forth. And honestly, I'd have to agree with Maui and Maniac on the desk when they said, you know, Heroic would be the kind of the slight favorites heading to this matchup, considering the map here, which is Vertigo. But G2, the CD side thus far has looked very, very solid indeed. This is despite losing the pistol round, so great work overall. Especially, again, I will have to reiterate, this B hole from Jax and Alexi has been great. It has been so well done. But that is something which G2 could try, Heroic could try and abuse a little bit. You know about the amount of pressure they're exerting towards this B bomb side, that Nico kind of remains the sole A anchor. And that is something they could try and abuse and try and maybe go for a bit of a B ruse. Try and get the bomb planted towards the A bomb side, just play the post plant. That is something which we haven't really seen much yet from Heroic, but it could be here this round. Tessus has quietened down a little bit on his T side, hasn't really found the impact that he did on the CT side. 11 to 10 though, still a tiny lead, a tenuous lead for Heroic. As Tessus, the man just mentioned right now, slowly creeping on up the scaffolding. Monacy playing towards sandbags. He's got Nico right next to him. The smoke will be a giveaway as to where he is, but there's no one to check for that position.
And he's lining that smoke up so we could extinguish it enough we could still peek on the right side. Nicely done. Nico now moves into the ramp. There's a smoke down. He wants to take the initiative, take the fight to the T's. If he goes down without anything in return, though, that would be terrible news for G2. And he thinks better of that decision and just slightly backs off.
This is a two-pronged excursion coming in from Heroic, though, right? We have the plays towards mid. We saw it earlier as well in the second half. 3 players slowly grouping up. We have Shush at the bottom of the B stairs, ensuring no one is being aggressive. G2 haven't really been too hyper-aggressive towards the B stairs. Alexi B with the off angle here. If they find Alexi B, then they know the B bomb set's only Jax, and that allows them a couple of seconds to make this work. It's a bit of an off angle here. Could be good for one, but he should be traded if they do opt to go for this play. And look at the utility. It's kind of lacking here for the T's. No more flashes, Vince. No more smokes. No more nothing. Just the AK-47s.
And Alexi, because of the timing, is now just going to draw away. Go back to that B side. Refresh, though, pushing in, making a drop, and indeed gets the opportunity. But Jackson Alexi lock it down, and now Hunter steps up. 3 kills back-to-back for G2.
Bombs down.
Is massive. And with a bomb down in mid and only 13 seconds on the clock, it's going to have to be raw fragging, and Munacy just silences Shush. Tess is stuck on the box. No real hope. No chance at clutching the round. We are tied up at 11 apiece.
The timing on Alexi B to just relinquish control of mid and just head towards a B bomb site, it couldn't have been even more perfect, Vince. The moment they try to go for the hit, he's nowhere to be found. The Molotov towards the window, the rotation coming in, absolute insanity. Meanwhile, yeah, the B stream update for you guys. It is, once again, easy for ENCE Outsider getting absolutely destroyed, Vince. 16 and 8, the scoreline for Snappy and his merry men. Holy hell, okay, ENCE. I see you. Right now, though, this one is not easy for anyone. Nico, looking to be aggressive. Again, Heroic, down to just the pistols. We have the saved AK-47 for Tesses, and he will find Nico. That is a huge find. Monacy with a hit and a miss, and now he's getting hounded down, Vince.
He has help, though. He has some supporting cast members. Hunter is there alongside him, so is Alexi, and it looks like the young Maestro will be safe after all. It was looking grim for a few moments, but that is teamwork in a nutshell. And let's be honest, Heroic had an AK and basically Glocks. They had very, very low % chance of getting anything done in that round.
Tessus, though, great opening kill on Nico. I didn't even see that, but it looked like it was so very quick. Good trade from Monacy, as you pointed out, though. The cavalry arriving in the nick of time. Monacy doing a fantastic job just staying alive. 5 on the trot for G2. They have looked incredible ever since they've got the rifles in their hands. Lost the first 3 rounds of the second half, but right now they're ablaze. They are on fire. And looking to try and close this one out. Still 4 rounds remaining for them, and bear in mind, Heroic can easily snatch this one back. Contact being made. Nico, this time he finds his vengeance. Tessus will fall, and no trade possible. The deep CD smoke keeping the other T's at bay, and Heroic once more left a little lost, a little floundering, a little just wondering, what do we do to crack open this defense from G2?
And just to go back on a point that you mentioned before, G2, when the rifles have come out on both sides, it's been a carbon copy. They've looked like they're a much better team. Keep in mind, Heroic won both pistol rounds, and they're still drawing away and getting slowly shaped out of this round. 5 could very well become 6 in a row for G2 as Nico goes from strength to strength. He hasn't had his best performance, but he's had a ton of impact. 19 HP separating him from his demise, and Munacy giving Stown a free haircut. That's going to be Heroic pretty much done in this round.
And this is exactly what Maui's talking about when he speaks about how Monacy is so very comfortable on this map, how he maneuvers around the map and finds his little angles, the little timings. He knows what the T's are up to, and he can be such a nuisance on the CD side. Of course, with just the incredible precision of his aim as well, he was going to be such a problem for Heroic as they moved on to the second half, and he's showing so. He wasn't nowhere close to being the top fragger for his team on the by the end of the second half. By the end of the first half, Vince, right now 17 and 13. Sure, it's not getting like crazy multi-kills, but seemingly finding that 1 or 2 kills every round, which either forces Heroic to go for a save or just shuts it down at the end. Hunter, in the meantime, quietly on 21 kills. Everyone chipping in for the side of G2. Alexi B and Jax being just a rock wall of defense on the B bomb side. Nico just popping heads towards ramp. Hunter just being everywhere. And of course, Monacy, the closer, the turret with an AWP. Heroic, they seem to have no idea as to how to crack this right now. And I won't lie, it hasn't even been close, apart from a couple of rounds where they maybe get the bomb down. But even then, it's like a 2v3 or a 2v4 favoring the side of G2, and the retakes have been very, very clinical indeed. Tag timeout, the third one of this game, getting called by Heroic. And again, right, when it comes to Heroic, the one criticism I have with this team is when it comes to the big games. When I'm talking about in front of a crowd, in front of an arena, that's where I feel like, and I do believe Caden mentioned in his interview as well, is like that's where our comms kind of fail at times. That's when we do tend to struggle a little bit. But they are, and I'm sure a lot of people will agree, you know, a studio LAN environment animal. They're so comfortable in these sort of LAN environments where there's no crowd, it's just a team versus a team on LAN. And that's where they get some of their big wins. And we saw it in RMR as well, we've seen it during other stages. But right now, G2, they seem to have the number here.
Nice statistic as well that 13-11 paints a bit of a false narrative. It's been close, but more than half of Heroic's rounds have been off the back of pistols. They've won 6 rounds, both pistols, and they've converted the subsequent 2 after that. So once G2 have had rifles in their hands, they have been by far and away the better team. And that's kind of what you're going alongside with what you were talking about before, that we're having these turrets being put into place now, the stability that the economy on the CT side has afforded G2. And it's hard to see how Heroic, at this stage, are going to really crack through this fortress that's been built up.
17 opening duels won by G2 here, Vince, but this opening duel will go the way of Heroic. Great find by Ston there. Cheeky little crouch peek around the corner, and he'll try to retrieve that AK-47. Alexi B trying to use a smoke. Did find something. I don't think they're going to be expecting his position here. I think he can see it. He sees him. Well, I see him. He definitely sees him now. No, he hasn't. Now he does. Finally, he will find Ston, and he notices another player nearby, and with the final bullet, he gets a kill. But in the meantime, Tess and Shush, they find a couple of kills. Monacy, Nico will fall. The A bomb site is open for business.
It is. Alexi decides not to go in for that peek. There's Molotovs on 19 HP. Correct decision. Perfect crosshair. The timing for Shush nearly works against him. And Jax is still alive. You mentioned that they were this B side, just wall that had been deployed. But that wall is now closing in on Heroic. And is Cadian able to step up to the plate and deliver with his AWP? He's been quite quiet on this T side. This would be a huge moment for the man to strike, but they're going for the full defuse underneath his nose. The sheer audacity from Alexi.
Pros don't fake. Alexi B, he knew he was low. They had no idea where Cadian was. They don't tap the bomb. As you said, Vince, he just goes for the full stick. But also, again, finding these 2 kills over there in mid was so very important. I don't even see how Heroic are able to get win those 2 duels towards the A ramp position, right? They took out Nico and Monacy just with the pistols. The closest Heroic have come thus far on this T side, well, apart from the first 3 rounds, to winning around Hunter, though, being very aggressive. What a spray from Tessa's. Monacy will, however, find him, and Hunter, he thought he was being sneaky, but the Hunter will be the hunted. Ston finds him, and once more, man advantage here for Heroic. They need to capitalize now, Vince.
They didn't pull the trigger last time, but that 1 has become 2. Courtesy of Shush's entry. Monacy, though, holding the line, dropped down to 46 HP, and Alexi will be jumping around the side. No way he's got a kill from that. I thought Stown had that one covered. Imagine he transferred into a second. Sheer lunacy, but money could be coming up, and another round on top of it if Monacy can strike. This AWP is still in the picture, and as he wiggles his way through the smoke, half the timer left. He does have a kit. A couple flashes, but Cadian will nail him and make sure no second defuse is coming up on his watch.
They needed that round, Vince, and they do manage to make it happen. Finally, Heroic, a pulse, some signs of life. The problem here for the side of Heroic is the fact that G2 have built up such a bank, such a monstrous economy that it's going to take a while more before they can break it right now, but they're doing what they could do. The previous round, it came down to the 1v1, right? Alexi B, the only one surviving. This round, everyone falls. So G2, they should be able to eke out another buy as a tactical timeout will be called. Heroic, they seem to at least have found something here. 1 round. They need a few more. G2 just need 2 more rounds to close this one out, and for Heroic, 4 more. 14 and 12. And even though, sure, G2 have the 2-round lead, you know, in a couple of rounds, you can just dissipate. Just like that. That was such a quick round coming in from Heroic, hitting the shots. But as we spoke about the money for G2, they're so flush with cash. A buy will come out. And even if they lose this round, Vince, and lose all the players, they can still have yet another buy. So Heroic, they have a lot more tests ahead of them before they can feel even slightly comfortable.
Exactly. There's no easy way back in. This is the long yards. Hunter can count himself lucky. He survived that onslaught. 2 grenades land by his feet. Stown tagged down to 5, nearly fragged from the Molotov, while there's a flash in there as well. Unconfirmed damage though, but G2 do keep all 5 players alive and back away to the side.
Yep, Hunter exceedingly fortunate to be alive. Stown as well, very, very low, and Hunter, he is everywhere. Towards mid now, ensuring no one's going to be pushing in towards CD Swan. It's going to be very brave, peering down the mid corridor. Modesty. Oh, did he see someone? I'm not sure. I think there's an inkling. The flash is going to be a tell. He should be going for the re-peek here, but it's still going to be holding the line. Heroic, a lot of pressure here towards the A-ramp positions. Dawn, in the meantime, with the AWP lurk on 5 HP, unorthodox, but it is Dawn. As right now, Heroic, making no secret, they're going to be heading in towards the A-bombs and making a lot of noise. Utility getting deployed, but Nico will be the first line of defense alongside Modesty.
It's been chipped away down to 39 off grenades, off wall bangs, off the sheer bullets. A barrage of them find its way. But there's 23 seconds left to flash into the peak, and a weakened Nico has now been finished off. Smoke onto the site as well. A trifecta of CTs are laid in wait, but one of them has been dethroned. Hunter with shrapnel. Modesty takes the shot, connects, backs away into the shadows, and allows Alexi to do the rest. 5 seconds to go. There's no grenades, though, to stop this plant. I don't think they can deny this. With 1 second, the bombs gets planted down, and Heroic managed to clutch it out by the skin of their teeth.
27 HP between the 3 surviving members of Heroic. It could not have been any closer. Vince, you said it best. One nade, round's done. 1 HE, the round is done. Round is won by G2, but Heroic, by the skin of the teeth, they hold on. And not only do they win the round, they take away all the rifles from the hands of G2. So now G2 down to the bottom of the barrel, scraping the bottom of the barrel to eke out the buy here. It's still a very solid buy, mind you. They still have a bit of utility. Albeit Jax and Hunter just smoke and flash respectively. Alexi B down to the FAMAS. He's got no utility to speak of, but aggressive, a little bit of a stack here towards mid. They know Heroic have been poking and prodding towards the mid position multiple times, and they really haven't gone for the stack at all. Unfortunately for them, this time around, Heroic opt to go for the B stairs position, slowly creeping and crawling. Caden just holding the angle. Just the one man towards the bottom of ramp. That is, of course, Tess's. But the B bomb site has been where G2 have found their most success, Vince. It has been Jax being phenomenal, winning virtually every opening duel, clutching it out, dancing around, doing the dance macabre with Alexi B around the generated pillars area, and they've not ever seemed to have found the solution to him. In the meantime, Monacy catching Cadian. That's a huge opening pick to find.
That's the problem, isn't it, for Heroic on the B side? You've got this incredible wall that's been built up, and Hunter is pushed mid. We haven't really seen this from G2 yet. It's completely caught us down off guard. But there is no easy part of the map for them to aggress on. Wherever they go, it's just fraught with terrors, fraught with traps, fraught with issues they have to contend with. And with 35 seconds now, Nico's stuck on the sandbags. As Munacy watching his back, they're going to Molotov this one in. Nico may feel compelled to just push around, but the smoke is there to defuse it. And now Tessis comes in. Big entries from him and Shush, but Munacy is still alive, but only for a couple more seconds. And now it falls upon Alexi and Jax to successfully retake and clutch again, and Alexi is making moves through the scaffolding. Has the AWP in hand, misses the shot, and could get punished. Nails him with the no-scope through the wall, however, but Alexi showing why he doesn't AWP too often. And now Jax has it all to do. Big frag down, and Tessis on low HP just has to play the time, but he's not sure if Jax is holding on to this one, and Jax removes his head. He doesn't have a kit, though. It's going to be close, but I think he has this one in the bag.
He's got it.
And G2 will be 15-13 in the lead.
What a round from Jax. What a round from Jax, saving his team. And so many times, Vince, it's come close to clutching these moments multiple times in this game thus far. Finally, Lady Luck will smile down upon him. Perfect crosser placement there. At the very end, he was blinded, but it just commits to the spray, gets the headshot. Brilliantly played. Alexi B, like you said, not really known for being an AWPer. A couple of whiff shots. But it's all good in the G2 camp for now. They're going to be using the final tactical timeout here to talk things through. They need one more round to close this one out. And Heroic. Oh boy. I won't lie. I didn't see this coming. I had Heroic as favorites in this matchup, but G2, they showed the clutch ability, they showed grit, they showed the prowess, and what an opening. This is the second time he's found a kill from that exact very angle, the exact little pixel for him to see. And you can see how much this means. You can see how much this means. This is such a big win to go 2-1 up in the Legend stage. And Heroic now, 2 opportunities, Vince, to try and take it to OT. And for G2, now is when they just choke them out. Now is when they shut it down, and they're going to be going for a fast play towards B. And once more, Jax will be asked to answer the call of duty.
Oh, we've seen this aggression before. I think Shush may have just bypassed with a flashbang. They have no idea he's to the side left, and Alexi's gonna get caught out. He gets fragged down as well, and because Jax has played this angle so many times, Shush will do his due diligence. He will find him, he will frag him. And just like that, the B side is completely barren of CTs.
The danger's not abated yet for G2, even though they want to save, and they have to save. Tessus is there. He's going to try and hunt his weapons down, but unfortunately for him, the double swing comes in. Hunter and Nico grouping up, and there's still yet another one on the hunt, and it is Storm.
Oh, this is huge. This is so massive, but he's also flubbed his spray. Should be getting that done. The grenade may finish off what he started, but no, Nico stands tall. That's AK-47s donated across. That's bolstered up G2's buy.
Look, firstly, I completely understand why Heroic are going for the hunt here, right? If you look at the economy of G2, it's non-existent right now. And every weapon they can save is going to be so instrumental in them trying to close this out come round number 13. What an opening. They finally cracked the puzzle. They finally cracked the code. A massive 2K from Shush, finding Alexi B with his pants down, not expecting, as you pointed out, Vince, for him to be so very close by. And then he immediately spins around and looks at the direction of the pillars where Jax has been there time and time and time again. The B bomb site finally falling to Heroic in a bye round as we enter the final round here. Is it going to be G2 taking it 16-14, or are we going to be seeing OT? That's the question on everyone's lips. That's a question on the players' lips as well. Monis looking to take the fight. He is blinded, however, he takes a shot, but doesn't quite find anything.
Not fully punished though, only tanked down to 74, so he doesn't get fragged out. Imagine he loses his life that early in the round. That could have been the curtain coming down and taking us to OT. Heroic in the meanwhile though, going to make the most of this momentary weakness. A grenade up and over, doing significant damage. Actually it doesn't, lands the wrong side of the wall. Tessus can count himself lucky. And now we're seeing some desperation nades being tossed out. Flashbang up and over, they block each other. But Caden at least makes the most of that. Tess is blinded, desperately trying to get the hell out of there. But his IGL stands his ground, and now it could be another PK. Nico gets pop flashed in, but Cadian can escape.
Good smoke there to try and reclaim back control of short. Losing this would be problematic, and Nico's pushing very, very deep. He's trapped in the corner. He reads it to perfection. He knows if anyone's pushing aggressively right now, the Molotov's keeping them at bay, and that is a headshot angle. The P to 50, it drops Nico. Now player advantage here for Heroic. And look at the lure coming in towards the B bomb site as well. They're pushing, they're poking and prodding in both the extremities of the map. You can see Refresh making a lot of noise, drawing out the rotation. There's no one at the B bomb site, Vince.
Nobody in the B-bomb site, and Refresh is keeping them busy. Jax now will show his hand with a FAMAS. There's one. Can keep alive in the generator. 23 seconds to play with KD misses his shot, but Refresh is nullifying the rest of the CTs. And Alexi, with just an SMG by his side, has to go above and beyond, has to become a hero, but there's no fairy tale ending just yet. Overtime is coming right up.
Nice fucking choke.
Did he say let's fucking choke? Oh, sorry. F-bomb. I dropped it.
Whoops.
Whoopsie. But he said it first. It's fine. Okay. All right. Heroic. I don't even know how they managed to bring this one back. I really thought G2 had this one in the back. They had such a stranglehold on CD's side, but Heroic finally cracking open the code of the B bombs at the previous round, and that was such a good round. The Refresh trying his best to sell the fake towards A, and not just selling the fake, Vince, he actually gets the kill as well onto the A bombs, and suddenly all the pressure is on to Jax, again doing his best with the FAMAS to get a kill. but then LXB at the end, 1v3, MP9 in hand, not much you could do. OT, here we go. And you know what? That's what I want to see. A game like this with G2 and Heroic, I want to see more than 30 rounds. Everyone wants to see more than 30 rounds here, except maybe not G2, because they did have that point for a couple of opportunities there. And here we go. Everything gets reset again, ladies and gentlemen. F5 have been pressed. The rifles are out for both the sides. m0NESY once more looking to be the difference maker, and Heroic exerting a little bit of presence towards both the extremities of the map. You can see Shush over there slowly creeping up, trying to catch Jax. And despite round number 29, where they capitulated, Jax and LXB fell, this B-bomb site has been a fortress for G2.
It has, yeah. There's been a couple of misplays, but for the most part, they've been solid. m0NESY, we've seen him land these shots before, Tessis. Please, you're playing with fire. You might just get burnt. Speaking of which, a molly finds its way down on the ramp, but so does a smoke. Ends in a bit of a stalemate. There's a gap there, though, that m0NESY can try and exploit.
He's gotten so many impactful kills from his very position, right? He just gets on top of those railings and then catches someone lining up smoke. And Heroic, I think they're going to be cognizant of the fact now. Here comes the incendiaries getting deployed. Nico is trapped.
Oh, he has to stand his ground. He knows his back is to the wall, but that's sometimes where the animal is at its most dangerous. And Nico nearly gets two. It's one frag and a headshot onto Shush. 30 seconds. Molotov will force away m0NESY from side, but he will smoke it down. Another Molotov. They're cordoning the CTs back onto the deep side of the site, and it will allow them to potentially divide and conquer, but m0NESY is still there. Flash affords Refresh safe passage, but again, it's a ruse. It's all a bait. Is there enough time, though? Especially as Refresh has been picked off so far before anyone else, but they do have it. But Hunter and Jax, once again, delivering when it really counts. Cadian is still alive, still healthy, still in with a chance, but he misses his shot. Now Shush on a measly 10 HP that was weakened from Nico earlier on is all that remains for Heroic. He's being flashed around, he's being bullied back onto the T side, and he realizes this round is over. G2 claim first blood in OT.
It is unwinnable. Hunter sticks to defuse. They were so confident. Hunter's the only one who didn't even have a kit, Vince, and he went for the defuse. He's like, yeah, this one we cannot lose. G2 convincing round win. That was, again, same call coming in from the side of Heroic. We had Refresh faking towards A. They get the bomb down, and they even had the player with the forward positioning behind Generator, but then Jax, like a... I don't even know how he gets that kill. Just swings out wide, instant headshot. G2 now. Slight little lead. 1-0 up here in OT. Fast play towards mid. Molotov will not be respected, and they will force their way through. However, they don't push further anymore. There is Hunter and LXB holding towards mid. In the meantime, we do have a couple of players here for Heroic. Again, poking and prodding towards ramp. It's been a constant battle for ramp, and it's gone back and forth multiple times, in all honesty. You can see Cadian already waiting for m0NESY to go for that very same pick again. See, great flashbang, enabling him to go for that one pre-fire shot, and also allowing Nico a little bit of window of opportunity to escape. Now m0NESY is purged. Now he's waiting for them to present ahead.
Just a single pixel required, and m0NESY will snatch the life out of you, as he's shown so many times. Does miss this one time, though, but in a way in which he can just retreat back again. Tessis gets aggressive, and his head has been removed, and with all of that early bobbing and weaving between the two teams and this jockeying for position over ramp, Refresh and Cadian were tagged in the process off HEs and stray bullets. Shush, though, making moves up on the B side as Jax doesn't matter, still wins that trade. This Shadow betrays Jackson, he still comes out ahead. A player that's come under so much scrutiny over the years, but he's having one hell of a performance here when it really counts. And with 25 seconds left on the clock, G2 may have the two-player advantage, but Heroic still have opportunities. Refresh through the smoke, perforates Nico, eviscerates him out of the round, but now the player around the corner of Hunter is going to show his hand, and the A1S will sing victory once more.
Again, time betraying them. They had to make a little bit of haste to deploy the smokes, but the positioning there, right? Nico and Hunter. Sure, they catch Hunter inside of the smoke, spamming away, but they weren't expecting the second player to be there. Hunter sealing the deal. 2 rounds. Won by G2. Can they make this a flawless CD side? Because that could be rough for Heroic. That means They would have to battle it out in OT number 2. That means they need to have their own flawless CD sided. We saw that it wasn't flawless in the first half of regulation. Final tactical timeout getting called here by Exist and Cadian for the men as they talk things through. They need one here. They need a lifeline. They need some bit of a cushion to work with as we will be heading into the second half of the first OT. And right now, G2, bit of a resurgence. They lost the last couple of rounds of regulation, but these couple of rounds have been pretty solid thus far. Again, Jax Vince. It doesn't have to be a multi-kill every single time, but he always seems to come out on top 90% of the time in some of those B duels. A faster play here this time around from Heroic towards the A ramp position.
Has been dealt with so well by G2, just off of some well-placed incendiaries and smokes, and it allowed Tessis to get shredded down from the shrapnel of the HE tossed out from Nico. He drops to 55. Now Molly's being exchanged onto the sandbags as Tessis tries to regain some aggression and does deal the fatal blow into Nico through the smoke. A huge pick, and in the meanwhile they're pushing middle additionally, but Alexi had a chance. It was a brief opportunity, one that he doesn't capitalize on, and now the CTs are being overwhelmed. They're being flanked from all sides. Jax on the B side gets aggressive and will be rewarded for his hubris, but it may be short-lived. He knows he's encircled by T's. He knows he's living on borrowed time, and Shush will collect. Hunter and Munacy, the only two remaining straggling CTs, and Cadian is watching the back. Munacy should be a dead man and gets nailed in by Cadian, leaving Hunter 1 versus 4. He's being flanked, he's being pushed and probed from every single conceivable angle. And surely he goes down to the hands of Tessis. They don't get clean swept in the first OT half. It does give them a little bit of a lifeline here for the Danes.
Great round from Heroic there, and we spoke about it. We said they needed this one round. They called attack timeout, going for the eventual hit towards the B bombs. And this time wasn't an enemy, Vince. They had oodles of time to work with. They were able to encircle the B bomb site. Alexi B, the angle he held there towards mid, not exactly ideal, getting caught off guard. 2 players holding his position. And then Jax, he did his desperate best. He gets to 1 kill towards the B stairs. In that position, I kind of thought he might drop towards B stairs and just gamble the fight. Of course, he didn't know there's only one more player there, right?
Yeah.
But maybe take the gamble fight over there and play towards stairs. It would have enabled them to potentially maybe turn the round around, but could have, would have, should have. Here we go. Second half of OT number 1, G2 with a 1-round lead. And now they're going to be on the T side. And they come charging straight out mid, and Ston will find Jax. Jax is running through the flames, hoping to catch CT off guard. Ston's crosshair was straight on him. He didn't budge. Monacy, though, looking to find Cadian. But Cadian, he finds a kill, but he will be traded. The trades are fast and furious, and Heroic are coming out on top.
They are Alexi's last man standing, and he's way back at spawn. Even damage exchange pretty much between him and Stown, and that is not a good enough engagement on the side of G2. They needed a clean kill to get them back into this one. Instead, though, it's looking good for Heroic to tie us up. Alexi about to get fragged by Shush, and 17 apiece. It will rest. Keep in mind as well, Blair, that most of these rounds have gone the way of the CT side. So when it comes to this CT side Heroic, this is feasible now. They could even extend this.
And to tie things up, right? They've tied things up perfectly once more. So despite having a rough start to the OT on the T side, right now, I'd say Heroic, that might even be in the driver's seat. And G2, what can they do? Oh, it'd be heartbreaking for G2 to lose again in OT, Vince. Remember the game we had yesterday against Na'Vi as well, how close that was. Now Heroic. Ston, oh, so lucky to stay alive. Monacy, very capable of hitting shots like that. A bit of a wild duel towards the smoke. Tessis finds one.
Oh, the second departing gift as Nico tries to retreat, but the nade lands in his back pocket. Oh, that is so massive if you're Heroic right now. And Nico having a bit of an uncharacteristic slow game. 46 ADR. 17 kills, bottom of the scoreboard. How often can you say that about Nico?
That is so rare, right? And oh, Jax, the timing. I love this from Heroic. They have a 2-man advantage, and yet the re-aggression coming out here towards mid, refresh, clearing out all the usual angles. He could head on towards ladder, but even if he comes out from T-spawn, that's huge. A little bit of a cheeky run boost, but Heroic in a 5 versus 3, they know there's no need to face ahead aggressively. They know they can just keep delaying G2, utilize the weaponry you have, and you can see the player slowly peeling back. Refresh is heading towards a B bomb site, but the moment he doesn't spot anyone towards the stairs, that's the call. It's going to be an A hit, and G2 are going to be walking into a wall of CTs.
And this wall doesn't look like it's going to budge. Sledgehammers need to be brought out. Get the drills out, G2. They need some entries, and they desperately require them. Right now, 20 seconds to play with. m0NESY darting past the flash. Out comes Tessis, but it's an even trade. That is good enough for Heroic, and it just got that little bit sweeter as Cadian goes back in for another. Jax, who's been having a great game so far, is pitted against the world. There's no time. The bomb's not under control, and these are just constellation frags. The round is done. Heroic have a match point of their own.
What a turnaround it's been. G2. And this is, mind you, it's been an incredible game from G2 regulation-wise when you had Heroic winning the pistol and, just winning some rounds they had no business winning, with the force buys and whatnot. G2 getting the map point before Cadian and his men did. But Heroic now, 3 in a row. It was 17 and 15. Blink and you miss it. Heroic now firmly in the driver's seat. And look at buy bins. It is not great at all for the side of G2. A MAC-10 for Jax, a Deagle in the hands of m0NESY, 3 AK-47s as they try and force their way up towards the ramp position. And they're taking so much damage from the utility being deployed by Heroic. A couple of bullets as well, the wall bangs. LXCV down to 51 points of health. Jax on 50 HP as well. They are just getting harassed by Heroic as they slowly creep up towards the A ramp.
It would appear that final curtain is beginning its descent here on the skyscraper of Vertigo. It's down to G2 if they want to cut it short. And then wrap Heroic with it, get into a second OT. The aggression is forthcoming, flashes are back and forth, but the trade is good for the Danes. They go 2-1, and now Jax, Hunter, and m0NESY have got to try and hold on to this, got to try and repel this push. Beautiful 1D from m0NESY, but that's where his life will come to an abrupt end. And now Jax and Hunter have got to pick up the slack. Great spray from Hunter, keeping them in with an opportunity here. There's still plenty of time as well, but one of the two players has to go back and pick up the bomb, and that's a few seconds. And a pair of eyes that's going to be away from the danger zone, and that's Refresh on the con side. They're double stacking this one, but a big headshot from Hunter, and now Shush is last man standing. Have they spotted him? Well, now they definitely know his position as the headshot comes through thick and fast, and Shush puts the last nail in the coffin. Heroic have battled against the odds, come back, take an OT, and make this match theirs.
Incredible comeback from Cadian. You can see how this means to them. And we could go back to what the desk spoke about as well. For Heroic, it's winning these games against the top dogs in a LAN environment. That is what is so imperative for them. Yesterday, it was, for G2, it was a very narrow loss against Na'Vi. Coming into this matchup, it looked like we're slipping away from the fingers, Vince. An incredible CD side from G2, shutting it down. And Heroic, they won both the pistol rounds. They won not just the pistol rounds, but the anti-ecos as well. And despite having that massive advantage, it looked like things were going to be slipping out of their fingers. But great resurgence coming in from Heroic at the end, taking us to OT. And even there, G2 winning the first couple of rounds. But then Heroic, they turned it around. And in the end, Shush, not necessarily the player you're looking for when you look at his Heroic side. You're looking at, your Stawns, you're looking at Tessus, who looked incredible, you're looking at Cadian to pop off, but it is Shush who quiets down G2 at the end. Perfectly played 1 versus 2. And for G2, you got to feel for them. I think Jax was phenomenal that game. I think he had an incredible game. Hunter as well, especially in the first half. But in the end, it was not to be. And what do you think about it? One of the favorites. They are, listen, G2 are one of the favorites of this tournament, of the entire major. And right now, they're 1 and 2.
They looked a bit despondent there at the end. You can understand why. They had multiple match points of their own, goes OT, and then they ended up just slipping away. However, we're going to catch a breath. We're going to head over to the desk to break down that epic game that you just witnessed.
A breath is certainly needed indeed. A game that goes the extra mile in OT. Unfortunately for G2, they once again let it slip through their fingers. The Danes prevail in a match that got dicey, got crazy, particularly in those final moments. Heroic, they are 2-1 up in the Legend stage now.
They are. You know what Cadian said right when that game hit OT? He yelled in the studio, "Nice choke, boys." And that is what happened there.
Yeah.
G2 were ahead. They had every reason to win that, close it out in regulation. But the comeback there from Heroic, I'm just gonna say I believed in that. That was some impressive stuff. I love what I see from Shush. This guy is one of the most exceptional players at receiving almost no resources and thriving despite the fact that he is by his lonesome so frequently.
Don't get me wrong, Maui. I am going to join you on that heroic hype train. I will definitely get there, but first I have to make a stop at Tilt City for G2. Truly a tilter of a moment. If you are G2, they played a great game of Counter-Strike. They lost both pistol rounds, and yet they were able to make it extremely competitive. They had everything they needed on that CT side. And I have flash resurgence from the Na'Vi game.
Yep.
Once again, it's G2 in a very commanding positions, having all the chips they need to close the game, allowing their opponents to fight back. And this is getting extremely problematic.
We got up here at, what was it, 14-12, the scoreline for in favor of G2, saying, you know what, if G2 can close out a game cleanly, that is another win in itself coming into this one. It's such a shame because there were so many good looks from G2 coming into this one. We just heard it from Blair. Obviously, Jax having a great game. Hunter, particularly in that first half as well, making so much space. It's just such a shame to see them like that slip through their fingers again.
I said the same thing, actually, when they lost to Na'Vi, that it felt like a wasted performance from Hunter, and we get another one. He, again, in the mid-round, brings so many rounds back, man deficit ones that are in 3v3s, 4v4s. I feel like Hunter is just always good for a multi-frag in these kinds of situations, and yet they couldn't quite get it over the edge. Jax as well. He had so many phenomenal entries. He held his sight down pretty well on top of that, but I think that heroic strategy to attack the B site with that early Shush lurk towards that close right position, that was such an exceptional play, and it worked off 2 times.
Yeah, what really hurts me is that before that, Jax had actually put a beautiful defense.
Yes.
Like, truly, they had put all the chips in the right position, both Alexibi and Jax, flashing for each other out. And then when it's 15-13, and we see Heroic getting bottlenecked towards the B side, we think this should be it. And then Alexibi gets caught off guard with the utility in his hand.
Yep.
Jax is then in the position that he always was in. So it truly feels like this last step is missing, right? The 16, the freaking 16 if you are G2, and you command Hunter. It's completely correct, but do we talk about Nico?
Oh.
Nico just traversing this game, sort of a shadow of himself. Truly, he could have had many opportunities, but he was shut down by Heroic on the ace.
Yeah, he had such a difficult game just trying to get sort of any room into it. There was one round, though, we are going to bring up round number 7, way earlier on in the game, where he did have some of that instrumental impact, but unfortunately just couldn't really be continuing that along a trend.
Yeah, which makes this performance as a whole even more puzzling, if you will, because we will see in this round, it's a very tight ship that G2 is navigating here. We have 10 seconds before they try to plant the bomb. The Molotov down from Heroic. You think they have all the pieces they need, and that flank from Nico, absolute perfection. Only tapping, by the way, a Nico signature, of course, 3 people in front of him, and he taps. I thought this was it. I thought this was the round he needed to just skyrocket into this great performance, and somehow he slowed down halfway through the game.
He could never recapture that magic from that round. The Nico that we love to see, the one that when he's presented target options and he always chooses the most efficient route to dispatch them all, couldn't get those kind of looks. When Tessus was fighting him on ramp, he was losing that battle more times than not. The smoke fights do not seem to be one of the comforts of Nico towards A ramp. I think that a few players right now in that specific position just have his number. I don't think that this is too much cause for concern in terms of the greater picture of things, but this is a problem map for G2. I think that the quality of wins that they've had, even though they are flawless on this map before this one, they're just low quality wins. They barely scrape by beating an Astralis in the past, and some of the other teams that they beat, I just don't actually respect their Vertigo as much as a team like Heroics.
I want to throw one of the more crazy rounds into the mix as well that came at this sort of tail end stage of this game. We've got round 28. What is this one illustrating?
Round 28 is actually sort of a preview of the catastrophe that was going to happen for G2, because it's a victory from G2, but at what cost? We'll see how it pans out. It starts with m0NESY finding this beautiful entry frag onto Cadian. Hunter sniffs his timing mid, puts down Stone, and that's a 5v3, right? This should be it. G2 should be very comfortably moving into this round. Nico gets Molotov smoked in. There's a nice clear coming in from Tessus, and then it falls apart. Hunter is caught off guard. m0NESY is trying, but gets traded. This should not have been a 2 versus 2 with 18 seconds left. You will see Alexibi here with a fail with the AWP finally being found, and the problem that I have is that, and as much as I want to commend him, Jax is going to have to be the hero in this 1 versus 2. He's bringing 2 beautiful headshots, taps the bomb right here, and then goes on for the kill towards the very end, and that's fantastic. Jackie, high five. But I think that it hides the situation.
Yes.
It hides the truth. We should not be requiring a beautiful 1 versus 2 for Jax if it's a 5v3, and it's exactly what unraveled in the next few rounds.
The openers were excellent for G2, but yeah, those mid rounds and things, other than some bright moments from Hunter and that clutch from Jax, more often than not, it felt like Heroic was able to piece some things together there. And I think that's a worrying sign for G2 moving forward, because there are protocols to deal with your sandbags player getting mollied out. Usually there's a quick flash from a teammate, a swing from maybe the ramp or the top of the ramp and that sandbags player, something to get him out of trouble right there. And that really didn't happen. They just got up into the site. They found double entries on both sides. So props to Heroic for having great clears, but also I think that G2 might be missing a step right there in terms of a protocol reaction.
And I like that he mentions Heroic, because then we can flip the script and we can talk about Heroic and we can praise them and we can commend them for these last few seconds in every round. I remember reading in the HLTV interview from Cadian where he said, you know what, our playstyle requires everyone to be on one, good communication, because we have a lot of split-second decisions and it gets a little bit crazy. Here, it felt like they were in control. It felt like no matter how much the pressure was mounting, in the last 20-25 seconds, they had a clear ID. They sent Shush a couple of times with the A fake, as you mentioned, but the B hits were ready. It just felt like they were in the zone, which is a very thin line they're walking, but here they did it perfectly.
I really like that you bring up, and you as well, Mario, Shush's name into the equation as well. Not somebody that we're always looking at to be stepping up on the side of Heroic. There are plenty of other stars on that roster, and we were actually having a conversation with Chad in the green room saying, you know, are we putting him as one of the top 3 players in his role in the world of Counter-Strike? I think, you know, after that, definitely solidified.
I think so. I think I would probably only consider someone maybe like Rops, but Rops seems to get a lot more space and time to carry out whatever his plan is. Whereas Shush, he kind of just has to, on T side, just act out the plan that Cadian has for him. But usually it's just about staying alive for Shush. That's the name of the game for him in 80% of the rounds, maybe even 90% of the rounds. Small side anchor kind of guy on the extremities of the map, just has to do whatever the strat dictates. Those kind of moments is where Shush actually thrives.
Yes.
He's actually just so good at being a soldier in those sort of rounds where there's not even much autonomy given to him. He just has to do so much in the most narrow confines.
And if he does have a good performance, then the net positive is gigantic, right? It's a little bit like Jax. Yeah. Whenever Jax hits the stride, you're left thinking, oh my god, that's huge. I think about the positions and the roles and his delivering. I just think Shush does it with more consistency and at a higher level, right? In this game again, 28 kills, 1v2 towards the very end. What else do you need? The man stepped up massively.
Yeah, the one point I want to finish on is that Heroic are never creating a game plan for Shush, and yet he still can find so much impact.
Well, Heroic do go up 2-1 after that series versus G2. Another 1-1 matchup on the cards after this break. It's Cloud9 taking on FaZe, and you don't want to miss it.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
I've grabbed Axar because he's a special guy, and he's a special guy from Cloud9 here at the Legend stage at the PGL Major. And today, I am challenging you to design our new trophy, Axar, because we might not have one. We haven't seen one in the building yet. So, Axar, are you good at drawing?
Okay, let's go.
Is this the bottom of the trophy?
Yes.
Brilliant, okay. I can already tell this is going to be beautiful.
I will try to do it big, because big trophies is very good.
It's kind of like a tree at the moment. But I like it. Nature is beautiful, and so are trophies when you've spent your whole life wanting to lift one, and you finally do. I also like how careful you are.
Like this.
Yeah. So it's going to be an open trophy. So if you wanted, you heat up the samovar and you brew some tea in the trophy. You went to give it the other handle. I think give it the other handle.
I think one more.
Trust your instincts. Trust your instincts. Nafani, come tell me what you think of this trophy. Nafani, what do you think of Axar's drawing? You like this detail?
Not really. I guess you do, to be honest.
Fantasy.
Do you think you're going to be lifting the actual trophy at the Major in a week's time?
We will see. We will try to do our best. Now it's way better, but it seems like it's not AWP. It seems like it's some weapon from Call of Duty.
I love this. Actually, the handles are like a circle with the AWP/Call of Duty gun in the middle. That was just a little bit longer. That would be perfect. It actually looks like a pin.
I guess it's too tight. I mean, it's hard to lift it. Now it's better, I told you. Now it seems like a good trophy because it's a smart one.
With the greatest of respect, stick to Counter-Strike. Is that okay? Can I send you off to practice?
Okay. We need to add some. Sorry, I'm really sorry, but we need to add. It's like strike, counter, you know? It's like future.
This is it. So we've got a new challenge now. We're literally designing a new game.
Yes, that's why. I told you.
I like also...
It's important.
Can I also say, 2047, this Strike Counter is going to happen in 2047. And also, by that point, Apex Legends is not going to be a 3-person game. It's going to be a 1-person game, and Axar's going to be the champion.
5-person game, but it's like A, X, 1, L, and E. It's like 5 different players.
Boys, thank you so much for the trophy. Axar, I want you to sign this. Nafani, I would like you to work on your chess skills, and then maybe next Major we'll have a play.
Yeah, also, we can think about like new game. Not this one, but the next one. About like chess, Counter-Strike, Apex Legends, Dota 2 game. It will be MOBA game, but shooter. Seems like it's like the future, I told you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for watching. I'm going to make a few calls. I'm going to make Strike Counter and all these other games happen. This man's a genius. We're going to go into business together.
Our next 1-1 matchup as Cloud9 are colliding with FaZe. Two of the top dogs in the tournament, but one will be down a footing after this best-of-1 series. So, Maui Snake, Maniac, initial thoughts after what we saw of both FaZe and Cloud9 competing yesterday?
Well, we can start by setting expectations for these two teams, right? You said it, top dogs. FaZe, by all account, the favorite, not almighty favorite, but still the favorite for this major. They've won every single event, or they've won every single qualification they intended in 2022. They come in hot, and on the side of Cloud9, the top 4 of last major, still extremely high expectations on their shoulders, also represent this new organization they have. We should not be talking about these two teams in a 1-1 game, where, you know, it can get very slippery down in 1-2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we just saw what happened between Heroic and G2.
G2 is there now.
It's going to be a bloodbath, this game, without any shred of a doubt of that. But talking about the recent results from these teams, I think that some of the losses might feel a little bit uncharacteristic. The way that FaZe lost yesterday to ENCE, it was kind of a battering. It didn't feel particularly close, and FaZe made a lot of sort of poor mistakes in terms of teamwork. It felt like the first game of the day, they just weren't ready to play that team CS. Maybe too much FPL, maybe not enough team scrimming, whatever it is, I don't know. But they just had too much confidence in their individual ability, whereas on the side of Cloud9 here, the way they lost to NIP, they lost the late game. They lost, usually they're grinding those kind of moments out, but they couldn't get it done in crunch time, which is usually where where they thrive.
And particularly looking on the side of FaZe coming into this one, of course, as you pre-FaZe, unfortunately losing to ENCE, managing to bounce back completely against the Bad News Eagles 16-4. And I just wanted to bring up a point that Twist was saying in an interview, I think it was with Dust 2. He was talking about the fact that he came into that game versus ENCE, they weren't playing aggressively enough, they weren't playing proactively enough. But I feel like we've got a whole different kettle of fish coming into the boys from Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, stylistically, this is not going to be the same matchup for FaZe. If you struggled against the sheer aggression and the craziness on the side of ENCE, Cloud9 is not going to eat you with the same sauce. But I think the problem remains. If you are FaZe, and if there is any side of your unconscious that thinks the victory is going to come to you on its own because you are that good and because you are shining as an individual, you are wrong. And you're in for a very, very bad surprise. You still have to go ahead and win the game, actively making decisions, taking charge. What Kerrigan has been known for, what FaZe has been known for. If they are waiting for the victory, they'll be bad or in a bad position.
Can't play on your heels against a team like Cloud9. Once a team like C9 has space, they just convert so easily. So yes, we do need to see a little bit more proactivity coming out, but I also want to see them just employ basic fundamental teamwork. I want to see them trade each other out. I don't want to see people individually peaking. It just needs to come in a game plan. If they put something together today in order to take C9 out of their comfort zone, that's a bright sign for them. If they just continue to try to make individual pushes, individual peaks, then I would give this one to Cloud9. But I don't think FaZe will take this that way.
I still think that stylistically FaZe is in a very good position right now. Right? We can compare, we can think about the Cloud9 game versus NIP, way too passive for my likings, allowing Hampus to figure out solutions and all grab that map control. FaZe, or Kerrigan for that matter, is going to do exactly the same, but in a shorter amount of time. And I think it's always been the issue if you're Cloud9, Gambit of yesteryear, and that you would give the map control away to Kerrigan and he would take it instantly. He would know when he could push you. He would basically strangle you in a very small position of the map, and that cannot be happened to allowed again.
Exactly. Cloud9's style is always about just taking things slowly, methodically, getting every round down to the last 15 seconds of it, practically speaking. But the problem is that, like you're saying, Maniac, when that happens and when FaZe are able to take space, there's just simply too many angles to clear on every single map. You can't give up space every single round. You need to have a little bit more spice. You need a little bit more fervor when you are taking something away from FaZe. You can't just jiggle into every angle, and that's kind of been the Axile Hobbit special.
Yes, thank you for mentioning this. I feel like the spark we're talking about not only encompasses the tactical side of things, but the player, the individual side of things for Cloud9. If you ask me, do they play a fundamentally good Counter-Strike? Absolutely. Do they know how to optimize situations? Absolutely, no worries. But sometimes it's the moment to change the pace. It's the moment to do something that might not be a 60-40, maybe it's a 50-50, but you have to do it. You have to take that duel and get stuck in. I haven't seen that. I feel like it's either by the books, following the stats and the logic, or it doesn't happen and you lose.
What is so worrying about wanting to see a pace change come out from Cloud9 is that yesterday, when they were playing against NIP, they tried it. They tried to play a little bit faster. Axile started pushing through smokes. He started taking some little gamble plays, and none of them worked. They all just fell flat on their face, even when they tried taking map control quickly. I feel like they were beaten down by NIP, and then they just ended up saving. If they lose those first couple kills, they'll just back on up. They're okay with that. But what I know about Cloud9 is that they have such quality players that they shouldn't count themselves out of a round when it becomes a 3v5 and there's a minute to play with. There are looks you can find for yourself, and FaZe is a team that has given those up. In their game against ENCE, they gave up a lot of picks like that when there was no reason that they should have. So don't just give up if you're Cloud9. If you lose your opening fight, you need to still keep trying and prodding, because FaZe aren't the most disciplined team, if we're being completely honest.
Yeah, no, it is a really good point coming into things. I like that we just got to see the Axel and Rob's comparison in terms of those roles and what we're expecting coming into things. I do want to throw the AWPers into the spotlight as well. We've got Broken, we've got Shiro, two huge names on the side of both teams.
I mean, Shiro is on track to establish himself as the second best player in the world. If you're looking at the stats right now, it's only Simple that's flying high, and he always will be up there. Shiro is the one that was just shy away from Nico and Zaiwu last year, but he's got a golden opportunity because both these superstars aren't exactly showing the best that they can do right now. But for Shiro, I still think the last step is here at the major. This is what, if there's any doubters out there, any people who aren't on the Shiro hype train yet, they'll use that moment to tell you why he doesn't belong at the top, because we haven't seen him take over in such prestigious moments, and that's the only thing I'm missing and I want to see from Shiro.
There have been glimpses of Shiro in this year where he has tried to expand his playbook, throwing in a couple more entry plays, trying to get that opening kill attempt rate up in games and in tournaments, but it seems like when it comes to the big moments, he regresses back to what he is used to and more comfortable doing, which is his passive
Too
style.
passive a little bit.
And it sure, yeah, it looks great on the stat page because he has the best kill-death ratio in the world of anyone on a top 30 team. But the thing is that it's just a little too far back for my liking sometimes. A player like Brokey does also play a slightly more passive style than the typical Opper, but he still finds ways to get involved in FaZe. There are riflers that are always going to enable Brokey, that'll throw their life forward so that he can take a little bit more space, get behind that single piece of cover that he loves, and then find 2 quick and easy shots.
Whilst the map V2 does roll out on our screen, we've also got to highlight the fact there's so much historical context coming up against these two teams. They know each other very, very well, and FaZe, Karrigan's men, have
Wait, hold on. I was just touching my eyes just to make sure I haven't lost the plot right here. Can someone just take my pulse? Because maybe I'm about to fast out. Are we really playing Nuke? Is really Cloud9 allowing Nuke right now? A map that they haven't played? Is that what's happening?
This is the most ridiculous veto we have seen in the stage. In the Challenger stage, the Legend stage. This is a curveball pick. I don't know where this came from. Cloud9 right now allowing their permaban through. This has to be one of the craziest game plans I have seen coming into any of these games.
Yeah, there's actually zero data on this.
I know, there isn't any. Look at this Stone Cold from Nafany.
Oh, wow, okay. I mean, as we catch our breath.
Yes, okay. Let's try and make sense of all
I mean, I was going to ask expectations, but we actually just don't know.
There is 2 roads, I guess we can go down on with that scenario. We can either say it's a genius move because it throws off all the mind game that Karrigan could potentially put together, and that's the way Nafany gets his edge over Karrigan. Or the more pessimistic approach is to say this is a capitulation on the maps that he generally Cloud9 likes to play, and it's just basically giving up. Listen, Karrigan, I can't beat you. FaZe, we cannot beat you, and we're gonna try to just shuffle the cards. I don't know what road I want to embark on right now.
I don't know where to put this one for Cloud9, but I will say that FaZe's defense on this map has been exceptional. I do not see them giving up easy T-side rounds, and just fundamentally speaking, the way that Cloud9 has liked to play does not make sense for Nuke. Jiggle peeking into every single angle is impossible when every time you jiggle into a new angle, there's an upward spot that they could be, there's a lower spot they can be, left, right, doesn't matter. That doesn't work if you're Axile. You need to have a different style when you play Nuke than what Cloud9 are used to doing, so they have to fundamentally change their entire style. I don't know if they can do it, Freya, but I'm excited to see what they bring.
Man, a hell of a lot of questions diving into this one. We're going to throw it on over to Vince and Blair to see exactly what goes down on the surprising ground of Nuke.
Thank you very much, Freya. Yeah, this is a head-scratcher. Blair, thoughts?
I am as bamboozled as our desk right now. I did not see this coming. A best of 1, and you allow it to go to Nuke, a map that I don't think they've ever played on. And they bring it out in a best of 1 matchup here against FaZe. So I'm excited, I'm worried, I'm a little very confused as to what you're going to be seeing here on Nuke. I wanted to even check if there was a mistake in the graphics there, because that is just unreasonable, I might even want to say.
Yeah, I was having the same thoughts as well. I was looking at the sort of maps that they both like playing. I'm thinking maybe it's going to be like a Mirage, maybe it's going to be like a middle-of-the-pack map. Yeah. Never expected Nuke in a million years.
Yeah, from FaZe, I'm kind of happy at the same time because it's a map they, of course, do like to play, but at the same time, maybe a little bit worried because this is definitely 100% a curveball being thrown in here by the boys in blue, Cloud9. I'm still going to take a while to get used to this team playing under the under this banner of Cloud9, but still, this is I'm still trying to gather my thoughts as to what is really happening here because Nuke coming in, you have no idea how they like to play. So for FaZe, it's like you literally have no data as to how this team likes to play. You wouldn't even be expecting or even have prepped for this very map here when you're going up against Nafany and his men.
Exactly, and maybe that is the curveball that Cloud9 are trying to throw out. But if that's the case, does that not reek of desperation to you?
I don't know, man, but we've seen some pretty nerdy stuff come out from some of these teams already, right? In the Legend stage yesterday itself, we saw some pretty cool, even during the Challenger stage, we saw some really cool smokes, we saw some flashbangs, we saw some cool executes coming out. The Ents Mirage Day comes to mind, where people are posting about that as well, their sequence of smokes. So we see a lot of cool stuff people have been hiding, people have been prepping on coming out, but a map which they have never played in the history of this particular roster coming out to play here against FaZe in a best-of-1 in a 1-1 matchup. Color me surprised, Vince, but I do believe if if you know anything about his Cloud9 lineup, they will be prepared. They have something in store for us here. They will be starting on the CT side. We have an Incendiary getting purchased by Nafany early on. The rest of them, it's going to be one flash for Inters. Apart from that, it is going to be the USPs and Armor. And FaZe, a fast play towards the upper bomb side.
Rain getting straight out there, but Nafany with 2 brisk headshots. Going to be shutting this down, and it's a third as well. Rop's doing a bit of damage to Karrigan, and now Shiro is finishing off the rest. Rop's his last man standing, but for how much longer reasonably can he stand his ground? Good for one thus far. The only good news is that all that bloodshed happens so fast that time is simply not an issue for the young Estonian. He can take his sweet time and hope that maybe Cloud9 makes some errors, some overzealous plays, but he gets caught in the back, and Axile shuts him down. One of the easiest pistol rounds you'll see. You know that meme that people always bring up, like, oh, they're saving strats for the Major? This would be the biggest one of those cases if Cloud9 were just hidden OP and nuke this entire time.
That is actually, yeah, and what a start as well. Nafany was not really in a comfortable position, especially with the USP, but then tapping the players away. And we're learning about how Cloud9 plays Nuke as the rounds progress. No one has any idea what's in store for us over here. I'm sure all the forums, all the Reddits, all the Twitterati, everyone's going to be so very confused. A fast play coming outside. Nice flashback, but Nafany able to clothesline drops. But the upper bomb side has been rested here. But look at them being so proactive, Vince. They're not allowing the bomb to go down.
Has finally been planted, but it's a great cost to so many lives. This, of course, being a full force. Nafany, there's such a monster in the pistol round and is continuing that pace alongside Hobbit. From above, he will strike. And although it is a bomb plant, Cloud9 with a comfortable retake.
All right, Cloud9. All right, color me intrigued. That was a forced buy coming in from FaZe. Sure, they got the bomb down, but I'm envisioning, again, just a few buys, a few pistols coming out here. Not much of a heavy investment. Of course, they will have a... Does Twist have the R8?
Yes.
Well, if there's one guy who I'd believe to be able to pull off a kill with the R8, it has to be Twist. Listen, the R8 is a tilter, Vince. Playing a matchmaking game, someone just like R8s you from across the map. I do want to just type and quit my console, so that it could be a psychological weapon.
I wonder how many, any stats guys out there, any analysts out there, how many R8 kills we've had at Majors over the duration of it existing. I'm going to assume it's not many.
I'm going to assume it's going to be in the single digits.
Yeah.
Axel, though, having no trouble finding Karrigan. Now, Twist is put atop the silo. Gonna drop on down, but this one just... Oh, they're so close! They're so close, Twist. He tags him down, and you can see that amount of damage the revolver deals out Shiro down to 30 HP. But it will be a flawless round for the side of Cloud9. They have thus far suffered just 2 casualties in a 3 rounds. It's been a great start, a great debut for the team over here. For the CIS side in what is pretty much uncharted territory. For FaZe, now this is where I want to see Karrigan, what Karrigan has in store for us here. The buy is going to be coming in, of course. AK-47's abound, no AWP yet for Brokey. And there's going to be a ton of utility as well.
First proper test. FaZe now with their full assault rifles already pushing outside and getting up close. A small gap in the smoke, but won't be fully exploited as Shiro doesn't have that orb. But Axile also spraying through, and not that much damage, all things considered. They had 2 players there just to batter down the bullets. And Rain escapes with 66 HP. But a bit of aggression from Nafany. Getting into the hut already, using that smoke as a bit of a shroud. Axile in the meanwhile spotting 2 players on the cross. Karrigan and Rain are there to try and deal with him, but Axile picking up the kill and can also retreat in turn. But FaZe feel like this is their moment to strike. And strike they shall, but that's into the embracing arms of Inters. And the A1S is going to perforate the first, but Brokey answers straight back. 3 players left standing, and you can now make that just a 1 for Rain, but he can't get anything out of this round. And Cloud9, not only have they picked up the pistol in subsequent rounds, they got the first rifle round as well.
Absolutely. Again, just losing a couple of players there. The M4 will be dropped towards his teammate, and Shiro will be purchasing the AWP early on. I love the the aggression from Axel. They were so very low in health, getting the flank through Squeaky, wrapping around from HUD, preventing Brokey from getting anything more done. FaZe back to just the pistols once more, and Cloud9 Thus far, a solid start here on what everyone just tuning in right now, probably very confused as to why Nuke is the map being played over here, but a great entry from Rain with a Tech 9 running and gunning, finds Inters, but a quick trade from Napany, and he's going to try and shut this down by his lonesome, finds 2, but will eventually get taken down.
Downhill drop and 2 rifles have now been picked up. FaZe able to use them against the oncoming CTs. Replenishing the smoke on main, but Karrakin spammed down through the smoke of Axile. And just like that, the bomb has been dropped down. Brokey decides to pick it up and rush down to the B side, but Rops isn't there to help him. However, he could have the drop on Axile. Hobbit needs to stand fast. Rops will drop Axile. This is now a winnable round on the side of FaZe. Not only are they in a post plant, but both of their remaining players have rifles, have Kevlar, and are healthy. And Hobbit's too late with that HE. Brokey's already pieced out of there. And good post plant positions being assumed by both of the Ts. Hobbit and Shiro have their work cut out for them. They've got a bit of utility, though. Shiro with an incendiary and a couple of flashbangs, but now Rob's going to make moves. Can see the barrel of the gun around the silo, but can't finish him off. But Hobbit has gone down anyway. And now Shiro can't do much with the bomb so low to detonation. This round is going to go the way of FaZe. The pistols yielding so much in return.
Such a FaZe round to win as well. Just the pistols. Get the opening over there. Great call to head on straight on down. Karrakin, Robs, Brokey, and Rain chipping in with a frag apiece. Robs, in fact, finishing it off and getting a 2K over there. And Cloud9, finally, they lose the very first round here. Perhaps the very first round ever to be lost on the map of Nuke. But because of how solid the earlier rounds were, great lurk from Robs there. The moment he saw the C4 down, I think Hobbit called it out. You can see the player just running on into its secret. Rob's able to take him down. And when you have someone like Robs alive in a clutch scenario like that, you know it is going to be favoring FaZe. Buy will still be coming in for Cloud9. Pretty solid buy overall. Shiro still with the AWP as well. M4s are bound for the rest of them. And they're going to switch things up here. Holy Molotov being deployed towards the back of the bomb site. Nafny's blinded, but he doesn't have to be worried. He's got Inters on top of the HUD to ensure that no one's going to be pushing on out. So the captain will be fine for the time being. We have presence towards Secret as well. 2 players, in fact, Vince. That's interesting. Axel and Hobbit. The drop down towards Mini. The wraparound comes in, but Inters, he's good for 1.
Farney off angle as well. This allows Inters to focus on the squeaky door. Beautifully done. Will get traded out, but the damage should have already been inflicted, and now Inters can go from strength to strength, but Karrakin is there to catch him as he falls from the top of Hut. Only 2 players remain on FaZe, but they were able to pull off a 2v3 in the previous round under very different circumstances. And with a smoke on main, Hobbit may feel compelled to push that smoke, and push he shall, potentially all the way to victory. But Karrakin stands between them and that fate. Shiro up in heaven. The angle is difficult for Karrakin to attain, and he gets caught. Axel pushing into main, gets him unawares, and Cloud9 move to a dominant 5-1 lead.
That was almost pretty perfection with Karrakin. He tosses in the Molotov, and if he had his gun out, he could have got the player trapped inside of Mini, but that was a perfect time for Shiro to peek out. So that was almost unwinnable there for Karrakin. Nice attempt, however, but that was all Inters, man. Being so very lethal on top of HUD. And Hobbit as well, finding the perfect timing to push in through the smoke. Ensuring the man advantage doesn't spiral out of control. For FaZe, they will be able to eke out a pretty solid buy, all things considered. We have Karrakin taking 1 for the team, Galil in hand, just so we can afford a smoke and a couple of flashbangs. Rops with just the AK-47. The rest of them a decent chunk of utility as well. You see the smokes getting deployed. A deep molly for a secret, gonna allow Rain a little bit of time to work with as he does look to try and get some map control here towards outside. For the Cloud9 setup right now, they just have 2 players towards the ramp position. You have Hobbit, who's now going to be dropping towards the lower part of the bomb, towards the lower bomb site. Shiro playing towards Hell with the AWP, and Axel stuck into the corner of Garage. They're not making any sound here, so he's just making sure no one pushes in towards Mini, but Secret is open for business for FaZe. So they can creep on down to towards the lower bomb site. They can have a lot of space to work with, and that is a huge find by Robs. Inters will be plucked. Remaining members, though, debating, do they go for the ramp area? Because there is a smoke right now still keeping them at bay right outside a trophy room, but they have so much room to work with and a man advantage as well.
40 seconds, though, on the clock. So for all the advantages that they may possess, time itself could be their undoing. And I think they're starting to realize that as they push into ramp. Now Shiro is here, Flash is good, forces him off the angle. Axile's position already compromised in Garage, but a lot of this comes down to Shiro. How many kills, if any, can he get? Oh, and he misses his chance. He's not fully punished for it, though. 15 seconds now. Shiro's missed 2 shots, and that will cost him and surely Cloud9 dearly as Twists goes in for a second. And with 8 seconds to play with, Nafani goes in for the post-plant, but unfortunately, it's too little too late, and FaZe double up their score tally.
That looked a little hairy for FaZe. But when it comes to these crunch situations, 15 seconds on the clock, the kills goes their way. And finally, a couple of whiff shots from Shiro, and I won't lie, I was not necessarily a big fan of him coming up ramp. There was all by his lonesome, especially with the AWP. It comes down to the timing, and even if he finds a kill, there's a real possibility he gets traded. In fact, he couldn't find anything. Forced by now for Cloud9, and Roki, looking to challenge even further. He's hunting him down. Axel, very lucky to stay alive. Just an MP9, a couple of pistols, a 5.7, a CZ in the hands of Axel and Shiro respectively, and a solitary FAMAS in the hands of Hobbit. And this is something that Maui touched upon. He wants to see them being proactive. He doesn't want to see them just playing, you know, the passive textbook Counter-Strike, so to speak, because if you do that, that is something that FaZe will be able to abuse, and that is something that NIP did as well in the latter stages of the Inferno game yesterday. So let's see what does transpire over here. Hobbit with a bit of an off-angle. Might not be expecting this, and indeed he doesn't. Axel simultaneously finds Carrigan. The bomb is dropped at his feet, and he's even got a smoke to try and delay the T's from pushing in. Time is still the friend for FaZe. Bomb picked up, walking in through the smoke, and it's all on Raid in a 1 versus 4.
2 of them is half the tally of Cloud9 players, but keep in mind that this was pistols and a force buy. This was a golden opportunity for FaZe to get straight back into this one. And now, on a 1 HP, Rain has to somehow turn this back around in FaZe's favor. 35 seconds left, and he's on the wrong side of this smoke. Cloud9 can reposition both of their players' full hit points. Now, even if Rain can pick up the bomb, and that's no guarantee, time working against him forces him into an awkward position here, and there's Inters on the drive-by. 6-2, they win their force buy with CZ's 5.7s.
A little bit of mistake there from FaZe. Sure, you lose a couple of players. With the bomb getting dropped, they panicked a little bit, pushing in through the smoke, thinking the CD smoke actually was obscuring vision and the bomb wouldn't be seen. But instead, he walks in. I think it was Robs walking straight through into Mini and getting his head plucked clean off his shoulders. And Rain, in the end, that was, well, he does get a 2K. It was a 1v3, but it was not to be in Cloud9. Back to winning ways. For FaZe, though, they still have the money for the buy. Oh, bullets whiz past his ear. Slowly going to peel back at much more faster pace being set by FaZe over here. Not too much of a gap in the smoke as well. And because Cloud9 are allowing them a lot of control of Secret, they're going to be grouping up together. Axel, though, he's going to hold the line. He's got his teammate nearby on the vents, ladder position to drop on down if needs be, but he's going to make contact.
That's one. They go in 1 by 1, and it was looking good for the double up there from Axile. Unfortunate not to get more damage done. Brokey survives on 48, just about. And Hobbit now unsure as to where these remaining Ts are. They're already pushing down on the vent side. Damage inflicted to Carrigan, and it is significant, and Rops' patience pays out in spades. A 3v frag onto Nafani, but now Inters from the top is going to strike for 1. It's back and forth, but it will be favoring FaZe, especially considering a post-plant now comes to fruition. Carrigan can just stay on his 8 HP and look to try and flank in late. Onto the heaven side, the spray's good for 1, and he's nullifying as many of these weapons as possible. Because the last round was so close in a force buy, Cloud9 have very little in terms of surplus cash.
FaZe will get the third, and it just for Cloud9, I'm like, look, I'm sure everyone is right now gobsmacked at the fact that Nuke is being played, but this is where someone like Carrigan can thrive, right? Well, one thing we speak about Carrigan, and let's go back to Ariam Katowice. Let's go back to them playing with a stand-in multiple times. JK is coming in. 2 players getting COVID almost simultaneously. We had Rob sitting it out. We had Rain playing from the from his hotel room. And one thing Carrigan is fantastic on is calling on the fly, making it up as it goes, trying to adapt as it's thrown at him. And this is going to be a real test for Carrigan. Obviously, Cloud9 have done the prep work. You know, they're like, all right, this is going to be the curveball that's going to catch FaZe off guard. And for Carrigan, it's literally just fighting in the dark right now. He doesn't know what the setups are. He doesn't know what the protocols necessarily are for Cloud9 because there's no data to work with. And yet, despite that, despite the fact that Cloud9 were off to a great start initially, FaZe able to somehow find a couple of early chinks in the defense here. 6-3, still very early days here. Listen, for Cloud9, this is either mad genius or sheer madness. Like, that's the only way I can describe this. Like, how... Especially in a matchup where it's so even Stevens, you're a top 3 team in the world, and in fact they're allowing Nuke out in the best of 1 in a 1-1, like when both the teams are in a 1-1 situation, the Legend stage, it is almost insanity. ForceBuy going to be coming in here for Cloud9. They still have the AK-47 in the hands of Shiro, safe from the previous round. 5.7s and a CC as well. And bear in mind, they did win the round just with a light buy, but the pacing from Robster catching Axel just running out. They're so fast, a very aggressive, fast look coming in. And they head in towards the ramp position. Shiro lies in wait, the AK will strike.
Very important kill, but Carrigan's already sneaking outside. He's getting around the back of the CTs while they're all focused down on the trophy room. This is where Carrigan can have so much impact, and Brokey has them locked in the other side. There's nowhere for them to go. The only downside is Inters maybe can get the drop, but he switches. A panic as he jumps into the air, but Carrigan decides not to go via ramp. Instead, he goes through heaven, but that's only as good as how long they can hold this bomb for. Carrigan's position now is entirely useless. The bomb was spilled in lobby, and Carrigan now has to do the long con all the way around the ramp side. And surely one of Cloud9 realized this is a distinct possibility.
It's all about the timing, Vince.
And now Carrigan may get the first player, but he can't get that mantle. Inters pivots round, takes his head clean off. But you could see what they were going for. There were so many cool little moving parts. But the second that bomb gets dropped in lobby, Carrigan's flank is entirely worthless.
But that is something that Cloud9 needed to do, right? There was obviously the avenue for Carrigan to wrap around all the way from outside towards hell and then make his way towards heavens and head back towards ramp because of the aggression that they were showing. It wasn't really a lobby crunch per se. It was more about a heavy lobby and, stack alongside a little bit of a ramp aggression coming out. And the moment the dominoes started to fall, the trades were very, very solid indeed from Cloud9. And Carrigan, the look was great. But if he had, again, could have, would have, so obviously he couldn't see what we could. He was trying to get the lure part towards upper and gonna be the hit to go in for the A bomb site. But then that's the moment that I do believe is Brokey. Scroll jump, man.
Yeah.
Scroll jump. He jumps in midair. Spacebar gang stays winning. 7-3 here. Cloud9 winning 2 rounds where they only had just pistols and maybe 1 rifle. And FaZe are going to be kicking themselves for that. ForceBuy going to be coming in, nonetheless, for Carrigan and his merry men. Early incendiary is going to be deployed, and here comes the hit.
It's going to be fast, it's going to be rapid, and it's going to be rampant as well, unless they can get their hands on some kills. And Cloud9 are dwindling. Their numbers thinning out, and it's Rain in the ascendancy, having impact in this game on 8 frags already. Big entry frags into this round 11. And just like that, Cloud9 are forced on the opposite side of this smoke wall. Maybe potentially going to get flanked in from Rops again, who's had so much fast rotational plays, whether it be vent diving, whether it be outside. Shiro's going to get caught as well, and this has been a complete and utter disaster for Cloud9. They had the weapons. It was FaZe in an awkward position with Deagles and Tech-9s, and yet Hobbit's the only player that has struck with any kind of success, and he is living on borrowed time. FaZe get their 4th.
What a flashbang from Brokey. The 2 defenders, they were just blinded for days. First, they used the first phase of utility was incendiaries to force the CTs out from top of the HUD position, out in the open, and immediately followed by a perfectly placed flashbang from Brokey, enabling the entries of FaZe to just pop the heads. And just like that, these are just forced by walls, Vince. Cloud9 going to be going for the full commit again. 5.7 MP9 CZs. This time not even a solitary rifle. Early barrage utility towards Mini, towards the main position, but it is going to be fast played towards ramp, and Shiro able to find 1. That's all he'll get. Brokey, however, did get dinged down. Axel with his MP9 from his position, Vince, this could be deadly.
It could, but they're sending Rain in first. He had so much impact in that previous round. Another player with a CZ at range is Hobbit. As you highlighted, this SMG is tailor-made for these kinds of angles, and if FaZe trip over one another, this could get dicey. But Axile tries to take the initiative, runs into the gauntlet, and he is sliced up and chewed spat right out. Rop's big frags in the meanwhile in lobby, and this force buy from Cloud9 will not be yielding anything in return. Post-plant will be here. I don't think Hobbit's going to have any chance at stopping this.
FaZe can finally breathe a bit of a sigh of relief now. They've finally broken the economy for Cloud9. The great force buy wars in Nuke will come to an end. Cloud9 will be going for pretty much a full save. Might see a couple of pistols, but that's about it. And FaZe, that's a great opportunity to get to 6 rounds, maybe even potentially tie things up. Cloud9, again, remember, they had a fantastic start on this CD side. Looking very solid initially, but FaZe, some great calling, great variations in how they're approaching it, and making sure they dot all their I's and cross all the T's. Hobbit had not a chance in hell there. Great bait as well. The player in front of him just tapping him with a couple of bullets, and then he gets executed at the base of his skull. Look at the money. About an average of $1,900. That's a loss bonus kicking in. And for Cloud9, it is going to be, I'd envision just a full USPs coming out here. For FaZe, though, have all the rifles, all the weaponry to work with. You can see the money's pretty solid as well as we do enter the dying embers of the first half. Rob's looking to take the lead. A full stack coming in towards outside. I've seen this a couple of times, but that means Rob's is going to be walking out just dry, and they know the A-bomb side is open for business. It should be round number 6. This should be an easy round.
Yeah, they're going to have a very good read of the situation here, FaZe, so they're going to know it's going to be some kind of cheesy, potentially gimmicky stack with USPs, and the rest should fall into place. A bit of damage done to Brokey, down to 6 HP, and the rest is a formality as Rain taps himself into a 4K, and FaZe have even the odds. We're 7-6 now in terms of score. Is it fair to say, though, Blair, with a team like Cloud9, that we don't know a great deal? By the way, as a side point, Stream B, their game just finished. Furia won 16-10 against Big. Maybe more of an expected result, considering Furia lost their last game.
I did think I heard Maui scream of agony. Big losing a game there, but yeah, good showing coming out from Furia, because Big have looked very, very dangerous indeed, but looks like it's been kind of like one-sided games thus far in the secondary stream. But yeah, I mean, we had that banger of a game earlier between Heroic and G2, and now we're having a bit of a head-scratcher of a game. Nuke, Cloud9 allowing it through. Here comes FaZe, utility at hand. And that means, I do believe his Inter's playing on top of the hut. He's got to be playing a game of hot potatoes right now.
Inter's up on the hut again. He's had so many impactful frags, but Axile's gone down, and now Nafani has as well, and all of the defenders on A have been ripped apart. That site is as clean as you could ask for. And Cloud9 beginning to show some errors, beginning to show some cracks beneath the surface in their defense.
And if we go back to almost all the rounds FaZe have won thus far, it's been like so many different variations, right? And that's the thing for Cloud9. Even though you might have something in store for us, some cool setups and whatnot, you don't have enough of actual practice. I'm not talking just scrims. You might have some secret scrim partners and whatnot. You might be dry running stuff in an empty server. But if you don't have that actual experience under your belt when it comes to a map you've never played, it's going to be hard to just adapt on that, right? Especially against someone as experienced as Carrigan. You can see why FaZe, despite a bit of a rough start initially, despite losing 2 rounds against just the pistols, the rounds they're winning are looking very, very convincing. There were 3 CTs on the upper bomb side. They got absolutely domed on. Inter's even using a smoke on top of the hut to kind of neutralize the incendiaries. But FaZe, just great protocols, knowing exactly which angles to hold. Even a CT at the back of the bomb side. FaZe are using the smokes against Cloud9. Able to somehow dissect that defense. And his upper bomb side, it's just getting, the holes getting poked in. Another fast play coming out, perhaps? No, just a little bit of early barrage utility. CTs, though, they've opted to keep 3 players. And we have one player, that is Axel, being very aggressive. But Rain, he seems to be aware of it.
Yeah, he's the outside contingent, and he will be getting the frag. Actually, it's Twists.
Okay.
Twists from downtown on T-Spawn. Axel walks into 2 players, and he gets tag-teamed out of the last round of the half. My concern for Cloud9 is if they have got a little bit of less experience when it comes to Nuke, surely it's the T side where we're going to see a little bit more in terms of errors and problems. So on the CT side, potentially trailing going into that second half, unless Hobbit can have more impact with the MP9, but it's a one and done. This game started exceptionally well for Cloud9 if you just joined us. They won the pistol. I think they were 4 or 5-0 up.
Yep.
And now FaZe have just shifted through the gears. Now maybe Brokey could be bested from the hut, but again, Inters is going to fall by the wayside, and Brokey doubles up. FaZe will lead going through into the second half.
Yeah, FaZe looking so much better than initially here. They seem to figure it out. You could see some of the some really cool executes coming out as well onto the upper bomb side, different variations as well. And despite Cloud9 attempting to adapt, Karrigan just a step ahead of them, right? If you look at, I think it was around 12, 13, 14. I'd love to just go back and just rewatch a demo and just see how clean some of those takes were from FaZe. And Cloud9 left a little bit floundering in the latter stages of the first half, Vince. And even the rounds they won, again, just reminding everyone that those were some feisty rounds with the pistols, with the 4 spies being won. When it comes to just buy versus buy rounds, full buy versus full buy rounds, FaZe have come out on top 7 times out of 10. But here we go. Cloud9. If they do have something in store for us here, this is where I want to see it on the T side of Nuke.
Smoke and flash, but it's all about outside control, and they're trying to do their best to get that as fast as possible. They rush down into Secret, there's no smokes or flashes to precede that peak, and they're looking for engagements at range of the P250 in the hands of Shiro. We saw yesterday just how good he is with that gun, but it's Nafani that picks up the first in the round. Hobbit should be a freebie, but Brokey misses out on the opportunity, and that will open up business down on the vent side as well. So Cloud9 also looking for that shank. Rops needs to tread very carefully, otherwise Hobbit will have him.
They haven't still got control of the bomb side though, Vince. It's still taking the sweet time. This is going to allow a couple of members here to creep on down, and Karrigan in perfect position to shut this one down.
Bomb's been dropped down on the side again, and it's Shiro twist though. Oh, twists! Those are some slick headshots, and the bomb now is no longer under control. This round is up for debate. It was looking like Cloud9 had this. It was a 3v5, and now Rops has already done significant damage to Hobbit as he limps across with 6 HP. They still need to retrieve the bomb here though, Blair.
Such an uncomfortable position. Hobbit making his way up, and Rops, he had the read. And now a dangerous game of chess between Rops and Hobbit. They just let go of the bomb, by the way. They're just like, screw it. We're just gonna try and battle it out together. Not be predictable. Hobbit walks straight into Rops' crosshair, and all of a sudden, how the tables have turned, Vince. It's all that enters in a 1v2.
Couple of bullets go astray. He's still in with a chance, trying to flick to the heads as Rops comes out and will seal the deal. A 3v5, but Twists take a bow. That second shot in particular was disgusting downstairs on B.
The magnificent Van Dalken. Look at his shot. Oh my, just some clean stuff. This one, that is just pure filth. And then Rops. He just comes in. He just reads it so well. He knows what Hobbit might get up to. He didn't even commit to that fight at the bottom of the bombs, just next to the vents, in the vents room. Instead, he fades away, heads on back up, and Inter's left in an unwinnable situation. The 1v2, time running out, getting pincered from both sides. Rops and Twists, 9-7. It looked like Cloud9, they actually had that round, Vince. They got all the crucial openings. As you pointed out earlier, Hobbit able to survive the player from on top of Hut, but especially when you have Rops and Twists alive, you can never, ever count out FaZe. Bomb not getting planted means none of that bonus money, meaning it's just going to be a P250, a couple of P250s being purchased by Nafni and Shiro. Apart from that, it's Glocks all around for FaZe. The 2 M4s come out in the hands of Rops and Twists, of course afforded by the kill bonuses they got from the prior round. And the SMGs, this should be Farm City money in the bank for FaZe.
Yes, the accountant sat there with a big grin on their face, looking at the prospects.
Oh my.
Oh, it's going to be a bloodbath. It's shooting down with the SMGs. That's money in the bank for Brokey, but actually he only gets 1. And a little bit of a scrappy engagement as Nafani comes through with his P250. You know, 2 kills, all things considered. I think Cloud9 will take that pretty happily. It could have gone a lot worse. But now we're going to have the rifles. And now I echo your sentiment, Blair. I want to see what Cloud9 have in store on this T side.
That's a real question mark. Listen, everyone watching this game is just been waiting for this T side to see what they have in store for us here. It was such a huge gamble to allow Nuke through. And if you don't have the right protocols, if you don't have... But that's the thing, even if you had the prep book on this map, this is a map that FaZe, they'd be more than happy to play against some of the best teams in the world. So it's not just about prep book, it's about how well drilled you are when it comes to the map. And Nuke is not an easy map. Now, Rain hasn't seen any of the players cross on over, but knowing that there is a bit of a hole there, Brokey using his nade early on to just blow apart one of the squeaky double doors.
That is surely going to catch them off guard, though. Because there was no smoke wall outside. The player that was watching did not spot either player through. This could completely lull FaZe into a false sense of security.
But this is the play here from FaZe. They have no information right now. Karrigan going to be pushing at Hut a little bit. They might aggress in to try and find some information. But even if they do, the fact that 2 players are already downstairs and there's no one in the lower bomb site, literally no one, but the timing is perfection. That is brilliant from Karrigan. Having no information, they feel very uncomfortable. They flash on in and Karrigan, he finds a kill. They still don't have any control the lower bomb site, mind you, but at least they have the man advantage, and Robs can shut this one down all by his lonesome.
Oh, they bait them in, and Robs will finish off what Brokey started.
That's the bomb.
And that's the bomb drop down, but now Hobbit's position comes to the forefront. He should be getting the drop. They have no idea his current location, and now they've realized, and it's going to cost Robs his life. 2-on-3.
Time.
Time is also an enemy of Cloud9. Keep in mind, this was a bonus round on a couple of players. They had MP9s. They did not have their full assortment of weaponry. With 15 seconds to go, beautiful frag from Hobbit, but he has to just rush straight towards the site. He does have a linchpin player, but Twists is everything right now on FaZe. Just has to drop the bomb, and this round is done. FaZe will pick up an 11th, and Cloud9's first rifle round will yield very little in return.
Oh, doesn't even have any weapons remaining. None of the weapons getting saved there for Cloud9. That was a play from FaZe. They had no eyes to its outside, Vince. You were absolutely correct there. They had no information, but then they were also cognizant of the fact that, okay, they have control of the secret. We have no information. We have no eyes as to where the other Ts are. And for the side of Cloud9, it was a C4 getting dropped. The bait play, Robs from above, delivering death. 11-7 now for FaZe, a lead by 4. It's going to be just the pistols here for the side of Cloud9. There's a few Deagles in hand, a Tech 9 for Axel. And I do see just a 1 smoke for Nafni. And he is towards outside. He could maybe potentially use that to cross on, to go for a lobby crunch perhaps, but there's so many angles being held here by FaZe. You have Brokey towards Secret. You have, I do believe, that is Rain as well with an A1 trained in. So the smoke might obscure vision for one of the players, but not for both of them. They're going to rely on hitting some nasty shots. And individually speaking, FaZe, they have looked clean. Brokey decapitates Inters. Now, this is going to be almost impossible, Vince. Like, I don't see this happening.
No, and every passing second, it seems that there are more and more casualties. Maybe Hobbit point blank, but Brokey no-scopes him out of his boots and then goes one better onto Shiro. Exile and a Tech 9 are very slim pickings for Ops, who was on the flank, and 12-7 the scoreline. Cloud9 still yet to get off the mark on their T-half.
Yeah, clean stuff coming in from FaZe. And this is 9 in a row together for Karrigan and his men. Tactical timer, the second of this game, getting called by Cloud9 as they need to talk things through, and they really need to. FaZe are running away with this one. If you look at the way the rounds are played out, Cloud9, I think it was like a 5-1, 6-2 scoreline. Initially, it was looking good, but ever since then, it's been FaZe all the way. They have been looking very, very solid. And I gotta say, I've been impressed, especially on the first half from Karrigan. Even though he didn't have any material to work with as to how Cloud9 have their setups, he was able to get the read on the fly, able to figure out how they like playing, who's playing where, what they like to do, and just able to abuse especially that upper bomb side time and time again, yielding a number of rounds. And on the CD side, this is much more easier. This is more like, hey, we know what we want to do, we know exactly how our setups have to be, and just stick to it. And thus far, it has been flawless. For Cloud9, I again have to echo our desk. If you're going to be playing the slow and passive, going to be playing by the textbook, you are going to get massacred. You are going to get abused by each and every one of the FaZe members as Brokey finds a nasty little flick on Shiro.
Oh, it's so outrageous. Cloud9 finally get their hands on an AWP. You know, it's like, here we go, Shiro. You're one of our star players. And you're dead. Okay, never mind.
Yep, good night. Whoo-wee, all right.
Another one. Brokey's now repositioned into ramp. It's more of the same, catching them off guard as he pushes into the T-spawn. And FaZe, they're making this just look very, very easy. This is shooting fish in a barrel at this point, and FaZe are unrelenting. They are ruthless.
This is the dominance play, the alpha play coming out from FaZe. They're just taking... This is a buy round, mind you, from Cloud9. And they have been slaughtered, absolutely dumpstered in round number 20. Axel at least able to win, to bring one back, but the moment they know where he is, you can see how aggressive everyone's being. Brokey, even with the AWP, just pushing on in, and they're just wrapping around Rops with a couple of little taps at the back of the nape of his head, of his neck rather. We'll finish it off. Clean round coming out from FaZe.
I don't want to be that guy, Blair, but you let Nuke through for this?
Yeah.
You let Nuke against FaZe for this T-site?
We literally haven't seen anything yet from Cloud9, and it hurts to say. As you said, it was either a massive blunder letting in Nuke or mad genius. And right now, I'm going with the former. It has been a little flat here. Tapping away is Rain Crosser placement perfect, but of course the wall will not allow the bullets to penetrate for the time being. You can see the smoke's getting deployed here though, from Cloud9, so at least, you know, the wall smokes, but Rain doesn't respect any of that. He doesn't respect anyone right now. 2 kills again, Rain and Brokey, the 1-2 opening combo, and Brokey maybe getting a little too ahead of himself, getting really hyper-aggressive, getting caught off guard by Axel, but Rops is there, the contingency plan to take him down. 4 versus 2. FaZe are on fire, they're on a streak, and they're looking untouchable.
Seems untenable that Cloud9 can get back into this round, or perhaps even the map. Nafani from Silo will make short work of Rain, but it's all at the cost of 4 players, and Carrigan is going to chip in and get FaZe to a 14-7 lead. This has been domination, and as you can see on your scoreboard, not only is it 6 rounds in a row on this CT side, but there was 5 preceding that to end off the first half. And also, keep in mind, Blair, there hasn't been a single bomb plant in any of these rounds either. It's not just been them winning. They've been stopping Cloud9 from even getting close.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It's been just dominant. And this curveball from Cloud9 has just gone travel all around the world, orbited the Earth, and come back and smack them on the back of the head. It's not worked out at all. And for FaZe, they have looked as fluid as that little cinematic switch. I love the cams from PGL.
It's the only finesse that we've seen on this half for Cloud9 when they stood at spawn. And now with 3 Galils and Shiro with an AWP again. I want to see something, Blair. Like, please don't let this just be a blowout 16-7.
Yeah. And I guarantee you, any other map, this would have been a so much more contested affair. It could even be Cloud9 having a similar lead as to what FaZe have right now. But on Nuke, it was a question mark. And the answer, unfortunately, is that FaZe are just better right now on Nuke. As I say, they're actually able to find Brokey with the wall bang. That's nice. Getting tagged on by Shiro. Twist replies back, though, and Nafani. Oh, it's a battle between Rain and Nafani, and Rain comes out on top. He's been tagged on to 41 HP, but still able to get back the man advantage. Never mind, Carrigan is a lunatic. Runs on in, catches Shiro all by his lonesome. And this is what FaZe love to do. This is what FaZe will do at you. They are just going to keep aggressing, going to be in your face, disrespecting you. And they're going to make you not just like feel like you're losing, but make it feel even more painful. Just twist the knife in. Axel, what's he going to do? Well, a 1v4, now to a 1v2. This is suddenly, all of a sudden, doable. Rain, bear in mind, is on 20 HP. The only thing going against Axel right now is the fact that the bomb is far, far away out in the open, but he does have time.
Exactly, just shy of 50 seconds, but that bomb position is the biggest obstacle to him clutching this round. Rain knows it additionally, as does Rops. They're both positioned accordingly. And Axal's just checking all of his angles. Rops is coming all the way around the back now. Even if Axal's able to best Rain, and pick up the bomb, Robs is in such a good position to try and thwart either of these bomb sites. And Axel has taken the head of Rain, picks up the bomb, has to rush straight towards the site, and Robs should know this. Robs is in good position for the cross. Axel's going to be coming down, though, and decides to vent dive. Throws in the curveball.
And
he's going to have enough time as well. The Molotov buys him up enough time, and Robs runs through the volley to his death. Robs, are you okay?
What is this clutch? There was a 1 versus 4. Axel, I mean, I don't even think he thought he'd win in that fashion. Robs just running down, desperately trying to prevent the plan from taking place. And the flames have burned him alive. Oh my. That is perhaps the only blunder we've seen from FaZe on the second half. But what a way for Cloud9 to win a round, Vince. A 1 versus 4. With the bomb dropped in no man's land. And just maybe a little bit of a reminder to FaZe, just a little bit of a reminder, you can't be that disrespectful to the individuals here on the Cloud9 side. Axel finds Broke in the meantime, but Rain immediately replies back by getting rid of Shiro.
Big damage as well to Nafani outside the red container. He got dinked by Rain, down to 10. He will plummet. And yeah, that was a clutch that just seemed to come out of nowhere. And not just the whole Robs play where he gets burned alive. I think it was some mismanagement on FaZe's positions as well. Could have been better crossfires established, but that's all in the past. In the here and now, FaZe still have the 6-round advantage, and King Karrigan shuts down main. 2 massive headshots, and he will lock down this angle and potentially take this map with it. Karrigan going from strength to strength as FaZe are mounting up a serious lead. And Nafani, with the aforementioned 10 HP, can do little but maybe pick up the bomb. I wonder if there's a part of him that even thinks of saving this AWP because he's so low and because the finances of Cloud9 are straight up in the trash right now.
7 map points for FaZe. And listen, the second half, it's not even in competition. Look at the second half. I think the round, it was 6-3, the score line for Cloud9 in the first half. After that, it's been FaZe all the way. They have literally won almost every round since then, and it has just been FaZe dominating. Apart from that 1 versus 4 from Axel, where, well, FaZe did stumble quite a bit, but apart from that, it has been absolute domination. And it's not just about like one player popping off, right? Sure, Brokey and Rain have been a thorn in that outer yard area, but everyone Twist having his moments. We saw in the pistol round, Karrigan as well, being so very aggressive, catching Cloud9 off guard, and that phase pretty much summarizes how Cloud9 are feeling right now, because they are just completely lost and bamboozled. I still want to know what the thought process was for Cloud9 getting nuked through, right? Like, obviously it's a big surprise. We've seen this happen in the past. Heck, Karrigan used to do that with Mousesports as well. He used to flex a couple of maps randomly out of nowhere and have that 7-map pool earlier on when he was playing with Robs in Mousesports, but you don't bring it out in a situation like this. You don't bring it out in a scenario like this. And especially nuke. It's so much harder. If things start spiraling out of control, sometimes you can be just left scratching your head wondering how you're going to bring this one back, and how they're going to bring this one back is a question in everyone's minds. Cloud9, sure, they at least have the loss bonus to eke out a pretty decent buy. I say decent, just 1 AK, 2 Galils, Macton for Axel, and the AWP saved AWP for Shiro. They need to make something happen here. 7 in a row is what they need, and it's going to be a fast vent dive coming in from Axel.
Minimal damage done to Axel in the process with the Mac-10. But already they have an AWP downstairs watching the decon doorway. They know this is a possibility. Hobbit dropping down into main as well. They're looking to try and divide and really throw some chaos in against FaZe. And so far they've not lost any players. So decent forward positions taken.
They haven't heard him. There are 3 players around him and no one has any clue. Hobbit, probably paranoid. He must have envisioned someone's heard him and someone's going to be hunting for him. Robs to reading Shiro perfectly like a book. And never mind. Hobbit, he got the lurk, Vince, but Twist is there.
Karrigan locking down on the Squeaky, and Nafani and Axel. Last 2 players to go. It's all on Nafani, and although he is going to step tall, he takes a headshot as well. The game is not over just yet. He is still alive in this one, but only for a few more seconds. And that's going to do it for our second best of 1 of the day, and it ends in a little bit of a A disappointing result, I think it's safe to say. Cloud9 floating the nuke pick, get completely bodied by FaZe, who made that look pretty straightforward.
Yeah, FaZe must have been pretty damn confused when they saw the veto coming in, when they saw the nuke being played, but whatever doubts they might have, they just swept it very swiftly aside, right? A very, very dominant showing coming up from FaZe. And honestly, I'm still bamboozled. This nuke pick, I thought maybe you might see something coming up, but the T side from Cloud9 was basically virtually non-existent. And that's usually what happens. It's a map that you've never played ever before any officials, and you're going up against a team like Carrigans, who have played it quite a bit. And you can see a couple of words being exchanged. Nothing, obviously, bad, of course. There's smiles and nods all around. Cloud9, no, they got absolutely dismantled on that map, but I'm actually waiting to see what the analyst has in store for us, because I have so many questions right now.
As do I. So, Desk, by all means, try and break down that madness for us.
I'm not even sure where to start, gentlemen. It definitely has been the biggest surprise in the vetoes thus far at the Major, and that risky pick for Cloud9 didn't, unfortunately, pay off for them. Maybe we can just use this as a learning experience for what they should bring into the pool going forward?
I feel robbed. I feel robbed of a great game of Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
So part of me is even a little bit salty. Right?
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I had great expectations for that game. I feel like the storylines were building so beautifully. And then there is this very confusing decision to actually allow nuke. And it turned out to be a mismatch. It literally took Robs going through a Molotov for them to find a round on the T side. It's literally what it took. So I don't really know where to go with this.
An Axile ace only bright spot of the entire T side there for Cloud9. This was horrendous. This is one of the worst decisions I've seen in a veto in Major history.
Yeah.
Vitality picked overpass.
This was really bad. Yeah, and Vitality did pick overpass
Even
before.
worse than that, Maniac. Even worse.
No.
To gamble into nuke when you have never played it in an official as a leader, Karrigan is living rent-free in Nafany's head. For him to do this is a moment of desperation. I can't believe what we just saw. They averaged two or less kills for the entire T side. That's horrible. Those were not good strategies. There was nothing strong that was prepared for them right there. I despise that T side from Cloud9. That was awful. If they think they need to win with veto tricks like that to make it through this Major, I'm counting them out. I've had them as one of my picks going into this for a team that should be a dark horse, one of the ones that could win it all. I have no faith anymore. That veto was just terrible. I can't live with it.
And it's the moment they choose to do it as well.
Yeah.
The fact that it's a 1-1 match, now they're 1-2, and we know that pool of teams down those 1-2 matchups, that's literally their last lifeline.
It's the quality of the game you put forth down. I mean, you want to take that gamble, you want to take that route, but then you have practiced and you have so many new and I guess new age, new protocols to come through. Why not? Then why not? But then you have to walk the walk after you talk the talk. You have to give us better than that. Even on the CT side, look, they win the pistol round, they win the first gun round, and then we have stars in our eyes, like thinking, oh my God, they're actually making it. But actually, you can see as soon as FaZe have the money, they outplay them.
Yep.
They didn't know how to handle these executes coming in from Karrigan. I mean, this is all we needed. This is all we needed to choose which path we were on as we were talking in the veto.
Yeah, the first 5 rounds for Cloud9 had us hopeful. I'll say that. But winning the pistol on nuke, you will string a couple more together. I thought the rotations on some of the CT rounds, when it was getting a little bit more complex, were okay in the beginning. But then Karrigan just simplified the playbook. I think we have the A execs ready to go here in a replay. I think round 14, that's the second time they do an A exec in the same half, and it doesn't get any better for Cloud9. So this is just such a basic thing you have to know how to counter if you're C9. You need to know where you're standing. You need to know how to respond when those Molotovs come out. There is the counter smoke right there. I will give them that. But there are players in positions that are just completely blinded here on the side of Cloud9. And 3 for nil on entries right there, that's pathetic. You can't win a game of nuke if that's your A defense against a basic exec.
Yeah, that's a dream scenario for FaZe. We could see the path that the first entry fragger took was absolutely unaccounted for. He went from that HUD position to then around the side, got an easy kill. Player on top of HUD probably either not communicating or not doing it correctly to let his teammate know there was an issue behind it. And these are the kind of details we put forward when we say, you want to play nuke? You think you can play nuke? I'm sure they've played it in FPL. I'm sure they played it in FaZe, matchmaking, whatever the hell. Sure.
Maybe some scrims?
Maybe
Probably.
they scrimmed it, but there is a difference when shit hit the fan and you actually have to know how to react, and then we haven't seen that.
And that's the extra surprising thing, particularly from a team like Cloud9 as well, coming into this and just feeling like there were really no surprise tricks up their sleeve. I think that was what we were looking at, potentially going, you know what, maybe they've been practicing this for several months. Maybe there's some hopeful strategies coming into it. It just felt flat.
I was hoping for something special there.
That's what we were doing.
I was really hoping that they had some new way to maybe play the map, because it felt like their style going into this would never work on a map like Nuke, where so many teams just throw those A execs and just condition teams with the wall of smokes. It's not really how Cloud9 has played in the past. So for them to try to come in here and just sort of throw a cookie cutter T-side approach out there, I mean, we saw it fall flat on its face. It didn't work at all. So there's so much to think about here for Cloud9 in terms of the mental game moving forward. That they dropped what was supposed to be a game where they were supposed to be competitive with FaZe. It could have been a redemption for them on a couple of the maps they've lost in the past against them. And then they go for this curveball pick that just, there's nothing to be happy about with what we just saw in that second half.
It just circle back to the Vitality choice going for Overpass instead of Inferno, and then we're left with so many questions like, how does that impact them? Because once you do that, you make that decision, and then you have to look back and realize if you're Nafany, man, we just played Nuke against FaZe. We could have had other maps where we had a chance. Sure, FaZe at the upper end, but if your only chance is to actually play your perma-ban to beat FaZe, then that's just it. That's just it for me.
Let's turn it to a happier note. Let's take a look at some Rob's highlights. That always makes me happy to take a look at some nice kills going down. Of course, we've got to take this with maybe a grain of salt in terms of the opposition he was facing and their preparedness coming into this. But Rob's, you know, he's always good.
I mean, we have to commend him. It doesn't matter for them. It's just business as usual. They had to take that W. They were at 1-1. Robs is always someone that we can guarantee is going to deliver a good performance, and he did so once again. He just what I would like to call like a lapse of judgment when he crossed that Molotov, which is a little bit uncharacteristic from Robs in general. But for the rest, it was pretty much Robs all the way. Perfect crosser placement, cleaning all the angles, being so diligent, so clean, always ready to fight. Standard Robs, which is exceptional by himself.
He's the best nuke lurker in the world, in my eyes. His lobby lurks have so much impact. He barely ever dies, maintains space for Kerrigan and the rest of FaZe so well. There is a reason that this guy is touted as one of the best riflers in the world, maybe even the best with how Nico's dropped in form, actually. So this guy, he's looking to win a major with this lineup, and so he delivered as he should. I can't really see a reason that he shouldn't have done this well, so I'm glad that he did.
Yeah, and we can also give some props to Rain. As well, I think Rain shone through in this game, and he's also someone that's under the microscope a little bit for FaZe to kind of gauge their chances at actually lifting the trophy. We know they're going to need Rain to perform at a high level. 24 kills in 92 ADR. Nuke is definitely a map where he shines, where he plays great. He found his footing towards the outside map of the map. That's great for FaZe, knowing that Rain is activated.
And this is a nice step up for FaZe as well. Coming into it, we're talking about Cloud9, unfortunately, now being in those 1-0 teams. FaZe, now 2-1. We were looking at them as potentially being the biggest favourite. We're not saying there's a clear favourite coming into this major, as it is quite wide open, but the fact that they're now 2-1, that is good signs for them going forward.
Just let's take a second to see the teams that are currently in the 1-2 lineup, just to Cloud9, right? There's Big, there's Outsiders, there's G2. Like, none of these games are going to be easy if you're a Cloud9, if you're a Cloud9 fan.
That's tough. That's really tough. Yeah. I mean, I think that something to note for the audience, if they're not aware, is that these vetoes are done vocally. Like, it's not, there was some kind of a Twitter storm going about it. It was like a misclick, or it's like what's going on there, but just confirming for everybody that it is in fact a vocally done veto.
We are going to get confirmation from the players from that. We've got Banks actually chatting to them right now, so hopefully we can get that very, very soon. But it is a good point to be bringing up. You know, we heard those kind of rumors. Potentially was a misclick. We didn't know exactly how the vetoes were going down, but yeah, good point to bring up that they are actually done in person as well. I do want to go back to some of those results we just saw though. The fact that you say Outsiders now in that pool of 1-2 teams because they were taken down by Ents. It was an interesting, we're kind of keeping our third eye, I guess, on that game whilst the A-stream matches were going down. But incredibly strong lead from Ents to start things off. Then we saw Outsiders coming back into it, and we were rubbing our hands going, man, this is classic Outsiders play. Unfortunately, couldn't get it over the line.
Yeah, and this is why we have to praise Ents, because once again, they had done it, remember, during the Challenger stage. They're actually able to escape that trap that Outsider is. A little bit a la Na'Vi style. Outsiders, once you have to win that 15, that 16, they usually become so incredibly hardcore to play against. Ents just put them to bed. They did so in the Challenger stage, did it again now, and Spix continues to rise. I mean, we talk about best rifles. I feel like his name has to be thrown in the ballot for 2022.
Yeah, I think at this tournament, he's been easily one of the most impressive riflers. You throw him in with the ROPS type, types, with the hunter types. I mean, and you have a guy that is, I don't even know if he's a star in the making. I think he is a bona fide star at this point. Yeah, and he's the reason that ENCE has found so much consistency in terms of firepower, because Snappy's always coming up with great game plans. Like, I got to give a big shout out to him, but I think that Spinks is a reason that their CT sides are always going to be vicious.
Well, we did have a lot of questions about that map veto coming into that Cloud9 map we just saw, and hopefully Banks has got some answers for us from one of the players.
I've got Cloud9's Hobbit with me as they fall to FaZe on this best of one, but you surprised us all with this nuke pick. What was going on there? You never play it.
I mean, we played it on practice, and we got some plan, and you know, we really wanted to try something new. I mean, it's not the best of FaZe map, so we had the plan on city side, not actually on T side. We planned to get more than 10 rounds as a city side, and on T side we got some couple of rounds, but because we lost city side, they just pushed us everywhere, and we couldn't do anything.
But you must be feeling really confident, right, if you're going to take this risk, especially during the major, considering like the scoreline you have now?
I mean, it's just, I mean, every game is very important, very, very important. And someday it should happen. Like, we need to get some risks. So all good. We have still a lot of chances to go through. I mean, best of 3 is like a bit different for sure. Yeah. And yeah.
And so in the best of 3s, we're feeling full confident. But I want to quickly ask as well, preparation before the major, how did things go for you guys?
We had some boot camp. First of all, we had some holidays because we needed it. Yeah. Like, it was like 5 days, and after we came to the boot camp in Serbia, and we had really good boot camp, to be honest, and we improved a lot. But I don't know, some things just not working. Yesterday's lost versus NIP just, I don't know, just broke our confidence, I would say like that, because we knew what they're gonna do, and I don't know, just things just not always working how you want.
Well, hopefully we can get you back on track for this best of 3. Hobbit, thank you very much.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
It is day 1 of the Legend stage here at the PGL Major, and I have grabbed someone who's gone 1-0 so far in a match against B&E. It's Roy from Copenhagen Flames. I do actually want to attempt the correct pronunciation of your name.
Yeah.
Roy.
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 It's close.
It's close. I would like you to design a perfect trophy, and you actually already have a design in mind.
Yeah.
Which means we're going to speed run it, and I'm going to time you. Are you ready?
I can do it. Okay. Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, draw. Okay. So is this a design that you've had in your head for years, or something you just decided to make up on the spot?
For a little while, but like it just comes very natural to my head that it should be like this. And I think, you know, people can start to guess it when I draw a little smiley here on top. And then it should be, you know, this is the handle, and then I think like the face of the, this is just, you know, very simple but perfect, right?
So it's like a kind of rave.
Oh, it's kind of my go-to smiley, right?
It's your go-to smiley. I thought you
Yeah.
were like, it's your face.
No,
Who
this is
does this most look like on your team?
probably me, I think.
Do you think? I think it's
Yeah.
more like Yabby. If you gave it some hair, some lovely flowing locks.
No, this is just like...
It's gotta be you.
Yeah, it has to be the emoji, right? This emoji I always use.
It's
It's perfect for everything, you know, it's just a slight smiley face.
A slight smiley face. Yeah, I don't understand when you put it into Discord and it says slight smile. I'm like, that's not a slight smile. That's cheeky.
It's a bit slight. It is.
A slight smile would be. But that's like a bona fide.
But I think
smile.
I also think I wrote it's maybe might be a bit too big here. To like, he's maybe a bit too happy actually. I think so.
How would you feel if you were in the top 8? Obviously, great about that. But how would you feel if you were in the arena waiting to play in the quarterfinals, and the trophy presentation happens, and that is brought on?
I would be so happy actually.
Are you sure you don't want to add anything else? You've got 50 seconds.
Yeah, I think it's pretty perfect actually.
Okay, well, if you think it's perfect, if it's good enough for you,
Yeah, it is.
then congratulations. This is like the miscongeniality of trophies. Before I let you go, how are you feeling about the competition here at the Legend Stage?
I think it's amazing. I think you know, almost every single good team is here in the world, and I think the competition is like really high. I think almost the whole top 10 is presented almost at Legend Stage. So I mean, I don't think for us as players and for like people watching Counter-Strike, I don't think we can ask for anything more, because it's just you know, it's the biggest tournament of the year, and I think we got all of the best teams in the world almost. So I'm really happy with it actually.
Oh, I'm mildly happy with your trophy. Slight smile.
Yeah.
So thank you very much for joining us for the challenge. Good luck with the rest of the event. Roy.
Thank you. Bye.
Roy.
That was better actually.
Roy.
Hoi.
Hoi.
Yeah, you need to make the Danish R.
Okay, I'll work on it.
Two dark horses facing up against one another. Spirit and Copenhagen Flames are battling for that first spot in the arena. But before we do dive into that one, I want to wrap up the scenario that we just saw playing out in that Cloud9 versus FaZe game. If you guys weren't familiar, ended up going to Nuke, which we were incredibly surprised about because Cloud9 don't play that map. Period. And then we got to hear from Hobbit exactly why he brought that into the mix, but I don't think that really satisfied many people.
So Hobbit just put it out there that they have been practicing it, and that he thought that their CT side would be good, thought they would do better on CT side. It almost feels like there was a game plan based off of the way he was posing it right there, and then he was kind of, you know, downtrodden about the fact their T side, they didn't have much to show, and they didn't show much. And in terms of that, I just feel like that's just a poor game plan. And then I also read it into the fact that the vetoes are done vocally, so if you mess up a veto, you would probably just catch yourself
It's not like doing it in a client, right? Yeah.
But the case is still wide open.
Yeah, we're hearing other.
Yeah, we're
sort of
hearing
stuff.
some weird evidence, like Kerrigan talking about a possible human mistake.
Yeah.
Made. Something doesn't make sense here. I smell something fishy.
I guess mentally doing a veto checklist is sometimes a little bit taxing, especially if you're nervous. Especially
I miss it all the time on the desk. I never know which one is that one. But also, I'm not playing at the freaking major.
I think Kerrigan is so in Nafany's head that he can just mess up a veto face to face. He can just look him dead in the eye, Maniac, and then let Nafany just ban overpass. And if that's the case, well then he lost on two fronts there: mentally before the game and in the game after.
Yeah.
We need to still investigate.
No,
There has to be an investigation.
Yeah.
Go on further. Yeah, well, hopefully Banks,
Could we,
maybe Frankie can sniff out the real answers for that one. Or do you want to be
No, I was
detective,
going to say
Maniac?
maybe we should just move on. It's got to be speculations at this point.
Yeah, you know what? We should
It just
move
messes
on.
with my brain.
Because the next match at Hand Maniac, this is a treat. We're finding out who's going to be heading to the arena for the first time here at the PGL Antwerp Major. And it comes down to two names you might not have been expecting to be here. Copenhagen Flames and Spirit. Again, for Copenhagen Flames, I feel like this is the redemption arc from the Stockholm Major. They were tantalizingly close to making it to the playoffs last time. NIP said no after they lost 2 matches in a row.
I'm glad you mentioned it, Freya. I'm glad you mentioned it because for the Flames, as hard as it is going to be, you cannot just be euphoric about your situation. You have to be very realistic and ready to take the opportunity that's in front of your eyes. They must remember that time in Stockholm after losing to G2 and then battering EG and FaZe. They had 2 matches opportunity to make it to the playoffs, and everyone was ready for them. Everyone had their arms ready to welcome Copenhagen Flames in the playoffs, and they missed the mark. And today in 2-0, they cannot allow that to happen.
No, this is their best chance to make it. This is a Copenhagen Flames that, in my eyes, has only improved since the last major. They've kept with the same roster. They've had some mixed results online, but every time it seems like they get to LAN, they do well. They are a team that somehow considers themselves a LAN team, even though they did come up in the online period. But we saw that after that major, they were just kind of in a malaise. They didn't really enjoy this online CS, knowing how close they were to make it to the playoffs, how close they were to make it to the stadium. But this is a brilliant opportunity for them. And I think that this time around, they have the pieces to do it. They have the will to do it.
And this is why I want to commend the Copenhagen Flames, because in the history of Counter-Strike, we've seen teams peak, have an incredible performance in the tournament, and then not being able to cope with like the tumultuous tier 2, maybe losing to some teams, losing some tournaments, getting frustrated, and then they would disappear flat out. That would be it, never to be heard of again. Somehow Copenhagen Flames find in themselves to prep that same performance here in Antwerp for the major, and that is very impressive for me.
Yeah, it's incredibly impressive. I like that you echoed that sentiment from, I believe it was Roy who said in an interview, saying, you know what, he was very self-aware. He was saying, like, we feel like a LAN team, but it's kind of ironic that we feel that way because we haven't had that many LANs together. Most of the boys are used to playing, you know, these online tournaments. But the fact that they've come in and be able to look so dominant, Roy himself, second highest rated player yesterday at the Legend stage.
Roy has been a fantastic individual for this one. Great space taker, just opening a lot of the rounds up. But there was also that period for Copenhagen Flames that made things difficult where they were supposedly going to be acquired by Complexity. And that threw things into another, they made one kind of falter, and then it was like, are we going to get picked up or not? And when these things are just kind of jumbling around in everybody's head and they don't know what the future is or if it is even certain for themselves, it's tough to get into the mindset that you want to just compete at the highest level when you're playing online. So I can't actually even blame Copenhagen Flames, but I think they really have been playing an excellent game overall. I think that Hooksy has developed his in-game leading style to not be as derivative as it was before. When I first saw this lineup forming, it feels like he was copying ideas from a handful of teams, and now it feels like they've developed into their own very unique play style that I have enjoyed a lot.
Yeah, I agree. And I also think that Roy has a role to play in, you know, talk about mentality. He's by far the most experienced player that they have in that bunch. He has to make sure that everyone is connected. Now, there are 2 names that we haven't really mentioned yet, Yabi and Nikodos. They've been, for the moment, one of the lowest rated players for that team, but actually they're the main assets, if you ask me. So that's a great sign for Flames. I'm sure there is even more in the tank for these 2 players. Desmond right here, Roy, has been stellar, but I expect from Yabi and Nikodos to put their names in the middle of the conversation.
And that almost echoes onto the side of Team Spirit as well, the fact that we're looking at Dexter to be the man stepping up. Patsy, yesterday it was all about the secondary AWP on that side, and we saw that being so dangerous in the Challenger stage when they were pulling out that double AWP setup.
Yeah, it's all about the new generation if you're a Spirit, honestly, and I think there is something poetic to it, something romantic to it, because if you are a Spirit diehard fan, then you'll probably be launching the days of Mir and some Da Young, and this was the lineup that was supposed to break through the limits of Counter-Strike and establish Spirit at the top. They actually left the project, moved on, were benched. Spirit had to rebuild their identity, go and poach academy players in the name of Siren and Patsy, and they're actually the ones stealing the show right now.
Yeah, in American sports, we call this the Ewing effect, where basically a player who is a star in Mir, for example, in this case, leaves the team, and then somehow the team just gets better. And it feels like people have bought into the Chopper system. This team has some incredible teamwork stats. In the Challenger stage, they had the best flash assist per round of any team there, which is not something you would normally expect from a Chopper-led team, but it seems like these pieces, everybody has just bought in. Their trade percentage as well in the Challenger stage, second best. This team is actually incredibly good at putting plans together on the fly and executing them with ease and just precision. It is very impressive to watch this team come together because I don't think they were on anybody's map before this.
No, and that's a really important point to bring up. You know, the fact we're coming into the Challenger stage and some people maybe being a bit critical of Chopper's in-game leading style, the fact that they've got that identity now and showing some really good statistics across the board as well. I'm kind of scared now.
Yeah, now we have to take this very seriously, don't we?
Yeah.
Look, Vertigo makes sense. Vertigo makes sense. Not that Spirit don't have a high win rate on it, but they've only played it 4 times in the last 3 months for the 17 of Copenhagen Flames, so there is a little bit of a disparity here. Then, I'm going to be honest, the Mirage pick from Spirit is not necessarily the one I had seen come in. I'm a little bit surprised at that. I even for a second thought that Flames could punish that relatively low success rate. So maybe there's a page of the book that I haven't read.
I think this is a little bit of a surprise veto for Copenhagen Flames. I mean, Spirit are definitely coming in with some sort of plan here on Mirage, but yeah, I thought it was maybe going to be a nuke or something else, but either way, because of this curveball pick here, I don't think it's the craziest thing. It's not like we saw in the last BO1 we just covered, but it is not to expectations, and I will just be siding with Copenhagen Flames based off of this veto.
And coming into that first map, it is going to be the choice of Copenhagen Flames as well. Let's take a bit of a spotlight to look at Vertigo in a bit more detail. What are you looking at Flames to be delivering on this specific map, Maui?
I suppose Roy has to be the talk of this conversation because his ramp presence is deadly. I mean, he has a lot of tricks up his sleeve in terms of getting up there, playing around the smokes. Feels like he's actually one of the best people at playing around ramp utility thrown by CTs. When he's on that T side, I've seen him fly at people. I've seen him just destroy people through smokes, around smokes, going through. Doesn't matter. They're ready to flash for him to get through one, and when he's there, he can get on a warpath very quickly.
Yeah, he's going to be instrumental. I mean, we've already talked about how good he was on day 1. Then there's going to be a lack of input if he doesn't show up. Nikodos, for me, is the one to look at. Low-key, a player that I sometimes struggle to put in a category in a box. Right? Is he a newcomer? He has got a little bit of experience now, but I still think he has to deliver today.
Well, I'm very excited to be diving into this one, determining who will take the first spot in Sports Palais for the playoffs of the PGL Antwerp Major. And we're going to throw it on over to Vincent Blair to gals into Vertigo.
Thank you very much, Freya and the desk. I am looking forward to this so much. As they said, our very first team securing their spot in the playoffs. And I don't think it's an unfair statement to say that Spirit and Copenhagen Flames probably weren't expecting to be in this position.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these are the two teams. Quite a few people are like, yeah, they are our O3s in the pick'ems, but here we are. One of these teams are going to be making it to the playoffs, and what an opportunity. I think the desk painted a great picture as to what's on the line here. Obviously, it's 2 Cinderella stories, right? We had Copenhagen Flames as a Cinderella story in the previous major, and now it's Team Spirit. The map pick coming in here for Copenhagen Flames. It is going to be in Vertigo. A fast hit, though, from the Danes, and Patsy immediately forced back early on.
Definitely a player you want to keep an eye on throughout this best of 3. Can he perform? Zyphon, though, with the first frag, and now looking for more, and gets it as well with the flank frags. Nikodos, a player that's been a little bit quiet over the duration of the Legend stage, now standing tall and delivering, and puts Magix and Siren in a 2-on-4 post plant. No kits between the two of them, no grenades on top of that, and they've been smoked off on both sides. Surely no real hope of getting this one done. And all 4 players on the Danish side are healthy. And I think Spirit are liking the idea of just saving. Keep the Kevlar, keep a little bit going forward into the next round.
Yeah, they're going to be going for the phase for the Force anyway. So having the Kevlar on Siren Magix and the fact that they haven't taken any damage enables them to go for the head armor as well, just for the $350 investment. So it will indeed be the save for Spirit. Copenhagen Flames, a very fast play. Huge round there from Zyphon. Oh. Siren getting tagged down to 99. I think he took a little bit of damage on his armor as well. That means he won't be able to go for the full armor rebuy. It's all right. Still early days, as the pistol round will go the way of Copenhagen Flames. Spirit have been so very impressive for me, Vince. Just the fact that the youngsters on his team, how they've rebuilt this team from pretty much from scratch, right? With Chopper remaining behind. There was a time where they benched him. They were looking for a new IGL, but he came back again. Magix and Dexter now, surprised to see that they are now the veterans of this lineup, considering how new they still are. Roy, big gap in the smoke, will have no trouble finding Patsy. And yet Patsy and Siren, the 2 new youngsters. Patsy has been incredible. The individual ability of this young gun to just crack open bomb sites, and of course this innate clutch ability of someone as young as Siren. He looks so cool and composed under pressure, but now the pressure is on. That's the thing, when you're at the final hurdle to make it to the playoff stage, will the nerves hold? Copenhagen Flames slowly creeping on up here, and Magix timing doesn't quite pan out for him. This might be yet another savior for the side of Spirit. They have the Scout, the 5-7s to work with, and they just might opt to stick onto it. Hold on, Chopper finding Roy. Suddenly, they might be tempted to go for this Vince, but they have no kits. Just a 1 nade and a maul and a smoke, and you can see them slowly peeling away. They know they're going to be going against the AK-47s and, of course, the MAC-10 in the hands of Hoaxy. So they opt to hold on to the weaponry for round number 3 for Copenhagen Flames. A couple of very comfortable rounds to start things off here.
Yeah, Chopper also has his sidearm, so he can drop that 5-7 to one of his teammates and keep on with the MAC-10, as you don't want the aim punch to be as much of an issue. Additionally, 5-7 in the hands of Dexter, so if all 3 players do survive, then you're looking at a pretty interesting prospect into the next round. But Copenhagen Flames have already dialed in their second round to kick things off. And just to go back to a point that you raised before, we were fortunate enough to cast Spirit, I should say, their first game of the tournament in the Legend stage. That was against Furia. A lot of people thought that Spirit would kind of get battered, honestly, that Furia were the heavy favorites. And Patsy was one of their best performing players on that day. As you mentioned, tons of clutches, tons of impact, a player you don't normally look at to be posting up the big numbers, and yet he held fast. One of these caveats that we've thrown in many times now with Spirit over the Challenger stage and the Legend stage is like, yeah, sure, they're a good team, they've got tons of experience in terms of playing at sort of like tier 2, tier 3 even, but can they get it done on this stage? And they keep answering with a resounding yes. These guys may be young, but they don't seem to have any nerves or any kind of worries. Thing is, this is an entirely different ball game now, Blay. You're 1 game away from playoffs.
I know, it is so much on the line for both the teams. Copenhagen Flames, remember, they were 2-1 up in the Legend stage in the previous major, and they were not able to win that best of 3, which would have put them in the arena. So that's going to be in the back of the minds. And bear in mind, the team that loses here, they still have to win. Another best of 3, and it's only going to get harder. Look at how a number of teams still languishing in the 1-1 and 0-2 situation or position, right? So it's not going to be easy at all. And to see Hoaxy creeping on in, but Chopper would have saved MAC-10, able to find one. Patsy's got a bit of 5-7, and suddenly Spirit able to deal quite a bit of damage, looking for more. Roy will be taken down, and suddenly Spirit with the advantage. However, the B bomb site is bereft of any CT presence, so it's going to be a free bomb plant. And all 4 members of Spirit have taken quite a bit of damage.
They have, and their weaponry is far from ideal, and both players on the Danes are full HP, so there's no real insta-kill potential of it. Maybe a scout to the dome, but a damage now whittling away on Zyphon, and they're looking to just collapse outside, explode back out onto the side here. Generators sees 3 players all clumped up, but 2 frags go down, and now Yabi, who was a monster in their previous game, has to stand big again, and he will deliver. Only Dexter remains with the scout playing possum. Ring around the rosy, and Yabi is going to be the last man standing. A 2v4 clutch. It was a doable clutch, but Yabi played that one perfectly. And we saw a beautiful pistol clutch that he pulled off earlier in this tournament on Ancient. Just has ice through his veins, showing us again why he's such a solid player.
Yeah, a very solid round though for Spirit, all things considered, right? They were working around some of the saved pistols from the 5-7s in the previous round, dealing a lot of damage. And even though Copenhagen Flames are able to snatch away the round from Spirit, it's an early sign of how dangerous this team can be. Great flashbang though, but everyone's blinded, and Siren, Yabi rather, being very lucky to stay alive. And Nate as a follow-up, dealing even further damage to his Hoaxy and Nikodos, but Magic's getting maybe a little too over-eager. Siren looking to trade, which he will indeed, but the peaks come in, and simultaneously almost 3 members of Copenhagen Flames, of Spirit fall. Patty and Dexter looking to positions right now. Vince, this one's a done deal. They're just going to have to hold on to the weapons unless they can get an early kill, but it looks like that is not going to transpire.
No, it's not a worthwhile endeavor considering their money behind this and the rest of the players. They get clobbered in this round from Copenhagen Flames. This is the Flames' choice of map, obviously, and we know they're a very capable team here, so not worth pushing the panic button just yet on Spirit. But there's no doubting that in terms of these early trades, it's been scrappy, it's been kind of messy at times, but the Copenhagen Flames have consistently got the better of these trades, and there won't be a saved rifle. Patsy on the receiving end of Roy's AK-47, and that puts Dexter into a very awkward spot. It'd be worth throwing a couple weapons away here, honestly, for Copenhagen Flames to deal with the AWP. They don't need to. Zyphon just nails him straight away, pulls off the 4-1 scoreline, and straight off the bat, Spirit are feeling the heat. They've called their first tactical timeout in round 5.
Copenhagen Flames showing why they went for this map pick. And we did have a little bit more of a focus on the map vetoes after what transpired in the second game here from the analyst desk. And Maui was a little bit surprised that the second map pick coming in from Spirit was Mirage, right? And even Vertigo. It's a map that both the teams do play, Spirit having a 75% win rate on it in the past 3 months, which is better than that as a Copenhagen Flames on 65%. But it's a number of maps played. Copenhagen Flames have played it 17 times in the past 3 months. It is their most played map. It's a comfort pick for them. And of course, for the side of Spirit, they've only won 3 out of 4. Suddenly, those percentages, it makes, you know, it's different meaning now altogether. So obviously for Copenhagen Flames, they would be the favorites coming into this and just showing why. Clean round, they're able to take away the weaponry, which Spirit were trying to save. And thus far, we really haven't seen much from the Spirit side. Although we all know how dangerous they can be. Dexter, he had a couple of quiet games, but you also know, especially on the CD side, we'd like to call him as the CIS device. So very smart as a player, so very precise with a sniper. But right now, no snipers, no rifles, no SMGs, just the pistols. And Copenhagen Flames being very methodical here as Yabi is going to team up with his teammates to find Siren early on in the round.
Smokes cordoning off the elevator's position. 2 CTs were sat behind there with 5-7s. The timing nearly working out in Patsy's favor, but Nikodos just keeping an eye on his teammates' backs, watching their 6s, and in doing so, Spirit, even after their tactical timeout, feels like it was more called for the next round, not necessarily this one, or to try and figure out their financial situation. It is going to be a 5-0 lead. That much is guaranteed, and when you look at the fact that there's not a huge amount of fragging going on the side of Spirit. This has been a 5-0 lead that's come very comfortably to the Flames. Dexter hasn't had AWPs necessarily, but he's only got 1 frag. Magic's down at 0, and I remember vividly the last time that we casted Spirit against Furia, it was those 2 players that had a very slow start, but it was Patsy and Chopper actually were fragging hard. Those guys haven't quite shown up yet either, so this has been a super slow start for Spirit.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, and Copenhagen Flames, as we mentioned earlier, back of the minds. This is, at least on paper, like we said, right? They were 2-1 up in the Legend stage in the previous major. They were not able to make it to the playoffs in the arena. And right now, on paper, and honestly, whichever metric you use, this is their best opportunity to make it to the playoffs. Because every team they're going to be, if they lose this game, the teams they're going to be facing off, remember how many teams are still around. G2s, your Cloud9s, your FaZes, you don't want to be going up against them when it comes to crunch time. So there's a great chance for them. But right now, Copenhagen Flames, they are indeed on fire. Siren, that was some nifty movement, man. He was blinded, but great movement to stay alive and not fall down to his demise.
It reminded me of one of those YouTube videos where you see people climbing up skyscrapers and stuff. You just have this second-hand like nervousness. It's okay though. Siren was able to parkour his way into safety. We have had 1 death in the Challenger stage. I think it was Cello fell to his death for MIBR. He got flashed and then just fell off the edge into his abyss. But Copenhagen Flames on fire, as you can see at the top of your screen, 5 rounds in a row, and no early casualties on either side. So the Flames have already made moves up on the scaffolding.
Yeah, and even the Spirit had, he had dropped down towards B stairs. Now they've relinquished control of the B bomb site, so Spirit don't really have too much information. They do have a 4-man stack here towards the A bomb site, leaving Magix all by his lonesome towards B. Still 55 seconds, re-aggression coming out from Spirit, but Copenhagen Flames, they tuck away. They don't offer any vision here. There is Roy, though. He can get caught off guard, and indeed he will. Chopper finds him, and look at his Zyphon. They don't even trade. And that means Spirit are thinking this might be a B play. And look at the rotation as well. This is so smart. They're even selling the fake as well, but this could be huge, but they're not able to find Chopper, and now Chopper knows what the play is.
Yeah, he saw 2 players, so those rotational players now come back on towards the site, and there is Dexter. AWP in hand, dealing the fatal damage, and finally maybe Spirit are about to get themselves in amongst the action, or perhaps I spoke too soon, as Dexter gets clapped down to 24 HP. There's enough time for the bomb plant 3-on-3, and a rotational player also coming back over towards help T side. Hooksy sprays down, but Yabi may not be in close enough proximity. They're taking their sweet time, though. They don't know that he's this far away from the site. And Yabi, who's clutched so many times in this event, will not add another to the mantle. And finally, Spirit get their success.
That was well called indeed by the side of Copenhagen Flames. Chopper, though, just jump spotting from the sandbags. He was making sure, even though we've rotated, we're pivoting a number of players back towards the B bomb site. And Copenhagen Flames, that was just a great call, right? They don't trade Roy on purpose. They're able to send a couple of players towards the B bomb site to try and fake out to draw the rotation from the side of Spirit. But then good composure from Chopper, immediately not opting to take the fight, falling back towards the bomb site. The trades were solid. Dexter chipping in with a frag of his own. And that is indeed going to be the first round on board here for the CIS side. It's kind of crazy how young this team is, right? And they take this best three. They're the youngest team in the entire major, Vince. And if I'm not mistaken, well, correct me if I'm wrong, they might be the youngest team in the entire RMR as well. Out of 52 teams who came to play, an average age of like, I think 20.6 if I'm not mistaken. And at every single step, they have defined people's expectations, or rather lack of expectations. And now one final hurdle before they can play in the arena later next week, and what an experience it would be for some of these young players here.
So I can help you out with that, Blair.
All right.
Magix is 18, Dexter's 20, Chopper's the oldest player at 25, Siren 19, and Patsy 18.
So the average age without Chopper is 19.
It's crazy. And even Chopper's considered like a really old head. He's only 25.
Man, compared to us.
Yeah, he's a whippersnapper. He's a young man.
Out with the old, in with the new. 5-1 the score line. Copenhagen Flames. Still 5 rounds, still a substantial lead. And for Spirit, at least some respite, Vince. But bear in mind, they did lose 3 players, right? So they would have to rebuy all the equipment, a couple of guns getting dropped as well. They at least have the AWP in the very, very capable hands of Dexter. A1s and an AK-47, and of course the one FAMAS in the hands of Chopper. As you see a little bit of mid-contestation here. Roy looking to try and find a pick here. Chopper not able to peer down and get any vision because of the T-smoke. And slowly but surely, Copenhagen Flames moving up. Patsy, a dangerous game, and he should be dead to rights. He should be dead to rights, and indeed he is, but not before he finds one.
Ooh, Roy, that's a rough spray. He's the kind of guy you're expecting to take that and with ease, and that's an off play. And Dexter will punish Huxi and Zyphon as a result. Yabi, nice kill onto Siren, but position known, down to 48 HP. Molotov at least forces away Magix, but it's not as if he has the bomb. It's not as if he can divert this traffic on the B side. They have the bomb down, and Spirit have seen this. So Yabi's real mission here, considering his team has enough to buy again, is to do as much damage as possible on the inevitable way out. The smoke will allow him safe passage, but Magix removes his head, and that's the second consecutive round now on the side of Spirit.
Yeah, firstly, Patsy staying alive for as long as he did, and there was a great flashbang from Copenhagen Flames, and he finds one. Good trade from Chopper as well. And then, of course, Dexter. Such a safe pair of hands with the AWP. And why I love watching him op is that he makes it look easy. You watch someone like Monacy op, you're like, yeah, I'm never going to be able to do that. I'm never going to be able to recreate that. But Dexter, he's just incredibly precise crosser placement, great decision making. The second kill especially so very quick. And as you pointed out, Vince, even though Yabi gets a kill towards mid, they knew exactly where he was. The bomb was dropped. Spirit, they string 2 rounds together. They do again suffer a couple of casualties, so the money is still not in a very healthy place here. The second shot especially, he knew where he was able to triangulate where Huxi was, using quick mental maths and the tracers of the bullets. That's a long way away, Vince.
It's making me a little bit uneasy.
Making you feel a little bit of vertigo?
Just a tad. Flashes and smokes over from Nikodos as he looks to try and push in, and it's Roy who gets 2. That flash on point. Magix and Siren fully blinded. And Copenhagen Flames in the first 5-10 seconds of the round already have this in the palm of their hands.
That was a run boost. That was a run boost alongside a flashbang. And Spirit, they had no idea that was coming. Brilliant stuff, but Chopper tucked in. He's blinded, but he gets the kill. Now with 3v3, looking for more, but he will finally fall.
It may have been in the palm of the hands of Copenhagen Flames, but that hand has been slapped away. And Spirit trying to regain what was once theirs. Grenade down, want their 3rd in a row. And really bring themselves back into this. It would break down the finances as well. Just a knee popping round Dexter. That shot looked incredibly close to nailing on, but instead Patsy's going to get caught at the side, still sprays in, still deals with Roy, but there's too many players to deal with, and Copenhagen Flames has stopped the 2-round rot.
What a round from Copenhagen Flames. I would like to see the replay over there. I'm quite sure, yeah, there we go. It had to be the run boost. It was so very quick, even though we missed it initially. The flashbang as well, the timing, everything was perfection there from Nikodos and Roy. And Copenhagen Flames, quick reply back, Vince. They took a little bit of tactical timeout, and that's what they find. For Spirit, though, because they did manage to string a couple of rounds together. Even though they did suffer a few casualties, they will have enough to eke out a decent buy. But you can see the stark lack of utility, right? 3 smokes and 2 flashbangs, all they have. Not a singular kit either. As one of the smokes... Oh, there's a failed Molotov. That's going to allow Patsy to stay alive for a while more.
That will allow him to stay alive. And yes, he's going to eat some shrapnel, and it's going to draw out 2 grenades, but that's extra grenades that could have been used on the site later on.
It's still a confirmed kill though, right? You'll take that. You'll take that. Even though, sure, you have to use it as a couple of nades right there early on. The fact they take care of Patsy, who we know can be so deadly early on without even having to take a sliver of damage. Copenhagen Flames are going to be pretty comfortable with that. While we have 3 players over here towards A, deploying a few smokes and drawing out the rotation from the CTs, we also have simultaneously a couple of them slowly starting to creep up towards the B stairs. They slowly start to fade away. Nikodos making a lot of noise alone, but look at the forward positioning from the CTs.
Dexter up on the boxes, Chopper up close. Crane. Oh, that flick from Dexter. You're speaking about how it looks easy on a lot of times. That didn't look easy to me. That was rapid response. But it is all a bait across on the A side, and now B is being aggressed on. Magic's eating multiple flashes, but still standing his ground. He will not be able to deny this bomb plant, but he needs to stay alive for the rest of his team to build off, because they do have a player advantage. Hooksy takes a stray bullet to the dome. Will be standing, but only just propped up by the box. Otherwise, he would be falling down, and Magix will finish off what he started, putting more pressure on Yabi, more pressure on Zyphon, and they need to strike hard. First frag goes in, but a 1-for-1 will not be good enough. There is a clear angle across for Zyphon, but considering there's an AWP, there's 2 rifles in play, it was never looking doable. And with the kit, it should be a comfortable defuse. Even without the kit, it would have been fine. And Spirit will get their 3rd after all.
Yeah, finding the first kill over there, and then yes, Hooksy getting trapped on the B bomb site. He got the bomb down, but he was such an uncomfortable position. Great work from Spirit there, keeping 3 alive as well. But yeah, that flick shot from Dexter to open things up, Vince. Yeah, here we go again. This was filthy. This was not easy. This was not easy at all. Oh man, so precise, so clean. And Spirit, they get their 3rd. Still trailing by 3 rounds, but looking at the finances of Copenhagen Flames, that's a good opportunity to try and get to number 4. Attack timeout, the second for the Danes getting called as well. We could see hero Forces. All right, Jabby's got to go for the AK-47. Nikodos had cash to work with as well, so they're going to go for the Force buy. And I can see why. You look at the money for Spirit. It is in a very precarious position. Dexter's the only one with some funds remaining in his savings account. The rest of them, sub $750 on all the other 4 members. Magic's, in fact, with 0 of his own. So Copenhagen Flames, they're going to go for the Force. They're going to try and break the money for the CIS side.
This could break the spine of the CT side as well. Finances, momentum, confidence, everything on the line. And Copenhagen Flames early on doing a little bit of damage, but they're also finishing off the kill onto Roy in return. Our Spirit, a huge kill. The talisman figure has been vested. Magic's able to scamper away and baits Yabi out into the open. Siren will help his teammate out on B. And those partners have had a lot of impact early on. This Force buy so far has really not paid off whatsoever. They're going to need kills and need them right now. Dexter missing a shot that probably should be connecting. He gets punished, and there is a way back in now. Although Nikodos has been sent packing by Patsy. Hooksy does not have the bomb here either, Blair. And against 4 players and a minute on the clock, it's hard to see how he's going to snake his way into this round.
Yeah, Spirit have done a great job just swatting away this Force buy from Copenhagen Flames. It was imperative they win this, and they managed to do so. Still a bit of time for Hooksy to work with, but he's lost all control of the bomb, has lost control of virtually everything right now. All he's hoping for is maybe find a player here. But Magix, he will not falter. Clean round from Spirit. They survive the scare of the force buy from Copenhagen Flames, and that's going to force the Danes to go for an eco right now. Maybe a couple of pistols coming out, maybe a little bit of utility. Patsy, though, just completely doming the player at mid. And Spirit now 4-6 the deficit, down to just 2 rounds. And you can see for the side of Copenhagen Flames, it is going to be just, you know, just measly pistols coming out. It's update on Stream B. This is the elimination game, Vince. And Vitality up 1-0. NA's hopes and dreams looking a little grim right now.
Yeah, I think honestly going into that game, even though Vitality have been looking pretty lackluster, as we're always talking over what it effectively is an eco bash. Although it's been a bit lopsided, a bit more uncomfortable than Spirit were expecting, that's for sure. Dexter on 23 has to pull the plug and get out of there, but there are reinforcements on the horizon, one of which is Siren, as he lays to waste both Nikodos and Yabi. I think most people expected that Vitality would probably have a fairly straightforward game against Liquid.
I don't know. I still believe Liquid could make things a bit competitive. Okay. I do believe the first map was the pick coming in for Vitality. So, but still, if you're the Danish-French side, you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable right now, battling for survival. And remember, it's Shoxy against his old team as well. There's a lot of interesting storylines in that matchup. But right now, we have this particular Cinderella story going on in front of us here. Who is gonna ride that pumpkin cart chariot back home?
Chariot, yeah, I think
chariot, right? Yeah. Well, here we go. Dexter aggressively out in the open. He is distracted by the player up right, but he's not gonna miss his shot. Finds Nikodos, but Hooksy finds Patsy in the meantime.
That 1-4 is gonna open up ramp, but it will be closed off momentarily as utilities now being deployed on the side of Spirit. Dexter is keeping his angles on the approach covered. Problem with this position, though, is it's susceptible to getting flashed and naded out. And yes, he will have to pull out of there. A wise decision. There's still plenty of teammates that he can bank off and try and work back into this site with. Yabi, though, will be getting the bomb finalized. Molotov on top of the boxes. Extinguishes in the smoke, which was still up. And now Spirit, they have some flashes, but not a great deal else to play with.
3 takes not going to be easy. Yeah, just a couple of... They do have the kit and the smoke, so that's something they could utilize. But look at Roy's position here, up close and personal.
Gets completely destroyed by Magix. Chopper and Siren all come in, and Yabi's gone down. He is the clutch master on Copenhagen Flames, but this was too tall a task. And Spirit, after being so far behind in this game, have brought it back to 6 apiece.
Vince, it was a 4v4. 6 people died in a span of 2 seconds. That was so very quick. I don't envy our observers in that round, but what a brutal retake from Spirit. Was looking a little dicey there, but now the strong 4 together. Also, to just correct myself, by the way, that was actually Liquid's map pick. Liquid just got absolutely dumpstered by Vitality on their map pick, so now... NA fans mauling.
Yeah, just to confirm, that's right, it was Mirage. 16-7, and next up is Dust 2.
Yikes.
That is on the B stream, if you want to head over there. But of course, if you want to see which of these teams will be progressing, stick with us as Dexter is being pushed down. This is a back against the wall job. That's why you don't typically see Opus play on that side.
Yep. And especially against the pistols, but they're not going to be respecting you too much. Here they come creeping on up. AWP retrieved as well. Roy finds Patsy. This is looking rough here for the side of Spirit.
It's looking grim, but Siren's going to try and alleviate some of the pressure that's been building up. The sandbag wielding Hooksy catches a stray to the head, and that puts him down for the count. There's still a lot of time to play with, though. Bomb under control. Chopper's on the prowl. Flash is good. The follow-up damage isn't quite there, but Chopper finally gets the job done. It was scrappy. It was a little bit precarious, but Spirit for the first time lead as they pick up 5 on the bounce.
That was looking so scary for Spirit, right? As you pointed out, Vince, Dexter in a position, maybe not expecting Copenhagen Flames to disrespect the utility and the smoke for Copenhagen Flames. So that was just the light investment, the pistols, right? So just come charging in. He's good for one, gets immediately taken down. Patsy gets caught on top of the boxes. Roy pushing up deep, making it expensive. But Spirit, they hold on. They're now on fire. 5 in a row now for the CIS side. It was looking like Copenhagen Flames all the way, but Spirit showing why they are a force to contend with. By coming in now for Copenhagen Flames, penultimate round of the first half of this first map, the pick of the Flames. Slow things down a bit. Zyphon once more going to be the look towards mid. Not assisted by anyone, but he's going to announce his presence with a smoke and a molly here towards the window position. And with the Chopper dropping down, being very aggressive.
Chopper looking to corrode the aggression up on the ramps. No one checks the angle. 1 kill and a headshot on top of it. He has done so much work.
And yeah, Zyphon now trying to find something, trying to cut off the rotation, but they need to be wary of that smoke. Dexter up close and personal, a whiff shot. He will be provided another opportunity, but Yabi finds him. It's all on Patsy to hold on to the A bomb side, but he will fall as well. It's a 2v2. Make that all on Magics now in a 1 versus 2 against Zyphon and Yabi.
He's being flanked though, he's being flanked, and he whips out his sidearm and knife at the worst possible moment, and Zyphon will capitalize. Puts an end to the streak on top of it, and we are all even again. On top of that as well, going into this round, they'd won 6 out of 7, Spirit. The turnaround was incredible. I've got to say, though, as good as Dexter is, and he's already landed some crazy shots, he's playing a lot of very forward positions that gives him very little room for error.
Yeah, I won't lie, I haven't been really a fan of some of the positions, like you pointed out, Dexter's been playing, where it's kind of like a one-and-done spot, and in that case, you need to hit your shots, right? And if you whiff it, you're kind of done for. Final round here, Copenhagen Flames looking to take the lead. Roy once again creeping up to the scaffolding. Patsy in front of the smoke.
Oh, he just gets obliterated by Hooksy. These are the kind of angles that you can't really retort off. There is a flank coming down and back, though, from Siren, but this is really only as valuable as their defense on A. If A crumbles, this flank will have very little value.
They're trying to utilize all the utility they have early on, but still so much time for Copenhagen Flames to work with. They can delay this. Finally, they're going to punch in the numbers. Bomb will be planted, and there are no nades, no incendiaries to keep them at bay as Nikodos finds Dexter. The flick will miss its mark.
And Siren's going to get spotted. There's multiple players watching down there. The flank has been dealt with, and that was the main power play. The spike that Spirit had up their sleeve has now been laid on the table and does nothing. They need Chopper, they need Magics to go above and beyond. Chopper last man, but not for long as Nikodos lands 2 back-to-back. He's had a bit of a slow tournament thus far, but he's really stepping up now when it counts. Copenhagen Flames lead going into the second half of their choice.
Dexter not really having the impact we're used to seeing from him thus far on the CD side. For Copenhagen Flames, though, they're going to be pretty reasonably happy with the way things have played out thus far, Vince. Taking the lead as well. And despite a little bit of resurgence from Spirit, where they strung, I think, 5 or 6 rounds together, Copenhagen Flames able to finish off the half with the 1-round lead. Now on the CD side, Yabi has just been Mr. Impact throughout, and this is the young star we look to, right? When you saw Copenhagen Flames make their kind of like big stage debut, so to speak, in the previous Stockholm Major, it was Roy. It was mainly Roy, but now Nikodos has woken up with the AWP. He's been pretty much, in my opinion, perhaps the best Danish operator, if you ask me, and Yabi has been the able right-hand man for Roy. They have to look deadly, and Yabi has been incredible. Even Zyphon as well, a lot of impact kills from him, especially in the mid-look. Somehow able to get that flank on. We saw the way they won the pistol round, predicated off Zyphon coming in from behind and getting a couple of kills. Now, Spirit, what do they have in store for us here? Chopper has been the hero for them in a number of rounds with his A-bomb site. It's Patsy leading the way, slowly creeping up the scaffolding. He's got Siren alongside him. And one thing about Spirit, where they're really good at, Vince, is this trading.
That's a very good point. They're typically on point with their trades, but they run in. Head height and Roy just decapitates all the oncomers. Finally he goes down, but he's bought up enough time for the rest of his team to get here, laying them to rest, putting them in the dirt. It will be a post plant. That much has already been dialed in. And Dexter and Chopper now have to turn their hand to a 2-on-4. 3 of the contingents are at the back room, but the last is on elevators.
And they have to be worried about a flank as well. There is no flank, but they don't know that.
They don't know that information, and therefore they're going to play aggressive, and they're going to walk in. Dexter gets 3! Runs through and just blends them with the Glock. And now Hooksy gets completely crushed by Chopper. What a ridiculous round from Dexter.
That is actually insane from Dexter. We said he was having a quiet game in the first half. But what a way to turn things around. A 4 versus 2. They knew they needed to go for a play, Vince. They knew they needed to do something. They could just wait on the bomb side, waiting to get pushed by the CTs, and he pushes in 3, well, I wouldn't say clean headshots, but he gets the job done. The Glock up close and personal, and Spirit, they win the pistol round. Force Buy will not be coming in from Copenhagen Flames. They opt to wield just the USPs and even a P2K in the hands of Nikodos. Going for a bit of a stack towards A little bit of a cheeky boost as well, and doing a bit of damage to the Chopper. Chopper will fall, but Dexter will reply back. A nice spray there, a 4K. Bit of an eco hunt. He will eventually fall, and the AK will be retrieved by Yabi. And all of a sudden, it is still a 1v2. That is a lot of damage being dealt towards Spirit, considering it was only default pistols for the CT, Vince. This is massive damage already.
This is massive. And he's still in with a shot. Molotov, AK, 17 kills, but Siren will splatter him with the Galil headshot. No armor to protect him. A valiant effort, but ultimately it was too much. And you go back to that Dexter play, you go back to that pistol. How important, how impactful could that play be in the grand scheme of this best of 3 and to potentially getting Spirit into the playoffs of the major?
That was, again, even though we just said it was just an eco bash with the AK-47, the 4 kills he got there, he gets taken down after he gets just a 1 or 2 kills. Suddenly, this was a round which could have easily spiraled out of control for Spirit. But a solid start here. Again, it's not an elimination game, but a winner goes through to the playoffs. There is a lot on the line for both these teams. Magic has snuck his way in. Yabi waiting behind the smoke. He's going to be expecting this is the question. Magic's clearing it out. The timing here is insane. Meantime, Hoaxy finds Siren. Magix takes on Yabi, and now all of a sudden Beast is in control with the T's. However, they have capitulated at mid.
Yeah, Roy's kill in the back was so important, and it allows Siphon to focus his attention onto B stairs as opposed to being caught in 2 mines. Roy's spot there is so huge, and although Chopper still stands, still has the bomb and over a minute on the clock, there's 4 players for him to deal with, and they are encircling him. Even if Hoaxy goes down to his hands, which is a big if, and doesn't end up happening, there was always going to be counter-fragging potential. 9-9, and this is where those 4 kills they got in the previous round, Blair, catches them off guard.
Absolutely. This is when we see how much of damage has been dealt to the economy.
Oof. This is grim.
Yeah, that's not great. We will see a couple of pistols getting upgraded. Just the 1 pistol, just the 1 Deke in the hands of Dexter. He did have a little bit of extra cash afforded because of the multi-kills he got in the 16th and the 17th round. But yeah, this one should be just an easy round for the side of Copenhagen Flames. Don't see them really flubbing this one. But this is a very closely contested affair here, Vince. You can never count out Spirit. How many times have we done so? And how many times did it prove us wrong? Sure, they don't play this map as much as Copenhagen Flames do. Copenhagen Flames, you can clearly see on the T side especially, they had so many cool little plays. You saw the Roy run boost as well coming in, the way they were able to crack open the B defense. They have more tricks up their sleeves. But Spirit, even though they don't show anything too fancy, they can be deadly. Dexter looking to take the duel, and he will find Siphon. That is huge.
You don't need all of the frills and the fine trimmings when you have such a solid powerhouse group of players that are capable on a dime of just flicking heads off. As Dexter has proven once again, that grenade is money, it's damage. Patsy dropped down to 28. I think, honestly, Chopper was lucky to survive that on 5 HP. But all 5 players still stand, and Yabi now will have his work cut out for him as he moves back to the back pillar. Many adversaries coming up, and the A1S sprays down. Yabi will finally fall on his sword, but he can do so with a smile on his face. But Dexter's wiped off that smile from not just him, but Hoaxy and Roy. And with 25 seconds left, this round is not over just yet. He also has the bomb under control, but no idea as to where Nikodos is coming in. And Dexter could be on the brink of something spectacular. Nikodos just has to wait, bide his time. The bomb has been faked. Dexter still thinks that Nikodos is up on the con side, and Nikodos will spoil the party, but that is such a valiant effort from Dexter. He can hold his head high. That was nearly something truly spectacular.
Dexter is an animal. He has just come into his own on its season. What is that second shot? He's doing his best Apex cosplay and making it look even better. Holy hell, Vince, that was what, $700 investment. $700 and take away 4 guns. Look at the money for Copenhagen Flames. Sure, they get the buy, but they have nothing left in the coffers. Now the buy coming in. Patsy found by Roy, spamming away through the smoke. Early casualty for Team Spirit. And you can see Yabi once more. They like playing aggressive here towards the stairs position, getting the stairs control, allowing them to pivot a few more members towards A. And you can see the re-aggression coming back again. They found the first kill on the Patsy, and now it is going to be Nikodos. Big gap in the smoke. He could find a kill here. Oh, I thought that would hit.
That must have gone through the legs. That was super close to connecting. Not any damage was inflicted, so an outright miss. Copenhagen Flames, though, with the player advantage, as Patsy went down earlier, still in the ascendancy. But it's important that they maintained that, considering the amount of economic damage Dexter did in the previous round. 4 lives were deemed forfeit. No players over $1,000, with a couple at $0 before the end of this round. They need this round cleanly. And Copenhagen Flames are about to come under heavy duress. Spirit looking to push in. Good counter utility. Molotov down. Bomb's been spilled as well. Yavi had to come out into the open as he used Molotov anyway. 30 seconds to play with, but all the Spirit are clumped up together. For all they know, they're being flanked, and that may force them in to an aggressive play. They've got to get aggressive. 20 seconds now coming up on the clock. Huxi is the player that's coming around the back, and as long as eyes are down there, he's going to have a deal that he has to try and pass, but instead they look away purely based off the timing. And with 10 seconds, I don't think they can get their way onto the side. I don't think they can brute force their way in. Copenhagen Flames live through and take an 11-9 lead, but that was a matter of milliseconds.
CSGO, Vince, that is so crushing. They were waiting for the flank. They were waiting for the flank, and half a second before he steps into his crosshairs, the player turns away. And from then on, it's just everything just spiraling for the side of Team Spirit. Copenhagen Flames, though, hard-fought round. Come on top, getting some of the... Copenhagen Flames have actually had the edge when it comes to the opening duels thus far in this series. I do believe, I think they had 12, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, so... able to really capitalize on it, losing Patsy early on. And Patsy hasn't, especially in his T-side, usually... when we saw him on Nuke, for example, he was getting so many openings, right, being set up by his teammates. Thus far, he has been a little quiet. Not really having the impact we're used to seeing from this youngster. But then we have the, well, the veterans in the form of Dexter and Chopper delivering in spades. Right now, just going to be, once more, the upgraded pistols. But we've seen what one Deagle can do in the hands of Dexter. This time, they got a couple. Come on, guys, give him the Deag. Magics, come on.
You know you want to.
Yeah, just give it to him.
I think, unfortunately, though, this is where Copenhagen Flames, under normal circumstances, and this is anything but normal, but this is where you expect them to extend their lead and start to really take a stranglehold over this game. They still have to pass this round, though, as you highlighted, and they're giving him a couple of chances with the Deagle here, Zypher. I'm surprised he's peeking out this much. Siren, in the meanwhile, though, does get wide swung from Huxi, and there it's more like it. Copenhagen Flames now putting their foot to the throat of Spirit and not allowing them any wiggle room at all.
Yeah, this is just about delaying the inevitable. Not really finding anything. Not even a point of damage being taken thus far by Falms, as Roy likes to call themselves. I love Roy's Twitter account. Yeah, if you don't follow it, you should.
Any casualties come down, not looking good. Dexter takes a stray bullet, as does Magix, and Copenhagen Flames. Not only do they win the round, they win it with all 5 players standing, and therefore their money is starting to build up nicely. They still retain an AK, they still have an AWP, but here comes Spirit. There is, however, 4 rounds unanswered.
Yeah, and that is worrying, isn't it? Copenhagen Flames on the CD side, ever since they've got their hands on the rifles, it's been a stranglehold. Bomb hasn't even been planted here for Spirit. They need to at least start to show some signs of life here. And like, sure, we saw the heroics from Dexter, right? We saw how deadly he could be with the Deagle, almost coming down to the 1v1. And apart from that, and that wasn't just a force fire. Apart from that, it has been, oh, what a peek from Roy. The timing on that was pristine. Hooksy's there as well. And look at the flashbacks. He is burning alive, but he will stay alive at 21 HP. The follow-up nade will finally find him, but he has dealt so much damage.
All this utility damage that's been inflicted. Dexter limping across with 23 HP. Nikodos now coming down. Big entry from Chopper. And another one forthcoming as Nikodos just walked straight through. Had no idea that Siren could be at the top of scaffolding, which seems like a massive oversight to me. And now it puts Siphon and Yabi in an awkward position. Siphon's getting aggressive, all at head height, tries to pivot in, nearly picks up 3, considering Dexter's 4 hit points across to his side. And now Yabi can hear they're going in for the plant, but Chopper safeguarding, bastioning him his bomb planter, affording them the luxury of another round. That was so close to going awry, though.
Oh, absolutely. And I'm surprised he wasn't able to catch, I do believe it was Nikodos crossing onto the side. Yeah, I'd have to agree with you that this seemed a little discombobulated. The fact that they weren't expecting the player to have pushed up, and that is Chopper finding 3 crucial kills. Zyphin doing his best to push on out, be aggressive, try and potentially catch a tease off guard, considering how low one of the players were. I do believe it was Dexter, actually. It was so very low on health, but he will fall. Dexter now with the AWP having the spawn, looking to find something, but Zyphin able to find Magisk and almost escapes, with Dexter with the wall bang will ensure the trade will take place. And with that, equilibrium maintained early on here for both the sides. A bit of a passive hold. They haven't really shown much towards the ramp position. They've thrown the lurk smoke, have Spirit, but haven't really taken advantage of it. And Copenhagen Flames, for the time being, they're respecting it. You can see the number of bodies from Copenhagen Flames towards the mid-B bomb site area, leaving Nikodos all alone. The AWP in his hands, crosshairs trained at the bottom of ramp.
Smoke is down on ramp, but it does not cover the scaffolding angle. Nikodos tries to flick down, misses the shot, but there is a smoke to afford him a little bit of safe passage and stall the Spirit push that little bit longer. A few more seconds are bought, but in doing so, Siren tries to make inroads out of middle, gaining a little bit of map control in the process, and Spirit with a late flank, looking to turn their attention over on the B site.
Copenhagen Flames playing with a 2-man mobile unit towards mid. They've been pivoting back and forth. Now we can see after a little bit of pressure towards A, they're falling back towards mid, and that's going to catch Siren off guard. So lucky to stay alive at 21 HP, but they have the read. They're looking at the time. They know it's going to be B, and 3 CTs lie in wait.
They need entries. They need them right now. A hot commodity, and out comes a barrage of bullets, but it's from Yabi. Once again at the back pillar. 13 seconds to go. Spram from Patsy. He's trying to scramble to the site, but he has to fall back, and there's only 8 seconds left. They're going to save. Spirit, they went for a late flank. They changed their attention. They changed their mind last second, and it is completely backfired.
33 HP combined remaining for those 3 players, Vince. They knew they had to give this one up. They knew they had to give this one up, and it's fair enough. They have enough money to force out a buy. But Copenhagen Flames, they're just having the read, just being a couple of steps ahead of the rotations from the side of Spirit. And as you pointed out earlier, that the 2-man mobile unit towards mid, right? They were early when he saw the initial contact being made towards B. When Dexter gets a trade towards the B stairs, they aggressively kept the 2 players at the mid position towards B, supporting Yabi. And then the moment Nikodos sees someone, they immediately pivot back, but not playing too reactive, getting ahead of what Spirit were throwing at them. Great stuff coming from Copenhagen Flames. This CD side, especially the buy rounds, apart from the 1 round which Spirit have been able to steal away from them, the Danes are looking very, very solid indeed. Yabi, 24 kills, top fragging in the server, the only player above 20. Dexter and Chopper in the meantime for the tease. And once more Yabi and Zyphin grouping up together. Once again, they go back to this control. Magix is aware of this.
Oh, Magix goes down to Yabi, and even if the kill was forthcoming on Magix, I feel like he just gets traded out anyway from Zyphin. Another freebie frag, 25 and 15. The young gun, the young star finds himself in, and Copenhagen Flames have stolen away a life as they reap another soul in round 24. No damage inflicted to the rest of Spirit, but there's a gap in the smoke, but Nikodos misses. Fortunately, though, he is avenged by Roy, who will relinquish the life of Patsy. And Spirit slow things down, but they are taking a bit of control over scaffolding. Dexter gets spotted, sprayed through, and Roy gets his second of the round. It seems disjointed again from Spirit as they move in one by one. They're taking a ton of damage. Finally something to get excited about on the side of Spirit, though. Chopper does put down one of these defenders, but he's only joined by a 25 hit point Siren, who's had a bit of a slow game as of yet, and it's up to the IGL once again as Hooksy on the drive-by sprays down 2, and Copenhagen Flames are too shy of picking up the first map.
Such an in-your-face defense coming out from Copenhagen Flames. They're not turtling back into the bomb side. They're forcing Spirit to battle out for every single inch of map control. Again, Roy being the hero there. After he gets a second kill, maybe sticks around a little bit too long considering he was running out of bullets, but full belief in the rest of his teammates who had arrived. And again, they don't wait for Spirit to, go for a play, maybe throw a couple of smokes or a flash and pop into the bomb site. They shut it down. Hooksy being, again, very proactive. The pistols come out once more for the side of Spirit. And Copenhagen Flames now 2 away from taking their map pick. Still though, there is a worry for the Flame side. The money is still in a very precarious position, Vince. So there is still a world, unlikely, but there is still a world Spirit can bring this one back. Break the economy, grind it back, maybe get a 13-14, and from then on, the pressure is on for Copenhagen Flames to close it out. But right now, looking at the way the Flames are playing, it is looking fantastic. It is looking clean, solid CD side. Great rotations, great reads. A couple of whiff shots from Nikodos. I don't think he's really warmed up yet, in all honesty, because he's been hitting missing a couple of shots, which he usually would find in his sleep. But everyone else has really stepped up. Yabi getting one more kill to his name, 25. A team effort for the entire squad. The smoke will once more be deployed by the CTs. 40 seconds. They haven't found anything yet, half Spirit.
Time beginning to be a bit of a problem. Hell of a 1D from Siren. He'll need another few of those if they want a chance into this round. They line up and Zyphon puts them in their grave. Beautiful spray. The Copenhagen Flames now have 5 map points. They are 1 step closer to securing playoffs.
The immediate reaction from Copenhagen Flames the moment Yabi gets taken down. The flashbang comes in a span of 2 seconds, and what a spray as well from Zyphon. The M4A1 is already a laser beam, but still impressive stuff. Yes, sure, it was against the Pistols, but we saw what Spirit could do with just a 1 deagle early at the beginning of the second half, so quickly swept aside. Copenhagen Flames, 5 map points to work with. This side has been fantastic for the Danes.
It has been a fortress, there's no doubts about that. Patsy, who's had a very quiet game by his own high standards, from what we've seen throughout this major so far, has at least struck in this, what could be the final round of Vertigo. Up to 14 kills. Hooksy, we've seen a lot of impact from him on the wide swings. But he'll be having to play a little bit more passively this time, especially as they find themselves a player behind. Nikodos on side, gets Molotov out of position. He has to relocate back onto the site. And this is opening up a couple of avenues now that Spirit are looking to try and make something with. The slow peak, though, yields 1 frag. Nikodos out for another one. Locks down side, simultaneously pushing with the rest of his teammates, taking a stranglehold over the ramp. Switching to the AK, another spray from Nikodos, who's really coming alive now when it truly counts for his team. And that's the bomb that gets dropped alongside, and he's still making moves. He's still pincering in, still pivoting. He's hungry for more frags. He can sense the weakness, and with Hooksy alongside him, this should be a done deal. Beautiful round for Nikodos. Beautiful map and CT side for Copenhagen Flames, and they move 1-0 in the lead.
That was so well done from Nikodos, switching over to the AK-47 as well, ensuring, and keeps on pushing it. The fact that he walks down the scaffolding, there was no way they were expecting him, and even if he gets taken down, he'd done his job. Huge 4K there from Nikodos to close that map out. Copenhagen Flames, they looked pristine on that CD side, Vince, just dropping the 1 round against the buy, and then of course, fine, the first couple of rounds came down to Dexter getting the the clutch played the 2v4 the pistol round, and then we saw him with it sprayed out. So even the rounds that Spirit were able to win, there was one convincing round on the T side, and Copenhagen Flames showing why they picked this map.
Indeed. So we head into that second map 1-0 on Copenhagen Flames. A bit of a scrappy start, but a great end to that. That's enough from us, though. We're going to head back to the desk to break down all of that Vertigo madness.
A stellar defense from the Danes sees them burning spirits out of the server on Vertigo. 1-0 up in this crucial qualification series for the playoffs. So let's start off with that CT side. What allowed Copenhagen Flames to be closing this one out in such a clean fashion, Maniac?
I think on the side of Spirit, a couple of names that we had mentioned as win conditions had a really tough time getting in the groove of things, right? If you combine Magix and Siren, 0 opening kills for 8 attempts. They never could put their team in a good position, never put the best foot forward entering these T rounds, and this is where I think Copenhagen Flames assured that they were one step or one class higher on Vertigo. They were the better team. There's not much we can debate about it.
That's going to be a yikes from me, dog.
Oh, he's going with the yikes now.
Yeah, that was pretty tough to watch for some of the openers there for Spirit. Patsy in particular also, I mean, he had a slightly better time on opening kills, but he was getting beat at that A ramp. He tried emulating what Roy was doing for the side of Copenhagen Flames, but consistently getting picked off by his counterpart in Roy, by Nico Dawes, who started to warm up in that game. I really think that Copenhagen Flames are just comprehensively a better team than Spirit on this map. I think that's very safe to say after what we just saw here. Although Spirit kind of gave us reason to believe in streaks in the first half. Yeah. Once they switched to the T side, it just feels like they didn't really have quite as many options. But I'll throw mostly the praise at Copenhagen Flames.
Yeah, we have to. I think it was also kind of a testament to how well-rounded the roster is on that City side, right? Because you could look at obviously the stats that we have on our screen. You can mention Yabi, for example, the man right there that we're witnessing. But whenever he was found first on that B side, it was Siphon stepping up big time with that 4K whenever his teammates fall through. So actually, not a lot of loopholes, not a lot of weaknesses on the defense. Everyone was able to handle their business whenever they were tested. That's all you need for a good City side.
Yeah, I like that you bring up the sort of well-rounded nature of the Flames, particularly coming into this one. Yabi, obviously the man we can see on our screen with the highlights. Maui, what would you kind of say was most instrumental about his performance on this particular map?
Oh, I don't even think he really died that much at B. Like, yeah, he was stellar on that side of the map. But yeah, I mean, it actually emulates the performance we saw from Shush earlier today. To throw it to another Danish anchor player, if people aren't as familiar with Yabi, it's oftentimes kind of the role that he's playing in for Copenhagen Flames. And I mean, actually, you know, he's kind of up there. We were talking about Shush as being one of the better players in that role, but Yabi is making a case for himself. He's kind of flown under the radar, I'd say, for the general public, but he's definitely putting his name into the hat.
Yeah, I agree with you. I wanted to say, I guess part of the reason why we don't really mention Yabi in that conversation is that since Stockholm, we haven't really seen much of the Flames.
Yeah.
At some point, there also has to be an amount of time watching these players to put them in these categories, to give them the praises they deserve. And personally, I think Yabi is definitely in the pipeline to become something really great in Danish Counter-Strike. He's already one of the most influential rifle I have the pleasure to witness. Here, he's doing it again. He is the man leading the charge on that first Vertigo. Even though it was Roy on day one, I still have a lot of eggs in the Yabi basket.
Yeah, I like that you bring up that point, the fact that, you know, the team of Copenhagen Flames was saying they feel more confident coming into these LAN stages. They feel like a better LAN team, despite the fact that they actually don't get to play many LANs together. They also said, interestingly, they feel more comfortable in those best of one. So I think this is a good sign coming into the best of threes. That was a point of kind of nerves for Roy. He didn't know whether the team would be able to, you know, step up in this test of stamina. It's nice to see them starting off good in this one.
It's not over yet, though. Like,
yes.
Let's put that out there. It's just the map.
Yep.
I mean, in BO1s, Roy likes him. That was his BO1.
I guess, yep.
He's still got some more to go. I think that Spirit right now have to just kind of recollect themselves and think that Copenhagen Flames going into that, it was going to be a huge uphill battle. Mirage is a little bit of a surprise from us. I'm sure we'll talk on it later a little bit more. But all in all, this is Copenhagen Flames getting the job done on the map. I think both of us agreed when we saw the veto process that this was just supposed to be the favored map for Flames, and taking care of business there doesn't really subvert our expectations at all. We're pretty much still in what we would consider normalcy here.
Yeah, no, that is a good point going forward. I do just want to give a bit of credit to Dexter. I think that second pistol round, that was beautiful. I really like to see the reactions from Team Spirit in that one as well. Unfortunately, though, only able to get 2 rounds after that. One of them against, you know, not a very strong buy from Copenhagen Flames.
I mean, across the board, Copenhagen Flames is a stronger, more comprehensive team than Spirit. I think this is where I stand. I will never ever take anything away from Dexter. I'm a huge fan of what he can bring to the table, and I'm glad that he is showcasing it. He's a player that kind of rolls through the online era of Counter-Strike, but I feel like whenever he's showed up on LAN, he's delivered extremely high quality Counter-Strike. But again, circling back to that conversation, for people to think about you, for people to talk about you, you need to showcase yourself in these moments. If Spirit go out and they don't make it to playoffs, obviously that's a lot of less eyes on him. But here, he stepped up, just clearly wasn't enough.
Mary, I want to throw in one more question over to you, because you were saying coming into this particular series, the fact that, haven't seen much of Copenhagen Flames since Stockholm, but what you have seen, you've really liked in terms of the improvement. What do you think is the biggest improvement we've seen out of the Flames since the last major?
Oh, the Flames improvement. It's a good question. I think that one thing that has been really nice about their T sides is that I feel like Hooksy has made his role a little bit more active, because sometimes on certain maps, like Nuke, for example, I guess we're not seeing that in this series, he kind of would just have these really slow pace sort of ways to try to get into the action. And I thought it was too blame Effie, like he was just kind of taking pages out of his book. But now I'm seeing him getting way more incorporated into whatever the main macro plan is for the team. And I think that's just it's just a better and more welcome sight, just to know that somebody's there to trade, as opposed to trying to be some late round win condition, where I feel like that never even suited his skill set necessarily. And now, just because he's a little bit more involved, he can just be a guy that's a captain, he's leading in that moment, and just leading by example a little more so.
Look, I don't want to take anything away from the Flames and the situation they are in. After all, it's a 2-0 game. They're one map up, literally 16 rounds won from the playoffs. But I think if we're comparing with Stockholm, we have to be a little bit careful, right? In here, in the Legend stage, it's a victory against Bad News Eagle. It's a 16-14. Then where they really surprised everyone is when they put ends in their places on Ancient. If you go back to Stockholm, there are losses to Heroic, losses to NIP, not to make it to the playoffs. That's where they kind of fell. So if you're thinking about CPH Flames and what they can bring to the table, this should be a game that they have to take and make playoffs.
Well, we're going to see if they can take it in convincing fashion, but it's going to be a test coming onto their opponent's pick. It's going to be Mirage, and it's going to be going down after this.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Mirage into the mix as the next map in this series, but perhaps a little bit of surprise pick coming out of Team Spirit. Maui, why did this one catch you a little bit off guard?
I didn't see this one coming, Freya. I thought that Spirit had a couple of options with this veto, maybe a nuke pick, but they didn't like that option. They went with Mirage, and the reason it's surprising is because they haven't really been doing that well on this map. The latest wins against K23, Blue Jays, definitely not the competition you would compare to a Legend stage at a major. And they have quite a handful of losses too, Maniac. I am not liking what I'm seeing. It's a good amount of red over there.
Yeah, it truly feels like all the odds are stacked against Spirit in that one. I think we need to make it clear that they are in a very dire situation. It would require something heroic, no pun intended, for Spirit to be actually able to turn this best of 3 around. They got manhandled on Vertigo. They were definitely the worst team of both. But going up with Mirage against Copenhagen Flames, I mean, I was looking at the Flames' result, and there are maybe a couple of losses that could point towards sort of a weakness, I guess. You have the Mouse game during the Dallas qualifier. That's a 3-16 loss. An Apex game as well, 6-16 loss. So is that Spirit kind of pigeonholing these defeats and saying, Flames, I think you are struggling on Mirage. I think we're going to pounce on a weakness. But I'm only okay with that narrative. I'm only okay with that option if Mirage is a truly good map for you. And I think this is the first step that's missing.
Yeah, and that's the big question. Are the mind games going to be paying off coming into this one? I want to get your takes, Mario, on exactly what you hope to see from Spirit, if they have any hopes of, pushing this to 1-1 and potentially still being in with a chance of claiming a spot in the playoffs, because that is what is on the line coming into this match.
So something I really disliked about what we just saw from Spirit was their team procedures to get map control on A ramp at Vertigo. If we use that and extrapolate a little bit and bring that to Mirage, they're going to have to take a lot of mid control. And Patsy was having a very tough time dealing with the usual suspects from the side of Copenhagen Flames in Roy and in Nikodovs. So if he can have a bounce back game, because we have seen him have some excellent, impactful games in these opening BO1s, if he can replicate any of that success and find some kind of performance like that, yeah, they have a chance to actually take something away, and then Chopper can go for an experience mid-round. But it's such a conditional victory. I can't actually get behind that statement. I'm just really giving you something to look for and hope that it's there for Spirit to make this competitive.
I know where you're going with this, but I will say that taking that part of the map control Mirage is not that elaborate as it is on Vertigo.
Right.
I feel like everyone should have the ABC of taking control of the first 20 seconds of a round. And if you are a truly good team, there's going to be a bit more nuance in how you take it, and I don't believe that Spirit pertain to that category, but I think they should be able to just lay the cards out, to have a map control, trade around, and hope that the Patsies, the Siren, and the Dexters of the world actually find some impact. I don't believe they're going to be stopped the same way they have been on Vertigo.
It was interesting, actually, to be chatting with a couple of the guys in the green room saying, they had a few words with one member on the side of Copenhagen Flames who was actually quite nervous about coming up against Patsy, considering, what we've seen in those best of 1 series as well. We didn't really get to see too much of Patsy shining on that first map. So is all the weight kind of, for you on the side of Team Spirit, is a lot of all the weight shifting for him to be showing up on that one?
Yeah, I think the weight is on Spirit right now. I think all of them realize, and obviously this is a narrative that's very much alive here in this major, that whenever you have an opportunity, you have to seize it immediately. And I think Spirit, although being a 2-0 situation, realizes, they acknowledge that, hey, we're playing the Flames for a spot in the playoffs of the major. This might be our best shot. There are plenty of extremely strong teams waiting in a 2-1, and Lord knows what would happen to them in a 2-2. So I don't believe that they can go in and fly light. I think they have pressure on them, and I think they acknowledge that this is now or never.
This is something we were talking about, the narrative coming into this matchup. The fact that we're not expecting both of these teams to be in this position. This is kind of the best case scenario for either of them, because we're looking at the remaining competition. Man, there are some deadly teams already in that to the 2-1 matches.
It's weird that this is a 2-0 game, because you think that things will get easier for these teams as they play 2-1 teams, 2-2 teams. It's quite the opposite, as a matter of fact. Every team is going to become more experienced, and some of them are simply going to power up because they just kind of had a bad first day. So I think that right now, yes, this is the best opportunity for Spirit, but if I really have to just give a solid pred, I think that this road is going to end for them on this map. I just have a tough time seeing them trying to replicate some kind of blueprint, because the thing is, the bright side is that Copenhagen Flames have had some bad losses on this map lately. They lost to Maus 16-3, and that was with Maus having an incredible T side. So Patsy, watch a Frozen demo, just see what you can copy from him, and that's like saying, just try to copy Nico, try to copy Simple, like trying to copy a world-class player, just out the box, looking at one little replay. It's very, very difficult. So, yeah, I'm going to stick with the whole Copenhagen Flames.
Well, we're going to see if they can make it through in a flawless fashion and finally make it to the playoff spot here at the PGL Antwerp Major, the first team that will be doing so, but we're going to see how it goes down with Vince and Blair on Mirage.
Indeed, Blair, the playoffs beckon, and Copenhagen Flames are one solitary map away from securing their spot on a map that many people, myself included, would say is definitely up there as one of their heavy-hitting maps.
Yeah, and it's a fact that I think Des brought up a very good point where it looked like Spirit, they went for this map based off the fact that Copenhagen Flames have actually had a couple of rough losses, that being albeit online, and they're trying to maybe replicate that, right? I think Maui hit the nail on the head there. You'd rather just play to your strengths instead of just trying to counter a team like Copenhagen Flames. Let's see how it plays out. I think another good point raised by the desk was how Patsy, we saw how impactful it could be, for example, on Nuke, but it was also because he was being set up by his teammates in a very good fashion. On the Vertigo T side over here, we could see he was kind of flat. He wasn't really able to find the impact we've seen him deliver in the past multiple times. And obviously, you know, this is a different map. That was a map pick coming in from Copenhagen Flames, and hopefully they have the right protocols over here to go up against the Flames. That being said, for Copenhagen Flames, I look at their online results with a bucket of salt. Some reason they'll be losing to teams they have no business losing against, but when it comes to playing here on LAN, they seem to always deliver, always be a dangerous opponent. And for Copenhagen Flames, you got to remember, guys, they came into the previous PGL Major, they were 2-1 up in the Legend stage, and they couldn't make it through. And as the desk have alluded to time and time again, every game, if you lose this game, the next matchup is going to be against maybe potentially a top 5 team in the world. The game after that might be a potential top 3 team in the world. It's going to get harder and harder, and Flames will have this in the back of their mind. They're looking to get this done 2-0. I have to agree with Maui. I have to side with him. I feel Flames will actually get this one done.
As do I. I think if you look at the stats, if you look at the general vibe and the general ebb and flow, I'm expecting Copenhagen Flames to get this done as well. But let's not forget that Spirit have been the underdogs pretty much the entire Challenger stage. Many people didn't think they'd make it through. They made it through 3-1. Many people thought that they'd get 0-3, 1-3. Here we are in a 2-0. They have consistently proven us wrong at every single go, every single map, every single match. So this is still doable.
Well, here we go, though. Spirit starting on the T side over here. Obviously, their map pick, Copenhagen Flames, opting to start on the CD side. Hooksy's got a smoke and a kit, and they're wasting no time, Vince. All 5 members grouped up outside of B. Smoke gonna bloom, and it's gonna come down to Yabby and Hooksy to deliver.
Flash out in first as Hooksy is looking to try and carve a path through some of these heads, but instead he gets a goosh for his troubles. Trying to lock it down as well. 1 kill, but Magic's with 2. Quickly flicks out and shuts down the site. Still, Roy is on A. He's not sure if this is a fake. He has to join the rest of his teammates as they're starting to capitulate. They're starting to crumble under the pressure, the strain that Spirit is putting on them. And already Roy and Nikodos, the last 2 players standing, they're both clumped up in the marketplace. And when you look at these post-plant positions on the side of Spirit, it is looking untenable. It's looking far too powerful, far too strong. And Magix gets his 3rd. It took him multiple rounds before he got on the board on Vertigo. He's already struck 3 times in round 1 here.
Spirit wasting no time. They knew exactly what had in store for us there. And yeah, Yabby needed to hit a couple of shots right before they were able to kind of flood into the bomb site. Unfortunately, not able to find anything. Hooksy at least able to trade, but then Spirit, just good trading. We had a smoke for the window of market. And it's going to be a full eagle coming in here for the Copenhagen Flames side. Full USPs. The rare P2000 in the hands of Nikodos and Spirit, all grouping up together towards mid, but the USPs, okay, they find one. AK-47 looking to be challenged, but it is going to be a shooting gallery. Dexter with a very, very quick ace with the AK-47. He's had a couple of those rounds thus far here, Vince. A bit of an eco bash here and there. We saw that on Vertigo too, although that was a losing effort for the side of Spirit. But solid start here, 2-0. And I'll see the rifles come out to play for the Danes. No AWP yet for Mr. Nikodos. It's going to be them for A1. We have a multitude of smokes, 5 smokes in total, 1 incendiary in the hands of Yabby, and I do not spot a kit. And that means a retake scenario could get dicey. Copenhagen Flames, let's see what they have in store for us here. It's going to be another default setup. Hooksy and Yabi going to be playing towards the B bomb side. Hooksy, the IGL, being the first point of contact towards B.
I mean, meanwhile, though, has laid to rest Siren, and in doing so, has made this so much more difficult on the approach. It's actually clumped over players on Van, but also still yet to get out of the B-Apps area. Dexter, who was a player that just struck, has the bomb, and this is now all about Patsy trying to bait this in as long as possible. Look to see if they can get a rotational element in from the CTs and catch them off guard, while Chopper slowly navigates himself through the ramp. But Patsy has been spotted, fragged, and put down. There is only one player up against Chopper, but Nikados is good enough to pass that test. And in doing so, Dexter, who has tried to rotate multiple times, well, he's up against the world. 4 players to find and frag.
Yeah, this one is pretty much done. He's got the bomb in his back, and there is a world if he's able to somehow find Hooksy, who's jumping across right now, just jump spotting right next to the van. If he's able to find him, there is a window, just rush in towards B and plant the bomb. Of course, he's not aware of what we are. We can take a look at the map here. We can see how Copenhagen Flames. Oh, there we go. If you can find this pick. There we go. That was a slight little opportunity there for Dexter to potentially maybe get the bomb down and try and clutch this one out. But that window has been missed. And for Copenhagen Flames, there is no need for them to go for a hunt. Dexter more than capable of hitting his shots to try and save his AWP. And Copenhagen Flames, they know they don't want to lose any rifles here. They want to keep as many members alive as possible. They have him pinned down. And it's going to be the first round on board here from the side of the Flames. A faster contact play coming out from Spirit. And despite Hooksy being in a little bit of an uncomfortable position, it was actually Yabi from the short position able to find the opening pick, and then Spirit not quite able to crack the B bomb site. However, the buy is still going to be coming on out. The saved AWP for Dexter will still be in play. And of course, we have a Tech 9 for Chopper. He decides he's going to take one for the team, just so he can afford a bit more of utility here to work with for the CIS side.
Chopper and Patsy, another slow start. I'm really hoping we do see more from Patsy in this game. I don't think he showed even remotely his A game on Vertigo. That will need to change if Spirit want a chance, and it's Dexter boosted up. Sources the prey of Roy. Yabi is undeterred by his teammate being picked off. He still continues to play aggressive, but Dexter's now struck twice. May not anticipate a third player here, but Nikados is going to find himself the first frag, spins around and gets himself a second, and it's alleviating the pressure building up on mid. And that will push the green button for Spirit to get out there on B side. But they don't check Hooksy's position, and he sprays down for 2 as well. This was a 5v3 in favor of Spirit, and they have cartwheeled out of this round. Copenhagen Flames bounce right back.
Despite the heroics of Dexter early on, finding 2 opening picks, but Nikados spinning around in the mid like a top, 180-degree kills. Oh, the first one as well, so very fast from Dexter. But Nikados, the hero, spins around. Patsy found as well. And then a little bit of a moment there in the B bomb side, but Hooksy able to recover in time. He's going to be feeling a little lucky after that. Able to find 2, and in the end, Copenhagen Flames stringing a couple of rounds together. They have broken the economy here early on for Spirit, as they will now have to work with the pistols. A bit of an update on the B stream. Vince, Vitality 5 rounds away from crushing the dreams and hopes of North America in the form of Team Liquid and going 2-0 up. Bear in mind, this is the 0-2 matchup, so Vitality is still not in a comfortable position yet. But for Liquid, they lose this map, they're going home.
The second elimination match, of course, later on is Bad News Eagles against Imperial. So we're saying goodbye to 2 teams, and we're saying hello and welcome to the playoffs to 2 teams as well, one of which is going to be Spirit or Copenhagen Flames, and later on we have Na'Vi against Nip. Meanwhile, though, in this round, it is effectively an eco, but Copenhagen Flames have done it without having any issues whatsoever. 5 kills without retort, and a 3-2 lead on top of it.
All right, let's see what Spirit have in store for us here. Maui mentioned about how, you know, they're going to have to battle for that mid control. They're going to have to have more of a procedure in how they want to approach this T side, which was distinctly lacking on Vertigo. And we could see that, and it was something Copenhagen Flames kept on abusing, especially towards an A-ramp position, where it was Nikados and Roy. They're basically a brick wall for the side of the Copenhagen Flames defense. Now for Spirit, let's see what they have here. Don't have the op out again for Dexter. It's going to be the AK. Galil for Magics. And you can see for Copenhagen Flames, aggressive posturing towards ramp. We have Zyphon and Roy there. A little bit of presence towards mid being shown by Chopper and Patsy. But they are setting up for this B split seemingly. And again for Copenhagen Flames is these two defenders, the captain, Hooksy, and the very, very capable Yabby.
Oh, I was going to say the gap in the smoke, though, for Patsy. Unbeknownst, he was walking into the crosshair of Nikodos, who will not miss. Smoke affords Hooksy safe passage for a quick peek. He can dart back, knowing that Yabby has his back covered. And Yabby has been Mr. Consistent today and over the course of the Legends stage. Had a bit of a slow start to this game, but Spirit already thwarted, pushed away, the hand in the face, the door slammed on B side. And not for the first time here as well, Blair. Their plans have gone awry, and it doesn't feel like they have a plan B. If their initial idea and purpose doesn't work, they just kind of float around for a while.
Yeah, this looks just like a save, right? They haven't really done much here ever since they lost the 2 players. What they were trying to do was, of course, making a lot of pressure towards B and trying to push in from short, while simultaneously, I do believe it was Patsy, but towards connected, they're trying to post a player over there, maybe cut off the rotation. But Nikodos using that little bit of a gap in the smoke to spot the head of the player, climbing up the connected stairs, finding him. And then, of course, the player coming out towards short, getting found. I do believe that was Hooksy. All the way from the van position, getting the kill. And, of course, even the utility usage from the CTs, right, just keeping the Ts at bay. And while the teammates are falling towards connector and short, the B hit never really transpired. And just holding on to the weapons here. Now, a force can still come out for the side of Spirit. But look at how sparse the utility is. 3 of the players are saved. They can't go for any utility buy. So Chopper, he's going to buy Patsy as well. Okay, I kind of envisioned Patsy or Chopper to just go for maybe a pistol and armor so they could have a little bit of extra utility. Vince is a force buy with 1 flashbang. 1 solitary flashbang and a smoke which have deployed early on already for jungle. So it is going to be a fast play coming up towards Cat.
Yeah, they know that they have to push forward. There's no second guessing this. Roy, though, with 1, gets traded out, and Patsy's got his first 2 entries. His first 2 kills on Mirage in round 7. Better late than never, and that's given his team a golden opportunity now to get their 3rd round. But they've got to make sure they don't hemorrhage kills. Oh. Patsy with a 3rd. Nikodos dealt with in window. And that's got to be Spirit dialing in a 3rd round now.
Yeah, unless something miraculous happens here, and that's going to come down to Zyphon sneaking in. He could get a timing, Vince.
It is possible. Patsy out. Another beautiful entry. He's on for the ace. The young man who was absent on Vertigo is now showing his hand as he just strikes the ground and everyone around him falls down. And he's on the prowl. He's not content with 4. He wants the ace against this fully invested Copenhagen Flames. It's been one-sided, and Patsy will drive home. All 5 kills. Huge round from the youngster.
What a round. 0-4, and suddenly an ace out of nowhere. That was a force buy, mind you. They had 1 flash in a smoke, and then Copenhagen Flames gifting the fight to the side of Spirit. Patsy's like, yeah, I'll take it. I'll take it. Starting with a Galil, upgrading to the AK-47, and just completely, single-handedly, a one-man wrecking ball, dismantling the Copenhagen Flame CD side. And here we go, a faster play coming in towards the ramp position, but Incendiary's going to keep them at bay. Chopper in the meantime towards mid, making his presence felt. A smoke for the Incendiary is going to keep attention focused towards top of mid, and in the meantime, the hit comes in towards the A-bomb side. Zyphon has been spotted out, and it's going to come down to the aggression from Roy to find something, but they're getting blocked apart by Siren and Magics.
Yabby, though, comes back with 2 of his own, proving that he will not be overshadowed. And with Siren and low HP on 10 hit points, and that second wind coming up for the Danes, Spirit have respected this. They've backed off. They're anticipating that they're getting flanked right now, so they're watching and peering into the T-spawn. But every second that passes now is another that Copenhagen Flames have to second-guess themselves. Is this a fast B hit? Are they rotating up middle? And in doing so, they've taken those 3 defenders and they've cordoned it off to just Zyphon. Now, Zyphon does have an off angle on Firebox. This is one of those positions that may go unchecked. Do Spirit want to give this away?
Do they want to throw smokes on first or just dry peek out? In the meanwhile, though, HooXi very intelligently, alongside Yabi, are fact-finding for themselves. They're finding out this map is basically empty. It's bereft of any T's, but Chopper, he's a step ahead of Siphon, and with that frag, a plant should be following in.
But a double flank coming in here, Vince. This is something they might not be expecting, right? And it's going to be a true two-pronged assault as well. One play coming out from Ramp, the other from Palace, but they're both watching.
HooXi now moving in. Siren has dealt the fatal blow to Yabi and Dexter. Onto HooXi. It was a valiant attempt from Yabi, but ultimately Spirit were way too good. We said we had to see Patsy step up to the plate after that Vertigo performance. He's done that, but also Dexter. He's had tons of impact early on in this map.
It looked like Spirit, after getting his first two opening picks, they're just giving it away. There's no smoke for jungle, enabling a 2K to come in for Copenhagen Flames. But the timing of the rotation, right? If it was if Spirit were a little bit late in making the hit towards an A bomb site, they could potentially have been caught with their pants down and be taken down from behind. But again, so much of awareness as well. The flanks coming in were from Palace and Ramp, and both of them got taken care of. Still a buy here for the CD side, but they're going for the contact play once more.
Siphon up on the box, though, it does allow him safe passage from that Molotov. It means he's very immobile, but while his teammates are all striking around him and destroying and demolishing the oncoming teaser, allows him the opportunity to spray out, but he whiffs his spray. The FAMAS lets him down, betrays him. And although Patsy comes back with a frag, he's on low HP alongside Magix, and Deja Vu falls upon us, almost an identical situation to that previous round.
Such a good flashbang from Roy to find the kill onto Nikodos, and now they don't see anything. This is a great timing from Yabi. He could easily shut this one down, Vince. They're going to slowly creep walking up. Spacing is good, though. He's good for one. He's good for two is a question. He's good for nothing, Vince. He gets taken down. Magic so aware, and look at where the CDs are. They're so far away from the B bomb site. Spirit should get the bomb down here.
Oh, Roy went in peeking, see if he could cordon off the push before it got any kind of momentum. Instead, though, he is plucked out by Patsy's AWP, trading in. And now HooXi can only save. The money for the Danes is in the bin. They have to save this M4. Spirit take the lead.
How good is Magix? Just the one kill, Vince. He gets dinged down at 3 points of health as well, but that kill was instrumental. Yabi even playing the off angle, trying to catch them off guard. And I thought, yeah, sure, he'll get one kill. He might get traded, at least buying a little bit of extra time for his teammates to try and rotate back towards the B bomb site. But Spirit, immediate, quick, snappy decision making. Running it all the way back towards the B bomb site. Great spacing. Patsy as well with the AWP, holding the angle, cutting off the rotation. And just like that, Spirit with the lead. And if you look at the money now for Copenhagen Flames, I expect a couple of pistols coming out here, a few pistols. But apart from that, they're just going to try and work around the M4A1 in the hands of HooXi. The FAMAS, man.
Yeah.
In case anyone was wondering why not many people like the FAMAS, that's why. That's one great example why.
Yeah, for me, that was maybe the main determining factor. I think if that kill goes the way of Copenhagen Flames, you're looking at a very different outcome. But that's all in the past and the here and now. It is that eco situation that we discussed. It's the 1M4. There's a CZ in play as well. Some aggression out, but Yabi has already been dealt with swiftly by Siren. Magix also dips in and picks himself up one, and the round is falling into position the way we expected. Really, the only thing that stands between Spirit and a 6th round is HooXi, and he instantly loses his head.
1 HP in Magix. He was so low already, going for a very brave play there. M4, retrieval mission for Nikodos. He's gonna find one. Siren. Dangerous game is playing here, but he will find Roy, and this round should be done. Nikodos has got no armor, he's blinded, he's getting hunted down, he's getting pinned down, able to fight. Another one, and now it's a 1v2, and Magic's bleeding internally.
No time, though, unfortunately. Nikodos, nice try, but no kit, no time, and ultimately no life. As you said, though, it's a bit of economic damage, but it is the T side, and Spirit are off to a cracking lead now.
The money on Spirit is a bit obscene, considering how early it is. The 6 and 4, they will have no trouble whatsoever purchasing any weaponry they want. Dexter losing the op, doesn't matter. He's going to be dropped one of his own. For the side of Copenhagen Flames defense, it was the full eco after all, around the one saved A1, able to deal a little bit of damage, and now the full buy is going to be coming out once more. Nikodos with the AWP, Roy towards mid, towards jungle, preemptive nade. Gonna just tickle Dexter and Chopper a bit. And Nikodos, very standard positioning from Nikodos, playing towards ticket booth. We have Zyphon playing aggressively on top of Shadow, and as usual, Hooksy towards the kind of the B anchor, and Yabi looking to be the short player, helping his captain out. Again, very default setup from Copenhagen Flames, nothing too crazy, nothing too wild. They're waiting for Spirit to go for their play, giving a lot of control, so to speak. But that being said, though, Roy with a little bit of re-aggression.
Thinking about going for that peek. At the moment, he's got his eyes trained on the underpass area. Smokes and flashes being exchanged between the teams. And with the smoke in the window area and one on connector, Spirit will now make the most of this momentary weakness on Copenhagen Flames. Roy, though, bypassing the smoke, takes one head and a second. 2 frags go his way before he inevitably falls, but he should have done enough for his teammates, initially calling another 2 plays out. How have they got caught by Patsy? How has Patsy came through and got 2 frags? That's ridiculous. But now they still have magics. And he's able to pick up the bomb. 30 seconds to play with, hoping that Yavi goes in for that peek, but the timing's slightly off. Wants to secure the bomb plant, but Hooksy should have him dead to rights. And although Spirit in a post plant, it will be the round going the way of Copenhagen Flames. And a lot of that bounces directly off Roy's 2K and connector.
Yeah, that's just massive. And even just getting the kill through the smoke as well. He even lines up the third Vince, almost found a third kill before it got taken down. Copenhagen Flames winning a hard-fought round predicated off the heroics of Roy. Hard-fought game here. Obviously for Spirit, they want to take this to Ancient. They want to take this to Ancient and then try and book the ticket for the playoff stage. For Copenhagen Flames, this has been their best opportunity over 2 major events to play in front of a crowd. So they want to close it out here at Mirage. Here we go. Faster pace being set here once more. Patsy wants to be the demon on his T side for the side of Spirit, looking to find something with a flashbang. Makes him reconsider his options. The resmoke comes in for the jungle in the meantime, and this could be an opportunity for them to just lurk someone up there.
Ton of damage though onto Patsy just purely off HEs. He's down to 7, and Chopper's not faring too much better either. And now he's been put down first. The dirt will be littered with his corpse as they look to start to push into middle. This is a triple stack hit though on Spirit, Ramp, Palace, Connector, all can conjoin together. Even though they are weakened, it'll only take 1 entry and things get dicey for Copenhagen Flames. Zyphon stuck in the under area and Shadow has to come out. There's a flash alongside it, but it's a 1-for-1 trade. They must realize from the trajectory of that flashbang that Roy is in the jungle, so they're going to flash into an aggressive play themselves, and Patsy will capitalize, taking the head of Roy. And now this defense is looking a little bit more barren. Nikodos, though, stands his ground, delivers for his 11th time on the map. But Dexter's still alive. There was a chance for Patsy on 7 HP to have more impact in this round, but he may have missed his chance. That window of opportunity comes closing down, slammed in the face. And although damage is inflicted to Nikodos, Patsy on 7 can't feasibly clutch this down. So he looks to try and pull the plug and save. But Hooksy may catch him, although he is moving into the ramp area. This round is done, though. Copenhagen Flames will have a 6th.
He hears him. He's trying to hunt him down here, Vince, but Patsy, if he legs a knife out, should be able to comfortably hold on to his AK-47, and there you have it. Copenhagen Flames not looking to go for the hunt. Their money's still in a very rough spot for the time being, but they will tie things up. Great hole coming out there. A little messy there from Spirit, in all honesty. They took a lot of time. Not able to flush out Nikodos. And Nikodos, more than the kills he got, it's just the fact that he stayed alive for so very long behind the ticket booth. I love the aggression with Patsy, though. He was so low, I think it was 7 points in health, and they flash him in through jungle, and he just runs in and gets the kill. Just a mad lad. You love to see it, but unfortunately for Spirit, they don't quite manage to convert it into a round. Nikodos, though, we did have a couple of question marks for him on Vertigo. He was missing a few shots he really shouldn't have, but he has indeed come alive here on Mirage on the CD side. As you see Spirit once more grouping up together. You look at the buy, it's not ideal. It's going to be the waterfall play out from A, and Zyphon, he's going to lie in wait.
Abby's there as well, though, and Zyphon, nice time smoke. That will stall this round a bit longer. That may work in Spirit's favor, though, because it allows Patsy to make moves up middle. Additionally, Chopper, who's an underpass, doesn't have to get too aggressive just yet with his Tech 9. That smoke still up, but only for a few more moments.
Once that depletes, we could start to see Spirit getting aggressive. Smoke's now being deployed in middle, additionally. Locking down the window. 3 players strong. Zyphon is going to have his work cut out for him. There's no flash, there's no smoke to precede it, and that will make quite slim pickings on Copenhagen Flames as they put down the AWP to use. Patsy, though, with the spray, looking for more, and Dexter out in the palace is going to get him done. Zyphon gets caught in transition. And out of nowhere, this round actually is winnable now. At range, the MP9 can't finish off the frag, but Hooksy's going to trade up to the AK instead. There's a volley down, the spray is Orion. Dexter, clutching out for Spirit, gets their lead with a 3K and 13 kills to his name.
How did Hooksy not land a single bullet from the MP9 and Patsy? He was in 3 HP, just legging it to the bomb side, but somehow he survives. And what a round from Dexter. He had to not just get the player on the bomb side, but he also had to drop down and take care of Zyphon, who was being tucked in inside a shadow for what felt like forever. That was a force buy coming in from Spirit, but Vince have done it. They've broken the money for Copenhagen Flames. Coming down to some huge plays. Both the Oppers on both Flames and Spirit really delivering in spades. Nikodos has been a hero for multiple rounds, and Dexter, we saw what he could do. He didn't even have his weapon of choice. It was the AK-47, as we have a bit of an eco push coming out from the CTs. Just a 1 CZ investment in the hands of Zyphon, but quickly swept aside has Magix. Okay, that's a cheeky one. Don't see that very often, but Hooksy, USB, just looking to maybe get a couple of kills here, but in all honesty, I don't really fancy Copenhagen Flames' chances. So for Spirit, this is pretty much a confirmed round here, especially with Siren winning these duels, and they will be guaranteed to go into the second half with a 1-round lead on their map pick.
There were question marks over the Spirit, T-side in particular, and so far it's been looking pretty decent. That makes you think as well, if Nikodos isn't popping off on 13 kills, how brutal this half honestly could have been. It feels like Dexter, most of his kills have come off the back of rifle work, and you know that that's a power play they're going to have up their sleeve for the CT side. We know he's a known quantity on his CT side with the AWP. He is just a powerhouse, so that could also be an interesting dynamic coming into this second half.
It has come down, I won't lie, multiple. Ooh, nice little dink there, but Siren, just a dink, he will get the kill. It's also been a bit of a sloppy hole from Copenhagen Flames, I feel, towards the A bomb site. Like you have Zyphon playing inside a shadow, and he's being helped out a lot of times, multiple times by his teammates. We saw that little bit of a whiff with the FAMAS as well, and in that position getting taken on by Dexter. It's just that they seem to be taking very uncomfortable fights, and Spirit are just winning some of these duels outright. It's not like they're going for a full-fledged execute, and the flashes are popping, and Copenhagen Flames are getting caught with the pants down. And you can see why Spirit have gone for this map pick. Copenhagen Flames, their CD side protocols on this A bomb side particularly haven't been that great thus far. We did have an early 4-man hold towards mid and towards the A bomb side, but you can see the switch up here, Vince. We have Hooksy pushing up towards B apartments using his smoke, and you have Roy now towards short, allocating 3 players inside of the bomb site. They've just completely relinquished control of connector. They're opting to take the fight from the site itself, which is something they really haven't done. It's only been Zyphon playing inside a shadow while his teammates are towards either, the connector stairs, or they're playing from CD spawn, from the ticket booth position. So this switch up could catch Spirit off guard, but Spirit, fine round of the first half, they decide the B bomb site is where they want to head towards. You can see Siren moving up towards B apartments alongside Magix. Mid control has been rested as well. And now Copenhagen Flames, they realize they have no eyes towards mid. They need to find some map control, so they're going to start poking and prodding towards ramp, and that could allow a rotation to take place as Nikodos spots a player towards connector, but doesn't quite land a shot.
Just one player in connected on, and that's Chopper. The rest of the team is making moves, making inroads, looking to try and pillage and plunder the B site. Mollies will afford them safe passage on a couple of these angles, and it's 3 unanswered entries from 3 separate players, everyone pulling their weight in round 15. And Copenhagen Flames have Zyphon and Nikodos as the last 2 straggling players. Nikodos is still very weary about a potential backstab from the murder hole. And Patsy makes short work of Zyphon. Feels like this map is going to come to its halftime conclusion at 9-6 in the lead of Spirit, and some fairly dodgy CT sides from Copenhagen Flames. But on the other side, Spirit played pretty damn good on that T-half.
Yeah, sure. Like, if you look at the amount of conditioning they did and to abuse that fact in the final round, right? We can see how Copenhagen Flames, they switch up their setup. They actually sent Roy towards the B-bomb side, and they sent, I do believe, who did it send towards that A side? I think it was Yabi, yeah. Yabi, instead of playing the B short position, he heads towards A. They switch up their setup on the A bomb side, and then Spirit go, yeah, no, we're just going to be going for the B hit. Great entries as well. Copenhagen Flame just getting caught off guard seemingly a lot of these rounds. And considering how close it was earlier, Spirit, the past few rounds of one have looked pretty convincing. Earlier it did come down to some heroics from the likes of Dexter to clutch them, a few of them. But here we go, Copenhagen Flames now on the T side. They have a smoke and a flashbang in the hands of Hooksy. He's going to toss in the smoke and then the follow-up flash. Roy, the late look coming in from underpass alongside Zyphon, looking for any aggression from the CT. Siren's been spotted out. They're still biding the time. The bomb waiting towards A-Ram. They're just waiting for the two Ts to make their way towards underpass as they go for this A pincer. For the side of Spirit, though, a pretty default setup on the pistol round here.
Flash will be out first, and now the push through ramp. Chopper, though, has the ability to maybe shut down this window. Prospect, there's one, and he knows the second player is possibly just below that window mark. He can relay that to the rest of his teammates. They've lost no casualties in the process as well, Spirit, and they are starting to get a little bit of aggression over on the catwalk side. Patsy has Zyphon dead to rights, misses his shot, misses his chance, runs out of ammunition. Won't be punished, though. A real scrappy, sloppy fight. But Chopper, proving strength in numbers is crucial, while Nikados comes to top mid with his P250 and makes short work of Chopper. This round is still anybody's, but it will favor Spirit for the time being, especially as Copenhagen Flames. They may have mid control, but they don't have much else. They've now claimed a secondary kill, and they still have 35 seconds to play with.
They need to make a decision real fast, Vince, and you can see already Hooksy walking back down towards underpass. Now, the bomb hasn't been spotted yet, mind you. It's in the back of Nikados, and Nikados has to be careful, wary of a CT pushing in down T ramp, but there's no one there. With 22 seconds, they need to make up their mind. It's a fake. Hooksy running in towards the B bomb side. He's been spotted. He's been gushed, and immediately he pivots back into A play, and it's going to come down to Dexter once again.
Oh, what a shot in mid-air. That is from Dexter. Erecting the fortress, looking to try and push this round into their favor. That kill would have been the end of the round. He may still deny the bomb plant. Indeed, they will. And although Hooksy tries his best, 1 second to play with, there is not enough time, and Spirit pick up the second pistol. That's both pistols then now have claimed.
Oh, what a round from Copenhagen Flames. They tried to go for the A pincer once a mid play took place. We had 3 players who was waiting towards A ramp, falling back towards mid. They wrested it back with 2 great kills. And then, in the end, it came down to Dexter and like a rock-hidden move in this A bomb side. And what a shot as well, not a Yabi. And even though he lost the second duel, the fact that it delayed him for just 1 extra second enabled them to prevent the bomb from getting planted. Because if the bomb got planted, it was going to be a 1v1. And from then on, you don't know which way it's really going to go. Spirit, the survivor, a very fast pace, a very cool round, a very cool pistol round there, in all honesty. With some good calling coming out from Copenhagen Flames. But Spirit, they don't fall for the ruse. Yabi, Deagle in hand. Deagle in the hands of every single one. Dexter is seemingly a man possessed, but he will be punished. Hooksy, the trade.
Oh, Spirit. A very similar start to the first half. They pick up the pistol, they almost instantly get battered back. Being kept honest now, but Hooksy on just a P250, couple Deagles in play, but they're getting a little bit of control over the map now. There's a weapon spilled out in connector. Noise is made, and Zyphon capitalizes opportunistically, snatches the life away from Patsy.
He knows where Siren is as well. They know where Magix is. That's information for the teasers. Notice no one at B. And they can immediately pivot, but taking quite a bit of time. And that's going to allow Magix to rotate back. Timing is everything. Siren should get a free kill here. He spots out Yabi. Could trigger discipline. The FAMAS burst comes out. Not quite able to confirm the kill, though. And Yabi swings wide, deals a bit of damage. A B hit coming in, but Magix wins. He lies in wait. The spray doesn't quite land, though.
Oh, what a shot from Zyphon. That could get them in this round. That could get them back in this game. Siren's down to 53. And Hooksy with a P250 with 13 seconds allocated to him has got to try and somehow wield the magic wand and pick up this round. But Siren denies him.
Beautiful shots, though, coming out from Copenhagen Flames. And although they may not get the round, the economy for Spirit will struggle. The downside, though, Blair, that was a force from the T's. So there is a way for Spirit to regain that momentum again.
Yeah, the force by almost working out. Some of the shots were hitting as well. I love that one little small play Magic's did, right? They lost control. And because he's got the rifle, he comes out on top. But man, oh man, Copenhagen Flames, they made them sweat a bit. And here we go. We see the force buy war start again, Vince. Copenhagen Flames, they know the money for Spirit is on the brink of getting broken. So they will go for the force buy of their own. However, the captain has fallen early on, and Magix, with a brilliant spray, shuts down the A play. And it's all the Nikodos and Yabi to make something of this round.
Oh, this is the other side of that edge, that blade. If you force in situations like this and you're unsuccessful, you give Spirit a fast track to the second map. You give them the keys to the city. And the bomb is in a bit of an awkward position as well. It would force Yabi out into the open for a brief moment. And both sat back with the Eagles and hoping that can be the winning formula, the antidote for this rot that's set in on their T side. Flash is good, stalls away a little bit longer, but there's no push behind it. Nikodos on 15 frags already. We'll need to add to that mark. Galil picked up on Yabi. Nikodos still lurking, prowling in the palace. Good headshot, but it's not enough to yield the frag. And now Nikodos has got to go gigantic with this Deagle. First shot is true as he removes the head of Chopper, but there's way too many CTs to contend with.
Spirit's trying to get a little fired up. And for Copenhagen Flames, not really dealing as much damage as they wanted to in that force buy. We'll probably have to just go for the full say.
Nope.
No. All right, never mind. It's a lost bonus kicking, and it's fine. I just had a misread on the money, so fair enough. 2 AKs. Galil still not ideal, Vince. Still not ideal. You have the Mag 10 and the Deagle as well in the hands of Hooksy, and I like this aggression from Spirit here. Double man dropping out towards underpass. This could catch a tease off guard, but it's no one to the apartments. And look at Nikodos comes charging out all by his lonesome, and Magix will find him. And this is when Dexter could shut this one down. He can find the lead, the lurk towards mid. But right now there's an opening towards a B bomb site, but quickly, Siren, his plug in the hole.
There's a smoke down as well, very intelligent, allows him a little bit more safe passage, plus negating any Molotovs tossed in his position, but he has been put down. Molly tossed into the apps, and there's Roy behind it with the spray on the Galil. Dexter though returns the favor, threading the eye of the needle and the eye of Roy in the process. But Patsy shows his hand on Catwalk. It feels like Copenhagen Flames just can't get a stranglehold. They can't get a foothold in this round, in this map on their T side. It is yet another round unanswered. They have not picked up a single T round so far, Copenhagen Flames.
We should see the buy coming out again here. There's going to be the max lost money alongside the bomb plant as well. So a much better buy for the side of Copenhagen Flames. But as you pointed out, Vince, Spirit now been looking solid thus far. It looked like somehow Copenhagen Flames had been able to just find that just gifted opportunity, right? A free entry through short into the B bomb site. But Spirit just crunching down upon them, not making them feel comfortable, not even able to just get into any semblance of some solid post-plant positions. The Spirit showing why this is the map pick they went for. It surprised Maui, Snake a little bit. It surprised myself as well. Was looking pretty solid here, Chopper. We've seen him tapping away Zyphon. He still manages to get the dink in, but Chopper will fall. Oh, what an opening from Roy, though. It's going to come down to Patsy now to deliver, but Hooksy's going to crack his skull open. And even though the 4v2 and 2 to plays are very, very low, this should be the round. Finally, for Copenhagen Flames.
They broke the curse. They've lifted it. Their first T round will be forthcoming, barring some shenanigans. It looks like Dexter and Siren will be saving over on the B side. And it's like we were talking about in the intro, in the pre-game segment to this second map. Spirit have been discounted. They have been doubted this entire tournament through the challenges, through the legend stage, and they have proven people wrong time after time. And I've casted these guys a lot. I know you have too. We've cast them together a lot, like DreamHack qualifiers and DreamHack Open events and such. They've always been around that conversation as being the next big team.
It's been amazing to see them take shape here. And again, people didn't expect them to have much success on Mirage. It's not done just yet. Don't get me wrong. Copenhagen Flames could mount a comeback, but they've looked so solid.
Oh yeah, they have indeed. And the crazy thing is, Vince, like I have been casting these guys for years now, and it's always been different iterations, right? You have seen like massive changes with the lineup, and I won't lie, like at the end of last year when they had this big upheaval, they got they took, you know, they got rid of a couple of players, they got some of these new kids on the team. I thought it was going to take a little bit more time for them to kind of find their groove. Dexter with the aggression. It's good for one, Vince, but good trading from Copenhagen Flames here. And look at Magix being aggressive. Nicolas, though, holding the line, waiting for him, daring Magix to challenge him. And Magix opts not to continue that fight. 46 HP, he'll heal back. He even trades thus far, still a lot of time remaining on the clock. But yeah, listen, for Spirit, every game they win since the RMR, every match they've won in the RMR to the Challenger stage, in the Legend stage, and right now one series away from making it to the playoffs. It's been a miracle run. But what's crazy is it's been a great-looking miracle run.
Speaking of which, Patsy, one of the newer recruits to the team, is still passing with flying colors, picking up ahead of Steam. 16 frags now. Just 1 behind Siren and 4 behind Dexter. But Dexter is the one casualty in this round, and he is such a big part of the machinery that gets Spirit into more wins.
The timing on this, Vince. Patsy, he's going to catch Nicolas with his back turned. And I think it might be A, but it is going to be Copenhagen Flames slowly sneaking back towards a B bomb. That still, Siren hasn't moved an inch.
Precisely it. And even if they get Patsy, you feel like Siren will have impact here. 25 seconds, goes in for the peak. Now he has budged an inch. And they reap a mile, and they reap a round off the back of it. Well played, Siren. 14-7. And just going back to what you said before about previous iterations, after the last major, it was Mia and Sumdai Young that got replaced. They talked about, right, we're going to bring in these new players from the academy. Lots of people wrote Spirit off. They said they're just going to disappear into obscurity. Again, they've proven people wrong every single step of the way, and now they're 2 rounds away for taking us to a 3rd.
Yeah, and this is actually looked more convincing than Vertigo, in all honesty, even though both maps have B. Oh, what a peek! Dexter, left eye peek, still able to find Nicolas. But yeah, like Vertigo, sure, you know, it was still kind of closely contested until like the final few rounds where it was Copenhagen Flames running away with this, but Spirit have looked just clearly the better team on this map. And yes, they had doubters, myself included. I'm like, yeah, Mirage pick not looking likely. This could be Copenhagen Flames taking it 2-0. But Spirit making a statement here. I guess at one point in time, we're going to stop doubting them, Vince, because they have done so much here. Roy, though, able to bring one back by finding Patsy. Let's look at the pace being set here. Roy looking to lead by example, charging in once more. It's going to come down to Siren to defend, but this time he will fall. Rotation will take place, though. But for Spirit, there's no real need to go for this comedy. Look at the money, Vince. It's not that great right now, but it looks like they're still going for this. Chopper teasing Roy, waiting at the edge of the smoke.
Dexter's still way over on the A side, though. I don't know if he's trying to peek through on Catwalk side, or maybe a call came through. There could be a late flank in play. Incendiary buys him a little bit more time, but here comes the counter utility. Molotov onto the door, and yes, you are right. Now they're going to call for that save. Dexter back in the CT side will be joined alongside Chopper and Magix. With Patsy and Siren's current economy, they'll be able to squeak out a bye pretty comfortably and keep them on the track to success. Good news, though, for Copenhagen Flames. This is going to be their 2nd round on their T side. And although it's been a bit of a scrappy endeavor when the roles reversed, they are getting a little bit more success and at least probing and poking a couple of these rounds. I mean, in the first 4 or 5, it was kind of an impenetrable defense for Spirit. Now we're starting to see a couple of chinks in the armor, a couple of gaps here and there that are being exploited. Bomb detonation is imminent, and an 8th round will follow suit.
Still, right now, Copenhagen Flames looking to kind of stave off what looks like the inevitable. Spirit, I won't lie. Yeah, sure, that was a great run coming in. Roy, especially Roy winning the duel over towards the B bomb site over Siren, who's been such a rock, enabling them to get the bomb down. And for Spirit, yeah, they have the weaponry again to wield here. It's not going to be a problem, at least for this round. You can see Dexter this time around dropping down towards the bottom of mid. looking for them to show something. The Molotov will actually be extinguished by the preemptive smoke from the CTs, and Hooksy daring Roy, actually Dexter, to peek the angle again. But we know Dexter, he's not going to usually re-peek these angles. He's just going to be holding a passive one, but he's trying to use the timing right, but Nikodos spots him before the smoke dissipates. And that's a huge opening pick for the side of Copenhagen Flames.
Like a scene out of Saving Private Ryan. Both snipers see each other through the lens into the eye socket, and down goes Dexter. One of the first times he's been bested, to be fair to him. 21 kills. He's typically been on the ascendancy in these exchanges. And Patsy may be feeling compelled to get a bit of aggression out in B-Apps. This affords luxury of Siren to actually rotate now out through B onto the Murder Hole side. They don't have eyes over Catwalk. That is a potential issue which Magix is trying to remedy. But with 45 seconds left on the clock here, Blair, the bomb is dropped down, and Copenhagen Flames are taking their sweet time. They haven't fully committed to either side. They're keeping their options open, and this could play into the wheelhouse of Spirit. Patsy's position here is massive. If he takes Roy down, that could be the beginning of the end for Copenhagen Flames. It's a clean kill. There's 2 clean kills. Not a single point of health has been lost. And Patsy goes in for a 3rd. That's the bomb spilled down as well. Single-handedly ripping this round away from Copenhagen Flames. And what a time to bust out a play of this magnitude.
What a play from Patsy. We saw him get the ace earlier on the T side, and he's looking to do the same here again. Unlikely he's going to get the ace. Nikodos too far away. Oh my word. It was all by his lonesome, Vince, as you pointed out. All alone. He had to be the rock. He's looking for it, but he's going to run out of time. Doesn't get the ace, but a 4K. That could be it. That could be the proverbial final nail here. At least on map number 2. Oh, just brilliant repositioning, and even the re-aggression as well. Because he knew his teammates were coming in from behind to back him up, and continues to hold the W key, and he's so very damn sharp.
So calm as well. He plays a play like he just another day at the office, mate. No big deal here.
Whatever doubts you might have had of him in Vertigo, it's been swiftly swept aside here. Copenhagen Flames now final potential round of regulation, setting up for this A hit, and look at the aggression towards mid.
Magix now is putting the nails into the coffin, but Copenhagen Flames may be able to bust out of that coffin yet. Patsy though with the spray gets 2, that's the bomb down again, and he's in a good position to hold this one off as well. There is an orb trained in his position, like Nikodos is able to deal with him. Still plenty of time left. Dexter comes in, but through the smoke, but Roy is on the fast flank. There's one looking for a second, but the spray is awry. And Siren puts an end to the second map. We are going the distance. We're headed to Ancient.
Okay, Spirit. Putting the doubters to rest. Quite a few people thinking it was going to be a 2-0 for Copenhagen Flames, and considering the kind of convincing fashion in which they lost Vertigo, also the question mark as to why they picked Mirage, it looks like they found the flaws, the chinks in the armor for this Copenhagen Flames side on this very map, and they're able to exploit it. That looked clinical, that looked very clean, and even when things are looking maybe a little bit murky for the side of Spirit, Patsy, man. Patsy is a beast, and he was showing, it was monstrous, it was incredible. Alongside Dexter as well, I think he had a fantastic game overall. So yes, Spirit taking us to map number 3. I won't lie, I didn't expect to see it, but they are battling it out, and we're going to find the decider on Ancient.
We will indeed. I'm right alongside with you. I know the desk had some doubts. Are you second-guessing yourself now, guys?
We did indeed. Unfortunately for Copenhagen Flames, no flawless run in this series as Spirit managed to mop up Mirage. And Maui, we were coming into this saying, you know, it was a surprise for Spirit to be bringing out this ground, considering, you know, some of their recent performances on it. Anything that really impressed you about Spirit in this one?
Patsy conquered some of his demons. Set that up there in the pregame that I wanted to see if he could beat Roy, beat Nikodos. I thought the quality of those players would probably just pass him up and probably pass Spirit up. But no, I actually think that he did very well. The mid-control takes were excellent from him in particular. The space that they were getting allowed everything for the mid-rounds to develop for Spirit very nicely. Always felt like Copenhagen Flames on their defense were getting caught off in these positions of transition where they were not always sure how much space Spirit gained, and then they were getting caught off guard just because they weren't ready. They weren't ready for some of the fights. The aggressive nature of Spirit prevails once again.
Yeah, got back to that conversation about Mirage as a map being a little bit more open, allowing actually Spirit to put the pieces in the right place at the beginning of the round. And as Maui said, I think they knew how to close these situations. They knew how to utilize these timings. We had just Patsy right there as a good example. He had a marvelous game. Siren right here with him. We pinpointed these two players as being a little bit lackluster on the first map. They rectified. They had a very great performance right now. And we're moving to Ancient, and I don't exactly know where the story goes from now on.
Yeah, we will be discussing that in just a little bit of time. But focusing on Mirage for now, I do want to continue this conversation about Patsy because, you know, great ace we saw on the T side of things, and then coming into the penultimate round as well, huge 4K that was just instrumental in terms of Spirit closing this one out confidently. And you talked about the question of kind of Spirit gaining space on this ground. Was it just down to Patsy for this one, or was there any other things you can kind of throw into the mix for why Spirit were able to look so confident in this one?
I think that on the extremities they did okay, Spirit that is, but I really think that it was mostly predicated off the fact that they unlocked everything through middle. So I would actually give a lot of the credit to Patsy here, not to make this sound like a completely one-dimensional approach from Spirit, but in terms of some of the actually just B-site hit plays, A-site hit plays, I found those to be a little bit less effective than when they actually just went for the more standard approach to Mirage, which involved Patsy getting activated too. So yeah, I think we actually even probably saw a handful of Copenhagen Flames rounds where they had very nice site defenses, and it's one of the few bright spots I saw from them in this map. And I guess we had some questions about Copenhagen Flames and Spirit going into this one, but I'm glad that Spirit were able to prove that this pick made sense for them, and that I think they actually definitely looked at how Copenhagen Flames played to know that they were weaker than the stats may show.
Yeah, the questions did definitely continue, particularly coming onto Copenhagen Flames. T-side, not many rounds that they were to net up there. And a big question when we came into round 18 as well, because the economy, they didn't really seem to be playing that too much to their strengths, Maniac.
Yeah, they put themselves in a sort of a hole financially speaking, right? I think they got baited during this round 18 by the previous round, so they lose the pistol round, they force what behind it, they got down to a 1 versus 1, and then we know. Then this is when you got to ask yourself the question, are we going to force buy or not? I mean, the attention in this highlight is supposed to be on the weaponry for Copenhagen Flames, or the lack thereof. They go into this round with a few Galils, there's a Deagles behind, and the problem with that approach is I understand you want to put the screws on your opponent, I understand you want to put them in a financial hole, but if it doesn't pan out, then you have to wait so long until you can actually bring out the AK, actually have all the guns and the resources that you want to have on that T side. It didn't pan out. In fact, Spirit handled that situation quite well, and the gamble didn't pay off.
These kind of economic decisions from Copenhagen Flames make me feel like they thought of themselves as an underdog in some senses for this map. When you see people going for the more erratic sort of buys and ones that are a little bit less of the meta, like they just kind of are trying, you're trying to force something, just trying desperately to break economy, it means that you don't necessarily trust your entire game plan on the gun rounds when you do have the full utility, have all the right weaponry. And so that was kind of a shortcut approach probably coming out from Hooksy there, where I think that they were also a little bit surprised by this pick coming into this series too. So they just kind of wanted to just try to maintain some momentum, even though they didn't even win it.
Yeah, I think one factor that we can compare these two teams on Mirage is the individual playmaking ability. And in that regard, I would give the edge to Spirit by a very fair margin. We talked about Patsy, of course. We have this last round on the CT side. He gets that beautiful 4K. But Dexter has the same force. I didn't really see that on the side of Copenhagen Flames. And I think it has to be the DNA. It has to be the exciting part of the Spirit project as well, is that the ability for a few individuals at time to just pop off massively and take the round by the horn and do exactly what they want with it. Dexter and Patsy both did it in that game.
Yeah, we're going to see exactly how it does play out as Spirit have pushed us to a third and final deciding map. A spot at the arena in the playoffs in front of the crowd on the line, and it's going to be going down on Ancient to decide who goes through.
Now that's what we call major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
It all comes down to Ancient in the battle for the flawless arena spot. Of course, a spot at playoffs on the line for either Copenhagen Flames or the side of Spirits after this map concludes. And this is a very interesting one to be ending on because we're looking at the statistics, guys, for both sides of the equations. Both teams looking hot to trot on the ground of Ancient.
Yes, I think the numbers and even the eye test points towards Copenhagen Flames being a more dominant team on Ancient, if I can put it this way. But Spirit kind of changed the dialogue by manhandling Astralis on it. I think before that game, they only had relatively lower teams that were facing on it, and they were beating. Now, we didn't pin them as the winner against Astralis on Ancient. I personally didn't give them a lot of chances moving into this game. They made a liar out of me. They destroyed Astralis on it. So that poses the question, should we be more open-minded on this Ancient now?
I think so. I think that right now with Copenhagen Flames, even what we saw from them last Major 2, they were one round away, one LNZ clutch away from making it to the playoff stage because of this map and how well they play it. But there's a lot of reasons that one can think that the upset will take place here. Spirit have been acquiring quite some quality wins. I mean, the one against Astralis is probably the one that stood out to me the most. I loved what Spirit were doing on the CT side in particular. I think that some of the players are actually just incredibly proficient, and probably, I think Astralis might have taken that game and just thought that they were going to win it. Maybe they didn't have specific prep, but at the same time, I think like players like Siren have just been diamonds in the rough for this team, ones that have just come out of nowhere and are basically locking down individual sites by himself. Like what he does at A is very impressive.
So what are you looking at maybe for the side of Copenhagen Flames coming into seeing? As you know, they have played this map a lot more. They've played it twice in this stage thus far as well. How do you think they're going to be looking to counter Spirit coming into this one?
There was something that Roy mentioned in an interview with HLTV, which I thought was quite on point. He said that one of their strengths is the ability to remain calm in late round situations and like figure out the solutions and play the clutch in the right way. And I think this is going to be the theme for the whole game, because it doesn't matter if we consider the Spirit Astralis game, where if we remember Astralis gave away a couple of these clutch situations, Spirit were able to fight back, or if we look back at Mirage, this is where Copenhagen Flames dropped the ball just a little bit. So it's time to actually back your aim and really negotiate these clutches admirably. And if they do so, I'll give Flames a winner on Ancient.
Yeah, I think that right now, the players that I'm looking at to succeed here for the side of Spirit are somewhat maybe unlikely heroes, or ones that are just kind of on the older side of this team. Magix and Chopper in particular. I think that that duo needs to thrive when they're defending B, and I think that Copenhagen Flames is incredibly good at taking that side of the map. So that's going to be a head-to-head that I need to see almost an overperformance from players like Chopper. I need him to have a game that leads and shows that he has a reason that it makes sense for him to make the playoffs, because right now, where they are, 2-0, I don't think anybody put Spirit here. No. This is a huge surprise, but it's their best opportunity. They're one map away from taking it. Chopper, I mean, for him to reinvent this lineup, to get back onto this roster after being booted from it before, if he can defend that B side, I will be shocked, but I will be so happy for this guy too.
Well, do you put the same amount of scrutiny on Chopper that on Magic's performance as a whole, because I think that Chopper has already shown limitations on an individual standpoint. I'm not taking anything away from what he's doing as an IGL here for Spirit and their journey together. But I think that we can and we should ask more from Magix, because he was pinned out at one of the superstar rifle in this team, and the show has been completely stolen by the new edition of Siren. So maybe more focus on Magix?
I think the thing with Magix on this one is that he was, last time when they beat Astralis, the right-hand man to Dexter. Both of them were throwing haymakers at Astralis, and so that kind of performance does need to come out. I almost feel like, though, again, like what they did in that game was just kind of catching Astralis off guard in a lot of ways. I would have hoped that Copenhagen Flames do the necessary prep in order to secure this one. They should have both expected Ancient to be coming into this veto, if not as someone's pick, as a decider at that. And I think right now, Copenhagen Flames, they're not going to take this one easy. And even though you'd want to see Magic step up, I still am going to keep with my initial prediction from this series, and I do think that Copenhagen Flames will be securing.
I certainly agree with, the foresight, the fact that they should have known that Ancient should be coming in this series, particularly when we look at Copenhagen Flames taking out Ents pretty surprisingly as well on this particular map. And then again, it was the AWPA, like we were saying, for the side of Spirit, obviously Dexter also stepping up in that map. We've got to look at the AWPA from the side of Copenhagen Flames as well.
Yes, of course, we expect a lot from Nikodos, but as a whole, I think it's clear that Copenhagen Flames has a lot of quality as a team, and they have surprised a lot of people. But what we have to be careful about is to compare the Ents matchup with the today's matchup. The context is immensely different, and it's something that we have pounded on during the Challenger stage. Just because you've had a good map on day 1 doesn't mean you're going to be able to replicate on day 3 when you are 2-0. This is the mark of the greatest. If you're Copenhagen Flames, are you able today to prove and to bring that level when that puts you in the playoffs? Remember, none of these players have ever even breathed the air of the stage in the playoffs of the major. And now they're 16 rounds away. Doesn't matter how much you want to say we don't have any pressure. It's in the back of your head. You know you're really close to accomplishing something.
That's exactly what Roy echoed in that interview. The fact that he was saying, best of ones. We feel at home in those best of ones online. The fact that we come into the best of threes, we've seen before back in Stockholm. Didn't manage to push it over the line. And I would be kind of heartbroken to see that happening again. Of course, they do have a few more chances of redemption. This is the 2-0 matchup. But I think maybe that pressure could be weighing on Copenhagen Flames' shoulders.
Just reset that mindset then, Roy. If you think you're better at BO1, this is a BO1. This is essentially a BO1. This is probably the map you would have picked or gotten to with both of these teams in a BO1. So if that's really how he thinks about this, then he should be at home with what is going on right now. I really do think that this is Copenhagen Flames' time to punch their ticket in to the playoffs. And for Spirit, there's a lot of reasons to believe in this team, but right now I just feel like they might be that one step away from it. But it's so hard to count anybody out because they're both overperforming to such a great level in this Legend stage already.
I feel like Spirit has such a soul when you see them play, right? The way they celebrate these rounds win, the fire they put into the game. I'm getting on board with it. I know the narratives, I know the dialogue is in favor.
Are you switching?
Flames. I know. No, I'm not switching. But I say my heart feels what they feel, right? And I think it helps them fight back as well. Some of these individuals getting fired up. These are momentum shifters. That's how I like to call them.
Yeah, and I think it is just important to reset that context of the fact that this is, I mean, no shade to these teams. This is probably going to be their easiest run to the playoffs.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, that has to be stated because every team that's coming up after that point is going to just get tougher and tougher. I don't really think that. Again, I mean, nobody expected these two teams to be 2-0, really. I mean, maybe some people did expect Copenhagen Flames. I don't know who these geniuses are, but they're on the internet somewhere.
Of course they are.
But I don't know if anybody was really put in spirit in that 3-0 slot. So for those people, if you're out there, wow.
Well done.
Well done.
Good for you. Yeah.
If I saw them face to face right now, I'd just give them a pat on the back.
To be fair, Connor did put Copenhagen Flames as his 3-0. So he is a big brain out of all.
Is he the 9,000 IQ mastermind?
Maybe he's going to be securing his Diamond Pick'em and literally everybody else isn't. I do just want to have one quick closing thought because we've been talking about the individuals to look out for from Team Spirit. Who are you putting under the microscope for Copenhagen Flames?
I'll stick with Yabi. Somehow I seem to be invigorated by what he brings to the server.
You're a Yabi stan.
I am a Yabi stan. A little bit of a Yabba Dabba Doo in my heart. I would really love to see Yabi, bring its A game right now.
It matters the most. You were waiting.
It just sounds good in my heart.
Very satisfying.
Sounds good in my head.
Are you on the Yabi train?
I mean, it's hard to not just pick Roy because he needs to uplift his team to this point, and I think that it would be very poetic for him to have led so well in so many different games, become the star of this roster, coming away from Mad Lions. You don't really expect necessarily that he's going to evolve into the player that he is today, but he has done such a great job just turning the page and writing a new page in history for himself. That's why I hope he makes it to the playoffs, because I'm a Roy stan.
You're a Roy stan?
I'm a big Roy fan. Yeah, I'm the Roy fan here. You're the Yabby stan. Freya, who are you a fan of?
I mean, I kind of like them all. That's a really
That's the most sweet answer you could have possibly given. That's usually what I do.
You could have just picked Nikodas.
Well, I do think we are ready to be jumping into to see if the evolution of Roy is enough to let Copenhagen Flames a spot at the playoffs. I'm going to throw it on over to Vince and Blair to get us into Ancient.
Let's go.
Thank you very much, Freya. Yes, one map decides everything, Blair. As they said on the desk, I completely agree. You effectively just look at this as a best of one at this stage. What's happened in the past doesn't matter. One more map required, and you've secured your spot at the playoffs.
A lot of Copenhagen Flames stands on the desk. You know what? I'm a Patsy stan. I believe I'm a Patsy sort of guy, and I have to agree with the Destor. I feel like Copenhagen Flames, they have what it takes. Again, it comes down to the historical context as well. They know how much is on the line. They know how close they got in the previous Legend stage in this PGL Stockholm Major. But here we go, jumping into the final map. As you said, Vince, right now it's basically a best of one rather, and Spirit starting on the CT side. It did come down to Dexter and Magix, as Maui pointed out, to kind of deal out the pain when they took down Astralis early on, and Copenhagen Flames now starting on the less favored side of the final map in this series. It is going to be a fast play coming in towards the B bomb side, and what a tap by Magix.
Magic setting it alive, and Chopper closelining Zyphon down to the ground. He will fall. Yabby, in the meanwhile, though, going in for the plant. Does have a little bit of backup as well from Huxi. And Nikodos is watching down on the ramp side. Any rotational plays that come in, he'll be there to deal with them accordingly. But now in the cave, that seems to be where Copenhagen Flames will live or die. Take this pistol or indeed be repelled, as they've pillaged the site already. Nikodos, big kill onto Patsy. A huge contingent that falls with him, and Huxi on the cross. A crisp headshot. That could be the tides turning in favor now of the T's, as the bomb is being denied around the corner on the pillar. They look for the full-on defuse, but it gets denied, and it's a great shot from Dexter, who picks up 3, but there's not enough time. It's chaotic, it's messy, but it's gonna be Copenhagen Flames to claim first blood.
Yeah, the opening tap from Magix, I thought he'd done enough to at least give them the advantage, and also Chopper on the bomb side finding a double, but great work there. We had a long flank taking place from the side of Copenhagen Flames, so it was taken care of. It was Nikodos able to take care of the flank from, I do believe it was, I'm not sure who it was, but nonetheless, there we go. This is the flank. And Nikodos is reading it perfectly, finding Patsy, a clean trap from Huxi, and a valiant attempt coming in from Dexter. But as you pointed out, Vince, at the end, it was not quite good enough. Copenhagen Flames winning a very, very crucial pistol round here. Start things off on the T side of Ancient. Early control being rested off Jaguar. Got a Mag-10s in the hands of Roy and Zyphon, allowing them the mobility they've been looking to utilize. Chopper able to find one, but at least the trade will be good. Look at the aggression coming out here from Siren, trying to get the flank, but Copenhagen Flames, Yabby more than capable of putting him down. Meanwhile, both the SMGs have been lost, mind you. A trade has taken place. Magix finding the player inside of Jaguars is going to come down to these 3 rifles. Huxi, Yabby, and Nikodos. They still have a lot of time to work with. For the CTs, this is M4A1 in the very capable hands of Magix. We have Patsy playing inside a donut with that 5-7 where it could be extremely deadly. And of course, Dexter with the scout. What can he do? You can see Spirit now slowly peeling back here as Copenhagen Flames hasn't shown anything. Patsy on a one-man fact-finding mission towards mid. As we see Copenhagen Flames slowly peeling back towards the B bomb side, and that is information getting gleaned by the push from Patsy. You can see the 2 CTs now rotating back towards the B bomb side. 34 seconds on the clock. Copenhagen Flames, they need to make their way into the bomb side right about now.
No nades or kits, though, means that if they're going to win this round, it feels like they're going to have to stop some of those pushing members before they can get situated on the site. And now Patsy, doing his due diligence, just making sure they weren't clumped in A main, knows for a fact this is a B hit. Now the grenades start to come in. Well-placed smokes, though, will allow
Copenhagen Flames to get this plant down, and this is where it gets a lot more difficult on the side of Spirit. You have 3 players still alive, but there's no flashes, smokes, incendiaries, nothing to allow you safe passage back on here. Flash is good to force away Magics, but now the smokes are starting to dwindle, starting to fade away. And Magic stepping back up with the M4. They're going for this. No saving shenanigans will be forthcoming here, and that's why Patsy and Magic's both come in, and Dexter also takes the head with the Scout. What a beautiful retake that is.
You pointed out, Vince, they had no utility going into the retake, and it looked like Copenhagen Flames had done enough, but somehow all 3 players finding a kill apiece, a Scout headshot from Dexter at the end. We had the M4 pre-fire around the corner from Magix, and of course the 5-7 as well from Patsy. And Copenhagen Flames, despite a hard-fought pistol round, immediately Spirit snatches one back. At least the bomb plant will allow Copenhagen Flames to go for yet another buy. We did see a lot of force buy wars transpire on both on Vertigo and on Mirage as well. Spirit now. The AK-47 and Galil retrieve. They have the M4s as well in play. Chopper with the MP9. This time it's a fast move towards A.
Oh, the flashes are good. And the follow-up damage is there as well. Siren can only muster up the kill. Onto Zyphon, falls instantly afterwards. There is a kit drop down onto the site, but now a barrage of grenades find their way on Donut. There is a gap, though, that Patsy can exploit, but that's been filled in. From the secondary smoke, the incendiary also spreads up, creeps up the wall, and does 40 HP worth of damage to Patsy, but more importantly, gives the sound cue across to the now defending T's. Copenhagen Flames already half of that timer starting to tick away, and Nikados connects the headshot with the Deagle from downtown. Roy steps up, gets one of his own, 2-on-2. Hooksy will fall prey to Patsy's AK, and another successful retake against the odds. We'll see Spirit dial in their second round.
That was a hectic retake, but a 2 versus 4. Magix and Patsy, the fact that Patsy just spins around and finds a player inside a temple. Huge retake. I felt like Copenhagen Flames actually, they got that one done, right? They find Siren on the A bomb site, they take him down, the smokes bloom, they get the bomb down. They're in a very solid post-plant positions as well. The Nikados with the Deagle even able to decapitate one of the CTs on the retake. Copenhagen Flames have to get the bomb down, and that means yet another force buy will transpire. They know there are only a couple of players staying alive here. Patsy needs to be careful. Trying to play at the edge of the smoke. The Flames looking at his feet, but he's going to be towering above. Timing is everything. Hooksy with the Deagle. And Patsy sees him at the edge of the smoke, and he will be found. Dexter with the AWB train. This is going to be shooting gallery, and he's got to find the first.
This baits Nikados out as well. If he gets too aggressive, Siren is there to mop him up. And the janitorial duties go to Spirit as they clean up this round so comfortably. Not a single point of health lost apart from Patsy, who's only lost a meager 16. And Roy and Yabi, hot off the back of a Copenhagen Flames full-on investment, are down to 1, and you can make that absolutely nothing whatsoever. This should be a save and a golden chance now for Spirit to start to pick up the pace.
Considering that was a force buy coming in, a great job in Spirit for just keeping Copenhagen Flames at bay. Not really suffering any casualties there. 3-1 start here for Spirit. And this is them running it back, Vince. The first map, Copenhagen Flames winning pretty convincingly on Vertigo. Then Mirage, Spirit punishing Copenhagen Flames, winning in a very convincing fashion, and now off to a banging start here. Despite Copenhagen Flames winning the pistol round, down to just the light pistols, no armor being invested in. They do have a little bit of utility, which will be used up as they come charging into the site. Magix is going to have a very comfortable time picking up all the members, even being helped out by his teammates there, even though there was a bit of a team flash and a flawless clean round there. This is what he pointed out, Vince. Like they needed to make a couple of these rounds very clean. They've indeed managed to do so. And in the past couple of rounds, their economy would have blossomed substantially. Now, Copenhagen Flames, what do they have in store for us over here? The buy is going to be coming in. Both teams very capable. That being said, Spirit looked fantastic against Astralis, right? You just go back just a few days prior, and they just dismantled them on this map. One of the best teams in the world on Ancient.
I think it was a 16-6, if memory serves me correctly.
Yep.
They obliterated Astralis. So definitely don't count Spirit out. Still super early days, and let's not write Copenhagen Flames off. This game is far from done. But the early stage is looking good for the CIS region team.
Chopper, in the meanwhile, using that smoke as a bit of sanctuary, but he takes a bit of damage. Needs to back away, will successfully do so. Dodging bullets. He will be joined by Patsy as well, but Dexter, not for the first time on the big box, making use of it with the AWP and smoking down to allow him different angles of defense. Warden on the side, joined by Siren, may not be required, but there's still 2 players here, and Patsy's getting around the back of them. He may not see them until it's too late. They're going to line up, and there's easy kills for Patsy, and an easy round on top of it. Copenhagen Flames being dismantled, dissected, and ripped apart from Spirit.
I love that flank, Vince. I love it. And he's looking for more as well. Just pushing down mid, finding that little bit of a timing, little bit of a window. He's looking for more as well. Duking it up at Hooksy, who will eventually take down Patsy, but the damage has been done. Look at how deep Dexter is. The bomb is in no man's land. I do not foresee Copenhagen Flames bringing this one back. They're going to go for the double swing perhaps, but no. Dexter finds Hooksy. Roy trying his desperate best, and he will find another one, Vince.
10 HP though, and they know exactly where he is. Time's also so low. He has to go for the A side if he wants to win this round. Flash is good, but Siren's aim is better, and that is 5 rounds in a row now to Spirit. Keep in mind, they didn't win the pistol. That went the way of the Flames, and everything since the pistol round has been one-way traffic, with Spirit cruising down the highway in full control.
Considering it was a 4 versus 2 there, actually just great. Actually, never mind, it was a 5 versus 2 there, and the bomb was dropped like at the entrance of the A bomb site. So the fact that they were able to actually inflict quite a bit of damage, I guess that's something Copenhagen Flames can be happy about, but right now just the pistols once more. And for Spirit, money is so fantastic. Nate, a little too deep, not doing too much of damage. An unfortunate position for Patsy to be caught out in as they come charging in through the smokes. An early pick going the way, and Spirit immediately pivoting back towards CD spawn. Now the smokes have been deployed by the T's, but they're not taking advantage of it, Vince. They slow things down. They still have one more smoke and a flash in hand, and now they have a rifle picked up, and it's in the very, very capable hands of Roy.
That's a good point. He's also typically a player that performs very well on Ancient. It always feels like he's having good performances on this map. So put an AK in his hands, and maybe, just maybe, there is a way to crack back in. Even if they're unsuccessful in terms of winning the round, as long as they can deal enough damage on a few of these players, just whittle away the economy a little bit, that could be good enough. But with a player advantage and 50 seconds allocated on the clock, Spirit will feel like there's a couple more twists and turns in this 7th round yet. Dexter's playing a dangerous game with the smoke, but tosses it down eventually. I say that because there is Hooksy that's up close in cave, and if he wide swings at the right moment when they have grenades out, they could get really messy.
Yeah, this defense is just so solid for the side of Spirit, and it looks like Copenhagen Flames might be walking into the blender here, Vince.
Chopper flashed out. Oh, he bites off more than he can chew. Tried to spin to the second player before he finished off the first, but now all the weaker players are being battered and bruised where they stand. And Zyphon, who was off on the flank, will have very little to say in this round. Could maybe sneak around the back, but there's 10 seconds and Siren checks it anyway and slams the door in his face.
That was some impressive combat opping coming out from Dexter. Behind the pillar, it's not easy, Vince. You know, he was hitting some nutty shots indeed, and there we go, replay. The first one, a quick little fast scope. The second one as well, great hole. Considering Chopper got taken down, and that was a right call from Spirit, right? They were a man down. They didn't really have too much of information. They saw how much time was remaining on the clock. Nice flashbang. Chopper not quite able to get the kill, but the hold on the side of the bomb side. Maui pointed out on the desk, it was Magix and Dexter, the powerhouse veteran duo on this lineup, who were the bane of Astralis on this map, and they're showing why here. And Copenhagen Flames, at least now, it is the full-fledged buy. Nikodos has got the AWP, his weapon of choice in his hands. AK-47's abound in a full kit of utility. Spirit, though, 6 on the trot, Vince. Sure, a couple of them have come down to the wire. We saw the 2v4 retake on the A bomb side. Even this was a man disadvantage. And came down to the heroics of Magix and Dexter. But doesn't matter how, Vince. They're winning the rounds. And their money is so very good right now.
This is an uphill climb for Copenhagen Flames. There is going to be no gimmies. No free way back in. Have to fight this one
tooth and nail, and for the time being, it would appear that they have their sights set on the A side of the map, where Siren is laid in wait. Donut control is forthcoming as Patsy is sat there, and Red Room had Dexter, although he's now rotating across to the B side. They are walking slowly. There's no flashes or smokes to precede this. They're also boosting up. This could catch Spirit off guard, but Siren is playing an angle where he's not really giving himself available to Siphon's positioning.
Going for the contact play, Smoke's going to bloom, and that's going to be the tell, Vince. The Smoke's going to be a little too late from Siren, but the 3 CTs now lying in wait, and the Molotov is perfectly timed from the CTs.
Yeah, it's a fantastic Molotov. It stops any push. They still have to deal with that player that's boosted up, but Siphon's now been found by Siren, and in doing so, that significantly hampers this push in, especially as there's a smoke in the eyes of the rest of the T's, but they may think that this is a fake. They're rotating 2 players off. They're leaving Patsy alone, and he's not even in a forward position. He's in Donut right now.
This is questionable from the side of Spirit, but now with the smoke starting to bloom, they know they're just going to go for the contact play here. And now Patsy knows. He knows this player outside here. He needs to win this duel. He will indeed. Chopper finds 1, 4v2 now, and only 8 seconds on the clock.
Seconds, they're falling so quickly, though, to the CT aggression back onto the site. They push through Temple, and they completely decimate that push. Nikodos at least holds on to the AWP, but we're getting into that kind of territory now, Blair, where saving an AWP here and AK there isn't good enough. You have to start biting into this economy. You have to start really making Spirit respect you on this T side.
Yeah, and with the last one is kicking in, it's a max loss bonus, but they didn't get the bomb down, so even if they do go for a buy here, it's going to be maybe a couple of AK-47s. A couple of them might go for the Galil just so they can afford a bit of utility. Utility is paramount here on this map. Doesn't matter if it's T's or the CTs. I liked a little bit of a switch up from Copenhagen Flames there. They went for more of a contact play towards A bomb site, and you could see Spirit were feeling uncomfortable. They were the rotations were just oscillating within the A and the B bomb site, but Copenhagen Flames taking a little too long there, and again, great hold. And even though for Spirit, even though they kind of relinquished control of that A bomb site, as long as a player inside of Donut stays alive, and as long as it does its job, it was not going to be easy at all for Copenhagen Flames. 7-1 here, the buy will be coming in. So 3 Galils just so they can eke out a decent buy utility-wise. And look at this, though. The aggression from Spirit, the smoke for double doors. Molotov, Patty just running in through the flames, and someone finds a little bit of a position to stay alive in. As Siren, in the meantime, finding Hooksy at mid.
Maybe some nerves creeping in as well. We're starting to see some of those duels that you'd expect Copenhagen Flames to win out on. Coming out second best. Patsy now on the wide swing. Will claim the life of Yabi and snatch it away. Dexter misses out on the shot, but he keeps himself alive. He must realize, though, that Nikodos may be moving into position, and it's a great placed Molotov to force away the T's again. This just feels like Spirit are bullying Copenhagen Flames at this point.
Like an Anaconda just constricting around them. They have no entries. Just the way Patsy and Dexter are playing towards mid, they have to relinquish that position, now grouping up. But guess who lies in wait? 2 players. It's Magix and Patsy.
Magix with the off-angle, not going to check that to start things off, and Zyphon now will have to peek out into the embracing arms of Magix, and he makes him disappear as well. It's all on Nikodos, but not for much longer. Another round where not a single Spirit player falls.
Clinical. Like a surgeon's knife. Just completely shredding apart, dissecting that attack from the side of Copenhagen Flames. That no control for the entirety of that round, Vince. That was brilliant stuff from the side of Spirit. And just Patsy, the way he's pivoting towards mid, helping out his teammate. Dexter, he missed his first shot, and you can see the Molotov and the flash being deployed by Patsy to continue to have control of mid early on. And of course, just a complete shutdown. The pistols come out to play here for Copenhagen Flames. Hooksy once more at mid. He's just been getting absolutely wrecked at mid. No trades possible. Right now, though, it's kind of like just the pistol, so maybe getting the bomb down could be a win here for Copenhagen Flames, but things are looking very, very rough indeed for the Danish side. 8-1 for Spirit. Now, they do have a couple of smokes, so they can smoke off short and long. Just try and swarm the bomb site, and that's what we're going to try and do here.
That's it. Just try and stampede over the site and just hope for the best. But they're walking in to Chopper. 1-for-1 trade. Maybe good enough to yield the bomb plant, but unlikely to be much after that, considering the amount of utility that Spirit still have. They've got the HG, they've got an incendiary spraying through the smoke. And it's a kill from Magix. The bomb plant Hunter of Roy is able to escape and vanish out of there unseen. But considering that Nikodos is about to get mollied out into the open, there's a flashbang that precedes it. Looks to try and line up a couple of heads, but nothing is really working out for Copenhagen Flames. They finally getting their hands on a couple of kills, but Patsy's going for the full defuse. Roy has denied that though, and with a low Dexter, this is actually winnable. Magix is down to 28 as well, and the bomb is ticking away. Magix may try and tap onto the bomb, draw away some of this fire. He goes in for the full defuse, and Dexter's gonna try and keep him busy. Gets the kill, and that should be the defuse on top of it. It's a valiant attempt from Roy, but it's gonna fall short.
Oh, that came down to the wire. What an attempt from Roy there. Even the flashbang for his teammate to kind of help him to escape from the flames. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do much with it, but a nice try at the end, and Dexter finally putting him down. Third timeout getting used here by Copenhagen Flames on their T side. This is the first half, and they are just getting obliterated by Spirit. You got a little spicy there, though, right? The pistols up close and personal. They just had the 2 smokes to work with. They were able to swarm the bomb site, isolate the 1 player, take him down, and Roy almost clutching it out with a retrieved M4A4. If Nikodos was able to get the timing, maybe land a kill with Deagle, this could potentially have been the round for Copenhagen Flames, but woulda, should've, rather. And Spirit, they are fired up. The money is in a fantastic position right now. At this point, even if Copenhagen Flames are able to string a couple of rounds together here, I don't fear for the money for Spirit. They can buy whatever they want. As Copenhagen Flames now, it's a bit of a tactical timeout, so obviously the team cannot talk to each other. But they're stewing right now, Vince. They are looking a little lost. They're looking like they're floundering here on this T side. We know how hard a T side can be on Ancient, but it's just rough, right? You start on the T side and then you win only the pistol and you're just getting steamrolled here. It's still early days. We've seen so many teams where they have a rough start but able to eke out maybe 3-4 rounds in the T side at the very end of the half and then mount their comeback. That is still within the realms of possibility here for Copenhagen Flames, but Spirit are looking dominant.
Nades out through middle, double nade, Yabi flown to smithereens, and Siphon can't get the counteractive kill, can't get any kind of revenge. And this is what I was talking about before. It's not just that they're being comprehensively outmaneuvered and outpincered. When it comes to dueling, Copenhagen Flames just seem a couple of milliseconds behind Spirit at every given turn, every given angle. And we've had a tactical timeout call. We've had a little bit of a chance, a bit of reprieve for Copenhagen Flames. We get back underway, and it's the exact same outcome. Spirit will be dialing in their 10th round. And if they do get out of this without losing any players, I think this is like the 5th time this half that they've won a round without actually conceding a single life in the process.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. Patsy's on 13-4. Magix is 12-1. Dexter 14-2. If that doesn't tell the story on its own, I don't know what else will. Mid-control has been non-existent for Copenhagen Flames. They've tried almost everything, but every single time, Spirit seem to have the answer. They're going to be coming in for this B bomb set anyway. Molotov getting deployed. Nikodos having a lot to do with the AWP. He's also got a bomb on the back of his back, but Hooksy's been stymied by the smoke.
They're getting to a point where Copenhagen Flames just need rounds, and they need them right now. So they will be going in for this. Magix has the angle covered. Nikodos still puts him down, though. And now Siren's dropped. Patsy's down to 1 HP. This would effectively be a 5-on-2 if they can pull this one out the fire. But Dexter has the drop on Hooksy. Was completely unknown. His position unknown, but Nikodos still connects onto him. And with 7 seconds to play with Patsy, we'll make sure that Copenhagen Flames do not double up their overall round tally. It's 10-1.
Nikodos did almost everything to make that possible. And Siren, he was the one who was so very low in health, but he picks up the AWP and he does not miss. Some great shots coming out from Nikodos there. But the repositioning from Dexter, walking in deeper into the bomb site, they weren't expecting that. Once he finds Hooksy, it's all the Nikodos to clutch it out. And unfortunately, one of the closest rounds we've had thus far in this first half, and it will still go the way of Spirit. And this time around at Copenhagen Flames, they don't throw bodies at the problem. That's what they've been trying every single time at mid, and every single time they seem to lose 1 or 2 players very early on. This time to slow things down a little bit.
Oh, Roy.
Well, oh, it's quite a bit of
40
damage.
health, yeah.
Yeah.
Could have been worse, but it could have been a whole lot better. And there's the flash. You can just see the confidence coursing through the veins of Spirit. They feel they can win every single trade. They're pushing in, getting the information, darting back out again. They're so fluid. And on the other side, it feels like Copenhagen Flames are completely, they're just stiff, they're rigid. Feels like the pressure is getting the better of them right now.
The one thing working their way right now, Vince, is the fact that firstly, they have all 5 players alive, and this, look, the timing on this from Zyphon, if you can find Siren, but no. Siren will sing him his song of death. Zyphon will fall, the incendiary as well will prevent Yabi from trying to go for the trade, but we do see the members of CPH slowly creeping back towards this A bomb site.
Yabi nullifies Siren. That does open up a bit of business on the A side, but they've lost B. So even though this plant will be forthcoming, it's going to be a 4-on-3 retake, and with Yabi on 5 HP and a HE in the hands of Dexter, this is a very clutchable round if you are on the side of Spirit. 3 players filtering into the CT side, looking to try and regain control over Temple. And meanwhile, they have Patsy still in the donut, who's playing the forward position. Yabi gets 2 headshots from there. 5 HP, make it 3 as well. And that's the kind of moment, that's the kind of play that can motivate a team, that can get their heads back in the game.
They needed that, Vince. They absolutely needed that. And Yabi, he answers. He answers for his team. 5 HP, you pointed it out. This is all Yabi. He gets the opening pick down to 5 HP, and the off angle finds 2. Dexter not quite able to land the shot, and Yabi playing this one to perfection. There was no margin for error for Copenhagen Flames, but finally, after the pistol round, they find their second. But they need more, if you ask me, Vince. Yabi once more running ahead. He can actually catch a player off guard. Siren caught with his pants down. Copenhagen Flames may be coming alive. Magix finds 1, but they're getting slaughtered here. Patsy and Magix, the 1-2 wombo combo. Zyphon trying to trade, but he will not find anything. Only able to upgrade his weapon and fall back and retrieve the C4. Despite losing the opening duel, Vince, Spirit, they snatch it back.
Exactly, it's that proactivity that we were talking about. They lose a player, now screw it, we're going to dictate the pace of this round. Zyphon walks into a minefield of HEs and incendiaries. Yabi's going to have this kill. The barrel betraying Dexter. And Yabi's not going to miss out on that opportunity. Smoke will extinguish the Molotov, gives Chopper eyes on the positions to funnel their way onto the A side. The problem is, though, he knows the AWP is still in place, so he can't overextend here. Chopper, in the meanwhile, just gets butchered by Hooksy on the cross. And it feels like Copenhagen Flames may not be done just yet. Speculative spray nearly claims the kill onto the bomb carrier, but not quite, so Hooksy relocates and goes in again. And Patsy stuck behind a wall of smoke. Is this Copenhagen Flames beginning an epic comeback trail?
It's got to be epic. But it looks like the previous round, the heroics of Yabi has kind of... It's a catalyst they needed. A hard-fought round. And this is off the Spirit. Bear in mind, Copenhagen Flames, they get the opening duel. I think they take down Siren, and immediately we saw the aggression towards Jaguar from Magix and Patsy. And it was still 4v3 for Spirit, but Copenhagen Flames finally finding success on this A bomb site, Vince. This looks like the answer they were looking for all this while. And a hard-fought 3rd round, and all of a sudden now, a little bit of life for the Danes. Again, for some teams, 4 rounds, that could be enough. That could be enough for them to work with on the C once they head over to the CT side. And for Spirit, they know they had Copenhagen Flames against the ropes. They still do, if you ask me. And they want to close this out in maybe a 12-3 fashion. They had so much money in the bank, despite losing a few players, they're going to be able to have a very solid buy. And once more, this mid-contestation as Patsy looking to avenge himself. But Copenhagen Flames did decide, you know what? We're not going to be battling mid anymore. It's just not be working out for us. A little bit of delayed play coming out from Hooksy. But what a well-placed flashbang from his teammate from Red. Able to blind him. But look at the play right above Patsy. He can be hunted down here.
Oh, he's got such a good read, though, of the situation. He knew he was being baited in. And in doing so, not just gets the kill, significant damage to Hooksy, and now it forces their hand on an engagement on A. This time Siren, though, is going to pass the first test, goes back up, keeping himself alive, just needs to live long enough for a flank to come in which there is one through A main. And that's going to be Patsy. Although there's a smoke down, eventually that will be
dwindling away. And then Patsy can show his hand. Hooksy with the fake. And now Patsy has this round in the palm of his hands. There's 2. It could be a 3rd. It won't quite be enough. But he's done more than enough damage to get them across the finish line for an 11th time. And Dexter puts the final kill into position. Copenhagen Flames got 2 in a row, but that's where it came unglued. And now, as you said, the 12-3 half, it is possible.
Very much within the realm's possibility here, and this is such good awareness from Patsy, man. And then, of course, the flank as well. The second time we've seen on this in this half where we just come in from behind and completely ruin Copenhagen Flames' day. Now, they do have the money for the buy, full utility for a couple of the members. Mac 10 for Roy. As he looked about the mid, and it's going to be Patsy completely blinded. At least good for one. The trade is at least solid this time around, and for the first time in what feels like forever, Copenhagen Flames, they've snatched control of mid, and Yabi's pushing so deep towards red. There are no CTs watching his angle right now.
Smoke out as well to try and cordon off from the flank position. Has now just popped in. Magix realizes this is a distinct possibility. Although Patsy went down, he's picked up 20 frags in the first half, by the way. And Dexter's not too far behind him. Chopper caught in the back. Small opportunity was given across to Zyphon, and he snatches it with both hands. That puts B in a bit of an awkward position, but Magic's playing behind the smoke. Once that clears, Yabi will be favourite to take him down, but I think he has such a good read of the situation that he's not going to be falling for this, and instead make sure that Yabi is his prey. Molly onto the site will stall a bit longer. There's a double flank in play. Siren from Con, and also Dexter coming in through the T-spawn. Oh, it so nearly takes the life of Zyphon, and that would have been huge. Siren, in the meanwhile, does find himself a player in the cave. And although it's a post-plant, the smoke's dwindling, 1-for-1 trade. Nikodos is stuck in the caves, and Siren maybe peeking the wrong side and gets knocked down by the Deagle. You mentioned it yourself, though, Blair. 4 rounds to some teams is enough on their T side. So although it's stacked in favor of Spirit, this is not done just yet.
Oh, this is not done just yet. No way, Jose. Huge rounds coming out from Copenhagen Flames in the dying embers of the first half. And that was such a well-played round. They knew they had the mid control. Even the smoke, right? You could see the CTs were so convinced it was going to be an A play taking place. But Magic's, again, aware. His spider sense tingling. And once he catches the player pushing through the smoke near CD spawn, he immediately pivots back towards B. But again, they were getting wrapped around. But huge clutch shots coming out from Nikodos and his merry men. 11-4 here. Copenhagen Flames, I mean, I guess it goes without saying, Vince, the pistol round is imperative for them.
Oh, this is maybe one of the biggest pistol rounds, if not the biggest, in their entire careers. When you consider what is on the line, a chance to make amends for the disappointments of the last major. They wouldn't be done, but it would be struggle. Zyphon, in the meanwhile, is struggling to keep himself alive, but actually bounces back with 1 kill and doing significant damage in the process. Siren needs to make sure he doesn't overextend. The Molly's now going to clear, and Zyphon comes through with another one. Finally, the contingent from Donut's going to show its hand in the form of Dexter, but there's too many bodies littering the ground. Copenhagen Flames, we highlighted the importance of picking up this pistol, and it's looking like they're about to do just that.
They needed this pistol, and they've done it. They've won both the pistols here. You can see, finally, Vince, finally a couple of smiles being cracked. Hooksy, he knows that was such an important round. That could have been the game-losing round there for Copenhagen Flames, but great hold from Zyphon. Fantastic stuff there. The flames from Spirit, the Molotov getting lobbed in right behind him, not spreading far enough, so he had cover from the boxes, and by the time he got taken down, he'd found 2 kills already. The backup had arrived, and Spirit, they walk into the lion's den and they get mauled. No bomb planted means it's just going to be the pistols, it's the Glocks and a P250 being purchased, and it's just going to come running in. It should be a shooting gallery here for Zyphon.
Nikodos is there as well. 1 kill does come back, and the bomb being dropped down is going to put more pressure on Chopper and Magix. They did pick up an M4, but it was for a brief moment, and it proves to be a poison chalice, but Magix is going to try his damnedest to put down some pain, and it's only the 2 kills. One thing I will highlight is we got the chance to cast Copenhagen Flames earlier in the tournament against BNE, and mid was a consistent problem.
Yep.
Hooksy got killed so many times in mid with no help at all.
Yeah, and that's what happened. That's what transpired on the T side, right? But hopefully the CD side is going to be a whole different affair here if Copenhagen Flames are going to be bringing this one back. That was 16-14 win for Copenhagen Flames against Bad News Eagles. Yep. Again, Bad News Eagles, a team who are very, very capable on this map. And here we go. We do have the buy now coming in from Spirit. Not wasting any time in the previous round, just running in straight into the A-bomb side and actually able to take away a couple of players. So they're going to be, for them, that's pretty much a win. And now, Copenhagen Flames, can they withstand this buy from Spirit? The first real test here on their CD side. You can see the smokes getting deployed. And that's going to be blocking off the entrance of Donut. And Zyphon's going to be playing outside of it.
Oh, that flash, though, forces him back to the sanctuary of Donut.
Smoke.
It's not great. There's a gap there. Is that by design, though? Are Spirit going to try and white swing that? No. They had no idea. That's a huge error. That's a huge mistake that has cost them dearly. As the bomb spilled down, and now Nikodos can go into the temple. There was an SG peek towards that location, but it's Patsy that removes the head of Nikodos. Zyphon, though, is still alive, still kicking alongside Hooksy in the donut area. That smoke is going to clear fairly soon, but Patsy is dusting up the cobwebs on the CT side. Yabi's now fallen prey to his AK-47, and now the pressure is applying that much thicker and faster for Copenhagen Flames. Dexter has the angle covered, bodyguarding and safeguarding his bomb planter, and Hooksy dealing damage but taking just as much in return. 23 HP and stuck in the corridor of uncertainty of Donut. This round is surely going the way of Spirit.
He needs to go for the safe. There is not a chance in hell of him pulling this one back. He's waiting for a flank, which is never going to arrive. But what a crucial round there from Patsy, right? It was a very uncomfortable position for them. They didn't have any more smokes remaining, and they couldn't get the bomb down. Siren did a great job just tapping the C4, and then he realizes the CDs are going to be spamming away through the smoke from Donut. So what does Patsy do? He pushes into a CD spawn, creates enough space, and buys some time for Patsy to go for the safe plant behind the boxes. And despite the trades that take place, Spirit, the first buy round, they will come out on top. And look at Copenhagen Flames' money, Vince. They had rifles. All of them had rifles the previous round, and now they're gone for the forced buy. MP9, CZs, a Deagle, as Patsy looks to wrest control of mid. He was blinded for a second. Now he slowly comes peering around the corner. The CZ in the hands of Hooksy, not able to quite land any damage on him, but it's going to be the contact play towards B.
They misread the situation here. They assume that this is actually an eco. Well, it doesn't seem to matter. Magic's with two massive entries and still is cognizant of the fact that someone could be in that corner. This grenade could finish him off, but Yabi survives on 9 before he's perforated through the smoke. Hooksy, was that a mid-air CZ headshot? Doesn't really matter because the end result is the same. Spirit not just take a 13th round, but as you said, that was a force.
That was a force. That was such a risky decision to make. And now if you look at the money for Copenhagen Flames, it's shattered. They have to go for the eco right now, and that means Spirit, well poised to get around number 14. They have to go for the full save, Vince. At least so they will have a semblance of a buy come round number 21. But this should be Spirit winning pretty much with their eyes closed. Just the USPs, the default pistols for the CTs. Copenhagen Flames, just a full 5-man stack towards Red Room. They're going to try and use a smoke as a one-way. You can see Spirit not showing anything. They're going to be going straight in towards the A-bomb site. Magic's trailing behind, ensuring there's no push coming in from the CTs. Just making sure there's no flanks possible. Magic's though getting dinked down. Might be hunted down here. Finally, he will fall, but there is Chopper to pick up the pieces. One player remains, that is Zyphon. Picks up an AK, could find one, but he goes to go for the reload. A clean round. Only the one casualty for Spirit and for Copenhagen Flames. Do or die. They trail by 8 rounds. And Spirit just need 2 more. Vince, let me repeat that again. Spirit, a team no one expected to make it out of the RMRs. No one expected to make it out from the Challenger stage. No one expected to see in the arena are 2 rounds away from booking the ticket to the playoffs. What a story it's been.
It's been absolutely insane, and they are so close they can touch it. They've shown no signs of nerves. No signs of self-doubt at all. And Patsy, again, just driving home an entry. 23 kills to his name. 21 for Dexter, 21 for Magix. Everyone is firing on all cylinders here on Spirit. And in the meanwhile, Copenhagen Flames, who've just scraped together a bye, have lost their first player in the opening few moments of the round. And like you said, this is do or die. You lose this round, you will have so little to play with into the next round that it almost feels like it's a done deal.
Mid's going to be haunted by the ghost of Hooksy. The number of times he's just died there without ever getting traded, without really finding much impact. And look at this, Vince. They pushed so very deep. Patsy's found the window. Oh, they can go pretty much everywhere they want. He's looking for more, though. There is a player holding the line, and Yabi, he needed to find a kill, and he will indeed. Nikodos as well, finding Chopper. Bear in mind, there's still another player inside a Jaguar, and the T's might not be expecting him there.
And Nikodos is actually going to go aggressive now as well. There's a flashbang over. Does connect. Oh, it's perfectly timed. I thought Nikodos maybe could get the better. And while Roy was uncertain as to his current position, because of losing the ramp player, he gets swarmed by Cave. And now Zyphon and Yabi, all that stand against Spirit, going for the plant. A bit of an off angle that could cost him a life, but it's an even trade. They'll take that. 15 seconds to play with. Zyphon needs impact. One kill comes through, but there is Dexter. And there is 9 match points, 9 playoff points for Spirit.
Now it's all about composing themselves. They know they have this one, Vince. They know they have Copenhagen Flames against the ropes. It's so very close right now. I love this. The flashbang to peek up ramp, they catch Nikodos, and they were still paranoid. They were still wary. There might be another CT inside of Jaguar to take care of him. Valiant attempt from Copenhagen Flames to go for the retake, but Dexter, he just seemingly does not seem to miss right now. Molotov failed, not quite able to really explode on the floor. Magic's making contact, finds Yabi. 4 more nails remaining in the coffin of Copenhagen Flames.
And they are being hammered in with surgical precision right now. Siren will be leading the charge outside of Donut. Zyphon with a measly FAMAS to try and fend this one off. First kill is good. Bobbing and weaving, slaloming between the boxes, and he's keeping this round just about alive before Chopper snatches his life away. And Dexter puts the bullet to the head of Nikodos. It's a 2-on-3. And Roy's going to stand his ground. This round might not be over just yet. 2 weakened players, 1 on either team. The Magic still comes out round the corner and puts the bullet in the head of Roy. Hooksy, with just a CZ by his side, can maybe upgrade that weapon. There'll be a FAMAS, but that cost him his life, and Spirit qualified for the playoffs!
I don't believe it. What a fairy tale run it's been, Vince. Screw the doubters, screw the haters, they've done it. How have they done this? This lineup just coming together at the beginning of the year. They changed their entire lineup, got 2 new guns in. And I said I'm a Patsy stan, and he shows why. Everyone delivers. They show the win they had against the Strauss of Ancient was not a fluke. And Copenhagen Flames, they know, Vince. They know this was their best chance to book the tickets to the playoffs. And they failed. They still have 2 opportunities, but it's only going to get harder the deeper they have to play in the Legend stage.
And think of some of the teams that they've beat here as well, Blair. They've gone 3-0. They beat Heroic. They beat Furia. These are 2 teams that people think are going to be a top 4 contender, bare minimum quarterfinals. They knocked them down. They beat Astralis, made it look easy. These guys, you can't deny them. They absolutely deserve their spot in the playoffs.
Absolutely. I don't think they've necessarily had an easier run than many of the other teams as well. And just this unit that Chopper, Dexter, and Magic have been able to rebuild. What a team. What a showing. Qualifying to the playoffs. It's been an incredible fairy tale Cinderella run, which seemingly there's no stopping these guys right now.
There isn't, and they're going to be booking their spot in the playoffs. It's not over just yet for the Copenhagen Flames. They go 2-1, but we've already discussed how many crazy teams are there, and I'm sure the desk is going to break it down further. Back over to you, Freya.
What a spectacular run coming in from Spirit, managing to close out Ancient in a clean fashion. And of course, they do indeed net their spot in the arena. The first 3-0 team to be securing a spot in the Sports Palais Maniac. I don't think any of us expected that.
I know, it's unbelievable. It is unbelievable with the stacked teams that we have here at the Major, that we are standing and talking about Spirit being the first team making it to the playoffs of the Major. And I want to give a shout out to Vince because he is right.
Yeah.
The teams that Spirit had to take down to make their way through to the playoffs are legit. We're talking wins against Furia, Heroic, and now Flames in the best of 3. You cannot deny their right to be at the playoffs just as much as you cannot fathom how they got there. I am still bamboozled.
I have to ask Valve. We don't get their stats very often, but how many people picked Spirit as a 3-0 to make it through? I've got to say, it's definitely under 1% of everybody that has a pick'em, but I am glad that we saw these players show up. Magic's in particular, I mean, the performance he had against Astralis, I think Bled put it out there that it was not a fluke. We saw, once again, his control over that B site, late game as well. He delivers on top of that. The other players that we had to talk about, they performed for Spirit. Dexter was fantastic with the op. I would rate Dexter as one of the smartest oppers in this event for sure.
Dexter, come up and join us, man.
Hello, Dexter.
That was absolutely incredible. Oh, thank you for being a gentleman.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
That was absolutely phenomenal to watch, Dexter. Can you just put into words what is going through your head right now, being the first team to make it to playoffs?
I'm so happy. I don't know. I'm so happy. I feel so much emotions right now inside of myself. I'm very happy. I never predict that. And my guys are very, very insane. Everyone should respect them now. To these young players who didn't have any experience and qualified to the legend stage playoffs, 3-0, that's great. That's great. They should respect them now.
You went against Copenhagen Flames in that 2-0, and we said this might be your chance. This might be the one time. Was that something that you guys were thinking, that this is the opportunity to make it to playoffs?
Of course, we understand that we should win today, and we should don't think like, okay, we have 3 best of 3s, we can win one of them. We should be prepared to win first of one. We was thinking that we will play against Navi, and we was preparing for that match. But anyways, we see that we have Copenhagen Flames, and we started to pray for them and prepare for them, and we say to each other, guys, we should never have relax right now. We should win.
Right. Now, I just want to talk about Ancient for a second, because a lot of people consider Flames to be an extremely strong team on Ancient, and you just dispatched of them so easily. Like, what was the game plan? What was the idea coming into this game?
Of course, we from Vertigo and Mirage, we understand that this guy is preparing for us, and they have some strategies that are working against our strategies about default and stuff like that. That we are doing usually on map, and on Ancient we just did the same with them. We understand where they would like to go, and we just was ready for that.
Dexter, I want to ask about how this team came together and how it seems to gel so quickly. Because when you look at some of the stats for like trading, flash assists, you guys are all at the top of the board for these kinds of numbers. But you guys have so many youngsters too. So how does this happen? How do you guys get so good as a unit so quickly?
Actually, I have no idea. No idea, guys.
Okay.
I'm not gonna lie. It's unbelievable for me as well.
Yeah. Okay. Then how about I ask you something about yourself? Okay. So I want to know. I feel like your game sense is at the top of the world when it comes to operas. You're almost never looking the wrong way. Your macro awareness is just incredible. It feels like you barely ever get caught off guard. I want to just put that out there. And you're incredibly skilled too. What does it take? I remember you told me at a DreamHack Open maybe a handful of years ago that you put in like 100 hours every 2 weeks. Is that still what we're getting out of you?
Yeah.
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 Okay. So just is that your how many hours you got right now?
I think it's like 180.
180 in the past 2 weeks. Are you? And that's not idle.
Yeah, I think if you will look on everyone in our team, you will understand that all of us have a lot of hours. After games, we are coming to practice room and play like 2-3 hours deathmatch. After we are playing FPLs or some pucks, and it's for everyone.
It shows. It shows. That's incredible. That work ethic is incredible.
Our coach was saying to us every single time when we started our when we create our rosters that we should practice after training routine and stuff like that with team. So in one day we was understand that we should do like system for us, and we create system for everyone in our team, and we are practicing in this system.
Wow.
And
that's
also like for me especially, I have like 2 hours of practice in this system, and I always like to do +1 or 2 hours by myself.
Wow.
In practice of deathmatch only, and after I'm going to play FPL or stuff like that.
Oh my God! Wow, it shows. It shows, man. Congrats.
And
Dexter,
you can see these guys are incredible. I like them. I really love these boys.
You are gonna play on the stage. You are gonna play on the stage for the major. How do you feel when you imagine you will be in front of the people on the main stage?
I love people. I really love people. When I was young child, I was understand that why I came to esport. I was wanted to travel in the world, see fans who is cheering maybe not for me, but for someone who loves this game.
Yes.
And I was really wanted to be on the stage where people are screaming, where people are supporting someone, when people see that you are doing something very interesting and they're screaming and you feel these emotions, you feel this atmosphere. I just really want to feel it. It's incredible. It's like one of my best goals in life in this game. Especially.
Do you feel like you're making new fans right now? Because I'm sure you shocked a lot of people.
I hope so. If there will be more fans, it's gonna be pleasure for us, for me as well, especially.
Dexter, I'm so excited to see what you and all of Team Spirit are going to be delivering in that arena. We can take a look, a quick recap at some of the results that have been going down in day 2 of the Legend stage. Of course, Team Spirit netting that first spot in the arena. That is absolutely incredible. Just going through some of these results, maybe Dexter, any surprises for you today? Were you thinking G2 maybe over Heroic in that first game of the day?
I think Vertigo was not the best map for G2, but anyway, it's their own team situation. They know what they should to do. For me, surprise was today only Cloud9 again.
Yes, we were surprised also. A lot of us were surprised.
I know these guys and they never played Nuke, so I was shocked.
We were very
when
surprised.
I understand.
Yeah.
2 days ago, we sing wrong Vito, and they played. It was showing for us that Team Cloud9 will play against Outsiders Nuke, and we were shocked because both of these teams was never playing Nuke. And when it came today, we was thinking that it's back again, and no, there's no Nuke. But after we was preparing for game and we were looking on stream and we think that they playing Nuke, it was very shocking.
Yeah, it was shocking to see, to say the least. Of course.
Any other teams, I think Navi, yes, they won.
Oh no, they're
they have to play. You think they're gonna win?
Yeah.
They're gonna play.
So are you thinking Navi taking down NIP in the next game?
Navi will gonna win.
It's a safe one.
Yeah, I think that's a safe bet. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to Team Liquid, Vitality managing to survive another day. Only day 2 here in the Legend stage, but I mean, kind of heartbreaking to see Shox exiting the major as well alongside his North America.
Our boy Magic's is the biggest fan of Shox, I think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he loves him very much. He has his own stickers on his AKs, and he loves him very much from the young age.
Well, the fan.
That's a new generation now. That's what it is.
The master. Yeah.
Magic is
Changing
out there
of
in the
tides.
playoffs, and Shox is gone. That's how time is moving forward.
Yeah.
Well, Dexter, thank you so much for joining us. It's been absolutely incredible to get some words from you. I just can't wait. So, I mean, actually, do you want to say anything to your fans just before we go?
I want to say for everyone, guys, I really love you. I'm very happy right now. This moment, I was not predict that this moment will came right now. But anyway, my father and mom always saying one word. It's like everyone will came in their own time. You should don't go faster and don't be slow. You should just go in your way, and everyone will came to you. You should just keep working. And right now I'm looking that the job that I done. It's helping for me. We are not finished, but anyway, I was not predicted that we will go to see you in real life to play on the stage. I want to say thank you for everyone who is supporting us, who is hating me as well. Anyway, you're getting me to be better. You give me some motivation always. Support us. I love you.
Well, thank you so much, Dexter. Huge inspirational words to be closing out there. Thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be heading over to a quick break, but when we are back, the final game of the day on the A stream at least, to find out who will be joining Team Spirit in the Sports Palais. It's Na'Vi taking on NIP.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the PGL Major. We've got a bit of a swap here at the desk as we will be talking about Navi versus NIP. Team Spirit have already locked their spot in the playoffs. Unbelievable scenes, and now one of NIP and Navi can do the same. My name is Shox and I am joined here by Pimp and by Devilwalk for what should be an absolute meal of a best of three.
I think so. I think so. It's a great test for NIP to come in here and go up against Navi. I think what we've seen from Navi so far has been what we kind of expected, right? A couple of question marks for them coming into the tournament, but what we've seen so far, Navi looks to be one of those teams that want to secure a spot in the playoff early on.
Yeah, but on the other side of NIP, I actually was really impressed with how they actually sorted out the two opening games for them. They were in very, very different fashions. They kind of crushed Vitality, but used a lot of new utility I haven't seen NIP utilize before.
And I think for NIP, we had a lot of questions coming in. I think generally into this year, what heights can they have? The uncertainty around the op position. There were a lot of questions that they had to fill in, and I think a big task list for Hampus in that regard. But when it comes to what they've shown so far, you said it already, two very different wins versus Cloud9 versus Vitality, some of the highest rated teams coming into this major as well, Pimp. I think it's momentum-wise a very, very good start for NIP.
For sure, especially the win against Cloud9.
Yeah.
I feel like against Vitality, they were hitting their strides. Attack had a fantastic game as well, and I also do want to say that Vitality looked like a bunch of potatoes in that game. It didn't really work out for them. Whereas the Cloud9 win, that's very legit. We saw it yesterday together, Devilwalk. They had to grind out that game. They had to rediscover themselves, and they have to be super, super smart with the way they manipulated the situations, manipulated the rotations against a team like Cloud9. That was the one that impressed me the most.
Yeah, and I think obviously with Brolan coming in, they're looking to strength. Attack, he's been one of those players. He had an incredible game with the AWP on the early one against Vitality, but I also checked a little bit on the stats on his flash assisting, and he's actually the best flasher in the entire event. So
yeah, break this out a little bit for me. You were excited about talking about that, but it now comes into kind of the stylistic matchup and how both teams like to approach their utility. Break it down for me. What does he provide besides the opping?
So he's always been a supportive player. He always had that in him. And I think that it's really, really good once you have a player that can always, you know, I call it pre-planning. So basically, if they push long, I will flash for you and kind of, yeah, you know, shut that down instantly. And it's really easy to play with someone like Attack that can provide those before it happens.
Listen, it's the modern days AWP player. To all you FaZe guards sitting out there, to all you matchmaking heroes thinking that you can just pick up the AWP and drop 30 bomb and not give a damn about who you flash and how you smoke, you cannot do that at this level. I just complimented Monisi earlier today. He's another player who is really good with his utility. Attack being the same. Cadian in Heroic as well. Always flashing, providing for his teammates. You got to be able to do that as an AWP player today. If you're you're not ultra aggressive, you gotta be able to have a supportive element to your play. So a modern day's AWP player gotta be able to flash.
Does that fit into kind of the evolution of Counter-Strike as we know it now, which is like as a player, you need to have so much more in your toolbox. And as said, depending on your style, you do have to be able to do all these things alongside your main role. Very impressive. We saw the comparison there. Of course, S-Attack up versus Simple. Simple, who had a good first day and really didn't need to even bring out the big guns. Is that going to be a different story today versus NIP?
Maybe if NIP is going to play good enough to pressure them, I think that's what it comes down to. For Simple, right? Yesterday he wasn't needed, and when he was needed in the first game, he clutched out. He was super influential in the G2 game, especially T-side with the AWP. So for Simple, it's always like that. You know, if he's needed, he will step up. He will be there when needed, but it requires NIP to put up a fight if we're going to see Simple play his best today.
Yeah, and I thought Bit especially, but Electronic also hitting some insane shots yesterday against Big. They really opened up the map for them, and if all Na'Vi players are firing on all cylinders, it's going to be incredibly difficult for NIP.
There was an interview with Blade afterwards as well, and he was asked, what do you think of the level of your team right now? He said, well, we're about 10% off of our peak, of how we want to be playing. And I think when you look at some of the other favorites or dark horses that have fell in the first parts of this major in the Legends stage, they have come out with flying colors so far. And I think in terms of their aspirations, that's going to mean a lot, right, Pimp?
No one is unbeatable at this major.
No.
I think it's been stated a couple of times already, but it feels like truly this is the major where everyone, if they're hitting their stride, if they're getting into the groove of it, can potentially win it. Now, Na'Vi can again establish themselves as one of the favorites. Let's say they take down NIP here 2-0 in a convincing fashion, then we've seen all other teams show weakness, whereas for Na'Vi, that would be a very pretty clean slate for them into the playoffs. So I still want to say it's very open, but I also have that feeling, as you said right here, Na'Vi being 10% from the peak, that's going to be dangerous for everyone.
Yeah, and I want to point out also, you know, they've played earlier in this year. They have, you know, played pretty close game. One series to NIP in February and one series to Na'Vi. But I think NIP is a stronger team today than they were back then because they had Fuzi, for example, and they've upgraded their spots. And Brolan is just such an amazing rifle.
Yeah, let's break that out as well, right, for NIP. We kicked this off yesterday as well, talking about Hampus and about what he has on his plate, because we dealt in a time where, you know, Rez had the inconsistency, there was uncertainty around the op, there was Brolan needing to be integrated into the team. In what aspects do you feel NIP is a more well-rounded team right now?
So basically I've talked a little bit with Hampus and what he felt Brolan gives the team. I've known him also since the past. He's a very vocal player. He calls, he can do it all, he can pick up the op, but he's very good in these chaotic situations which can be very difficult to communicate correctly in, and that's, you know, his bread and butter, I think, Brolan. That's where he thrives. And I think that Hampus also has that backup and reliance of getting some extra ideas and creativity in the calling department from Brolan, which is someone that maybe if you look at the body language of the guy, it's not something you suspect he would bring.
You brought quality to the team. You brought the best player coming out of Sweden the last couple of years. You bring him into a lineup and you're kind of building your team around him as well. We'll talk about S-Attack potentially, question mark, being the weak link in here. You can also flip the coin and see that's a positive thing. That leaves more space for Brolan. You know, now you wanna give it to him, right? You wanna make him the star of your team, and I think he's justified himself to be the best player in Sweden the last couple of years. So why don't you give him a chance of actually, you know, building up the squad around him? I think that could be a positive thing for NIP.
Definitely could be. Talk to me also about Rez. We said in the past he can be absolutely fantastic.
Yeah.
Sometimes it is a little less. And you wanted to give us a little history lesson?
I mean, we've seen him play Counter-Strike for many, many years, and everyone remembers when he came into NIP the first time around. It took a couple of tournaments for him, and then he claimed an MVP title. He was playing so well, but ever since, it's been up and down, up and down. He seems like one of those players that when he's motivated, he can be one of the best riflers in the world. He can be one of the difference makers on the server, but you need to motivate him. You need to put a fire on him, and I guess you can attest to it as well, right, coming from the Swedish scene. When you look him play well, you say to yourself, that is supposed to be the best player of Sweden, but then you see in this tournament, and he's just average. And I don't know what it is, right? Because he can be so good.
I've actually coached him in Epsilon back in the day, so he's incredibly sharp. Like, his mechanics are unbelievable when you stand behind him. Like, you get these like wow moments all the time. But I think he's actually the best rated player at the event so far. Before the day started so far, I haven't checked on once every stat have come in after, but he's an incredibly good player. He can play the op. He can bring other things. We call it hobby opping in Sweden.
Hobby opping. That's cute.
Yeah, so he brings that as well.
Okay, we'll get into the map video right now, and that gives us also a chance to talk about the stylistic matchup a little bit more in depth. When Blade said we're 10% from our peak level, what is Navi's level right now in terms of their identity and the way they like to approach these games?
I think it's pretty evident that the map pool is not as strong as it used to be. That was one of the biggest strengths for them coming into the Stockholm Major. You couldn't pick a map where you felt, okay, Navi are weak on this. Now, an Inferno pick coming in for NIP, it makes sense in the sense that that is a very strong map for NIP. That is by far the map they win the most on, but it's also a good map for Navi, so not necessarily a punish pick. And that goes into what I speak about right here. Despite Navi having a quote-unquote weaker map pool this time around, it may very well still be one of the best in the world.
Yeah, Inferno, Mirage, and last one, Ancient. That's going to be an interesting video, actually. I did not predict maybe Ancient going. I thought maybe Overpass or Nuke.
Yeah, and since yesterday, it's now 232 days since Navi since lost on Ancient. So let's hope for NIP we don't go to a third map.
Yeah, yesterday we saw NIP on Inferno against Cloud9, and it was very impressive because, you know, Cloud9 usually a team very good at counter-stratting and not giving you any openings, but they did manage it, right? So how much of that will they have to bring into this map, and how different is it then to go up against a Navi, because they are not as comparable to Cloud9, I suppose, in their setups?
Yeah, and that's one of the points I want to bring. We talked about the flash assist earlier. We talked about the way that the NIP play. They rely a lot on the individuals in Navi. They rely a lot on Simple going off, on Bit going off. You see it right here, and I want you guys to look to the right side of the screen right here. Half the kills on the T side NIP is getting is assisted by a flash. That is absolutely insane. It's also provided by the fact that they did play Inferno yesterday, and that's one of those maps, whereas for Navi, it's less than 20% of the T kills that has a flash assist to it. So it goes to speak, right? They win equally the same amount of rounds, but they do it in a very different way.
Look at that 4v5 percentage. Navi being 45.5%.
Not fair.
When they lose the entry. That is absolutely stunning.
And I think that comes down again to what we talk about with Navi all the time. Even though you have a couple of members there, like a Bit, who, he shines under the spotlight, right? But he isn't as experienced as some of the others. But it feels like as a cohesive unit, they really find their form when it comes to the LAN environment, and maybe definitely so when we get to those big crowds. But no slouches on NIP's side either, right? And I think the Cloud9 game also showed us that they can really hang in there when the pressure is highest.
This is the test for NIP, though. It was best of one against Vitality. Well done. Exotech had a fantastic showing. It was a 16, very narrow 16-14 win against Cloud9, again in a best of one that ended up on Inferno, one of the stronger maps for NIP. If they're able to compete against Navi, if they can take a map away from Navi, let alone make the game competitive, that to me is enough to say that, okay, I can stock in NIP. I think they can go all the way into the playoff, and that to me is a surprise coming into this tournament.
Yeah, but I would say you shouldn't underestimate the strength of NIP's riflers, because they are incredible individuals. And I actually think they can match up in some departments. That might be a little bit controversial, but yeah.
I think Navi's going to slate in 2-0.
Okay, 2-0 from Pimp. A lot more belief coming out of Devil Walk for the side of NIP. I just hope we get all 3 of the maps. Let's get into it with our casters.
Oh, it's going to be a good day. It's going to be a good day, Hugo, right? This one, this Na'Vi NIP matchup, this is actually a rematch from the 2-0 in the Legend stage at the last PGL Major in Stockholm, right? And there, Na'Vi, they were able to pick it up. They were able to go 3-0 through, right? Yep. That was kind of their major to take. And for NIP, you know, it was actually kind of scary. Like, they went from being in this really good spot of 2-0 up, and then it gets a little bit grindy, doesn't it?
Yeah, go down all the way to that Copenhagen Flames game. We all remember the 2-2 matchup. NIP, they got to grab it now or never, really. It's very scary with some of the teams that we have remaining. It's still down 2-1 right now. Furia, FaZe, and Heroic, and Copenhagen Flames. There's no easy spots. There's no easy slots. And so someone's going to have to earn their bread today. Playoffs on the line between Na'Vi and NIP, and we're getting right into the action. Inferno to begin, hoping for a 3-mapper. But can NIP long it out is the big question.
Yeah, coming into this one, you know, the expectations for NIP, I don't think they were sky high for a lot of people. I really don't think many anticipated they would be the ones here in this 2-0 matchup. But they've been able to go against the crowd on that one. And they've earned their place here, but now they've got to get past the gatekeeper from last Major, the ones that refused to give them that easy path into the playoffs. It's a bit of a banana grouping here for NIP. A big old flock of them as they start to make their way up towards this B site. But triple set here are Na'Vi. Simple, tucked in. He's kind of that last-minute surprise, right? You're going to be so paranoid at dealing with Boomich and this man up on the boost in Perfecto that you might discount Simple, who's tucked in over at Oranges. He's just playing the trigger discipline, but has to go back in and isn't able to really get a whole lot out of that. You would have loved more out of Simple there. One and done. Best he's able to muster. And now a plant coming in. NIP, 2 versus 3 with that bomb down.
Yeah, no kit right now. We've got those Julies coming through, though. Nice couple of taps for Electronic. If you don't hit that first headshot, it can get very messy with those guns. Plopsky trapped behind the coffin, just trying to do it on his own, and there's nothing to do but one. Quick defuse for Na'Vi. They get the round under wraps. Yeah, it could have been a lot more for the man in the middle of the bomb site, but at least those B players trade effectively, and the third guy off the boost gets out to play retake with the squad. So it's nice and clean for Na'Vi to start this series. Pistol round taken. And yeah, I think a lot of pressure on it, but at the same time, pressure is kind of off. Like you said, they're not expected to even be here at this point. They don't even have a primary AWP. Esatag's taking the role, and he's doing a good job as we've seen, but it's still a lot up against Nip. They've got that firepower addition of Brolin, but Na'Vi, certainly no sleepers when it comes to aimers on this squad. Fast up banana attempted for Nip. They got a bomb plant, they got in with a big buy. 2 AKs. But Na'Vi have taken banana back. Not just won that utility battle, but Boomich has pushed all the way through. That's allowing Bit to rotate back and reinforce this A site. Na'Vi know what's coming.
Yeah, they've got all this info ahead of time. Boomich could even just full send it at a moment's notice with all this control going his way. The moment contact is made over here in top mid, he might look to get a move on. NIP, they are keeping it, kind of an eye on it. S-Tag's checking it on timings, but nothing's set in stone here. They're going to get top middle, start to lean over here towards long. Bit in the library, looking like he might get some contact any second now on the back of this smoke fade.
Keeps checking Arch in case there's some weird timing that's been found. It hasn't. Broler's going to try clear it, but it's the second rifle that does it instead. Rez finding Bit, and now Archway opened up. Simple's tucked back in the pit, always in the right place, but blinded, as is Electronic in the site. Simple has to flick back. He finds one, his teammate gone, and a nice headshot for Rez in through that tiny gap to open up the A bomb site. This is now a very difficult position for Na'Vi, who are not armed for the job.
Yeah, Boomich's flank, it's just going to be red at this point. Like, enough time's passed for him to be here, but that doesn't make dealing with him any easier. Doubles up on the MP9. S-Tag boxed into a corner, gonna need to give over the goods, and it's a lot of damage, but it's still a Na'Vi round. The 2v3 gonna get delivered, gonna go their way.
Yeah, I mean, these rounds are actually going really well for Nip, but Na'Vi keep winning them. How the hell do you keep trading 1-for-1 onto Simple, getting Electronic with nothing done in that round as well? Bit 1-for-1, like all the setup for a round there. If you're getting favored post plants on the T side of Inferno, you are golden. But that double up for Boomich was unprecedented. He got triple peaked and still got away with 2 kills before he fell. Nice round out of Na'Vi. Nip going to rebuy. This is a really nice call, though. They know they put damage the way of Na'Vi, and they can still win this economy game. In fact, their buy is better, you could argue. They have more rifles in this round. 2 of them Galils, but better than nothing. Simple giving the big gun and putting it to use immediately, taking down the birthday boy from yesterday of Plopsky. Simple's eating his cake, and he wants more. Ooh.
Oh, but what's that old saying with cake, having it, eating it? Simple dead over on the short side, and now a chance to wrap in towards this A-bomb site. Electronic, the man inside of default right now, playing around the cold box, just waiting for them to move on in. He does have support from Bit on Moto as well, but the MP5 might not be ideal here. They're going to start the exec now. Flashes go in to assist with this push. Rez still can't best Electronic, and Bit's MP5 is going to get another in the meantime. Ooh, that's a tag through the smoke for Hampus. Bomb's now going to go down. NIP, They have this crossfire between the site and pit. Now, it can be tricky to deal with, but this little sprinkling of util on Boomich could be very helpful to nullify some of these angles. Hampus now spotted down in pit. That molly makes him uncomfortable. S-Tag trying to help out here. The reposition from the site is lovely, but it doesn't matter. Perfecto runs the Moto Smoke, gets into Graveyard with him, and knocks down that two-man hold in the post plant.
Oh, Perfecto making perfect plays to the Moto Smoke. We've seen that one before, haven't we, Harry? And yeah, what a great double to close. I mean, Nip, they keep getting in so many nice situations, but Na'Vi are just pulling out clutch round after clutch round, a third in a row where Simple only goes 1 for 1. And like that, again, that's fine, but this is the best player in the world who so often puts on more. The fact that Na'Vi are winning these rounds without him going nuclear is a testament to the supporting characters right now. Double ups for Boomich, double ups for Perfecto. Na'Vi doing a great job at converting very sticky situations. Another buy for Nip.
Dude, this has been so, like, just full throttle from the get-go. We haven't had a round play with pistols yet. Like, it has just been these relentless, well, obviously, other than the pistol.
Round?
Yeah, but, you know,
no
it's just been utterly relentless.
I mean, they're great buys. Like, Nip are actually throwing really, really good flashes right now on these executes. They keep wrecking Electronic with utility, and he's playing, like, boxed in at the back of the bomb site inside of A, and Nip keep full blinding him. So, you know, their team sides, which have improved massively since the last major circuit, have obviously been the big talking point for Nip, with the addition of DJL as coach, with Hamper starting to find his footing more as a cooler on these T-halves. That has been the big change for Nip that's made them look like a contender. Hey, it put them here up 2-0 as well. They shredded Vitality in their opener in the Legend stage on this map. That was overpass, where S-Tag went off with the AWP on CT side. But yeah, despite all of these rounds coming to the wire, Na'Vi are cutting every single one. Oh, peak timing. Rez is tucked in the back of the scene. Simple gets him. Now it's his time to go ham. S-Tag with nades out. Simple's trapped in a Molotov, and again, S-Tag wins that out. Burnt in the fire, but 10 health remaining for S-Tag, and 20 seconds they can't go back.
Boomich.
But they want to.
Look at the confidence on this, man. All the way down Banana. He heard those footsteps coming for a moment, right? And now it's kind of weird. They know that Boomich is right there, but they're stuck battling forward. They're playing within the last 10 seconds of the round. They've got to get in. They've got to get this bomb planted, and it gets dropped. The only man caught crossing is the one with the bomb. Brolin is spammed out, and Na'Vi, they dismantle that one. Finally as well. It is super clean, right? It is 4 players staying alive at the end of it. No plant for Nip. You might get your moment of respite now if you're Na'Vi. It's well earned.
Oh yeah, I love that double pit play for Na'Vi, because despite Nip entering the bomb site with 4 players in 10 seconds, neither of the pit players are peeking. They leave it all down to Perfecto all the way on long side, because they know the value of having these guys up in the post plant and just playing bomb denial. They don't need to. Perfecto does it all. But Na'Vi tuck in, play that clock. These guys know what a 10-second hit looks like. These guys know just how freaky they can get, how frantic. And Nip, that was a bit of a cooked round after hearing Boomich in the behind. They knew that the jig was up. Na'Vi 4-0 right now, and like you say, respite on the horizon, and eco. And it's about time. All those buys were justified for Nip, but you can't put more than a couple of K into this.
One of the things that's so exciting about it, you know, the Inferno opener as the Nip pick for me is just that, you know, I think this is a map where having S-Tag in is this, like, jack of all trades. We always talk about how complicated T-side Inferno warping can get, how it's not uncommon to see a T-side AWPer fall off a bit. He's not really going to be burdened with that, right? Like, this guy, because he is such a jack of all trades, you're going to have him rifling. You're going to have him still finding impact there with rifles, and the AWP can be used a bit more situationally. Something that was brought up on the desk is just how good his flash assists have been at this event for S-Tag individually, and how important that utility's been for NIP in a lot of these opening duels, in a lot of these opening fights. And we're already getting a lot of these flashes, a lot of this good utility out of Nip, and it still hasn't been enough. So make of that what you will. In they go, Perfecto with the double. And even though he's traded, he's done his part of the job, right? He's done enough.
Big boost.
Simple's going to go up, going to go over, maybe try to deny this plant. Now it is nice and safe. He can't do anything about that. Plopsky dead with the A1S. That one gun goes tumbling away. And now S-Tag tries to hold the line here, but is run down by 3. It's another retake going the way of Na'Vi. They break apart the pistols. They're 5-0 up. Smiles on their faces. Things are looking good right now in the Na'Vi side of things.
Absolutely, right? Like Nip, yeah, they got what they accomplished what they wanted in that round. They got a bomb plant. They got some damage into a bomb site, but yeah, Na'Vi still just stacking up CT rounds on their opponent's pick in this series, right? We want a 3-0. We want to see if Nip can test Na'Vi on Ancient. You know, Nip have been one of those few teams that have tried to make it a mainstay, tried to be, you know, in the conversation for the best Ancient team, you know, in the world right now. And there's a few teams up for debate, but Na'Vi are a roster that, you know, are on a 9-win streak, haven't lost it in 2 days. And even though it's not a go-to for them, it's a nice back pocket pick. And so if we get there, there's going to be a lot of questions answered for the third map. But this one's not screaming a 3-mapper with the way Na'Vi have come in hot to trot, on fire right now. Missed Apps Molly for Nip, but that doesn't matter. Na'Vi aren't trying to take it back. Good grenade from Simple. Does 50 damage. Nip hang around in alt mid. Tag's got that T-side AWP, Harry. He's coming early. You know, we often call players like Fates Mr. Worldwide. Well, S-Tag, he's Mr. Roll-wide. He's done it all. He's in-game led, he's entried, he's lurked, he's AWP'd. And yeah, across, especially his time in Heroic when, you know, lots of roster changes were coming in and out. Yugi was leaving that team. Right now, it's a bit of a brawl on short. Nip are just fighting for picks. They've lost a man in Banana, but Hampers has managed to trade out a kill from Apps. It's all on Electronic in the pit.
Oh, but he's holding the line, isn't he, Hugo? Dead after the double. S-Tag's AWP fires off with one, and now set up in the post-plant Perfecto. If you try to go through that, mate, you're not going to like what's on the other side. S-Tag stepping up to the mark. This AWP finally comes out, and it's finding impact from the get-go. Boomich now in this clutch, and it's going to be a rough one. There's a really nice crossfire between Plopsky and S-Tag, and it's never even needed. That AWP immediately hits the ground running, finds a lot of success for NIP, and it's going to be there, standing the test of time to find them their first round on this T side.
Yeah, I've enjoyed watching this Dane in Nip, right? But it's not the Dane in Nip that I thought was going to be the AWPing sensation, right, for this roster. I think, well, you know, we're all just waiting on Device's return and whether that will happen ever and where he'll go, but you know, to fill the role, to fill the boots, S-Tag's had a really good tournament, and it's not just been the util in this map already. Comes in with a big 3K AWP round to put Nips first on the board. Flash play, Hampers, careful buddy, turns, that blinds bit, it's a bit awkward. Na'Vi and Nip both throw flashes at the same time. Simple hits a banger, but Boomich gets traded, and now Simple holds the angle.
Oh, he might have been flashed off. You might have that fancy utility S-Tag, but doesn't really work versus this guy. I mean, hell, you'll remember the top mid, you know, run boost denial out of Simple. While he's dodging flashes, while he's getting wrecked by them, he's more than comfortable shooting. Even once you've removed vision from the guy.
You know, that's a feeling. It's a feeling shot, and no one feels the game quite like Simple, right? Yeah, that shot from yesterday, such a great example. Just micro adjustments and knowing sometimes to shoot immediately off the flash, sometimes you need to hold it. Sometimes players hold too long. Simple hits it just as he should in that round. Na'Vi, 3-on-2 favored now, but Perfecto's not really got the gun for this angle, and they're not going to smoke him. They walk right through. Perfecto, I think he got the spot there. He's got nades ready, but they didn't see him. They're going to cruel archway. 30 seconds. Perfecto's considering this play. He needs to get info for Simple so he can turn his back around, and he's begun to do so. They're wrapping Perfecto in the library, looking for this kill. This is a lovely call out of Nip, and they might have caught him with his pants down.
Yeah, one would be enough, right? That's good enough for Perfecto. A one and done, leaves it all on Plopsky. Tucked in inside of this bomb site. It's Electronic. They've not really been able to best him here before, and it's set to continue in this round now. Na'Vi, the reply is immediate. They didn't like that S-Tag AWP, so Simple knocked it out of play, and then the rest of the gang, they follow through on delivering the round.
Yeah, I'm surprised that no one called that Electronic has been playing in the bomb site every single time on these A hits. He had one round in pit with Bit, I think it was, on that double pit setup where Nip ran out of time or had 10 seconds on the hit, but every other time that Nip have gone for early A attacks, Electronic's been hiding at the back of the site or on the cold box, so something that Nip you know, let slip in that round. And Na'Vi just continue punching in CT-sided rounds on Inferno. Now an Apps take, but Simple, of course, in the right place.
Oh, I mean, that could have been a collateral. Is he going to go back in? No, surely not. Simple. Not content with just the one, but will eventually give up this territory. Give them the illusion of freedom in the apartments. The Illuminavi. And now the remaining NiP players, well, they're trying to wrap around this long side. Boomich is already here on this angle. It's a bit of an awkward fight. The IGLs clash and Hampus comes out ahead. Bomb still, yeah, stuck up in the apartments, as you say. So if they want to go back and rejoin these long players, it's very, very scary. STAG isn't fully aware of what territory's been conceded, you know, what's been taken by Na'Vi in amidst this hit. And so it gets really awkward now.
If they want to go B, that's fine, but they need to pull a player back to join him. He needs a bodyguard to go up Banana. They don't know where Perfecto is right now. He's often been on this long rotation, so this is really, really weird for NiP at the moment, but I like this slowdown. They see if Na'Vi panic and give them any kills, and if they don't, it might just be the recommit back into the A bomb site. Simple, he's posted in the pit, Bit with only dualies, flashes. Simple holds the shot this time, but it won't connect. They're coming up closer. Bit's gonna maul Brolin, trying to grab the gun. He can't in time. They're everywhere, over or below, inside the site. Simples need to look up as well. Oh! He hits Hampus, but the parts coming in can do nothing about it. Esatag jumping, chasing, but Simple with a no-scope and 4 kills from the pit. Put on another round for Na'Vi.
Oh, that is exactly what Simple wanted, man. You played right into his hands. And I think, you know, we could have witnessed a a very, very different round if the bomb wasn't stuck in the apartments. It forced NiP to just go, okay, it feels like the only option we really have here, guys, is just to slow it down, play back into that A bomb site a little bit later. And like you said, they held it for so long, hoping that Na'Vi got impatient, went looking for info, maybe fed them a kill, like that invitation into the A play. And when that doesn't happen, you've dedicated so much time into just waiting for that kill. It was the only option you had left, and it was the exact play that Simple wanted you to make.
Dude, I just love the micro details when Simple's playing pit right there. Like, he jumps for that info after he misses the shot through the box, and he sees the S-Tag's running towards him. That's all the info Simple needs to go for a no-scope shot just to close the round. A little bit of luck in there, but it feels more than luck when it's Simple hitting those no-scopes. It's just beautiful. Low risk jump, but the highest reward. Another round for Na'Vi. And this guy, you know, we're in the middle of the conversation talking about Karrigan and FaZe getting a major. You know, the possibility of Cloud9 making it as well. G2 up for debate with a star-studded roster. But Na'Vi, they want their back-to-back. They want their second PGL slammer. And with Simple in this form, it's hard to doubt it. 7-1 in this 2-0 game. And it's not like NiP have come in cold. They've had a lot of advantages, a lot of good positions in this game already. Na'Vi have snuffed out every single one.
Yeah, and it's all the details that are normally there in a NiP victory are still there, but they're not able to get these rounds past the keeper. You know, it's not like we're having kind of fumbled util or flashes not really connecting. Like, I don't know, man. All the little bits and pieces that often lead to success for NIP are as present as ever in the series and the matches that they've won so far. But the result is not the same. This time they're lobbing in this full-on A exec. They've thrown all this utility over, and it looks like they want to try and maybe wrap this B play again, sending Resin alone, right, to try and take that space at long. Na'Vi are one step ahead, though. Right, from the moment those smokes went in, Electronic was already dedicated to the rotate. Now the bomb is coming back up middle, so it feels like a bit of a fake. Brolin's trying to take CT. But Electronic was there ahead of time. Now, at a bare minimum, when you see Electronic there, you go, okay, we've pulled a player off of the A site. Simple has just missed that timing, still delivers a tag, but it's not the killing blow. And so NIP will get the bomb planted, but trying to get out of this position is easier said than done.
Ballsy cross. Plopsky repeaks Library as well. That is very, very scary, but he gets away with it. Simple looking deep in on Esatag's cross. And he's trapped in with such low health as well, but no nades for Na'Vi. They've got to do this one with brute force, with fights alone, coming up through apartments. They're giving Boomich a bit of room, but he's been spotted. Now his team need to take some space, tap that bomb, force a fight. They have, and they win them both immediately. Plopsky just stuck in the open, goes 1 for 1, and Na'Vi with a few seconds remaining stick that defuse yet again. They just keep winning retake rounds. 8-1. And more buys for Nip, more chances, but none of them capitalized upon.
And I mean, that round there, that was Nip trying to get like really cute with it, trying to get really tricky as to how they approached that round. You know, it was kind of all that util over towards A to try and split CT. Okay, that didn't work. Well, then we're going to make a bit of a wild play with Brolin over towards B. That didn't work. They managed to get into the A bomb site, but then they lose it in the retake. Like, as convoluted as Nip are willing to get, the composure is just there throughout for Na'Vi.
Ooh. That gap is very purposeful, right? That's the smoke thrown from spawn that Na'Vi can and will run boost through if they need to. But
by design.
Yeah, Simple's just using it to fight a crossing player, get an early shot in, trying to maximize your, chances of getting a 5v4. He's had to go all the way back to the site right now. Nip have at least done their due diligence, pushing him off, leaving Brolin and Banana yet to be successful in his solo fights in this position. What a wallbang! Bye-bye, Simple. Hampus has the lineups. He's got the receipts.
Simple has no clue how that's just happened to him. Oh my god. Okay, that's one way to get into the site. That's one way to open up. But they played their trump card. They better deliver on this. They better deliver on the round. Hampus dead. No more wallbangs today. Bit's gone sprinting in, but will get blindsided. And Electronic's gone as well. Perfecto's pushed the Moto smoke and is in with a triple. He's done it again. Oh my goodness.
What more can Nip do? What more can they do, Harry? An opening kill like that, where you're lining up on Simple's spot. It's a common position for him to play, right? It's no surprise for Nip. They push him back, they know where he's going, and they have an incredible wallbang lineup, but it matters not. They don't know which pit position is occupied. Hampus is shooting through the ground, but it's far away they have to worry about. Even further on long, where Perfecto punishes, pushes through yet again. 3 timeouts used right now for Nip. They are getting slammed. I don't know how you solve this. You're just getting no respect.
Dude, it's insanity, right? Like, you've done all this prep. You've put all these man hours in to try and, get a read on their game plan. And you're reading it, right? And your strats are, your util's landing. Your wall bangs are cute.
You're getting into post-spawns. Favored post-spawns as well. This is Inferno. This is a map that you'll just save on in 3v3s if the money isn't justifying it. But none of these rounds have held back Na'Vi. We need something more towards this B bomb side. It's what we haven't really seen from it. Their game plan has been exploiting A, but they haven't really run execute since very early in those forced by wars. That's a big pickup for Brolin. Very quiet right now on these openers for NIP, but puts up an early kill onto Boomich at Banana. Reinforced by Electronic now, who has been that stable A anchor. Bit wants to get hungry for information, but all 5 players at Nip are here. They still want to bludgeon this A bomb site. They know they should have pulled Na'Vi into 2-2 setups, which is nice. Simple's in apps and Bit's roaming around.
Oh yeah, and Simple makes contact first, but Bit also finds success. They're going to try and get up short, but that means going toe-to-toe with this AWP. Bit's here providing some cover from the balcony. Simple in the pit. This time will get overwhelmed. Oh, that is a real sigh of relief, right? You just have those memories all flashing back to you of where he clutched here just rounds ago. This time you get past him. Now you arm S-Tag with an AWP. You cannot take your eyes off the Moto smoke, however, right? Not with the precedent that Perfecto's set. This smoke does not scare him, not one bit. He flashes. Oh, Electronic on the short side. But it went in just a touch too early. Or too late, rather. And Electronic was blind. Perfecto now in this 1v2 Nip. They stand here. They might be about to get their second. They just play the numbers. They don't give a kill up to Perfecto.
Very awkward team flash there. Very, very awkward, but finally Nip are given a way into a round, and Perfecto has to respect it. He wants to trap them here, but he shouldn't really throw himself in at the last second. At least give them the respect to keep a gun. If they want to save him pit, they'll get away with it, and Perfecto has to accept that fact. Na'Vi's money isn't perfect, right? We've talked about just how competitive these rounds have been despite the scoreline being so one-sided. Great clear onto Simple. Finally, they get rid of him. And to think that he started this game, again, just going 1 for 1 for about 4 or 5 rounds straight. And then he went nuclear. Nice round out of him and Bit, but Esatag's able to ice him out. And finally, Nip converts. Straight into another tack, though. They've used all of them. If this game gets longed out, no more chats with DJL. They've just got to do it dry. Hampus at the helm. And a long road to recovery from Nip.
I mean, you know, it shows that maybe they have a tremendous amount of faith in their CT side in that second half.
Kind of have to at 9-2. Don't really have a choice. On the bright side, again, we haven't really seen much towards B on this map for Nib, so...
I like Simple's buy. I have to interrupt you. Look at this. Mag 7 over towards B. And if one guy, you know, could give you a bit of faith as to popping off with this gun, it's going to be Simple. Yeah. Let's see what he does with it, right? It does leave him a bit restricted, and this kind of very mobile CT side is going to be a lot harder. Okay, nade stack. Brolin's dead. Never even sees an enemy. And Na'Vi start to peel all these bodies away from the B site after nading out Brolin.
Yeah, Simple's positions on A are now pretty limited. He can hide in sight or he can go apartments. There's really not much else he can play with this weaponry. It was such a read just starting triple B for Na'Vi. They made the right call. But after killing Brolin, you realize that is the one guy who's been solo lurking B in this T side, and the Nip have just been defaulting middle. This round's a bit different. Rez is now on his own, looking for a gun to go through the wall, but no bugs to give him a way in. Boomage hiding at sandbags. Perfecto's got a flash laid up. Rez is getting caught with nades. Now 2 fights on 2 sites, and Boomage will only go 1 for 1. The flash is too little too late, but the molly will stop all except Hampus. He storms the board, running in to CT spawn, and I don't know if Na'Vi are aware.
No, that's that first man caught Bit. His A1S drop now, and Perfecto's been spammed out. Simple's caught over here in middle, and we've heard a shotgun AWPing, but not AWPing shotgun. He's dead to Rez. It's all left on Electronic. It's arriving through CT. Oh, it's super awkward for the backside player. Hampus just jumping around is able to regain control of that situation there.
Thank goodness Hampus saves the day there, because if Electronic gets both kills, you could see him isolating the fight when Hampus was jumping out and trying to kill the cover. That last player of Rez is all the way in ult middle. Like that's a 1 round. He knows he can stick the bomb there with a kid. But beautiful play for Hampus, beating the Molotov that Perfecto threw. Still caught throwing util for Boomage after he died. And going right through the CT smoke as well. Very Hampus-esque. And Nip finally break in. They're looking for a 6-round half, and it's doable. It's attainable. This one should be easy. Perfect round to spam apps on your default when you know Na'Vi are on eco as well. Watch out for those mag 7s.
Super measured from Nip here. Taking some real estate on Banana with Brolin, as has been a real, you know, consistent feature of this T side, and the rest of the gang all trying to make sure these apartments don't get overrun by pistol players. Now that they've assured themselves of that, they try to get out top mid. Simple Deeg goes back in for a re-swing, and Rez will get the better of him. Molly's the pit, nobody there. This Brave player and Bit's been spotted. There's even the swing out of the apartments, but they're both knocked down. They're both dealt with. And so Nip are looking good to get this conversion, right? Up against just a flat eco from Na'Vi. They remained very composed throughout. They didn't really jump the gun in this one.
Yeah, a little more methodical, right? They get 3 kills. They still clear every position, checking both pits, checking back sight. You don't want to get sneaked in by a Na'Vi player who's hiding. There were 4 to start the round on this A site, but now it's just exit attempts for Na'Vi. And Nip at least getting a bit of resurgence latter half here. And now 5 alive round, but the looks of things should be able to make some money as well. Boomich can throw himself towards the pit. If he can get a dink off, he might be able to kill a player, but it's a backside plant. He would need to do some serious damage in order for this to work. He's going to try. That's lovely for Boomich. Just a bit of damage, but it shouldn't matter much here as we have 2 rounds left of the half and Nip are getting away with something towards the end. But Na'Vi have a rebuy, and if Simple has the AWP, there may be cause for concern. Oh, he doesn't.
Yeah, I think one of the kind of keys back in here has been actually getting these kills on Boomich over at Banana. I almost assume that we could see Nip go back to that, right? It's a very heavy lean here right out of the gate, and it's been good. It's stopped this super mobile CT side from just kind of free-flowing, right? They're always a little bit paranoid as to leaving that second player over towards B. And you've definitely felt that in these execs, right? As Na'Vi are getting pushed over here on A, the rotates aren't there, like flooding through and constantly replenishing lost men like they were early on. These mollies go over, but Bits found himself a tiny little dry spot. And so he might be unaccounted for here. They've got a lot of control over at long, and Simple's going back into this very, very late. Has to be aware they could have caught timings, and he didn't look too ready for res deep on that angle. Simple dead. Suddenly it's going to fall to Bit and Electronic to hold down this A bomb site. They're good for the first couple, but the Org's now bested. And NIP managed to get in. Here's these rotates, as mentioned, right, in rounds gone by, Boomich and Perfecto would have already been through this Moto smoke and would have already been resisting the A play. Instead, they're locked off by it. They're having to show it some respect. And in this, like, weird 2v3, you'd kind of even love a save, but they both have MP9s. Like, where are the big-ticket items?
He's looking for Simple's gun. He's finally found it. And maybe that will just lean you into a save, like you say. There's not a lot of hope in going for this round. Perfecto can hang on, throw Boomich's util to get away.
Ooh, dude.
Perfecto throw himself in last second yet again.
I would love it if...
Nice.
Oh, okay, he's got a gun. Never mind. He can get out now.
Money's pretty cooked for last round. Rez is running. He should be dead here, but... Oh, no, he fell off. Phew. Perfecto recovers. Still going to be a double save for Na'Vi. Nip are fine no matter what happens, really. They're going to have the AWP if they want it as an option. At least should leave it and spawn just in case in the final round of the half. But it's a nice recovery, given how this game started, with us giving a lot of credit to Nip's T-side calls, but also just Na'Vi winning clutch round after clutch round. They finally got Simple off the AWPs, not had it in a few. And like you said, just forcing a little more respect out of Boomich at Banana. Not been any aggressive moves from him as of late. Tag has got that AWP. But no one will be dueling down mid.
Oh my goodness. That was almost one hell of an opener. You would have been rubbing your hands together if you're NIP there.
That shows that Nip know there's no open play as well. Like, you wouldn't run up top mid that cleanly, that early, unless you had some read as to the money of Na'Vi and you knew it wasn't there. So a lot of early space taken. Nip don't need to waste double nades up top mid. We'll take it from apps. Perfecto's hungry. This is risky.
I'm so nervous that he could just get wall banged instead. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
No!
Oh, can't quite catch. Boomich leaping out of there. That would have been the invitation into a B play. That would have been the go button push. They're still going to try and follow through with it, but a second man has now arrived. It's Simple waiting in CT. They don't know about him. He's going to play ahead of that smoke.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a dink.
No.
And Tag flicks back round, but he's low. He's wounded. Inside of the site, Boomich just has to finish the job that Simple started.
He's going back for a flank that doesn't even exist as well. He's looking for just another pick to try and cut Na'Vi apart. But Electronic is sat in the bomb site right now on A, and Tag doesn't have the time to be walking this play. He's got to run if he wants to go back. Last round of the half, no save as an option. Tag has just got to win this immediate fight. He's at least got a 1v1. That rotate will be late enough for him to plant, but it all relies on the one shot, and he hasn't read it either. Stick and dead. Na'Vi find 10 at the half, picking up the final one after a bit of an absence. 4 in a row for Nip in the middle of that. But Na'Vi are going to be more than satisfied with that CT side on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, I mean, dude, like you kind of said it already earlier on, it's a really nice recovery out of Nip considering how dire this was. One thing that does just make me a little concerned, though, is they've got no pauses left, right? It was something you touched upon when they called in their fourth. Meanwhile, for Na'Vi, man, they've still got plenty. Like, they're reflecting on their notes heading into this second half. They've got chances to have a chat with Blade should they need to. So, you know, if this ends up coming down to the wire, if Na'Vi do start to get pressured by NIP crawling back in on this CT half, they're at least going to have that option, you know, to kind of step out of the game for a moment, have a chance to reflect and try come up with solutions. Nip are having to do it all on the fly now.
Yeah, 4A stack for Nip in this pistol. Broden's got a boatload of utility at B. He'll be able to drop a smoke. It's just whether down to Na'Vi respected or not. They're taking apartments to start. Only one man there, but that's been the man of the map for Nip at least. Esatag primed with his pistol, sees bit. Doesn't want to re-peek and give away back in though, especially with P250s possibly on the other side. Definitely besting USPs in these head-to-heads at any range. Nip. They've already rotated, they made a read, and it seems to be the right one, bringing 3 players over to the B bomb site. Brolin's used up his smoke as well. He has nothing but a flashbang now, and probably won't even be priming it. Na'Vi can't fake this. Unless Simple hits a one-tap, that will cause some worry for Nip, but it's up to whether Rez wants to take that fight. He looks interested on some jiggles right now. This is a contact A play, and Nip still don't know.
Oh, Simple's coming back? Never mind. Actually, it looks like they want to try and wrap B. Simple recommitting. They're starting to take the Arch side, moving into CT. Now, Simple's just heard a bunch of footsteps there, and I think he might have come across, rather. Oh, guys, there's a lot of dudes over here in this B bomb site. So now the A play looking to come through for Na'Vi. S-Tag dead. Boom, it's double opener, and a plant is in. Banana, you can't rotate freely through here. Hampus is locked in a fight versus Simple that he's got to win quick, or else the rest of his team are left a man down in this retake.
God, he headshot Hampus there through the logs as well. This one's done, mate. There's no getting back in for Nip. They've just lost Banana as well. Simple can double back and cover that mid-cross, meaning they're constricted to long right now. Brolin doesn't know it, but he cannot cross through middle, with at least without information for Na'Vi. Simple's going to check it and get those shots off. Brolin's gone. Rez running away. And yeah, like you said, you called it perfectly. Great realization from Simple, not just hearing the steps on B, but seeing that re-aggression for Rez meant Nip knew what was going on. They, or at least so they thought they did. They wanted to take Banana back and try and flank that A play. Na'Vi just speed up the pace and wrap that A bomb site. Beautiful entries from Boomich in that round. And Nip now in a very tricky spot. We talked about this coming into the game. Let's refresh it again because it was back at the last major in this Legend stage when Nip went 2-0, right? But that's no guarantee, as Entropic will tell you, as FaZe will tell you from the Challenger stage here in Antwerp. Na'Vi took him down at that 2-0 game, and then they had to fight all the way to their final matchup against the Flames, which they only just won in a 3-map banger. Nip may meet those Flames again, or maybe even a more threatening roster on their way down if they don't topple Na'Vi. For the first time in a while.
One of the things that's so scary here as well is, like, in 2021, Na'Vi had this ludicrous ability to win 4v5s on Inferno. Like, they have some really, really nice pieces in the playbook for that. I'll revisit it in a sec as this B pops in. Brolin only good for 1 before Bit trades it. With the site already lost, Nip might be here. Spam, if it does connect, would be lovely. It would have spurred them on to give this round a go. The nade's going to do it instead. Electronics boosted up, boosted over. Oh, he doesn't want to be this high up anymore, but he's going to just try and roll with the punches. He's got back in for more. Oh, how's he still alive? They're ducking down together. It's synchronized ducking at the back of the site, and Simple doubles up in the meantime. Na'Vi, they pull that one off. They managed to get it past the finish line. Despite the fact, you know, Nip, they find that nade kill that gives them a reason to want to give that a go. Despite the constant re-peeking out of Electronic, up on the boost. it all still lines up for Na'Vi.
Yeah, just not the weaponry for the range fight, right? Just whittling away with 5.7s. They're very good up close. They can hit headshot, but yeah, not good for that retake all the way from spawn. And Na'Vi just playing awkward headshot angles off that boost. Now more pistols to play with. Brolin, he's had a real rough go at things here on that T side. I think he only got 1 or 2 entry rounds up Banana. The rest, he was on his own, just getting double naded and removed. Good flash, simple, just react. And again, it's that feeling. You know where to fire. Taking that 5-on-4, and we've already seen more B hits in the second half for Na'Vi than we did for the entirety of Nip's T side. Just roasting this B site. And nothing to do but die.
Oh, the spray from Bits, lovely, right? Considering they're like flying in at different angles of elevation, he still lights them up. Gets that conversion past NIP.
This is a very, very hot Na'Vi right now. They are looking seriously sick.
Yeah, you know what I was going to say? It's like 2021 when we saw like Na'Vi looking really good on Inferno. They were incredible at winning like man-down rounds. They had some phenomenal protocols in place based on success at either side of the map, or I guess failure at either side of the map, as to how they would like route to play those 4v5 rounds out. With the form we're kind of getting right now, you know, that makes me nervous. This idea that for Nip, even taking a man advantage doesn't feel as safe as maybe it should. That's if they're even able to go 5-on-4 up. It's not like they've been drowning in openers.
I admire that Brolin still has the courage to go for these Banana fights, getting flashed back in at this scoreline, not just in the game, but him as well. But yeah, he does have to taper off, because Na'Vi right now, they are just abusing this B bomb site, and this round is going to be no exception. They're just pummeling through. Good flashbang. Plopsky's blind before the CT smoke even blooms, and now 4 players crossing through the smoke. There's a massive gap, and Hampus exploits it with a double. That bomb is in the open. Na'Vi need to go and grab it. Hampus has given them a bit of room to do so, but he's not ready for Perfecto hunting kills. Bit reads a boost that isn't in play. With a triple entry, Na'Vi can poise in the post plant.
Perfecto's having a wonderful round here. I mean, with him a bit standing, I don't know, this is going to be a rough one to play into for NIP. They've got a molly, they've got a smoke, they've got a flash, right? They've got this util that's often a cornerstone of these guys winning rounds, but it's gone in to clear out dark. That's one angle they don't have to worry about. But what if the fights just come running at you? S-Tag doesn't know where to look here in this 1v2. And he's wanting to get out with the AWP, but Na'Vi, I don't think they're in the mood to show mercy. Bit with the backstab is there. And between him and Perfecto, all 5 kills coming from the 2 of them. Na'Vi win that first rifle v rifle round, and Nip are quickly running out of chances here on Inferno.
Yeah, it's similar to that first half where we saw, you know, how many rounds like Perfecto would run through smokes on Moto and just be disrespectful. They're doing it again on this T side. Like, Na'Vi are not even letting Nip get util out on this B hold. They are just running it with 1 flash and 1 smoke. Like, even in that round, Plopsky gets entried in CT before the smoke has bloomed. Na'Vi's MAC-10s were already running rife in the bomb site. Na'Vi know they're the better team, and they are telling Nip that right now. 14-5, an opening kill, and Na'Vi can go wherever the hell they want.
Fighting top mid, traded, and Bits even
Round's
got
over.
electronics back. That's the round right there. Oh, and Perfecto's now hunting down at Banana. He says, guys, look, seeing as y'all have got the round, I'm going to go try and just add insult to injury. He's holding on to Banana, hoping he can find these saving players. And I mean, if they get removed, right, Nip put everything into this round. They bought back into it. And it would leave them with literally nothing up against 15.
Very scary spot to be in for Nip, but Na'Vi are on a roll right now. They have not had the easiest matchups either through this Legend stage. Managing to long out G2 in an overtime game. Taking down Big, a team that, you know, Na'Vi have often rivaled, especially in the online era. A team that has managed to take down Na'Vi when Big were at their peak multiple times, but damn, dude, Nip maybe 2-0 up. Na'Vi are making quick work of them on this first map. To think the Mirage is up next as well, and Ancient to follow, but that implies that Nip are either going to drag us there. Na'Vi's Mirage has been no sleeper pick. And Nip know that better than most. Essetag has had a great game. That's really the only thing you can rely on. Like, the calls were there. Nip had some really good ideas on the T side. The wallbang for Hampus, some of the util, some of the 3-on-2s that they got into. But Essetag's been the one guy standing tall and delivering through thick and thin in this map. For the rest of Na'Vi, it's been a pretty even keel. Everyone having their moments, Bit included. He's got double setup to deal with now. Got to be aiming to the right side, and Essetag takes him out first. Nip immediately peel back. 5-on-4. They take what they can get.
That's a very meaty nade lobbed down Banana. Boomich gonna try his hand at a top mid fight, maybe. Right now, Na'Vi are waiting, hoping that Nip kind of get caught re-aggressing, maybe overstepping the mark. Boomich thought he found a chance there. Ends up on the receiving end of Hampus. And I mean, even if Hampus dies, Essetag is here to keep this round favorable for NIP. They know they've got him trapped. Electronic, if he wins this, right, suddenly there's an A play on the card. Suddenly there's a chance. It's super awkward. But Electronic will be the one getting that over the line. Now on the back of that kill, Nip they might feel tempted to rotate an extra player to supplement this A-hold. Currently, it's only Rez here. And so Na'Vi, this is actually super kind of smart gameplay that you're getting right now. They know that that kill is going to have shifted around this CT setup. They're going to look to try and go back into B, really playing the extremities of the clock here. 10 seconds as the push is coming in. But they assume it's been more successful than it has. Brolin boosted up. And Electronic falls as well. Nip finally in with a response.
They knew they didn't have time to clear the entirety of the bomb site there, but that wall smoke is not deep enough for them to plant inside of it. And yeah, back at the bomb site, very ready were Nip, at least with one player anchoring down at all times. And they managed to convert what Essetag and Hampus started in Absent on the long side. Nip hang on for at least one more round. There may not be many more in the pipeline as Na'Vi have a rebuy. Simple on the big green. Essetag not with his. He had it earlier. Was lost in a retake round on that B site. Roland's taking Banana. I like this change.
Dude, Simple's going for a top mid peak right now. He's just running it with the orb, like scoped in since the bottom and middle, so he gets here silently. As a result, they don't have that sound cue that he's here. And Simple tees up the opener. Now, Brolin will deal with one man down here on the Banana side. And they're going to get away.
That's a lovely escape. They actually went right past Brolin. They didn't know he climbed logs and was sat at the bottom of a tree where he spent most of his T side as well. You know, Brolin hasn't really been a liability on CT. His score hasn't been great. It's not like he's been saving rounds, but he's not been getting picked early. He's been getting out of Banana as Na'Vi's util comes in every single time. It's these executes that have been brutal for Na'Vi on this bomb site. Right now, there's no one even in the site. There's no one anchoring. It might be left to a retake unless Popsky can get set up. That's what Simple wants. And hits the headshot with a downward flick. In goes Boomich. Na'Vi are here to close.
Yeah, Nip are flashing themselves in. It's a good flash. However, Simple, not blinded, there to deliver. 3 in the round. Everything that's happened for Na'Vi here has been on the back of this AWP. You could see he was going demon mode from the way he just ran up mid to open it, right? Simple has had enough of this matchup. He doesn't want to be on Inferno any longer, and he's looking to go a map up here. Holding this angle, waiting patiently. 4 now. Simple is on for the ace, and it's only Rez left to beat. He just wants to fight him. He doesn't want to wait around. This is Simple's house inside of the B site. Missed shot. Gonna tuck himself in, and Bit's there to close. Na'Vi pick up Inferno, NIP's map pick, and if anything, it looked a little too fun. It looked a little too easy. Felt like they had a blast there. Nip, they came into that. They were prepped. They had ideas. They had a lot of ideas as to how to try and counter Na'Vi, and not one of them was able to work successfully. Every time they tried to repeat an action, every single time they tried to go back to this game plan, Na'Vi felt like they had solutions.
Yeah, Na'Vi sucked the spirit out of Nip in those first 5-6 rounds where we had the constant force buys. They could just never get a grip in. So many favored post parts that got shut out, and then as soon as Na'Vi hit T side, they're just BX-secking. They're just running up Banana with Mac 10s. That was a joy to watch. And with the second map of Mirage, Harry, Na'Vi are on a 7-map winning streak.
Yeah.
They've beaten Heroic, they've beaten Vitality, they've beaten Force. They've taken names on this this map. There is not an easy way in right now for NiP, and even if they do long it out and take it to Ancient, that's an even bigger streak for Na'Vi of 9. I don't think there's a way in. Na'Vi are looking lights out in major winning form, and NiP, they may have come in prepped, but it doesn't make a damn difference.
Yeah, dude. I mean, I'm really starting to get like Stockholm vibes from this one all over again, where NIP, they might be 2-0, but Na'Vi aren't looking to let them go through flawless. What did our panel make of that?
Yeah, we may have to rename the Stockholm Syndrome and change its definition as per teams being afraid to maybe play Na'Vi or being lured into a false sense of security in that regard. And yeah, it was going to be difficult for NIP. We had a little bit of a differing opinion here. Devil gave them much more of a chance. Pimp was pretty convinced that Na'Vi were going to close the door. So right now, Pimp, you're right. Na'Vi looked a little bit like they were playing with their food at times.
Yeah, it looked good. It looked very good for Na'Vi in this one. Impressive to see them just run all over NIP. We talked about the win conditions for NIP, the team play, the flashes, the everything. And to me, it felt like you could just see that the individual skill of Na'Vi was too much to handle for them. Right? We talk about Symbol, we talk about Bit, we talk about Perfect, who had a great start to the game as well. Everything went well for Na'Vi, and Harry said it pretty well right here. It starts to remind me a little bit of what we saw in Stockholm as well. A team coming in as the #1 favorite and delivering from this get-go.
Yeah, I mean, they were brutal from the start. They did not give them any pause, any time to breathe. They were just constantly on them, and I think they're so good in these chaotic situations to position themselves to gain that like extra guaranteed kill in those pushes to really pull through.
Yeah, and we talk about firepower as well, right? We talk about Bit, Symbol, the stars showing up, and then we look towards the other side of NIP. Credit to SATAC for playing a decent game, but the two star players of that lineup, the two people we highlighted coming into the game, Brolan and Rest, they combined for 16 kill, each. You cannot win a game of Counter-Strike against Na'Vi if you don't frag out, and unfortunately the big fraggers for NIP didn't.
When it comes to breaking out some of kind of the, I want to say tactical, but also individual performances on Na'Vi. We said that yesterday on Inferno, S-Attack, obviously great start versus Vitality. Inferno is a difficult map to op on. What is it about Simple style and the way he approaches the game that he can just shine on this map as much as on any other?
He's just better, you know, in many different ways.
Give me some more.
Give me some more. I think it's a bit of a misconception. You know, CT side with the AWP on Inferno is actually very good for many players. Cadian is good at it. Symbol is good at it. You see a lot of AWP players finding comfort on it. But the T side, unless you have an ability to be explosive in a round on the T side with an AWP, you can't get anything done. I look towards guys like Symbol, sometimes Saivu, and then Brokey from FaZe. They have that explosive element to their play when they play with the AWP. Outside of that, everyone struggles with it. So it just requires you to be better. You know, you gotta be more explosive with the AWP, otherwise you don't find any impact on the T side.
Yeah, the worry for me for NIP really is like, I actually think they played a good game. That might sound weird, but they got 10 plants out of 15 rounds. They constantly had, you know, a way to get into the bomb sites, but they just were dominated once they got there. It felt like they always knew how to get the trades and play those post plants perfectly in retakes from Na'Vi.
I mean, it goes back also to the stat you threw our way in terms of the 4v5s won by Na'Vi in 45% of scenarios as well. And then when it comes to round 8, I want to take a look at that. Yesterday versus Cloud9, NIP had a lot of success shutting down Exile in Pit. And I feel like they tried it again here, but they ran into a very strong defense out of Na'Vi.
Yeah, it's hard to do anything about Symbol. This is what I talk about, being explosive with AWP, because I agree with what Devilwalk said. The game plan from NIP was good. They found a lot of openings. They found a lot of space to work with. In this scenario, 4v3, this is a round they're supposed to win. But again, we saw it against Cloud9 yesterday. They were good at I guess, isolating the players and make them feel uncomfortable. The players would have to hit shots being blind, being in a smoke. This time around, you look towards Symbol in this position. Bit gets a dual elite kill, and then Symbol with the AWP. From this position, he's pressured. But what does Symbol do? Hit 1, hit 2, and hit a nice third shot as well. Cloud9, Exile, and the boys couldn't do that yesterday, but Na'Vi, they do it over and over again.
Yeah. I also want to point out, they actually used 3 pauses at round 9 and the 4th pause in round 12 for NIP. So they had a lot of adjustments early on, which left the coach completely out of the game after round 12.
Yeah, you as a coach yourself, I guess on the one side you could say nice because they're coming up with plans to maybe keep innovating.
That's a positive spin.
I'm always half glass full kind of girl. But ideally, you want to have some left for when it comes to those crucial moments.
Yeah, I mean, it's super stressful to play a team like NIP, or Na'Vi, I'm sorry, where they puts so much pressure on you constantly, and you think we've cleared the bomb site, we've killed 3, we've killed 4, and the 5th just comes through, and it's so hard to read because they're always 1, 2, even 3 seconds faster in your mental map compared to other teams, which is why it makes it so difficult to play them.
Extremely difficult. We're going to take a quick break. We could also still talk about Bit and about Perfecto. I think we had a highlight package, and you're going to see it in the highlights that we're going to show you now. When we come back, we're going to talk about Mirage and see if NIP can find some solutions there. We'll see you in just a sec.
Now that's what we call Major. 14 days of high-octane action. 14 days of fierce battles. 14 days of special bonuses from GG Bet. Whoop, cheer, and make your fortune.
Welcome back, everyone, as we are going to try and theorize how NIP could do anything against Na'Vi on this next map after what we saw in the first one. Without counting them out, they are about to maybe climb the Mount Everest. I think you could look at it from their perspective, because when we look at how convincing Inferno was on very different facets, and then when we look at the map that we have coming up here, where Na'Vi now has a 7-map winning streak on, a 91% win percentage so far, that's why I have analysts. Where do NIP begin?
You want to start?
Well,
you always want to talk first, Pimp.
The coach is back.
Yeah, he's back, yeah.
So
Okay.
there's some shining moments there.
They have timeouts
but
again.
Honestly, Res and Brollan, they need to step up. They need to show why they are the two stars on this lineup. And that's really the only win condition I can see, because of how many things they brought up in preparation on this map. They were really, really good, and they had a good game plan. But now it's on Navi's pick, and how are you going to have that good of a game plan on a map they are so well versed on?
Listen, there's nothing that suggests that NIP should be able to take down Na'Vi. Na'Vi have in the last 11 times they played the map won 10 of those. You know, they're on a hot streak right now. They win more or less every single time. You can argue that some of those games have been super, super close. I remember a game against AGO a couple of months ago. They went, I think, 8 or 9 overtime. So there's a case to be made that Na'Vi played close games on Mirage. The problem is that NIP, the last 2 times they played the map, the last 42 rounds they played a Mirage, they've only won 7. 7. So you win 7 rounds against Astralis, you win 7 rounds against some other team, I can't even remember. How are you supposed to get 16 against Na'Vi then? There's absolutely nothing that tells me that should be possible. The only win condition I see is if Hampus can do what he does so well on the T side, which is create enough chaos for Na'Vi to feel uncomfortable, and that could potentially elevate the rest of NIP, but that's really grasping for a straw here.
I have a little bit of a secret here, because
Yes.
I did talk to DGL, Hampus, and all of the NIP boys, and they said they had something on the T side that would change the meta completely.
Okay.
So we will see. They probably have to bring this out to even have a chance on this map.
Do you think that's going to change the fact that when you look towards the NIP players and their specific rating for Mirage, only one player is in plus? That's Res. He's averaging 1.18 rating, whereas the next guy on the list is Hampus with 0.96, Attack with 0.90, Plopsky with 0.86, and the new boy coming in, Brolan, who's supposed to be the carry, with 0.80. We talked about firepower. We talked about Na'Vi being probably the best team in the world when it comes to individuals right now. Not even on that front are they even close to match them. So I'm really having a tough time seeing this happen.
Yeah, I think on the side of Na'Vi, where they are looking at a major and hearing from everyone how open this major is, and everyone could make a deep run, I feel like they are trying to send a statement a little bit to the other teams and also to themselves. Obviously, it's first and foremost about how you're feeling in this moment to make that run to the final and perhaps repeating what you did at Stockholm. And they're not the kind of team to drop the ball in that regard.
Not at all. I think they're coming in, as you said, trying to make a statement. They also would like a couple of days off in order to get ready for the playoff, in order to watch the other teams play, in order to maybe hide a bit more of their map pool, right? We haven't really seen Na'Vi play all the maps they can play yet, so that's also an advantage coming into the playoff. So there's definitely a statement to be made here. I guess if you want to make this interesting as a viewer at home, if NIP were to win this, that would be a massive surprise. But even if they're not winning, if they can make this game competitive, if they can show the rest of the teams at this major that in a 2-1 game or in a potential 2-2 game, Mirage is not a walkover against NIP. Show us that you learned from Blast Showdown where you absolutely bottled it. Make this game competitive, get 10, 11, 12 rounds, and show to the rest of the world that Mirage is a map you can still play at a somewhat high level. That, to me, would even be a victory for NIP here.
Yeah, I mean, we have to kind of grasp at some straws here to make the narrative that NIP have a fight back. But as from a coach's perspective, I would like to loose them up a little bit against Na'Vi. Go for a little bit more of straight duels, like pressure them, because the only way I really see Na'Vi not winning is if they get flustered.
Yeah.
And that is, of course, extremely difficult to do against a well-drilled Na'Vi. But it's still one of those things that I think NIP needs.
Yeah, I like the context and the perspective of the tournament isn't over for NIP if they lose here. But I think in terms of the Swiss system, this can be a very tough nut to crack if you get really blown out in this Mirage game, right? And you then go into that position where you end up at a 2-1. And then you think, okay, I have the 2-2. And then you think, okay, no, you know what I mean, Pimp? We've seen that from a couple of teams here. So in that regard, I do completely agree with you. You know, Brolan has to have a better game. Rez have to have a better game. S-Attack has to get a little bit of a boost in terms of confidence. The problem I see is that on the other side, they have tons of confidence right now.
They have, unlimited confidence, especially when you win every time you play the map. As I said, there's an argument to be made that whenever Na'Vi plays Mirage, a lot of those wins have been very close games. A couple of them have been in overtime. A couple of them have been 16-13, 16-14. So teams have found a way to pressure Na'Vi, but when you have that unlimited confidence that you know that even if you're in a 14-14 scenario, you're sitting on the server, and you can probably attest to that as well when you've done it many times, it just feels natural that, yeah, okay, it's close, but we know we're going to win because we always do. They have to overcome that hurdle as well. So it's basically everything that is going against NIP right now.
Yeah, I think they just need to be more ready about this kind of no-respect style Na'Vi is really, really pushing. They need to be ready for frags much earlier. Kind of almost go into bomb sites in the mindset of we're playing against 5 Na'Vi players here. We're not going to let our focus down until 5 Na'Vi players are dead on this side. So that you don't you have to readjust that minimap because they're so quick on the rotations and the reads that they just make everything seems so easy for them.
Yeah, and on the other side of it being commiserations for NIP, if they can't make it happen, it is beautiful to watch, right? If it's all going well for Na'Vi, I hope NIP can get comfortable. Hopefully they can do that in our official chair sponsor, Secret Labs. We will see. But now we will head over to our casters to get into Mirage.
Na'Vi mean business. They're not playing around, right? And now we get ready to head to their map pick. I kind of share the sentiment of the desk, right? It's a little bit hard to big up a world where NIP are going to turn this one around, right? With their own map pick looking so dominant the other way, with all the little tricks, all the ideas they have actually working, but still, like, I think the stat the Devilwalk said was like 10 plants in the 15 rounds on that T side, and yet still weren't able to capitalize on it a lot of the time. It doesn't spur on a lot of confidence. One thing I did like the Devilwalk said was the whole idea that NIP have something up their sleeve that they say is going to change the whole meta on Mirage. That's kind of interesting.
I wonder if you pull it out in this game, right? It's like, you know, I mean, they pulled out the Olaf boost when they were 12-3 down, so at the end of the day, it did work out. Depends how good this meta-defining T-side play is, and we might have to wait and see in that second half for NIP. I don't know, unless they pick the T-side. You never know, Harry. They could go crazy if they're that confident, but I'm excited to see if that comes out here and now in this game, as NIP want to avoid, falling from this 2-0 lead. It's a great position to be in, but as we've seen across many majors and even for NIP back last time, it can get very, very scary. 2-0 is not a qualification to the playoffs. You have to fight every step of the way, and the big bad bosses of Na'Vi on a 7-map winning streak on Mirage are very impressive. I like the fact that they even brought up the, out of the last 2 games that NIP have played, the last 42 rounds, they've only won 7 on Mirage. Man, we've had Na'Vi go into overtimes longer than that. Remember that game back at Pro League, 34-31 or something like that for Na'Vi that they did eventually close out. I don't think this game's going to be as competitive, though. There's not much screaming in that way. NIP are going to have to pull out something incredible if they want to change this one up.
Yeah, there were definitely a few players for NIP that have just gone very, very quiet today, right? I mean, I know, when we got into like the second half of Inferno, I don't think Brolin was like problematic. It's not like he was dying first, but he also wasn't having any impact. There's no trophy for not feeding, right? Like you need to still put up numbers. And for me, as someone who was very, very sad when Brolin was in like Fnatic towards the end, just this idea that like kind of what are meant to be the best years of this guy's career felt like they were going to waste. Then he joins NIP. You were really hoping he could have like reached that full potential, but it's one of these situations where it's like, you can take Brolin out of Fnatic, but can you get the Fnatic out of Brolin? It was super quiet from him, and as someone who, and rightfully so, kind of bears a good bit of the burden for trying to get these NIP wins past opponents, you need bigger numbers out of this guy. You really do. It was kind of just S-Tag and Hampus occasionally like putting up the bulk of resistance there, and that's not going to be enough versus a Na'Vi that are just lights out, where everyone can step up and win you around.
Yeah, where's Rez, right? You also have like one of the best double entry duos in the entirety of Counter-Strike right now, in Brolin and Rez, if they can be playing on form at their peak at the same time. And even coming into this tournament, Maniac was saying on desks earlier in this tournament that Rez is coming in playing some of his best Counter-Strike that we've seen in years, right? Like it was 2017 where we were looking at Rez like, man, this guy's a top 5 player in the world. He definitely took a downturn from that point, but he's really been playing well in 2022. So, he can't afford to go silent in a game like this alongside Brolin. If you can get those two popping off on a T side, you throw in some secret magic meta-defining strat, suddenly NIP can be onto something here. But when you've got no weak link for Na'Vi, when you have simple winning, 1v4s back in pit, no scoping players out in clutches, it's a very, very terrifying sign on the other side. But the way I want to frame it in my head is this is the Na'Vi I want to see, yeah? Okay, NIP, they might be the guys to receive the beating today, Harry, but this is the Na'Vi that are looking to make yet another run here at the PGL Major and try and get another major trophy on the notch. Simple doesn't want to forever be, one major behind Devilwalk. He at least wants to catch up.
Yeah, trying to put an end to that copy pasta for good, and this could be, the world in which he does it. It would be phenomenal if Na'Vi can like keep this form up throughout. I think a lot of people looking at, it feels like in a lot of people's minds, you kind of look at like a FaZe clan here, right? You look at like the success that they've had leading into the major. There's this big story about, is Carrigan finally going to do it? But with Na'Vi really roaring to life and looking this convincing, they're showing they want to defend that throne. They want to defend that crown from the last major in Stockholm. Yeah, man, I don't know. For NIP, I'm having a real hard time. I think even if they have like the most meta-defining strat up their sleeve, I still don't know if that's going to be enough to beat Na'Vi in this form. I think, you know, it's very, very easy to home in on Simple. I mean, he really is just like the best to ever do it. But you look at like the rest of the team, you look at how everyone else, like there were rounds that were won solely on the back of guys like Bit and Perfecto. You know, those two in particular really do leap out at you. You've got so many strong pieces here that were just consistent throughout. Meanwhile, for NIP, we're kind of looking at it and we're saying like, yeah, a lot is to go right and a lot is to turn around from what's been a pretty dismal start for a few key players here. So there's a lot of like moving parts to it. There's a lot of tangibles that have to go the way of NIP for this to be a victory that they can lock in.
And you know, it's not the easiest route to the playoffs for NIP, but if they do fall here, they enter that whirlwind of death, that tornado of teams that are all disappointed that they've even fielded losses, teams that could also be very much put up for debate in going 3-0, right? Furia coming back in fighting form today, FaZe, one of the most terrifying rosters that we have in Counter-Strike at the moment, Heroic, who like to get loud and like to tilt no matter who they play, and ENCE as well, even Copenhagen Flames, which we mentioned coming into this game, was the team that NIP managed to beat in that Legend stage matchup at 2-2 to make the playoffs, and Flames are looking even more well-rounded, even more like a LAN team, the longer these guys have stayed together and the more tournament runs they've done. So, you know, it's not as I said, the easiest route for NIP, but you want to grab it while the iron's hot. You want to take it while you still can, because the later you get in this tournament, the more angry teams get.
Yeah, I mean, dude, there's a reason why, like, I think this, in terms of predictions, like, this has been such a tricky stage. It feels like you're getting such a good level out of not everyone, but, you know,
most
like,
people,
out of a lot of these squads.
Games, right?
Exactly, and there's, like, a lot of, like, these dark horse teams where, you know, on the day, it feels like they can step up and beat people. Yeah, no, dude, I think even more so than Stockholm, this is, like, a terrifying one to lose out on your chance to just go through it 3-0 in, right? I think for NIP, that could be a real cause for concern. You know, I mean, just think about even back in the Challenger stage at this one, you had FaZe who were 2-0 up, right? Then they end up falling 3-2. Last major in Stockholm, it was the same story for Entropic. They had that 2-0 start up in the Legend stage before falling out 3-2. It is a reality that can very much happen. And so to go from being on the cusp of making it, you know, into the playoffs, making this like birth happen at 3-0, to then have everything just come crashing down around you, it's very much a world we could live in for NIP.
Yeah, even, I mean, this is what Scorny was talking about earlier, but he was talking about the prospect of Vitality making the reverse sweep from 0-2 down, something that Liquid did last stage. You know, obviously, they went 0-2. They got their first win today, eliminating Liquid in the Legend stage. Magisk looked far better than the previous games as well, and there's definitely an argument to be made that even Vitality could enter the mantle. Harry, I don't know how many slots we have. I don't know how we only have 8 slots when we have clearly more teams that can compete for it, especially considering Spirit went through 3-0 today already. We're getting shocked in Antwerp, and right now on the B stream, if you were wondering, Imperial is up over BNE, not only a map but in the second as well, looking to break some pick'ems of their own, as many had the Brazilian legends going 0-3, but BNE might be the next to fall.
Yeah, I mean, dude, even that's kind of wild, right? Like, I think Imperial have kind of surprised people with the level they've been at here. Even that close game versus G2 just the other day, man, like, you know, that didn't feel like a super easy win for the G2 squad. So there's a lot of variables to this, and I think it's not helped as well by the fact that we have so many players making their first major run happen. Even looking at like Spirit, right? It's like, how are you meant to quantify that? It's not like you have all this data to pour over. Not like you could have looked at them coming into it and gone, yeah, these guys who are like pretty unproven at their first major, they're going to be able to step up and deliver something amazing. You know, there are a lot of unknowns when we look at the teams that we still have in play.
And you can tie the whole Spirit story into Na'Vi as well, right? Because you have obviously Chopper, who's made major runs in the past, but these CIS teams are always the most scary when they come in as massive underdogs, everyone doubting them, and they somehow get into the top 8. Chopper's done it before. Hey, Boomich did it before back in QBF, before, you know, he even joined this Na'Vi roster. It was him making a deep run in the major. They've got so many eyes on this now in-game leader of the one of, if not the best team in the world, at least coming off of their last major trophy. So I think that's so exciting. Go on your screens now, Bit as well, Rookie, first tournaments, first LAN tournament he wins at Cologne, first major he wins back in Stockholm. Like, what a crazy time for especially these younger CIS talents who have come through with, you know, at least for a bit, he was in a championship winning roster, but I don't think anyone expected Spirit to not only come through, but come through as clean as they did, and with the players who we saw struggle in the Academy League, in Patsy especially, come in and look incredible against tier 1 teams, because it's not like you can even make the case that, oh, Spirit had easy matchups, they had, you know, a cheap way into those playoffs. No, they had to beat some of the very best. They took out Furia, they took out Heroic, they took out the Flames, so there's no caveats on these wins. And that's why it's also great seeing Na'Vi perform as they have today, looking to just run through cleanly with no bumps in the road and even dominate in their final BO3 on the way there. That's what we're waiting for. Mirage between Na'Vi and Nip, and Na'Vi on a 7-map winning streak. If you're just joining us, there are no easy routes to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, dude, even like homing back in on this one, it's this idea that, you know, if through some divine intervention, through, you know, maybe you get like a really big pop-off game out of, you know, like your Rez, your Brolin to assist the rest of the guys. If through some miracle this strat that they have prepped for us is like just completely blindsides Na'Vi and they end up winning this, well, then we go to a third map. Then we go to Ancient. Then we go to another one that Na'Vi are on a huge streak on. I think it's 9 in a row now. I haven't lost it in the last 232 days,
Correct.
I want to say. Yeah, so, you know, it's like, even if you win this, that's really just the beginning of your worries, the beginning of your woes.
At the major, anything's possible, Harry. Alexi lost his first Vertigo ever just here. So, you know, that's a streak broken. Do I think it's going to happen? No, but I think what's so cool about CS, even with all the drama we've had today with smokes and situations, is that for Nip to come out and, you know, they didn't say it publicly, but they said it to Devil Walk. They probably knew that was coming out on the desk in some way, to say that we've got something meta-defining, you know, almost 10 years into Go being released and 20 plus into this game of Counter-Strike and into this franchise. Like, that's insane that we're still figuring out things and we're still showing new stuff, especially at these majors. We always talk about, you know, saving strats for majors, saving whatever you want. The fact that 10 years later in this game, we're still coming up with new metas and we're still coming up with game-breaking ideas is why Counter-Strike is the best esport of all time. No bias, of course, apart from all the bias.
Yeah, no.
What do you think it is? What do you think that meta definer is? What a horrible question to ask you. You got anything for me?
What on earth am I meant to answer? Yeah, you know, man. I think it's going to be like a
5-man boost,
like a quad boost, Palace side into middle or something wild. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. That's got to be it. What if you know the railings in T-Spawn?
Yeah.
Here's something for theory crafters. You know, the railings in T-Spawn outside Palace. What if you triple boosted and you could see middle window or short there? Hey, I don't know. I'm just
yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You know, like I mean. Trying to predict what something that they've kept so close to their chest is, Hugo, I think is a pretty ballsy move. I got to give you
I'd love to hear
credit.
Devil Walk's take here, because I remember Devil Walk even telling us back when was it FPX at the time when he was when Vertigo had the door in middle, so that long ago, we're talking a few years back.
A long while
I remember
back.
he even told me at a DreamHack that he had some boost or something that would completely change the way the Vertigo is played, and that they were saving it. He wouldn't tell me what it was, and then Vertigo got updated, and I guess we never saw it. But you know, this guy's made and broken a few metas on the way himself. So I believe in the Nip idea. But if we're ever going to see Nip come back in this series, regardless of what tricks they have up their sleeves, as we've already said, we need Rez, we need Brolin. That much is, you know, exactly what we require, and we need S-Tag to keep it up as he did in Inferno.
Yeah, no, that's like the mental part. It's like when you look at this matchup, when you look at like kind of how the head-to-heads go, S-Tag shouldn't be the guy you focus on anyway. It's like, mate, he's got a horrible task ahead of him. You know, he's already like filling the boots of Device, trying to don that AWP. Then you look at who he's going up against. Oh, it's simple, right? Like, he shouldn't have to be the guy like putting up these crazy numbers. But let's get into this one, right? It was a little bit delayed, but now we're ready to go. NIP taking on Na'Vi. Na'Vi's map pick and Mirage. Nip graced with the CT side start. They're going to have to hit the ground running here if they want to inspire a bit of confidence in this one.
Yeah, CT-sided start at least. We saw that T trouble come through for Nip, and that's not been, you know, their latest problems back on Inferno. It's going to be Na'Vi just throwing the top con smoke, double flashes for Electronic. No P250, which we often see Simple on these entries, but he's just going to have to run it dry with the Kevlar res. P2K from the back of CT gives it up. There's a kit on him with the smoke, so Nipper playing for retake. Ooh.
Oh, okay. S-Tag and Hampus kill a piece. Bomb now going in towards the site and planted for this CT side. Electronic's got this one flash to send these two Ts in towards CT spawn and fight for this control. Rez playing anti, not affected by that flashbang. He needs to pick these up as his teammates are removed. It's ugly for S-Tag, and Rez, who was hiding out here, is just run down. This was a 3-on-5. NIP, they get all the openers, but nothing past that. Only Hampus left, and Electronic puts him in the dirt.
I don't know what happened to the comms there, but both CT players that Rez was with were full white, and he never swung. I guess he thought Perfecto was still holding him on that one jiggle. He spotted him, but both players were deep peeking, and Bit cut down those rotates out of B. Rez needed to help out those CT players, but he comes in a little bit too late, and Na'Vi just chase him down at the end. That's a 3-on-5 post-plant pistol, the one flashbang to rule them all. Electronic held it just until necessary. Na'Vi steal the pistol away. We don't have a 4-4. Snip want to get those guns in ASAP. So they will rock pistols for now with one flash on S-Tag. He's got it over towards jungle. Could flash his players into Palace, but that's just going to get nothing for them as Na'Vi are poised for a B-pop. Boomich can late lurk up Cat or just stay here and cut rotations down. Bits denied them the mid information with his captain. And now Na'Vi get to go.
Hampus, the Doctor with his Deagle, his trusty sidearm getting rushed down. Oh, he's in a world of problems here, and Perfecto, no respect given, just runs it in with the MAC-10. That was like the one dangerous component in the round if Hampus made it interesting with the Deagle. With him now removed, it's just going to be a bit of a farm here. Boomich getting stuck in, and Simple's Deagle along with the MAC-10 here to close. They make a bit of money here on these SMGs. That's all well and good. Now when IP are buying up, Simple did play with the sidearm in that one there.
But he died. So no Kevlar kept. Otherwise he'd have his AWP.
Perfecto could still drop it over, and yeah, that's going to happen,
Very
right?
ballsy to see that in a bonus round where you're still running MAC-10s. Like, MAC-10s imply a bit more pace for Na'Vi. You can still do that. There's still options for these MAC-10s and for Simple to just chill out and be a supportive element, but he's going to try and charge into middle. Brolin's already smoked out in the window. So they will give Simple the room to work this AWP. Nip want to fight for mid. After that window smoke, they've got flashes primed, Rez and Con. But Na'Vi don't look interested, just leaving Bit to come in late from under.
Simple trades util, right, given the flashes to try and set up his MAC-10 players in the A play. They've just seen Bit smoke out a lower. They try to chase down this kill, and they will at least trade it. Bit attempts to be very conservative there and just play the 5-on-4. Isn't ready for them to run at him. Still, the A site's been compromised in the meantime, and now Nip is scrambling these rotations. It is a good chance of just this open, wide plant for Na'Vi. Very little that Nip can do here. You're hesitant to want to call the save in your first rifle round, but it's all they're really left with here with so much ground taken by Na'Vi. That entire fight just hinging on that one engagement over at jungle after that earlier skirmish down here in the lower tunnels. And with Na'Vi having won that out and tipping the scales so early on into the 4-on-3, Nip, they write this one off.
Yeah, it's nice that Nip clearly know what's up, right? They very much were ready for Bit in under as he threw as a con smoke. Rez is the guy pushing ahead of it, and Nip really just wanted to get rid of the lurk so they could focus on the bomb side, but Bit going 1-for-1 and losing a man in A, not really primed for a retake round with no kit. So Nip will give the respect over, and respect they shall, they must, in a matchup like this. That's also going to limit you going for these crazy rounds, like rounds that Na'Vi were winning on their CT side of Inferno. A lot of man down or even retake rounds on Inferno that a lot of teams would either save in or just lose due to position alone. Back to middle for Na'Vi, but no one here to stop him.
Plopsky trying to take space. Oh. It's an awkward fight for him to be locked into. And try drop that smoke, waits for the spam briefly, and now is given a window to cross out of there. At a bare minimum, this A1S kept in play. And no one else on his team, none of these pistol players have armor, so you know, you're hesitant to give that gun over. Top con smoke goes in, coupled with the window smoke, but it's been blocked. Okay. Rez, he hits it. It's a little header. He's going to try and use this to his advantage. Plays ahead of the con smoke. And with that big gap in it as well, he does have support available from A. The rest of Na'Vi are moving into this B bomb site now, pretty much flat out from the apartments. Late lurk from Bit in middle will net one. Hampus holding the line here with this rifle. And his low HP teammate still alongside. Bit's found a lot of success on this mid lurk. 40 seconds as Simple doubles back out of there with the bomb. Bit's the man to try and make this round happen. I hear that gun spamming con side, and now they're going to go hunting for S-Tag. Down in the palm of his hands.
He's tucked all the way in, but he's already reading it. Going back to CT spawn to set up for this A round. Simple has given him a nice bit of room here to plant open. If he can get it down, for short. Bit is poised for the round. He's already cut down Plopsky on this lurk. S-Tag, even if he kills the man in the middle of the bomb site, Bit is ready to win the round with no smoke from S-Tag. He's got to find these kills quick. Simple is tucked in behind the boxes, and S-Tag has the read. He knows he can't be far away, but he's got to now make noise off the top of the ticket. Simple trying to play with it Bit from afar, and he hits the headshot with 4. That was all meant to be a Na'Vi round into the B bomb site, but Bit goes from under, jumps bench to window to ladder, and even 4Ks for the short A post plant. That was a beautiful round for Bit.
Dude, I cannot highlight enough just how good of a round this was from this guy. Like, from every single component, if you just break this down into like the raw micro of Counter-Strike, obviously he nails every single shot he has to hit. The pathing is perfect. It's all movement based as well to like make the little like ladder jump happen from window. Just beautiful routing from him, and it saves the day for Na'Vi, bails them out of a round that almost eludes them. Electronic, that molly goes way too deep, and so he wants to use it to his advantage. Rez was not at all ready for that. And even though S-Tag will trade it out, it's still this early 4-on-3. Oh, Hampus, brah, the timing.
And they're leaving. They're going back to B. Oh, no, they're not. They're resetting for an A smoke attack.
They ain't got smokes.
Yeah, they got one. Bit's going to have to come all the way back to them, though. They're putting a rifle with no util in Palace. Simple wants to be flashed into fights. Yeah, not only is that molly too deep, but he hears the chuck from Rez on ramp. So Electronic with that swing was perfectly timed. And Brolin, a guy who made himself famous on close A ramp on this position, just walked in to that opening kill for Na'Vi. They've gone so quiet now, but they will eventually be hitting back into this A site. Oh, S-Tag, he saw the drop, but Perfecto trades with the low HP AWP, puts it to use. Hampus is too far. It's all on Plopsky. Close peek by Boomich and head removed with that util down. The one smoke to rule them all. And Hampus just got to go for a random timing shot. But with a reverse default plant, Na'Vi have already won the round. He just has to accept
look at the minimap. Look at it. Like, they heard the AWP fire out from short and they go, oh, he's saving B. Right then. Let's try and stop that. Boomich walks in first. Feeds this AWP. Its first kill on the save. It's simple. He's taken the presence of this AWP personally, wrapping in through lower. Now up into the apartments. Hampus needs to keep his wits about him. If he wants to save this AWP, trades a tag with Simple. That might force a bit more respect out of him. At this point, Perfecto feels good enough that there's no chance of Hampus pulling a rabbit out of a hat and somehow winning this. So they all start to run at him. But it seems like he will get away with the AWP at a bare minimum.
Yeah, similar starts to that of Inferno, right? Some close-ish rounds in the middle, but Na'Vi just exerting dominance right now. And Nip need to get on the board earlier. We'll never get to see that ludicrous T-side pocket pick that we've been poised for in this matchup. Nice to see the double orb come in early for Nip, but fully avoided. Hampus hit some awkward timings in missing bit up in the B apartments. Tags was cleaned off of that close ramp, only going 1-for-1.
Is this the pace change?
Yeah, now just going to disrespect. They know the util's not there for Nip, and they're not ready for the fight. But Hampus with the 1-orb, the smoke is down. It's perfect for Na'Vi to try and get into the bomb site, and they just run wild. Mac 10s, AKs, you name it, they got it. Double entry kills, and even though they ran right into the big ticket item, it's Na'Vi who punch in a 6th round.
It's a good little bait and switch here, but that tag might force the respect out of Electronic. Now he learns about their intention behind that, and will just deal with the close player. They're all hunting. They don't even need to go hunting here. Like, it's people saving pistols, and yet they're still running at them. Trying to send a bit of a statement in the victory of this round. And Na'Vi 6-0. It's a little saddening, man. We might never get to see that big meta-defining thing from Niv. This first half is just so one-sided that there's no point in them bringing it out.
I don't want to call a 15-0 at 6 rounds deep, but yeah, it's beating. This is a beating. I love that play for Na'Vi as well. They know that the one way that Nip can actually hold B is to put that orb up on balcony, and Na'Vi actually smoke it. That close balk smoke on the B rush was Na'Vi's, just to deny the sightline for Nip. Na'Vi know they can not only jump through that smoke, but also hop out the window as well. That's where the Mac 10's route, as they take so much space in B. They run past the orb, but someone finds it in the midst of that madness. And so Na'Vi just never give it the chance to fire off. If Hampus plays in the bomb site with the orb, he'll go max 1-for-1. He had to try and maximize his shots before Na'Vi even touch their feet on the ground of the bomb site. And he gets completely cut out by utility. First pause coming out for Nip. They used all 4 in about 12 rounds of Inferno. They kind of had to even get on that game. And at least seeing their pauses come out early, but another ode to Inferno, perhaps. Double orb back. And 2 kits mean Nip can at least long out rounds. Missed window smoke from Na'Vi.
Oh, but they do kind of make up for it, right, with that top mid smoke to conceal the cross. Now they learn about this AWP window. Grouping over towards ramp. They might try and send Electronic in just to give it a bit of a prod. This AWP is in CT on the back of S-Tag. So Simple's going to have to keep his wits about him. Are they flashing him in? Yeah, S-Tag's got a flash out. Ooh, Simple's blind, but Electronic's got his back through and through. Simple lives. Oh, 16 points of health. A 4-on-4 there might have made all the difference. Now Na'Vi are feeling confident. If you swing for the king, you better not miss. Simple is still in the round.
Dude, there's no surprise that Brolin's having a really rough game here as well, because Na'Vi are centering so many rounds about just destroying him. He can't get aggressive. He can't get info. They were dropping on ramp from right side as well earlier when S-Attack was AWPing it. Like, Na'Vi are being so annoying towards A ramp, and they keep getting 5-on-4s from either just dry palace peaks or ramp anti-flash setups. Nice shot. This time it connects for the kill. Hampus finds Bit. It's an A contact again. Those smokes are not coming down for Na'Vi, and the nade is beautiful. We got 2 players out of ramp at least, but Nip might finally be onto a round unless Perfecto pops off. Oh! There's 2. Far from short. He didn't see that third player. It's a double AWP right now, but he's not got the bomb down. Got to pick it up off of Tetris. 20 seconds for Perfecto, and this round must be perfection.
Yeah, he's low on time, low on chances, swinging out. He's now seen the AWP over in Con. Bomb on his back as he takes it out. This is where S-Tag can just swing. Oh, he's going to lock that one in, puts a stop to Perfecto in the clutch. And so NIP takes them a minute, but they do put a round up on the board. Immediate pause from Na'Vi, right? They are not happy with how that one starts to unravel.
And it was going well for them, right? They had the entries. They just lost Bit on that lurker this time. As you know, he's already seen Hampus go for a couple of deep B peaks with this AWP. Na'Vi might just try and use that to take him out as much as they've been running setups to rid Brolin out of these rounds. Really nice round out of Plopsky. You know, he's a bit quieter than Esatag on the last map, but he was that third guy, right? Maybe even the second guy above Hampus on Inferno on those T sides. He had a couple of entry rounds into the A site. We just didn't really talk about it because it was entry rounds that put Nip in post plants that they lost. So he was never really up in those post plants anyway. Na'Vi lose one, they pause and they come back in with another orb. Simple's going for his ramp spawn this time though. Roland shouldn't be crossing past. He's the only guy anchoring A. Blind shot through the smoke for Hampus. Boomich is running him up towards Con. Very quick moves towards middle. Nip have a heavy A stack.
I mean, justifiably so, right? A lot of these rounds, have, as you kind of pointed out, centered around getting this ramp control, moving into A in the late round. But eventually, we do have Nip kind of going back to this attempt to take ramp away. Finally, they're actually going to get given the room here to get this real estate.
Ballsy to even try it. And it's misinfo.
You know, as they've been looking, it's all well and good. I will say, you know, having S-Tag up close combat AWPing does kind of give you a few more options, but I'm kind of nervous at the fact that Brolin's having a hold Palace right now.
He's got a flick.
He's going to have to flick back to ramp on S-Tag's miss or hit, whatever it may be, on the angle. Flash does not hit the mark.
Nice.
Brolin will handle himself well. Finally now up on the board, but tries to go even further, and that's a bit of an overstep. Simple offered that chance at the trade. He'll take it all day long.
It's back-to-back rounds where Brolin has put Simple on 10 health, but can't kill him, right? Last time Electronic saved Simple. This time he gets away with his frag off the dink. Plopsky alone. He doesn't know how close Bit's gotten. Oh, he's not clearing the back of the site. Plopsky is playing ring around the Rosie, and Bit still wins the entry.
No.
He should never get away with that. The FAMAS puts Nip to bed, and Na'Vi are running wild with 10 seconds.
Okay, Electronic dead over in top mid. Now this bomb crossing.
Surely not.
Already into the site. Hampus on this angle. Wants to get
Do
involved.
it.
Running in. Might not be able to stop the plant, but still takes one out the ranks. Bit is low. Still putting up numbers. And Simple. Another frag on this AWP. Only Rez left standing. 2 bullets would deal with both players. And a missed shot for Simple. Now the 1v1. Bit opened up the round, but isn't there to close. Rez will rise to the occasion and puts a second on the board for NIP.
God, it's so scary, though. It's terrifying as Nip keep getting left in these double AWP retakes now on both bomb sites, but they've won each of them. Rez saves the day. Simple out on an island. And Bit just too low, feeling the pressure. He wanted to swing. He didn't want to get walked up on by Rez, who's such a clutch player, who went so quiet, back on Inferno. Can't afford to now if Nip want to long out this series and go through to that top 8. Big round out of Rez, and the double AWP is immediately back in play for Nip. They waste no time. I love that rotate, though, for Na'Vi. The 10-second B hit, beautiful entry work for Bit. Esatag started off now. Take him off of the ramp with a Palace spawn. He's put Electronic down early, and Na'Vi still wanted this quick A attack.
Oh, they've seen the barrel. Yeah. Brolin, good reaction for the double. Both Simple and Boomich are uprooted, trying to head up Con. Bit now pulled away from B, having to join Perfecto. These guys have cooked up rounds like this before, from nowhere, from nothing. They've got to try and do it again, only this time it's going to be a lot harder. They've got one smoke, full belt utility on Bit. Molly for Perfecto. You can use this to try and nullify some of these AWP angles, but not all of them, not enough of them. Minute left, they're going to give Bit the freedom, see what he can get away with. He's going to go back and clear this B push. Didn't see a thing, and so now we will regroup with Perfecto over at ramp.
Yeah, it would have been great to see Perfecto have enough nades to sell this fake on A, but instead they'd rather just group up. Bit with a bomb, has to cross past this AWP. He's going to flash. Perfecto for fights. A good flash. Wrench dodges, though. It doesn't matter. Nice entries for Perfecto again, but it should just be too many targets and not enough time. Molly pushes Esatag out into the open, and Bit can get that plant. He fakes it, though. Not many other opportunities, but Bit makes his own luck. 1v2 now, in what was a 2v5 for Na'Vi. Bit backs in.
Oh my god, this guy is the lone wolf for Na'Vi. He's used to being alone, and S-Tag will eventually deal with him. It definitely got worrying for a moment there, right?
You can't count Na'Vi out in any of these rounds, and that's the most terrifying part. Nip know it too.
Yeah, man, whenever you see him in those clutch moments, you know, with Perfecto kind of laying him up, being the guy to open, Bit is so comfortable being the lone guy trying to make a play, right? I mean, hell, you kind of saw it in the round prior to that one where he gets them into B. He puts them in a position where they could have even made something out of a really dire situation. So S-Tag, he does really well to just contain that, put it to bed right away. And you still got to give this guy credit for keeping it up on this AWP, right? We were wondering, is Inferno just going to be a bit of a flash in the pan? You kind of needed big numbers out of him to get the 6 rounds you did. And at a bare minimum, he's still keeping up appearances here on Mirage.
Again, he's coming in under Bit. Oh my god, what's his spam for Electronic? It's so accurate. Bit should be dead. Rez has so much freedom with Hampus pushed up top middle. Brolin's trapped under. They should know it, but there's no molly to get him out just yet. They take the dry fight. Boomich blind with that entry. 4 on 4 now, but they have so much room. S-Attack has been a nuisance back in spawn, closing these rounds with the AWP. He might have made a read, but Boomich is right below the smoke and takes him out of the round. Perfecto, caught on the cross, has left the bomb out in the open, and Boomich almost gets backstabbed by Plopsky. This one is a mess right now. Those smokes will begin to fade, and Hampus' sight line's open, but Plopsky's is closed.
Hampus has got to save. He can't go for this, man. 1v3, they're all over the site. They've got CT. They've still got a man floating around at ramp. You just don't have enough ideas. Oh, sorry, don't have enough idea as to where they are, where they've gotten to. They're so well established right now, so he's got to hold on to this AWP. RV up onto 7. And IP might have started to come in with a couple of rounds, but there's the reply, and so much of it comes from Boomich, who just full sends. Like, think about how the round started for him. You know, he gets out ramp, he's like full flashed pretty much the entire run through the bomb site, and that doesn't deter him. He still holds W, he's still putting up numbers without the vision, and they were expecting a lot more respect out of Boomich in that moment.
It's such Boomich pathing, right? Just out ramp, he realizes it. I guess someone tells him he got that entry. He asks as he's blind, he doesn't know. His teammates tell him, and he goes right below Ticket to kill that problem piece, which has been S-Attack with the AWP. Think about the rounds that Na'Vi have won on this A site. They've had that CT control ever since the pistol, flash peeking deep in on these default plants. It's so scary planting open with boosts that can come over the jungle smoke, with Hampus who keeps challenging stairs. He's got the AWP again, does Hampus. But nothing around it. And Na'Vi on these low econ rounds, they just bully that B site. Even if it doesn't go well, we've seen Bit give them escape routes intact by coming in on these underlooks. Boomich will go for the short split. Bit will just continue to be a nuisance. Pops to the gun. Oh, thank goodness Boomich saves the round with that trade kill. Still USPs pick pieces out of Na'Vi, but they've got the bomb site, and that's all that matters.
Boomich really looks like he wants to fight this. I hope he doesn't, just for a moment. Like, let the time tick down enough that you know they're not going for it, so you know they're saving. Because right now, like, Nip are down to tango. They're down to fight for this. Flash goes in, Boomich turns, and that's a freebie. 2v2. No more chances now for NIP. They're going to save this AWP, going to get out the round with it. S-Tag, maybe there's a gun floating around somewhere up on Catwalk. There's that AK. But Na'Vi are looking to keep an eye on that. They've dispatched Simple to keep that under lock and key.
He could get this kill at the end. Always an option. Simple's just going to peek, though. Oh, S-Attack running and gunning. Oh, jumping headshot. And the double orb lives on. Nip, sometimes they find a way to get this money going. They keep double orbs every single round, despite not putting up any CT rounds, really. And that's a despicable way to take down Simple in the post plant. Jumping tap from the USP. Not bad for S-Attack. We'll give it to him. A well-earned AWP. But even with these two AWPs, it's not been enough to get Nip rounds. Another fast mid take, but think about this. You've never had an AWP fighting middle for Nip. It's always been smoked off. And again, blind shots. All Na'Vi do is find 5v4s with no vision.
It is wild, man. Like, you're flashing, and that's meant to help so much, but every single time it feels like somehow it's firing them up. Like, I don't know, you're just poking the bear.
It's like Inferno, where like on the T side, the executes were clean for Nip. The util was excellent, but Na'Vi would still find a way to win those rounds despite incredible flashbangs. S-Attack has some of the best flashes in this entire tournament. But as we see, Na'Vi don't care. Eyes closed, 5-on-4s, B split, and Nip have no idea. That's awkward.
That is a little awkward right now. They've heard the fall down. They know that Na'Vi have made it all the way to ladder. Plopsky waiting on the short side. Now through Con, they're trying to pinch the middle. This is a good timing on this for Brolin and Plopsky, who do combine for a killer piece, but they never learn about Simple. They never learn about this second man in ladder room. He's now darting in, trying to play into this round. Hampus back at the site, trapped at the pillar. Doesn't want to open himself up to short, because if he does, that's his death certificate signed. Simple moving in. Smoke just blocks off. S-Tag back in the market. Missed shot from Simple. Electronic is closing the gap in the meantime. Walking up, looking for a way back in. 2 AWPs here. And Simple up against them both. Dancing around the smoke. It's Hampus with the swing. And so 2 AWPs, that will get the better of the B play. Beautiful timing on Plopsky and Brolin's interplay in middle as well. That was really nice between the two of them there, right? Brolin swings out Con right as Plopsky decides to fight for that mid control up on the short side. It felt like it kind of blindsided Na'Vi.
Hampus had to close that because S-Attack had such a tight line, not trying to give Simple away into that round, but he gets smoked off by his in-game leader right as Simple is crossing into his crosshair, and S-Attack never sees him get into the bomb site. So good save from that double AWP again, as you say, but whoa, there was a way in. There was a world for Na'Vi in that ridiculous clutch round. Simple's feeling it. He's got the hero AK, funded by his team. But audacious positions for Nip, who for the first time have actually put AWPs ahead of the smoke. They knew the window smoke was coming in, and so they fight down under with theirs. S-Attack hits it on the jiggle for bit, and he's got cover from Hampus for his escape route. All planned and all gone to perfection. Na'Vi now need to regroup. 1 rifle back on ramp. Brolin playing a lot more safe in these previous few rounds, letting these AWPs just wreak havoc as he sits back in CT. Na'Vi can run boost to mid, but it's being given away for now.
Simple with the spot. They've seen him. It goes both ways, and that hero AK knocked out of the round with no impact found. Now a smoke going over for Con, trying to give these players in middle the ability to maneuver around this smoke and start to wrap the A play. Electronic, he's got Brolin up close. Will he be ready for this? Boomich is out at the stairs. That's a clean opener, and they cross paths, but the bomb is dropped on the ramp side. 15 seconds. Na'Vi have got to get a move on. Right now, just looking for damage with that bomb still controlled by Nip. There's no winning this round. 10 seconds. Boomich is saving, and Perfecto is seeking death. Plopsky will oblige, and Boomich at least gets out with this AWP intact.
Yeah, really nice re-aggro for Brolin there. That got very scary. If he goes down to Electronic, who he knew was there, that gun on the ground disappeared in front of his eyes with the E key, so he knew what to expect, but the flash peek with his back turned, that could have gone very badly, and if it would have, Na'Vi would have had another way into what should have been an unwinnable round. Brolin denies it now. He was 0-6. He's now 7-10. He's had a very good resurgence on this CT side, as these double AWPs have as well. Nip, they've set themselves up in this half. They've given themselves a route. Still not a winning half, but maybe there's a way to find 7. Boomich has saved Simple that AWP. Worth every penny. But that hero AK last time got countered hard. Nip naded and mollied the Apex position. Simple's got to do it solo again.
Oh, Rez saw a barrel there, and that's reason enough for him to lob all this util in. Oh, Perfecto. How on earth does he get out at 1 HP? Boomich is not so fortunate. Simple's going to try and trade this. Hoping they give him this fight. The 2 ready to swing. Simple will pluck one of them out of the round. but it's immediately cancelled out by Rez. Electronic going low, going slow, and Perfecto, 1 point of health with the Deagle, has delivered this late trade over in middle. Now Bit is armed with this AWP. Double AWP isn't super ideal in a moment like this, really. Go back and get that bomb. Electronic's called like, guys, I am in A. I am way deeper than anyone expects.
Insane.
Nip have to be considering this,
Oh,
though.
they know. S-Attack saw him. He's been jump spotting all round. He saw Electronic get out into the bomb site. Electronic just knows he's got a bit of room to get that bomb down. Perfecto's still trying to cut off these rotates. Back turn! It's Electronic to die. Perfecto was trying to cover triple because a flash came over from CT spawn. It distracted him. 15 seconds. Bit's got a plant. Out in the open, Perfecto covers. At a 2v2 now. No way Na'Vi can do it.
Oh, missed shot for Bit, and now 1 HP. Perfecto's got to be the man to do it. The AWP, he almost doesn't mind fighting. It's that M4 that's the nightmare. And so out through CT, onto the Deagle. He's going to get spammed out. They deal with it well on the Nip side of things, right? There was definitely a world where that could have started spiraling. They start to win all the fights they have to right at the end. They deal with Bit, who unfortunately got aim punched right as that jungle fight comes in.
Good save from Plopsky, man, but Hampus had to get that kill from short, right? It's an awkward timing when Na'Vi aren't actually covering the planter. They think they're getting CT rush. Nip didn't have the numbers there. But Hampus taking down the initial planter in the bomb site is the guy that actually stops Na'Vi from taking an advantageous post-plant with armed players. Very, very nice.
Dude, this is like legit from Nip right now as well. Like, this is one hell of a turnaround from them. What with how this game started. They kept themselves in it, and you know, I do think this double AWP has been no small part of that, right? It's had a lot of impact. I think when you have Hampus and S-Tag AWPing, they're very, very good at playing off of one another, right? And some of these mid setups that we've had, it's kind of given guys like Hampus or S-Tag in the round where he dropped lower more degrees of freedom with that AWP, right? You can play like that layered AWP setup from Con and the lower drop, and they're pulling it in on good timings as well.
Yeah. They also, like I said, they've just been cut out of middle every single time by this window smoke. Brolin's trying to beat the con smoke, trying to fight in front of it. Bit backs up. His late lurks under have been high impact in this game for Na'Vi. Again, they are consistently taking this A site. That smoke bounced badly. It's fallen off for Brolin. S-Attack's found the first pick out ramp, though. Bomb's been denied. Brolin finds another. This is all the makings of a NIP 7 round.
Rez is even looking to fight for this. That's the bomb over on triple over at Tetris. It's a tag. Perfecto with the reply. Oh, tries to fight for CT. But S-Tag's holding for it, and now it is just Bit. When you see he's alive, you can have an idea as to where he's coming from. Does that make dealing with him any easier? The crossfire between Short and Con wasn't able to get that trade. Given a little bit of room, but it's time that's the real enemy a Bit here. With Hampus and S-Tag both just holding a crossfire inside of the site, it's going to be super rough. He knows where they both are. Dropping in. Both the AWPs are missing. It's given Bit room. Tag down low now. And with only 8 seconds, he needs this plant. They don't have to face. And Plopsky goes up and over to lock that one in. Nip, they stumbled back to their feet, closing out that first half. Just 1 round the difference between them and Na'Vi.
Nip had to work for every single round they won on that CT side. Nothing came for free. Even when Na'Vi came in with 1 gun rounds, they would still get them into 2v2s. And that gives even more credit to the 7 round half for Nip for managing to come back from that, again, strong lead for Na'Vi. They were up 6-0 at the beginning of this map. It was looking like a repeat of Inferno. I'd say Nip have got to be pretty happy with how this one's turned around. This has been a very 50-50 map in terms of CTT leaning, in terms of the stats back in challenges. Na'Vi is still winning the half, but Nip have really recovered well in a very tight game right now. All the players that we wanted to step up have performed a lot better, and S-Attack has kept up his appearance from Inferno. Now it's Nip T side. We've got to keep our eyes open for what they're going to show us.
Oh, that's not the opener you wanted. Boomich is clean. Brolin, the ramp man, the one who was able to turn it all around and start to own that position. Now knocked out first to open up their T side.
They're just going to buy time for Simple. They're giving away the bomb site. He's on a massive T-spawn flank, and they do have a kit on Perfecto to play late. Double nades. It's ballsy.
Yeah, don't do a lot of damage either. Boomich gets away at half health. He'll take that. flash to try and set up these CT players. They make contact as the flash pops, and it's good right away. Everyone chimes in with a kill. And so Na'Vi run down the A play. They keep it flawless.
And Simple gets the defuse. No, it's mine. Obviously, he wants that money for the AWP, so extra 300 just for Simple, and Na'Vi get away with a pistol round. That big ramp flank didn't even matter. Simple just called them to go, and Na'Vi explode with a flawless pistol round into a 5-on-4 post prod. Those flashes are incredible. I like the idea for Nip, right? To throw double nades when they get that A site to constrict Na'Vi and CT spawn, but like you said, only 50 damage. You want way more value from such a high investment. And Na'Vi, no problem, cleaning house in that retake round. 9-7. Nip immediately buy up. It's not a pretty second round AK investment, though, because they got no kills. They're on a MAC-10, they're on pistols, they're on a UMP. This kind of screams a B explosion round. Double smokes in mid. Na'Vi will meet it with one of their own.
Yeah, they got the util to just go for this B play, right? You can smoke off the market window, make it a bit harder for rotates. You still got this smoke on res.
Ooh, what's this? Is it a short hinge smoke? Oh, it's coming out to let them get up mid to B.
Okay, Hampa's going to move in with that. He's spammed super low on his run-up, and the rest of Nip, well, they lose the short player. They try to go in. They try to tango with this B site, but Na'Vi have already stacked it to the 9s. Just S-Tag left standing at the end of things, and he's double swung from market. So that force for Nip, they were hoping for a lot more out of it. Those smokes in middle, the one up through Cat, it was a dead giveaway to Na'Vi. And they just padded out that B bomb site.
Yeah, you don't really have the element of surprise with a play like that, and the util just has to be incredible. And not only that, Na'Vi have to be playing close and you know, in positions where they can't escape, right? Stuck under the balcony, stuck at car, stuck a close short, but they're at the back of the bomb site. They've got range, and they can wait out those flashes before they take fights. More quick mid taking for Nip, but only Deagles to do it this time. Na'Vi. Oh, this is nice. Through the smoke on a timing. Oh, if Plopsky went for it, he would have had Boomich back turned. But he won't commit. Simple smokes out under. So Nip are very much constricted in this round. Gonna have to use the whole clock to work these pistols. A safe jump spot. Perfecto did see Hampus there before he lobbed the nade. Almost a 0% chance you're ever going to die doing that jump spot unless they're very close. Perfecto gets that early info, but it's not like Nipper hitting the B side. They're just probing right now.
Oh, that's a meaty nade, and Electronics even dealt with S-Tag coming out through lower. That's the bomb spotted. And so at this point, you know, Na'Vi have built this picture that this looked like it was poison for a mid to A play. They've dealt with both extremities. Now it's just the man in middle to flush on out, and Rez will get cut down from the re-aggro through con. This is where things need to pick back up for Nip. This is where it needs to get interesting again. They can have the guns out now. I want to let Na'Vi catch that second wind after Nip streaked those last 4 rounds together.
If I'm looking at the forecast, Harry, it's a bit of a tornado of death coming right down the barrel for Na'Vi. They've still got a bonus round. They can just throw themselves at Nip. They can play very loose in a round like this with 2 MP9s. Perfecto heading B with his Boomich back on the A site, laying up flashes. Nip keep throwing this double smoke to get into middle. But Simple, he doesn't know it. They're all around him. Oh, what a clear. Perfect for Simple. Bomb is tumbled to the ground, and he has got a third on his plate. Simple ready to chow down in the apartments. Bobsky can set it alight, but Simple just sits and waits, finally dead. Hampus has actually picked Boomich, who pushed T-Spawn at the same time off of ramp. Nip have managed to equalize things. If Electronic can find this kill, it can shut out this B play at the same time. There's no escape with Roland. In the smoke, wins that one, and now Nip can bail.
That's a route back in. They sit back, they wait for Na'Vi, and Na'Vi do go to them. Teeing Nip up for a chance now. They've just heard Bit rotate back out of the apartments. That might give them reason enough to want to recommit back in here. As they hear him going down the short side, every one of these little steps he's taken, they've all been heard, they've all been commed across, and so Nip, they know they're going into a B site that, like, worst case is one dude on it right now. In reality, it's 0.
Really nice double fake. The thing that I keep seeing for Nip that I want to have a look at next gun round is they're throwing two smokes. Yeah, they're throwing 2 smokes in the middle. They're throwing the standard top mid smoke, but they're throwing one next to it that just lands in the middle of mid. I'm not sure what it's exactly supposed to cover. It's definitely on purpose. They've done it a few times now. Maybe it stops the con player from seeing someone cross top mid, because even if you have the top mid smoke, you can peek con off of spawn and see players crossing behind boxes. Maybe it denies that info, but I haven't seen it properly.
That's not the meta
Yeah,
defining.
I don't think it is. Maybe there's more to it. Or maybe Nip don't even want to pull it out, right? But they're managing to make this game very competitive, especially given how Inferno went. 3 alive at the end of things. They force Na'Vi's hand. A nice double fake out for Hampus to leave B, hear those steps and recommit. And they make Na'Vi sweat. But it was only a bonus round. We know that AWP is coming soon.
I kind of want to see, a bit more out of Simple here. Like, he hasn't carried that same impact forward from Inferno. It's not like he's put up rounds where you look at it and you go, he was the defining moment there. I think for that, you would be looking at someone like Bit, I think has easily been like the guy bailing them out of situations.
There's that double smoke.
So here it is. It lets them cross close over in middle. Electronic's going to play behind it. He's trying to use it against them. Creeping around the shadow will lend Hampus a helping hand. It's kind of cool. It gives them an option to fight this one way into window.
Yeah. I like it. That might be what they're talking about. I mean, it does, if you're throwing it every round, it's giving you a lot more space. You have a lot more cover from the cat swing.
There's a lot of options from it.
Yeah, I like it. It's something different, Harry. And right now, Na'Vi are trying to fight it back, right? Electronic walked it, but he gets denied. And I definitely think if you're a T on that ramp and you're fighting window, you're at such an advantage. So that seems to be the play for Nip. It's, not a window smoke, but it's forcing Na'Vi to respect them in middle a little bit more. Has all the value of a window smoke while also covering a con walker.
Yeah, and it's kind of cool that, window's left open, because if anything, you won that fight, on the back of the smokes, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah, kind of sick, especially because, if an AWPer's window early and he sees it's not smoked, he's, rubbing his hands together, thinking, all right, here's my moment. It managed to slip 2 up the connector. Plopsky moving in from ramp. It's this A split, but it's kind of labored. They do manage to get themselves up con. However, Bit is re-aggressed on the short side. Will connect it eventually. And there's Boomich to close.
Yeah, Na'Vi, they're having no problem holding their bomb sites, are they? And Nip just trying to spill through connector, get cleaned up from behind. I want to see if Electronic, sees that smoke and just charges under. So much more cover for a player dropping out of window or running for an under peek from con. It's something Nip will certainly be aware about. Calling their second timeout with DJL chiming in. They didn't have to force all 4 in the first half like they did back on Inferno. So they've at least got depth to fall back on this T side, but 1 rifle round 1, and as soon as Na'Vi come back in with full rifles and an AWP, they keep it nice and clean on that A site. Finn's just going ham right now. Not really much to stop him. Even getting away with this labored tapping. Very easy stuff. And this is, again, sort of, I also want to see Simple pop off with CT AWP, but it's reassuring that Na'Vi can just keep rounds as clean when Simple hasn't fragged in a few. There's one standard smoke coming out. Simple's going to... Did they just smoke under? No, it got blocked. It got blocked by Bit jumping.
It as he jumped to cap.
Yeah. I've just got my eyes open for anything that doesn't look normal. But yeah, Bit made it up despite getting hit by that utility.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. Like, I thought that would have made him miss it. Simple, weighing in with the opening kill. And a big one at that. S-Tag brushed aside. They're going to start to get their fill over in middle, right? They finally get given a little bit of room here. Top con smoke in.
B split into a stack.
Na'Vi, yeah, they were 3 strong here, but Bit dead over on cap. Nip now grouping everybody in the apartments. Inside of the B site, who you going to get past? It's Simple and Perfecto.
Oh, they're not convinced. Perfecto's gone back to watch for a mid lurker because Hampus could have climbed up into window, but he hasn't. So he's playing a timing game. It's really all on Simple. This is the round you wanted, Harry.
Yeah, this is the moment where he's got to pop off, right? He's got to have another big round like he did back on Inferno from the pit this time. The AWP gone right away. Perfecto tries to hold the line. Good for the first. Wrapped inside of the site, but Perfecto will deliver. Now he's on with the AWP. Goes out wide with the no-scope, and that is one step too far. It's a lot of damage done to both the Nip boys. Electronic is still very much in with a chance, but spotted and dealt with.
Nice.
NIP get out like bandits with that round.
Oh, it's all Hampus, right? Nice call. And again, Na'Vi just gets so scared in that mid round. They actually, they had Boomich from A come back to watch CT spawn to stop a window player. But because he wasn't convinced, as Nip went quiet, Perfecto had to take it instead. And that just left Simple alone in the bomb site without a single kill. Hampus takes out AWP after he gets low in mid. And he goes on to 3K the round. Very nice stuff, Nip. Again, they pull out another T round, and Na'Vi's money is on the line. One more will do it. One more will break it. Roland again goes back to fight middle. Electronic keeps throwing himself inside of this Nip smoke. Bits in the window, but there's the spam for Brolin. And yeah, smoke's not a wall. It's not enough cover. Nip know what Na'Vi are up to. Bit wants to fight back, but he could get picked instead by Brolin, just tucked in time. And I don't know if Brolin, he will check it. Rez has crept out. Hello, 2 players, back turn to the man on default with a missed spray. But Boomich dropped the bomb, but Simple can't finish the kill. Hampus is low, and Nip have the A site.
Do Na'Vi even want to attempt this? They're just so far removed from this round.
After you.
And right now, everyone leaning away. They're going to send Brolin back into middle. This is where the kind of slow pace out of Na'Vi could be good. Simple's going to check for this. Oh, doesn't make it any easier.
Close.
And with Brolin dealing with that AWP in rotation as it was just about to have such a pivotal fight. Like, that's one where if Brolin dies there, suddenly Na'Vi, they're spurred on to want to give that more of a look in. With it going his way, it sealed the deal on this save.
Yeah, no kit there really for Na'Vi. I think even if they get that kill, they're probably throwing themselves back to safety.
I do actually really love the mid smokes. Like, it's making it super hard to contend early on. Like, the only way to feasibly kind of play against it is doing what Electronic is doing. But you see the problem with that, right? They're just going to spam you. Like, there's like a meter of spacing where you can be, where you can get to in that time.
Just a note maybe for the observers so they could show, next time we have that, if Na'Vi have a window player, I'd love to see it from their perspective because I think they really can't see squat from their side. That's why Brolin's just playing a little bit over it to try and fight back. Na'Vi are trying to figure out solutions on the fly to that smoke, and that's why it's going to be most effective in a game like this. It's giving Nip mid-control, and Na'Vi are actually just losing picks because of it. Here we go. Another A split. Look at the room Hampus has crafted here. It's only Simple Zorb back in CT spawn. He needs to hit this immediate kill. There's no flash primed for Ramp right now, though. They're waiting on this split part of the play. Hampus has been spotted. Dry Peak dead. Simple's in the right place, and he's got pistols all around him.
You're getting excited now if you're Simple, right? You kind of realize this was destined to be the A play, and so he knows this is his chance. He's going to play behind Triple with the AWP, with the big ticket item, looking for the con component of this split, but he's whittled down too many angles, too many responsibilities, and so Nip are closing the gap, 11 to 12. This is big, man. NIP one away from tying this game up.
That's excellently communicated there by Nip as well. You really want to put the pressure on for Simple so he doesn't know where he can hold. If anything, you want all three of your players to be known about on Ramp, Palace, and Connector, so it just makes Simple randomly flick between them and try and find that next contact. He can't do it. He only gets that first dry fight, and past that point, he's getting triple peaked on that split. Really, really nice round out of Nip to just break into that A stack. And Na'Vi, now they're the ones feeling the burn, Harry.
And I mean, dude, like, just to kind of link it back into these smokes that we're getting in middle, it's really nice in the rounds where Nip know they're anti-eco, they're not up against a lot, they don't lob that smoke in, and instead, they kind of know that, like, the conditioning of scaring Na'Vi out of mid is enough in those rounds, right? You don't want to go feed the beast in middle, so largely Na'Vi are kind of ignoring it, they're just trying to pretend the problem doesn't exist in mid, and that's allowing guys like Hampers to play this super quick timing up into middle. Util traded for this control. RV, how do they go about fixing this? How do they go about stopping the NIP comeback? Real change of pace in this one for Nip, right? No immediate mid control, no immediate chance at fights. RV feeling a little antsy right now, but they do at least have all this control over middle. They do have this info as to what's going on here ahead of time.
Boomich wants to go for it, and he's got the freedom to do so with two other teammates in mid fighting for this control. Window smoke is not a problem for Na'Vi. They've got every other position caught with nades out. Boomich doesn't have to commit. He could have backed up, but he wants the blood, lusting for it. There's Electronic swinging top middle, and Rez can't help nor trade. Smoke out ramp. Simple looks for the right angle, and what a read from the man himself. Hits the headshot onto the orb. Now it's the other orb. Two on the T side as Hampers gets spam, pushing out of Palace, and Electronic is not waiting around. He hunts every single kill. Three of them on that CT side, and it's Na'Vi to shut out Nip from mid and the A site.
I think they're just happy they finally get something a little more standard. You know, it's like when you kind of give them the more standard plays, they all know what they're doing. They all know what the responsibilities are. And so that one unravels very, very quickly.
This one's so close, though. We had a little streak of 3 for Nip, finally been broken. And Na'Vi still have money to fall back on with a flawless round. Again, Electronic's been dropping under. I think he's still waiting for that mid-smoke to come through the flash. It's beautiful. It pops behind Hampers as he runs through. And Electronic is so blind. That's just such a ballsy play for Hampers. But it's so right. Electronic can do nothing about it. He had to hit the immediate headshot as that flash popped. Simple wants to fight back into mid. Window smoke ready. Simple can't see him from this angle. Just has to respect it. Any more players walking into mid will be at the beck and call of the T-side orb. Brolin's moving up, Cod, good timing, but he catches Boomich ducking in down. There's nowhere to move, nowhere to hide. Bit's gone as well, and Brolin's come alive on this T-half.
Yeah, Blinkton, you've missed it, mate. It's just Perfecto and Simple left in this one. A 2v5, Simple trying to fight for the mid control. Sees them ducking out of there, sees them leaving. And now starts to lean B. Him and Perfecto are just going to take a bit of a gamble here. Now, Nip, they're going quiet. They're trying to play contact, right? They don't want to give up the element of surprise. Little do they know it, they're walking into this stack. And with each second that passes, those are seconds that you won't be able to earn back. You will be committed into this B play. Simple, he's seen one, but he's brought down low. Missed shot on the flick. Perfecto helps out. Flash tag with a miss, and Perfecto's had one hell of a round. It's only Brolin, 1v2. Everyone in the server's low. He's looking for the AWP first. Simple, shot in the back. 10 seconds as Brolin is committed, and Perfecto's gonna swing it late. Huge round from the short man, 4K. To save Na'Vi's bacon. That was a 2v5 that Perfecto is able to put on the board.
And the AWP hit him coming up catwalk. That would have just been the round over. If Perfecto dies there, he got tagged by Essetag, and that's all it is. He even swings ahead of the plant. Brolin mind-gamed in the 1v1. Feeling like he had to go for the stick with 10 seconds. And Perfecto is one step ahead. This guy's a clutcher. You thought that was over. Missed shot for Simple. Players diving out. The backstab on short is there in time to win the round, and somehow Na'Vi 2v5. That is the worst round to lose. And not even like Nip made a big mistake.
No, I mean, dude, like that's one that's going to play in S-Tag's nightmares. Like, it really is. Up through the short side. I don't know how he only tagged Perfecto.
Through the bricks.
It was like lightly through the bricks on the corner, right? Oh my god.
Oh, I'm reeling after that one. I wouldn't want to be in the Nip camp right now. They got to get out of their heads and get back in the server. And they got to do it with only one gun.
That is wild, man. Perfecto, the turret. Just stands his ground on short. And it's set Na'Vi up for the win. It's recovered a game that was so close, and it's potentially just dug them out of this horrible scenario. Nip are all in this round. They need to find it. They need to find it now.
This round's all on Hampus. And S-Tag is again throwing this smoke to get Hampus up on the corner to short split. This time it has to be more successful as Nip pummel B with only pistols.
Yeah, here they go. Bit and Perfecto here. I mean, the guy that just stole that round away from you, you're going to try and face him again. You're going to try and beat him again. Perfecto tucked in, is blind. Bit delivers the double. You might have found Perfecto, and Hampus is even able to come up the short side and dispatch a bit. So they've got the bomb down. They've got the post plant. Now they need to hold the line. They couldn't do this back on Inferno. They were in countless post plants that quickly turned sour. It cannot afford to happen now.
Simple makes a jump at least. That's going to speed up this retake. Triple cat boosted up and over. They've got Kit, but they've got to move quick. Headshot for Electronic. It's not part of a market. And if a player can get on it, it's White's with Roller doing anything he can to stop this retake from materializing. And suddenly it's all simple. 1v2 and no time to go. He's got to save. He wants kills on the way out, but Nip have won the round. 4 pistols and the hero AK on the captain. And it comes in clutch on that short split. Nip have had a couple of nice, naughty little ideas on this T side. It's been clutch rounds for Na'Vi that have kept them swimming. But this game's not over. Nip saved themselves from economic devastation with that win on B. What a game we're getting. This is nothing like Inferno. That was a wash.
Hero Orb. Simple saved it forward. Smoked off in mid. He'll hold his ground. Now looking to reroute so we can still be impactful with that AWP. Nip very, very slow. Very, very measured here. They don't want to go falling down to this Hero Orb and pistols that lie around it. Now in middle, they trade a tag, right? Electronic might not have got the kill, but he still forced a bit of respect out of Hampus. They've been able to catch a player up here on Palace fairly often, playing this tucked-in corner where Bit currently resides. They've seen Boomich inside of the site, and that molly forces him to take a swing. Hello, Bit gets one, but Boomich cannot follow up. S-Tag going to deal with both these A players.
Hampus hears this. He knows where they both are. Got to plant for the short side. Pretty ballsy knowing that AWP was in the round, but the smoke just came down in time, and Hampus is here to get exits. If he could take a kill here, if he could get Simple's AWP rid of the round, that'd be lovely. Perfecto's seen him, though, and at the same time, he can arm his opponents. He doesn't want to do that. Util getting lobbed in to deny space. And if Nip want to risk it all, they can go hunting. Ain't worth the risk.
Yeah, it's not like it would be some game-winning hunt down, right? If you remove this AWP, it's still coming out next round. Sure, maybe it sets you up a bit better in the long run, but really you need your own money. That's the thing to home in on here, right? Keeping 4 alive means they build up a bank, and it means that Na'Vi, even if they get to 15, are still going to have to grind out those 2 chances to close. So Nip's safeguarding their own futures before they try and destroy Na'Vi's.
This is tense, this is tight, and this is a great round for Nip to run another one of these mid-takes, right, and use that utility. Na'Vi still haven't actually found a solution to it. We've got 2 smokes coming through. Nip go back to it. It's more standard, though. Again, the window smoke blocked by the jump up for Bit. How does he do it? He's made his sterner stuff, and now Electronic's using that smoke like it's a one-way, like it was always his. Hampers is going to have to, again, go through this. This has been a fight that Hampers has been on top of every single time. The back's turned, 2 for Hampers. The smoke doesn't let them down. It picks them back up, and Hampers finds 3 into this A split.
Hey, the captain of Nip, he's fired up. He's feeling it now, top of the charts, and in with 3 to open this round up. He's put Nip onto 14, even looking to catch Boomich as he leaves. Will eventually get dealt with, but it doesn't matter. Everything else is coming up in favor of NIP.
I can't believe that that's the window smoke that Bit accidentally blocks on his cat jump, and it completely kills Na'Vi. That should be a W. That should be a win, accidentally blocking that smoke. It gives you so much more room, and Hampers just goes, you know what they're not going to expect right now? Going full throttle and running through it.
And, you know, if you think about this on like a mind gamey level, you know, the game outside the game, for Electronic, I can't imagine how he's feeling. Like, he's been getting bullied in mid, man, since getting into this second half. He's just been dealt like these horrible crisscross smokes in middle. He's been dealt these lower pushes from Hampus. Time and time again getting bested. Boomich. Oh, no! Doesn't get away. The AWP is removed from play. You would have loved to have had that here. Now, last hunt, right, when they didn't go for it, made a lot of sense, but that one has some resounding implications. Yeah. Nip, they set their own money up in the round prior to last, and that one there, they break apart Na'Vi's. Now Na'Vi are calling in the TAC timeout. Yeah. Oh, dear. Can you feel the winds of change blowing here on Mirage?
Na'Vi have to play for overtime. The only thing they can do here, the money is almost perfect for it. Simple has 5,400. You can buy Kevlar and AWP. The rest of his team's on 2,500. If he wanted to try and either pull in a hero round and basically force one of his team on an SMG in round 30, he could buy up a hero AWP in this one. This is Hampers running through the smoke again and getting the double kill in that last round. The kills that started it all. If Simple wants to be crazy, of course he will be. Force in the hand and biting the one that feeds him. He's got a big green. His teammates have nothing. Simple needs to save if he doesn't win the round. This is such a ballsy call, but when you see 5,400 in round 29, it almost feels perfect.
He does have this uncanny ability as well to have kind of these quieter games, but then in the moment where they need him, in the moment it's demanded, he can step up and fill the void.
I think that game against G2 on this exact map, right? Yeah. Losing clutches to Monacy, but put him on a round 29, clutch for 15-14 in a 1v1 against Monacy. He wins it. These are the rounds that Simple was made for. If he doesn't do it all alone, this is Nip poised to break the 7-map winning streak and take us to Ancient.
Yeah, it's been demanded that Simple is like the demon, and if he can't rise to that, if he can't reach that level, as you say, this is going to go 3. Nip, they just need to stop this AWP. It's waiting in con for an early fight. That smoke goes in at the top of connector, and Nip are quick to move in behind it. Na'Vi concede jungle, concede this middle area, start to give a bit of room over to the con side, but they are poised 4-man strong over here towards this A site.
These splits have been perfect every time. Look at the spacing, look at the trading. Nip will all peak in the same second. Simple, there's too many targets.
Out through Palace, Electronic with 1, a missed shot from Simple's AWP, a miss again, just gets around the corner, but now needs to think about saving, gonna get out of there with the AWP and goes back in. A 1v3, but at this point, at 15 points of health, he would be risking it all by going for it. NIP, they might have forced respect out of him. They might have forced respect out of this hero AWP. And so Simple is left to stew, and it's stewing the reality that Nip have pulled this one back. They're on map point. They're the one a round away from taking us to Ancient, and they even knocked the AWP out at the very end.
It's gone. It's done. Na'Vi may have a buy. They may be able to crowdfund it for him, but this is Nip on a roll right now. Some incredible calling out of Hampers in this T side. These A splits have been ludicrous, and Na'Vi cannot get comfortable when Con is conceded. And of course it's getting conceded with some of the mid takes we're seeing out of Nip. Brolin has gone nuclear, 0-6 to start the map, a liability on ramp. He's gone crazy in this T side. Simple, he has been given that AWP.
Bits had enough of these mid-smokes. He said, Electronic, let me try and solve the problem. Let me try and deal with it. Is this like a passing of the torch moment, right? Where, you know, Simple couldn't be the one to step up. Bit's going to be the guy to try and do it. Top of the server right now, 29 and 19. And he's found that opener for Na'Vi. Nip were not expecting this. They were not expecting these mid-smokes to not be fruitful. It's all they've been every time they've used them. But now a man down. And quite the man at that, right? Hampus has been a force to be reckoned with in this. Now he's having to lead the ragtag bunch from beyond the grave. Crawling and slowing down to just a complete halt in the mid-round.
12-8 for Na'Vi. 14-11 for Na'Vi. Hero AWPs in eco rounds for Na'Vi. Was it worth it? Can they finally close it and start that clock again? Or are Nip going to be able to bring it back from the brink of defeat and close us out and take us to 3?
They're moving up through Con, right? These A-splits have been the bread and butter for this Nip squad. Rez going to try and make this contact out of Palace as his teammates shift their way through the connector. A one and done out of Electronic is more than you could have expected, more than you could have asked for. But is it enough? 3v3, Bit is closing in up through the connector, trying to give them a way back in. Perfecto will trade. Simple now joining his teammate over at the Con side, 2v2. That bomb is down and ticking against Na'Vi. They're on the clock. They've got to be flawless here. S-Tag swinging from triple side. He wants this fight. He wants the engagement. And so it is. Just Simple again. 1v2 now. Out in the open. And Brolin's going to find him. We're going to Ancient. NIP managed to lock in Mirage. Breaking a streak for Na'Vi. And living to tell the tale. We're going the distance on this matchup now. And with a route to the major playoffs on the line, anything is possible.
Pressure.
We're going to Ancient, Hugo.
The pressure, man, the pressure. It usually makes Na'Vi, now it breaks Na'Vi. And hey, they said meta defining on that T side. They said they had a trick up their sleeve. Well, what a time for the magicians of Nip to pull that one out and put up an incredible T side up against the odds. 12-8, 14-11, those numbers were all in favor of Na'Vi, and they couldn't close it. Nip held on. Hampus played incredible in that game. And a 4-on-5 to do it as well in round 30. They do it without him. That's got to feel so good for Nip. They went on. They took down Cloud9. They took down Vitality. And now they're trying to take down Na'Vi and break 2 map streaks to go through to those playoffs 3-0. That would be unbelievable.
I mean, dude, there's so much to talk about. There's so much to break down. Before we even start thinking about this banger third map of Ancient waiting in the wings, we got to break down Mirage. So let's bring our desk in to do that.
Thank you so much. Love the excitement. And of course, completely warranted, because not a lot of people, including my analyst on the desk, gave Nip a fighting chance in this one, as that is how we built up the story. And they reversed the narrative. Impressingly so. I think especially after that round 25 clutch out of Perfecto and Simple, you think, all right, this is it. The door is shut. Let's break it down then. How did they do it?
Listen, we got to give all the credit in the world to NIP for this one. They lose both pistol rounds, they lose both conversions. So in potential buy rounds throughout this game, they were the better team, right? The comeback they pulled off on the T side was fantastic. Nothing. Absolutely nothing stats-wise or narrative-wise or what we've seen from NIP leading into this tournament pointed that they would be able to competitive, let alone win the game, which is why I'm left baffled. I'm so surprised by the level they came out with. You lose both pistols, you still stay alive in the game, you lose a couple of rounds you never should have lost, and you still pull it off. That was a statement win right there from NIP.
Yeah, I actually, some of the points I mentioned, I actually saw Na'Vi getting into this situation. I said, we need to see Na'Vi flustered. We need to actually see that. I mean, I knew there was a little bit of trick up their sleeve, and they really did that. I'm super impressed. The amount of calls you can make from those smokes It's actually pretty exciting.
I love how you said that. They really did that. You're giggling a little bit, right? Because you warmed us up for this possible T-side strat. It was all about that utility in the smokes, and we've got round 22. Walk us through this setup.
So basically, they throw these 2 smokes from T-spawn, you're going to see here. And they basically play around the smokes, and they don't smoke window, they don't smoke short, they don't smoke top con, and they can just jiggle around there. They have protection in that one way from con, window, and short. And I think Na'Vi, they didn't really know what to do, so they just ended up falling back, and it left Electronic in a really difficult situation most of the rounds because they weren't able to challenge for mid control.
And that was actually a little bit disappointing to me because I fully agree. I love to see these innovative smokes coming out. I love to see the game plan coming out of NIP. They really wanted to pound on that A side. They wanted to take mid control in order to be able to make the splits up towards A. But for Electronic and Na'Vi not to come up with a solution in the game is not good enough. We saw Bit in the very last round. He was like, okay, you can't do it. Then I go out there and I have a go at it. Instead of doing something together, or instead of having a plan B where you could play defensive and just give up middle to NIP and then play a retake scenario or play defensively. To me, that was a little bit disappointing for Na'Vi, but again, it's NIP who pressured them into a situation they couldn't handle, and that is the story for this game. NIP playing well.
Thank you, NIP, for also changing the narrative on the Smoke Cell Mirage. That was really, thank you for that. Well done. But yes, and I think this is something that we alluded to yesterday. Of course, they went 2-0 and into this one as a possibility. Hampus is calling, but also their drills and their protocols and their plans, right, Devil? Regardless of what happens on Ancient, that must make you feel really good about what NIP is willing to show.
I mean, you have to give credit to the coaching staff, the players for the amount of prep work. It can be easy to prep like 1, maybe 2 maps where we have some really new, fresh stuff. But it takes a lot of work to prep this well on so many maps, to show so much new stuff with utility. And I have to give a lot of credit to DGL, their coach.
And I just want to give some credit to Brolan as well.
Yeah.
We saw in the first map he was sitting at 8 kills, didn't have a great time, went -11. I believe 13, 14 rounds into this game, he was still at 8 kills, didn't have a good game. And then on the CT side, he came alive. We talked about Brolan coming into this tournament. We talked about him being signed for NIP. And we finally got to see the best of Brolan. When he's playing well, when NIP is playing well, they can contest the best teams out there. Apparently even Na'Vi on Mirage. So I have learned something today, and I'm super happy for that.
Yeah, and I'm sure NIP fans are as well. Let's take a look at round 25 because it was still beautiful, even though Na'Vi ended up conceding the map. It is where Simple and Perfecto are left to clear it out, and it's beautiful. And I really thought that they would turn it off around rather because of this momentum.
It's another round where Hampus finds the opening kill. Another round where they get success with the mid openings. This time around, instead of splitting A, they end up going towards the bomb side. That was probably the learning, right? They shouldn't have done that. Perfecto right here. 1, 2, 3. He's so fast, turning around, getting the 3rd kill as well. He's so good at controlling that scenario, and he even gets to clutch it out. Simple gets caught off guard a little bit right here, but Perfecto, with all the confidence, swings out, gets the duel, and wins the round. At this point, I thought that was it. I thought that was enough for Na'Vi to win the game, but NIP, they fought back again.
I look at that round and I'm like, even though I knew what happened, I'm still like so amazed looking back at it. But yeah, all credit to NIP. It looked really grim there for a while, and pulling off a game like this and changing the calls, just like you said, from Hampus, it was really impressive. But I have to ask you the question also: is this the amount of prep needed to beat them on Ancient?
I mean, it's 232 days since they lost the game on Ancient. I'm curious to see if they have another, game-breaking strat coming out or default coming out with a couple of smokes, because I think that's what they need. They need to reinvent themselves one more time, and credit for doing that on Mirage, a map that's been out for such a long time. But can you do it on Ancient? I mean,
at least you need to give them the credit now, right? Because I think rightfully so. After Inferno, we were like, all right, what's it gonna be? They said, shut the F up. We are going to win Mirage. Let's take a look at round 28 as well, since we're, I think, flying high on NIP as we should, and we can come back down to earth to talk about Ancient in a bit.
Yeah, we have a round here where a failed smoke, turns out to be tridimensional as well. Hampus goes up through the smokes, finds one, finds two, and finds a third one as well. Again, Hampus, he's controlling this area. I even called it out, I believe, coming into this game, that Hampus in middle, he's the one guy that can cause enough chaos for Na'Vi to feel uncomfortable. The fact that he was allowed to do it over and over and over again was surprising to me. Again, there's always two sides of a coin. I want to be a little bit critical towards Na'Vi right here for not finding the solutions, for not being ready for it. But on the other hand, for Hampus to continue just like finding impact more or less every single round like this, that was just super impressive. There's a reason why I think he's one of the best in-game leaders in the world.
I'm super impressed. All credit to NIP. I'm looking forward to see what they can bring out on Ancient, because they have been working.
They have been working. Let's take that note and go to a little break after we look at these highlights. NIP, they keep us in this and they bring us to Ancient. We will be right back to preview that one for you.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality, where a group of letters can mean everything. Where Mirage is a place for bombs, battles, and glory, not an illusion. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
NIP grace us with a third map. I don't think a lot of people had that projected as we got into this series, but they absolutely grinded it out on Mirage, and now we get to watch Ancient. And now the question is, how do we reset this narrative? It was from a 10% chance for NIP to do anything on Mirage. How much have they shown you that you think they can show you more on Ancient?
Ooh, they showed me enough to say that I think this game is going to be competitive. I thought so coming into Ancient as well. We do talk about Na'Vi having not lost the map in 232 days, but NIP is still good on Ancient even before what we saw here in Mirage. So I think there's a high chance that NIP will have enough in the tank to make it competitive, but let's not get too excited about what we saw here in Mirage. But we can isolate that and say that was very well played by NIP, but coming into Asian, I feel like Normality will have to restore, and we know how Simple usually reacts to losing a game. He's going to come out fired up.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen him have like 2 maps that bad in a row. He usually comes out swinging like from the start. He's going to have no respect, but like still play a very, very solid way of Counter-Strike, and it's going to be tough for NIP once they woke up the beast.
Yeah, I mean, if he's angry, we'll see what happens. Still has to make it happen. Let's talk about the AWP matchup then. Simple, of course, best player in the world. Fantastic on the AWP. Esatag back in that position, trying to adjust to the role and playing it in a different way. How is that going to translate onto Ancient Devil?
Well, I don't really know. I mean, it comes to this narrative. I'm just looking at the pieces like, how can NIP do this? What could they throw our way? You know, in this AWP battle, we have a very good flasher in Esatag, but Simple is just Simple. It's so hard.
You see the stats for this tournament, right? Very similar. I think we all agree that Esatag has played super, super well so far, but there is one weakness for him, you know, and that has shown on Ancient. He's the lowest rated player on map-specific Ancient so far for NIP, and he's going up against the highest rated player in Simple. Actually, Simple and Perfecto is sharing that role within Na'Vi, and that's another point I want to bring up right here, that the supportive element in Perfecto, usually the guy who's number 4, number 5 on the scoreboard, he's actually the best performer for Na'Vi on Ancient, and that tells a story about how well-rounded this team is. There's a reason they have not lost the map in 232 days, and that's because there's no weak link whatsoever within Na'Vi when it comes to Ancient.
Talk to me about their setup for both teams, because I know NIP is actually quite proficient on it as well, but let's start with Na'Vi and what makes him so hard to beat on this map.
Oh, I think Boomich is a guy that is performing well. He likes to be aggressive, roam around the cave area as well, and he gets a lot of information. He softens up the opponents. He's sitting right here. He's reading right. He's making sure that he's well aware what's going to happen from the NIP side. He's a player that is a little bit underrated, in my opinion, when it comes to Ancient. He creates a lot of damage, soften up the opponents, and that makes it so much easier for Electronic, Bit, and Simple to chime in.
And I also think Bit and Electronic through that middle area, they are really good at finding those very, very accurate kills in that donut area, which is a CT position that almost everyone favors in today's Ancient. So it's going to be really, really... Oh, wow. I just got flustered a little bit hearing Navi's roar there.
Yeah,
so they seem to be ready, pumped up. But I don't think Na'Vi is going to come into this game and be as playful as they were on Mirage, because they were just running around in the start of T-side and kind of just hunting deagles that the NIP were saving. And once Rest got that clutch, they just got the momentum going, right?
The casters are ready, but is anyone willing to put their hand in the fire and say NIP can clutch this out?
I don't think they're going to win, to be completely honest. I wish they would, but I do think NIP can make a good game out of it, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see a scoreline consisting of 16-11, 16-12. To me, that'll be okay.
The problem I have is they needed that kind of prep to gain that many T rounds on Mirage, while Na'Vi were just playing around, it felt like, to gain that many T rounds. So that's it's going to be really difficult for NIP.
And we'll see if the beast has awoken.
What about you?
Let's head over to our... I think Navi's going to clutch it out. Let's head over to our casters.
Yeah, thank you very much. Oh, dear, we've gone the distance, Hugo. When we were getting ready to head to Mirage, we didn't envision we were going to end up here, right? No. But we've gone the full distance, the full 30 rounds, now into a third map. For Simple, you know, I think it was Devilwalk said he's never really used to seeing him, you know, go quiet and then go quiet again. That was his worst rated Mirage ever at Majors. So, yeah, you know, kind of a bit of an understep from him individually. Hugo, how do you think NIP are going to fare here on Ancient?
Oh, I don't know, man. I think it's going to be an uphill battle. If you've managed to shut down Simple and make him silent, maybe there's a way in. But the question is, have you awoken the beast going into this third and final map? NIP, they've never beat a tier 1 team really on Ancient. You know, they've taken Ents the distance with Spinks dropping 25 kills, a 30-round loss. They, took the now Cloud9 roster, took them down back in Katowice. but taking down Na'Vi is not going to be an easy fare. Let's see how they do on this B bomb site play. They are locked in. They don't know, but Na'Vi are in T-spawn right now. They're ready to wrap him out of middle. Boomich isn't rushing this flank. He's letting Electronic get set up. Simple in the site, and Rez tapping with a P250. He loves his taps. No headshots have hit, though. Hampus is dead first, and the kills just fly in for Na'Vi.
Yeah, this is mowed down. Electronics even fast flanked in through T-spawn. And should be able to find this timing. Now, the bomb's gotten out of there, and Plopsky just manages to join them. So that's a plant inside of A. Now, V won't actually be ready for the sheer speed of this. They didn't see S-Tag escape with the bomb.
Yeah, they think it's some kind of convoluted fake, but Bit was very late to rotate. That's fine. Now they can group up in a 4-on-2. They should still have all the reason in the world to be able to close out this round, but close position for S-Tag. Will it get cleared? Oh, not really. Simple's dead immediately. And now back from Donut. Plopsky tapping away. Needs a connection. Needs a kill. He can't find it out of ammo. It's all on S-Tag alone in the middle of the site. He's getting chased down. Will bang headshot Plopsky in a 1v3. And Na'Vi need to get on that bomb now and body block the defuse. They will do so. Nice shot for Plopsky, but he couldn't finish off Perfecto. And Na'Vi will find that pistol. Simple or not, they will put it on the board.
Yeah, all in all, you know, if you're Nip, considering how dire that was, you're kind of content with the bomb plant there, right? I think it's a bit of a miracle that they even managed to get that in. Resides on the back of a very good timing hit by S-Tag. So it's allowed for this 4-spy to come through the pipeline for NIP. Without that plant, this wouldn't be here. It would be very limited. You know, they'd just be playing an eco right now, and Na'Vi would have that free path to a 2-0. They're throwing money in. And that's a good opener for Rez.
Okay.
Over in middle.
Yeah, the boost is being red. Boomage. He's one step ahead. That's a nice idea for Nip. They're coming in with some big brains today. Have the NIP squad on this T side, especially Deep Molly. Boomage can fight on the other side, but they might have nades for him as well. That's going to chunk him. He swings, and going 1-for-1 there is impressive. Still, Nip a 3-on-3 right now, and they're waiting on Rez, a guy who was fairly quiet in this series, despite Nip putting up a very good Mirage. He wasn't required to go ham, but he's already tapped out a man in middle, and now he's got a great gap on the flank. They won't use it to split the B bomb site. It's only Bit right now on Donut. Simple may have made the read, but I don't think he's ready for how deep Rez has found himself.
Oh, it doesn't make it any easier, though. Simple might have been caught by surprise, but he's still going to offer up the kill. Bit auto shotgun. Perfect place for it.
Sick.
Nothing they can do. And I've got to say, I hope that makes an appearance again, man. That actually feels like a really great position to wield it.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of shotguns on this map, right? And that's helped by all the 50-50 angles. Talk about cave. There's so many left, right. The pocket on lane. There in Donut. A main, there's so many of these 50-50 corner clears. Simple shows them as well in CT spawn, and so it's very, very lethal weapons. You often see the Mag 7 on Cave and B, but that's one way to do it as well in Donut. Oh, run boost for Simple. He's going to throw himself up on lane. Quick SMG, Brolin jumping tap, and manages to take him out. Boomage was right behind, though, from the Cave side, gets that trade. Still, despicable kill, and Hampus has got another. Caught in the air for Perfecto. Hampus has taken space. He has rolled out around here for Nip. They're going to try and get this bomb down. Boomage getting hunted. Electronic fall blind, but no one peeks off of it. And they're going to try and hunt the plant, so they get rid of S-Tag. Hampus deep on the long side, spammed by Bit. There should be no way back in for Nip. He can't even throw the gun out. That will do. The round will not.
Yeah, he's spammed out, and Rez is just so far removed. At a bare minimum, Na'Vi are like mad anxious right now, and so they're giving him time for the wrap, but it's still a safe defuse.
Oh, no head. Looking down, couldn't connect it. Body shots will do, but plenty of time for that defuse, as said. All right, Nip are looking very brawly right now, and I'm enjoying what we're getting. Na'Vi are happy to play for those fights, but Nip are getting a lot of picks with these pistols, with that round from Rez. You know, the round from Rez where he gets top red and gets cleared by Simple. If Rez like full walked the flank, there was a huge gap in that round. I hope if we get Nip given that space again, they just take it. But his patience is what actually killed him there. Nip with their full buy. What have they got for us? 4-1. Not the most common default on this map.
Yeah, they want to try and fight for this mid control again. I think it's kind of nice. Like, the more you bully Electronic, you know, he was the guy getting really messed up on that CT half of Mirage. You kind of had him looking frustrated in the player cams. If you're able to keep him feeling kind of low, it make life a lot harder for Na'Vi. They will look to test the waters here in mid. Util going over, but a good timing on that re-molly out of Electronic in middle, denies the space that Nip were hoping for, and he just hops, skips, and jumps out of there. He's going to let Nip have mid. He wants to take a fight on his terms, not theirs, and so he's going to wait for this top mid smoke to fade. Oh, spam for Electronic. He wants revenge. Mid's his domain now. He's more than comfortable here, and no trickery. He's going to get the better of him. Looking for even more. It's a lot of damage. Makes life easy for Bit. Still traded after the first. Simple deals with the main component. There is a man sifting his way up through Donut. Simple is aware and still alive. Still very much a threat. Hamper's just going to run him down. Boom, it's round in the palm of his hands now on this main wrap. Rez cannot commit to the plant, but he will win that 1v1. Little time left on the clock. The tap baits the swing out of Boomich, and he wants this fight. Rez wants the kill. The molly's denied the plant, and Boomich plays it safe, plays it to perfection, and wins that 1v1 for Na'Vi.
What a nice try for Rez. He almost had to fake it, Harry. He couldn't have stuck that. If he saw the molly come through, he probably would have, as he would have got on away with the plant just as the molly, you know, started ticking damage on him. But he'd just been double peaked by Boomich, and there was absolutely nowhere safe, no cover in that bomb site from A main. He knew he had to fake it, had to rely on his aim. And Boomich just tucks in and wins the round. Very nice try for Nip. I think the trading there was excellent coming in on that big red flank. And, you know, we wondered, that was a question on the desk, like, do Nip have something secret, something special that they can pull out and, you know, slap in Na'Vi's face? It was that mid-smoke on Mirage. It completely capitulated Electronic in middle. He was constantly dying in connector and getting smoke spammed. It lost Na'Vi the mid-control that map, plus some other great rounds for Nip. But right now, they are just abusing the red position. They are taking top mid. They are wrapping this A site, and that is currently super fruitful for Nip. Great awareness from Simple that there's still going to be an A main lurk. Gets rid of Esatag, and they still hunt him down. Everyone goes 1 for 1, but that's enough for Na'Vi to win the round to the time.
Oh, Bit wanting to fight for middle. Oh, it's always scary up against this A1S, man.
This guy was nuclear last map. 29 kills. Beastly for Bit.
But it's Simple to open. Once again, besting S-Tag. He's being very mobile with this AWP. Very hard to predict his movements here. He's reinforcing this B site, and if he goes for a smoke spam, mate, Brolin's walking it. Oh, all the way through. Simple was not ready for that level of disrespect out of Brolin. And there is still a second man tucked in at Ninja. Perfecto waiting inside of the site. That molly connects with Brolin, so it forces the peak. And now they know about Perfecto. They've got to flush him out. They've got to deal with him. And that's easier said than done. He's in with a double, causing trouble for NIP. Dancing around this pillar and still giving up the goods. Perfecto refuses to let go of the B site.
High sense gaming, man. He's an attack chopper just swiveling in the middle of the open, and that smoke helped so much from the short side. It actually hit Rez and slowed him down while he was trying to get that trade into the man to the back site. Perfecto's still there, moving nothing as he waits for Hampus to reveal his position. It's a good molly, but Perfecto hits the headshot, and that is one way to close the round for Na'Vi. But I refuse to get ahead of myself in this series. Na'Vi have started every single map dominant, 6-0, every map, 5 now, I guess. But that has not been a problem for Nip. It's the long game they're here for. They couldn't last it on Inferno, but Mirage, man, up against the odds, they did it. However, we're getting some serious shooters out of Na'Vi right now. Fast mid take for Nip, but Electronic is here.
Oh my god, full blind and still good for the double. These flashbangs that are a cornerstone of the NIP T-side success in opening fights still proving to mean very little. Where do they want to try and go with this? You might have been given an avenue in mid, but it's very much by design in the 4v2. Simple still floating around here with the AWP. And he's on the angle. If he keeps holding this, they're going to come his way. Could even be a lineup. They swing it. And he deals with S-Tag, constantly getting the better of him to open up Ancient, trying to get him in his head a little bit. And there's Perfecto holding the line. There's that 6-0 you promised, Hugo, for Na'Vi.
They just keep coming. But again, similar to Inferno, which didn't go well, you know, NIP have got ideas, man. NIP have got good calls on these T sides.
Yes.
And when we have players like Rez waking up as well, that's only a good sign.
Something though early that, you know, I've been keeping an eye on is this head-to-head between Simple and S-Tag, and he's been annihilating him, right? You had Simple kind of nullified on Mirage. You had him kind of figured out and very frustrated. But to open up this one in terms of like the head-to-head of these AWP players, it's just Simple night and day. It's like not even comparable. S-Tag finally donning this AWP now, gonna have like a proper chance to go blow for blow with Simple. Hoping for a bit of recovery because S-Tag's been so important in all of the maps in this series so far for NIP.
Simple with the re-peek on that smoke. Timing shot could have done it. Roland won't walk through again. He knows his time is up. Put some numbers on that. Oh my god, Hampus. That's through the smoke as it blooms. He can't jump bit though. Wide on the angle. You know, Hampus is gambling. The bit is playing a very tight angle there just for info, but he's happy to fight. Put some numbers on that idea, Harry. S-Tag beat Simple in head-to-head 5-4 in the first map. Last map, he went 6-1 down against Simple. Well, this one has already started just as strong as the last was for Simple. Sat back on B with a triple set up. NIP ready to go.
Oh my god, Boomich was flashed into that. Will get cut out, will get removed. Simple nails the follow-up though. And with Perfecto here to lend a helping hand, this B play is dismantled by just 2 men. Perfecto and Simple don't let up, and Na'Vi continue this 7-round streak, this battering to open up the first half of Ancient. NIP calling in an attack pause, trying desperately to figure out solutions to this problem.
Yeah, this is a beautiful start, and this is a lot of the answers to the questions we had. Like, do you break Na'Vi in having just not destroyed them, but really just outcalled them, outplayed them, shut down Simple on that A site on the previous map with all the chances, all the opportunities he had on the AWP? Does that break Na'Vi, or does that build them back up and make them even more ferocious? Right now, we're getting our answer: 7-0. Storming the board are Na'Vi, and still things to talk about coming into the next gun round. It's a bit broken here for NIP. It's a bit all over the place. Couple of guns, couple of pistols. Yeah, they go back for late buys, but even then, indecisive in this round for NIP. They can't seem to break open this B bomb site either. Double nades ready. Perfecto and Boomich gonna lob them in. They won't do much. They land in the pocket instead. Brolin's just ahead of it. He has just been jumping through smokes, but Boomich is finally ready.
They're not able to punish him on the reload. No chance at the trade on that. This bomb on the back of S-Tag is floating over towards A right now, and there is only one defender here. However, it's Bit you've got to get past, and he's coming off the back of a real hot streak to open up this series. Going to be easier said than done. Rotates are like a real long way out though, so if Bit does die, that's the path opened up into this A play. Rez, if he can get one with all this site control, it would have been lovely.
Robbed.
But Simple deals with the aggro man, and now Bit is about to make this contact, holding the line with the first. S-Tag does not attempt the trade, mollies him out into the open, but he needs this, and with it not coming through, the round is Na'Vi's.
Yeah, Brobski needs to hunt to death as well. He needs to get that loss bonus. It's maxed out. It's more than what he's got is worth. He finds an AK. Now suddenly a save could be justified, but at the same time, Maybe just painting some damage the way of Na'Vi would be nice. Perfecto will not allow it. And let Simple swoop in for the kill. And he's got it all right. 11-4. Simple has activated. Long have we waited. And there's no better time like the third map of the BO3 to keep things flawless for Na'Vi.
Yeah, I love it, man. He's really throwing himself into every single fight, right? It's kind of what the desk predicted. It's like his favorite way to build back into a series. You know, if he ever goes quiet, he wants to get involved in that following map. It's like a clean slate for him. And so he's really tried to set this precedent of being super oppressive early on. And with it, super impressive as well. Nip, he might have been able to stifle him on Mirage. Now, as we said coming into it, his worst Mirage performance ever at Majors.
Yeah, that's dating back to 2014, where he attended with Hellraisers his first. So it's been a while, Harry. Bear has been poked. Smoked as well. Top mid coming through for Nip. They molly the cubby. Simple just throws a one-way to fake and bounce out. Doesn't want to hang around with that. It's up to Bit in the donut, who's been delicious in this position. And Simple's even coming in for assistance, swapping out. Bit goes back to A main. Simple wants all the glory, but again, going up top red, they throw these almost corridor-esque smokes. The top one fades as the donut one comes in. They're running right through. Electronic kind of wants to go through that smoke. Simple with a very close miss shot. Again, getting lurked on from A main, but he can't hit a single thing. Bit has got to back out. Electronic finally through that smoke late kills Hampus, and Nip just needs a bit of pressure, a bit of room to get this plant.
Yeah, that smoking donut going to really help them out in that mission. Still, they're a man down here. They've got that bomb timer in their favor. They need to be cognizant. Boomich with this A main lurk again. This was how he uprooted the previous A-take round. Catching them by surprise, Plopsky and Brolin 2v4. They are locked out of the site. They're playing around this bomb. Perfecto's wrapping them. Brolin is going to win that fight, but he's got to do a hell of a lot more. Flash goes high. It's a good one. And now the 1v1, just Electronic to beat, and he's willing to play the timing, willing to play the timer. There's no time left for Electronic, and so Brolin in the 1v4 will put the first round on the board for NIP.
That was incredible for Brolin. I love that flash. A jumping right click, flash through the skylight, completely blinds Boomich in the middle of the bomb site, and Brolin goes nuts. Talk about his recovery on Mirage, right? 0-6 to start, CT side, just getting destroyed on ramp every round. He ends up topping the server for his team by the end of that T-half and looking lights out while he does it. Finally, Nip come alive. 3 out of 4 timeouts used, Harry, already, as your DJL needs to get them a real talking to here. This is remnants of Inferno, where we had 4 timeouts and 10 rounds for Nip. And it's because it was going about the same as this, but they finally broken through. They're on the board with some missed shots from Simple. Brolin puts up everything. Electronic could have stuck that. That was his only way to win the round. I can't believe Brolin called him off. And now Nip. Can they build, or is it a one and done, and are they back to broke?
I mean, there's an immediate change, right? Once again, this guy wanted to get involved early on. Simple, running the gun in middle with that smoke down. Gonna take lane control early. Interesting that Na'Vi is still padding out this B side of the map. They just moved Electronic over. That's a bit of a head scratcher here. I'm assuming they might want to try and fight from lane for this mid control. So having someone nearby to trade with Simple, to play off the back of him. Now 3 strong, leaning towards mid. Simple tries to play ahead of all this utility. That flash will spell his fallback, showing respect to the mid take. That's a very meaty nade. 30 to 40 damage per player it affected, and now Simple, he's seen an arm. They can't take anything else out of the round. You've dealt with Bit in the donut side. They're going to try and go through. Wait, Simple's here with the AWP. Combat AWPing as they run him down. They are all around him, and so he will get overwhelmed. It was ballsy to try and get past it, but they manage it. And so now Electronic, the lone A-side defender, Hampus with a beautiful flick. It's not over yet. Still going to break apart the A-hold, and Rez will do exactly that.
I'm loving these 4-1 leans, man. Hampus is here to close. Boom is trying to bait the shot. Oh, and he's dead in the air. Nip, they are not leading to what is so standard on the T side of this map. These B executes, well, for good reason. Na'Vi were reaming them at that B bomb site in rounds where Brolin wasn't getting entries through smokes. But these 4-1s are so nice. They're doing these late mid takes. Na'Vi are even reading it. They're leaving A open early. You were a little worried about it. It's more about tendencies, right? Maybe if you're against Astralis, you won't leave A completely open because you know Config is going to be walking through A main and trying to find those gaps and trying to walk contact. But Nip always announce their A presence. They always combine it with mid control to split donut, to split red, or to run executes just straight out of A main. They're not going for contact play. So Na'Vi, one gun in this round, and it's pushed up all the way through A. Nip are holding on their default. How patient is Bit? Maybe Electronic could die for him. Set him up for a trade kill here. There's the spot. Bit just gets the kill solo, and he now has to run a rotate to go back to where the stack is for Nip.
Brolin walked this smoke last time, and they've only seen the A1S so far. Don't have the full picture of what they're up against yet. Now there's another A1S fighting them in middle. This constant switch up from Bit is kind of like a bit deceiving to NIP. They're going to try and move in through the cave side. They will best Boomich as he's mollied out of position. A 4v4 as everyone from Na'Vi, bar Electronic, starts to scramble towards this B site. Simple's been throwing the A1S. Nice. Bit was tagged up, so they've given it to him and now put him up in this boost to try and make all the difference.
Yeah, it's very hard to stop plants here, but if he can jump and get a check, he can finish the job. He's walking on top of the boost to find the angle onto S-Tag. Bomb has been denied. He'll have to respect it the second time around. He knows they're going to be watching for this position. Boost is pulled down and Bomb comes in. Simple, still the only one armed. These weapons are retrievable. Retake smokes on ramp. Hampus trying to get involved. It's hit a D. Simple's followed up. It's only the orb. Up close. Needs a no-scope. Hampus hits it, but they're right there to trade. Na'Vi with one gun is put to use and pick up an eco round win.
Yeah, that was just a thing of beauty, man. They juggle the A1S around. Bit is incredibly mobile, right? He goes from being this kind of turret type character over towards this A site to suddenly getting involved early, then rotates out with the A1S, juggles it around onto guys with more health, and they put it to great use, man. For NIP, never really knew what you were up against there. It almost felt like there were more guns in play than there actually were.
I love the walking boost as well. That bottom player has to look up and basically follow Simple to you know, stay below him and get that angle to stop the bomb plant. Awkward miss molly in middle. Does force Perfecto to take damage to escape. He didn't want to be swung out of mid with that flash, but it's not the end of the world here for Na'Vi. But winning around like that, that is criminal. Oh my god, they really are just getting out of these Molotovs. Boomich doesn't want to be picked. Simple, so keen, he ran through it to try and get a pick. But Nip didn't chase. They are again leading A. Esatagl looking for this AWP opener, but this might force a shot.
He's been so quiet to open this up, and that has not been the story of S-Tag at all on any of the other maps in this series. 1 and 10 right now. They entrusted him with trying to get this pick into the A play. If he gets it, he can look to build back into this, and NIP is suddenly accelerating the play in towards this A bomb site. It's all hinging on someone who's having a very rough time right now.
Up against a guy who's having quite the opposite effect. 14 and 6 on this CT AWP, and Bit, the other guy who's been putting on a show on this CT side of Donut. Na'Vi know what's up. It's so obvious. They've got 4 players on this A bomb site. It's hard enough to plant, even more so when it's stacked to the 9s. They will get a guy in the back line, but boosted up. Simple stops res.
And now waiting for more. He knows with the boost in play, there's even more in the main side yet to feed him. Hampus has made it through red and is now wrapping these guys in the site. They've got to fight forward. They've got to fight for this control. Right behind them is Hampus with the backstab. Another kill. And now Brolin timing this through Donut. Could have made all the difference with that kill there. Instead, it's left to S-Tag 1 and 10. They run it in. They don't give him the room nor the respect to play that one out. And so Na'Vi up onto double digits.
That was so nice for Nip again. Really good call. Flanks on flanks. It comes down to Brolin just whiffing, man. He misses that shot with a backstab on Donut. I don't know how Hampus gets through without Simple watching his back, because Electronic certainly would have called it. He got flashed off the angle and middle and knew that there could have been a play across top red. It's all Nip have been doing on this T side is getting res or Hampus or sometimes the whole team on these CT spawn flanks. Not only that, but they backstab and Donut as well. Like said, a missed shot, and that's all it takes to fall when Na'Vi have 4 players there ready to trade. Very nice recovery for Na'Vi in a really scary round. But the read has been perfect all half long. Every stack has been correct. And now it's again just Hero Hampus.
Mid-util once more, right, Nip? They've been able to get out mid. It's like the one bit of real estate that's felt pretty clean for them. In between the electronic smoke spams, of course. This time he's not going to attempt it, and we'll let them move up into Donut. Bit has a lot on his plate right now. Like, this is kind of hard for him. You know, he's got to worry about main and Donut. It's hard for one man to hold both of these. Simples want to fight over towards that B side of the map on Brolin once again, playing around that cave smoke. Yep. And now it starts to become clear to Na'Vi. Starts to all make sense, right? It's the round they've seen 1,000 times already. These mid to A plays, and it's all cut down. Hampus with the hero gun in a 1v3 with 20 seconds left. Yeah, nice. He's going to find that time into Bit. But can he do anything else? He's running back middle like he has a hope in hell of winning this one. 15 seconds, they're playing a crossfire, and there shouldn't be a way back in. Na'Vi 11-2. And yeah, that one gets broken apart with ease.
You know, you mentioned it already. STag's had a very quiet start to this game after a great series. I think if you want to get him started, you have to set him up for a pick. T-side AWPing on this map is so difficult to find opening kills, as we've already seen. He's been, you know, put in roles where he has to walk out of A main first with an AWP, stuff like that. These mid takes have been all shrouded in utility and smoke walls for Nip to try and sneak through red or jump through the donut smoke. The best way to get a pick with a T-side AWP on this map is something like the B boost, right? Throw him up on that box and let him pick ramp. In fact, Na'Vi have been once fighting ramp. They've been jump spotting. They've not been afraid of getting info there. I really want to see Nip try and get STag back into this game, give him a way to frag out, give him a way just to find a 5-on-4 and go back to these executes, because Nip have a lot in their strat book. They have game plan, they have some cool T rounds, but yeah, when you've got a player going this quiet, especially your AWP, and you're not setting him up, he's only going to continue to fall off. Here it is.
He is completely open at the start of this round. You know, you've had these kind of double mid takes at a bit of an electronic before. STag trying his hand at this opening pick, right? You talk about it. You want to see him involved early. You want to see him set up. He's going to try and make his presence known over here towards B. Simple playing the long side. Going to have an angle open as they cross on in. Perfecto opens up with the first.
Crazy.
Slowed to a crawl now for Nip. And flushing out Perfecto, man, it's so deceptively difficult. This guy is so comfortable inside of this B play. Oh, that's a tag to Simple out of STag's AWP. Going to force a bit of respect out of him, but still Perfecto waits with bated breath. Barrel's been seen, and Simple darts back in. Perfecto with a double up. And Hampus arriving late to the party, even though he's good for that first. He's got a serious task ahead of him in this 1v2.
And they don't rush it either bit. He could have tried to trap Hampus in. He doesn't need to. Hampus is in a cage. He just doesn't know it yet. Nice headshot, but going back, Bit hears every step. Knife out. It's the round for Na'Vi. He thought he had the full B stack, and you can't really blame Hampus. That's all Na'Vi have been doing, is stacking up this B bomb site. Bit doesn't rush the flank, and it pays off to perfection. I'm very glad Nip went back to trying to set up S-Tag, but all he gets is a tag there, Harry. He wasn't put on boost. He was just contacting through ramp, and Simple was just able to pick his peaks. On top of that, the reason Nip have been going for an A side default every round, it feels like. Is this B hole for Perfecto has been immaculate.
Dude, it really, really has. I mean, you know, I think when you kind of look at Na'Vi here, if you want to look why guys like Simple have so much freedom, it is helped out just massively by how strong the anchor players are on this map. Like, Perfecto so rarely misses a beat on B plays. Like, probably one of my favorite B anchors to get to watch. He's just got such a good knowledge of how to play, you know, around that pillar, around Ninja, just creating like these miracles that seem to happen every single time he's getting like full exec on. He'll get way more out of it than he has any right to do. And then on the other side of the map, like, you might think, okay, maybe then if Perfecto's that good at B, what if they lean A? Well, dude, then you go running into Bit, who's like just terrifying. He's so good in a similar vein to Perfecto at maneuvering around the confines he's given over towards A. Very rarely do you catch him overextending or, you know, pushing too far past the mark. And so it kind of creates this really weird situation where, yeah, you might get middle. Na'Vi might give it to you. But when it comes to actually launching an exec into one of the bomb sites, you feel so claustrophobic. You can't win a round in mid. And Nip are learning that the hard way.
That's an old Henry G quote. You can't plant in mid, guys. Always got to remember it. Simple, again, thrown up on the run boost. Quick peeking lane. He's smoked out by T utility. They threw it on the Molotov, but this is all a ruse, and it's at least kept him here, but he's clearing it out very quickly. In the meantime, A's open. Electronic is trying to re-aggress and take that space back. Bit close mid, of course. Providing an exit route to Simple, should he want it. And with Boomich pushing through Cave again, it's left Perfecto solo B, but that has been so solid for Na'Vi as we've been hyping up. Nip want to go for another late mid take. The flash needs to be good, and even then, the timing shot for Simple, he's very much committed. There's no flash to stop him here. Forcing fight. Simple's in your face, and he's here with two. There's Bit doubling up as well, and you can see it before it hits. That is Na'Vi going 4 for 1 in middle in seconds.
I mean, look at where they're fighting from, man. Like, that is so oppressive. The one thing that Nip have had in the bag is mid control, and Na'Vi all in, taking middle to close out this first half. Even though S-Tag wins that one fight over in middle, it's a 1v3. He's 3-13 right now. And, I mean, look at the minimap, man. He is boxed in anywhere he tries to go. He's going to run into resistance. He's going to run into someone holding an angle. So he's got to win a series of fights to get into a place to win this. And that just shouldn't happen. There's Electronic with the close. Na'Vi, a beautiful way to end that first half, knowing that Nip were going to go back to the one spot on the map they could take reliably, a late mid take. But who was there? Who was ready to fight them? It's that Simple Bit combo.
Yeah, I feel like, again, it's similar to Inferno. I think even more so, even though there's less rounds in this T side for Nip, they've had a really nice game plan. It almost feels like sarcastic saying that with 2-round half, but they've had a lot of close rounds. They've had a lot of map control. They managed to set up some really cool mid splits and managed to chase down Simple sometimes, but these individuals of Na'Vi in their spots, Bit has multi-killed Donut every time. Simple has been floating all over the map, and Perfecto has been 3K'ing every B execute. There was just seemingly no way in for Nip, even in post plants, and they have many a chance. 13-2, Pistol decides it. Double dualies dropped over from Tag. At least he's being heroic with 3 kills, trying to set up some stars in this second half. Pistol or bust. Brolin with a double, and he's got teammate right by his side to fight for it. They're eventually going to give it up, and Na'Vi take mid.
Oh, weird fight there. Simple now bested. Bit left alone fighting for Donut with the bomb. We'll win that first fight to Rez. Ooh, even in this exchange back in towards A, but he's low on health and needs support. Boomich now spotted, and they know where both these players are. They're trying to chase down the bomb. They're trying to keep this locked in at Donut. Na'Vi need a miracle.
Yeah, but it's Nip Magic that might pull this pistol back instead. 4 up, and they keep it clean with 3. There's no saving that one with low health on 2, but it is a long road to recovery. I'm not even going to consider it until we see something worth hyping up for NIP on this CT side. Na'Vi. The bear was poked, and it came out with its maws. quite a mauling in this first half. And near flawless CT side required from Nip to make anything interesting here. Fast through A main, they've got a double smoke exec, trying to get a plant, but they've got to overwhelm Rez, and they've not got the guns for it. 2 for Rez, and he backs out behind the smokes. His teammates can throw themselves in as well with the SMGs, and that's nice and clean for Nip, all down to the fact that Na'Vi have nothing but pistols, and now they can buy up full and start the streak.
These little eco kills for S-Tag, nice little confidence booster to try bring him back into the game. Such overwhelming odds against them. Oh, a bit awkward there in middle for Rez. He slowed crossing, and so the molly does a surprising bit of damage. Electronic fast up into red.
Getting the same fight we got in the first half, just the other way around. He's got as much room as Hampus was able to find in some of these T-side rounds up here.
He doesn't fire on the back of the flash either, so they don't know that he's so close right now. It's a real 50-50 angle. It's a real 50-50 fight. Bit kind of draws Hampus in, and now they know what side he's on. Doesn't make it any easier for Electronic, though, who is bested in that head-to-head. A man down now for Na'Vi.
Oh, dear.
Bit's going to pick up the trade.
What a spray. But there's a flash ready. Esatag trying to get back in. Simple could be blinded. Can't throw it too late. Simple might just hard clear this corner. It may never appear. Esatag wins it up close. Now needs the flash. Perfecto dodges it. It blinds Esatag instead, rather. Perfecto, nice spray, trades out. Boomage catches Esatag going wide, and it's all on an MP9 in the middle of the site. Low HP on Bit. Perfecto first, though, puts up a show, and a 2v1 to close for Na'Vi. Bomb can make it in. Rez has a long route back.
Yeah, dude, I mean, you know, you're up against the Queen Bee, literally. Perfecto knows the routing inside of this B site. He knows how you're going to try play it. And now he's set up Na'Vi with the plant. Rez in this clutch. Bit tucked in at Ninja. Rez could clear this from the long side. Good pathing on this one. Oh, but he's just crossed over. He's just changed sides. And now that nade's come out, they know they've got Rez sold down the river.
Yeah.
They never knew about Bit. And the timing was just so incredible for that cross back over. The only spot he was open to was long. And so the reposition with milliseconds, the difference, completely conceal him in that corner.
Whenever you're playing in a first-person perspective, you feel like your model's so big, you feel like you're sticking out so much, and that your barrel's giving you away. But that cubby, that ninja position, it is so misleading. You can really hide down in the corners there, and Bit just perfect reposition, like you said, to shut out any chance of that clutch for Rez. Rez has not been as much of a factor as he has in previous games here for Nip at the Major. And that one's not going to help. Electronics shuts out 2 from middle. They chase down Esatag and Rez walking into this default. Na'Vi have been gifted kills in every part of every position. Plopsky 1v5, and this one's poised for 15.
Perfecto literally just dropped the bomb to Bit so he can run back to T-spawn and go hunting. Like, Na'Vi know they've won this round, and now they're really just trying to send a message. You're not even going to get to save the Famous as Perfecto comes a knocking. It's Na'Vi onto 15. We might have had a bit of an upset in the middle with Nip turning it all around on Mirage, picking up a victory there, breaking a streak that Na'Vi were on. But here, with 9 in a row for Na'Vi, they're looking to make it 10. Looking to make that be the streak that sends them into the playoffs of the Major.
Yeah, going to turn into 333 days now since anyone took them out on this map. Or 324 perhaps. Unbreakable, unbeatable on Ancient. And fast out of A main with no one here. Nip have stacked middle with all 5 players, and they can already hear this one drip dry as Na'Vi run wild into the site.
Yeah, this is just a formality now, it feels like. Oh, Simple will try to run on in. Bomb plant's coming through. Nip have got a retake with nothing more than pistols. They don't have util. They don't got a lot, at least. Smoke and a flash to try and get back in. Na'Vi teed for a return to dominance in this one. They took that Mirage loss personally. and they show up on Ancient. Electronic with the mow down in Temple, and even though they've dealt with Bit, they've still got so many more rifles left to get past. Simple with the spray, cannot convert. It's this 2v1, and S-Tag falls last. Na'Vi going through, going to the champion stage, going to the playoffs, 3-0 once again, putting a stop to the dream for NIP.
It's their major to lose, man. In this form, Na'Vi look lights out, and CIS success. Again, they will join Spirit in that top 8 on the big stage here in Antwerp, Belgium. Na'Vi, a well-earned win. Nip took them the limit. Commiseration and props to them, of course, with that excellent Mirage game. They have given us smoke for everyone to learn on that T-side lineup, but it's going to have to be Nip fighting back in future matches. Remember, last time this team went 2-0 and lost to Na'Vi in the Legend stage. They went all the way to that final matchup before they could qualify for the playoffs. Nip are not there yet. They've got more to do, but Na'Vi can take a couple of days off, sit back, relax, and enjoy this win.
Yeah, dude, I mean, that's just like super reassuring, isn't it, right? Like after Mirage doesn't go their way, maybe you were a bit worried. Maybe you thought the Nip had more up their sleeve, but I think if anything, all it did was piss Na'Vi off. That's what it felt like, man. They were out for blood, and it was just merciless. There wasn't even a moment where it felt like Nip were in that one. So yeah, you know, commiserations to NIP. Great effort on Mirage, but for the rest of the series, everything came up Na'Vi. All that's left to do now is throw this one back over to the panel. Take it away.
Thank you so much. A bit worried, but Bit was not worried. In fact, after this pimp, highest rated player in the tournament, him helping Na'Vi, but I think Na'Vi helped themselves, all of 5 people on the server in this one to bring it back and not give NIP a chance to close this out.
Normality has been restored. I think this is what we expected coming into Mirage. We didn't get to see it because NIP pulled off a fantastic comeback, played a great game, especially the 2 smokes you highlighted coming into it. You know, a new meta perhaps of taking mid control, but on Ancient, no doubt. We talked about Na'Vi being the best team in the world for a reason. There's no weak link. It's a very well-rounded squad, and we saw a perfect example of such right here in the game.
Yeah, it felt like playtime was over, you know. Yeah, but honestly, like once you take a little bit of a bite from them, they just punch back so much harder, and especially Simple. He just comes online. I think he thrives that, like, in that anger, you know, like, I can't believe that we have lost this, and he just needs to show it back.
Yeah,
we were talking.
We were talking about Stockholm, right? And I asked you guys, they didn't drop a map, did they? And then they're like, nope. So this is kind of a blemish, right? So how much do you take from the fact that they dropped that one map, but maybe do you take even more from the fact that they rebounded just like that?
I think it's more so the rebound,
yeah.
Especially the fashion it happened here in Ancient. It wasn't even a fight from start to finish. Na'Vi were not only one step ahead, but a couple of steps ahead for NIP. More so, I want to give the credit to NIP for playing such a good, well-thought Mirage. You know, they really gave Na'Vi something to think about, but it's also one of those where if they were to play again in a couple of days, when Na'Vi can relook at that game, and if NIP can exploit that new meta, I think Na'Vi will win again when it comes to Mirage. So if anything, a learning experience for Na'Vi and for NIP, you know, I think they showed me today that they're still going to be one of the favorites to make it to the playoff regardless of the loss.
A fun fact about going into Ancient comparatively to the first map is that the coach, again, at round 14, they've used all their tactical pauses. That's all in the first half. And they still couldn't find the solutions they were looking for. And that's how strong Na'Vi is as a squad. Even if you find solutions, it's not a guarantee you'll win.
And I just want to point out, you know, there's 2 sides to that story. Obviously, I like when a coach is being proactive and when he's trying to stop the bleeding when there's still time. But you also leave yourself in such a dire situation. No timeouts for a CT side. What if you were to make a comeback? What if you actually made the game competitive? You don't have a single timeout in order to readjust some things on the CT side. You're gambling a lot when you do it, but it's you know, a coin of 2 sides, I'd say. It's not a good thing, it's not a bad thing, but you got to be careful with that moving on.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. We called out Simple, I think, just a little bit, you know, having a quieter first 2 maps, but as said, the last one, it was fantastic. We got some highlights here as well, but you really see all the individuals, you step up together, and it's almost suffocating, is that's the word that I can use when they're playing like this?
Yeah, you could. You know, they suffocate their opponents. They don't let them breathe. They don't give them any space, and you never feel comfortable on the server. And just to rebound on your point about Simple, I agree. I think we all have under this set that he's he's having a bit of a slow tournament, and by slow we mean just not, you know, the best of the best right now. Simple's rating so far in the tournament is still 1.22. I still remember a couple of insane clutches, and if that is a bad start to a tournament, then I fear what happens when we get into the arena. I fear what happens when Simple starts to play what we quote on well.
The thing that is so good about, you know, Na'Vi and it's the retakes. Like, they're so beautiful. They are efficient. It's one smoke, they go in together, and they do it so well.
Here he is.
And here he is.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
How you doing?
I'm good, good. It was fun to see you play. What did you think about that Mirage smoke? You had a little bit of... Was it special? Did you see it before?
No, I mean, maybe I saw it on Reddit like a few months ago, but it's okay. If nobody uses, it's okay. If everyone uses, it's okay.
So, congratulations, 3-0. After all, you make it to the big stage. But talk us through kind of the rebound, because NIP was surprisingly good against you guys on Mirage. What was said within the team? We thought they unleashed the beast, and that kind of happened. You were the MVP of Ancient. So, talk me through the game plan for Ancient.
I mean, on Mirage, we just lost middle control. They started to take it on timing, and we just were lost. We were so many times 5-on-4, and Bit died on short, and Boomage didn't give up A side, so it was unlucky.
Simple
rounds.
coming into
But
the stage of the media. Wait, you got more? Sorry.
Ancient.
Ancient.
How we start Ancient? Yeah, because we start City, guys. When you start City, it's easy on Ancient.
That's it?
Yeah.
You just run CT? Yeah.
Yeah.
Is okay. I got another question for you then. Is CT side as strong as people say right now? Is it tough to play all T sides in pretty much all maps?
Yeah, because Valve don't know how to fix this map. I mean, they don't do anything. If you remember Vertigo, they changed it like 5 times per few months.
Yeah.
They never changed the A side. I mean, they did some small change on A side on Ancient, but overall they don't care about this map.
Anything in particular you like change?
Yeah, just A side. It's pretty hard to plant bomb when you can wall bang through the smoke from CT, from how's it called?
Yeah.
Donut and the other side, yeah.
Tempo.
All right.
Tempo, yeah.
Well, I'm curious, Simple, because coming into this tournament, a lot of us, I wouldn't say you were a question mark, but we didn't really know how strong Na'Vi were. And I think what we've seen so far is that you're playing well, but you will still be better. We just talked about you having there's a slow start to the tournament. Your rating is still 1.22, so you're just good. But do you feel that we've seen the best of Na'Vi, or are we just getting warmed up?
We're just getting warmed up. We always get better form during official games, especially at LAN. So hopefully we're gonna play in playoffs much better. And I mean, why should I step up if there is a bit?
That's
future MVP of the major.
Yeah, that's my question. Talk to us about Bit. He's, I guess, by some means inexperienced, but he's already won it all. Is he only getting better from now on?
Yeah, he just need work for his game sense, same. Just kidding. Overall, his aim is insane, and he need to work of understanding of games. That's what we help, and as you see, every month he understands more about CS.
Okay. So there was a Blade interview where you said you are 10% off. Where do you put yourself on, like comparably to the Stockholm major, that you're 10% more, but or less, but you have more experience coming into this one? Where would you put that percentage? Do you have one? If you could say it right now.
For example, if we had on major before the playoffs, like maybe 90, 95. Right now we have like I don't know, like 80, 85, for example.
All right.
But because of, as you said, of our experience during the playoffs, we're probably gonna increase our percent.
Okay.
All right.
How much are you looking forward to play on stage here in Belgium? There's going to be so many people. I know they're super excited. And for you as a competitor, I mean, that's what you live for, right?
How many people?
I think 12,000 on Saturday and Sunday.
Not bad.
But then you have to make it to Saturday and Sunday.
Yeah, we will. We definitely will. I mean, it's quite interesting because I think it's the first big tournament in Belgium. And just want to see how fans going to react. How they're gonna behave? How Belgian people behave?
Yeah, do you want to know?
Because I saw the dark side of Belgium.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Why?
I don't know.
Yeah, let's not talk
tell
about that. I am Belgian. We'll leave that at that. Let's take a look at the results for today because a lot happened. Sasha, I'd like to ask you about some of the results today and what you were surprised by.
I was surprised by No, not Team Spirit, not actually. I was surprised by Nuke on FaZe
Oh,
Cloud9
yeah.
game. Yeah. But yeah, it was interesting comeback for Heroic. They were losing 14-11 and they were playing like T side. I mean, for some teams it's easier side, but overall they won so many good rounds with great opening by Stown and other players. Copenhagen Flames, I think it was 50-50 game between Spirit and Copenhagen Flames. I mean, I put Spirit on 0-3 because it's 0-3, 3-0, you never know, but overall, yeah, they deserve this. It's already Legend spot.
Yeah.
Before it wasn't Legends, because I saw some teams, we are Legends now, but no, it's just a Legends. Yeah.
Old school, right?
Yeah.
It's much harder or much easier now to get into Legends. What about everyone else's 0-3 pick in Imperial? Are you surprised they're able to still be so competitive?
Yeah, I mean, I was surprised the stage before.
Yeah.
But right now, yeah, I mean, it was 16-13, 60-14, I guess, for them against Bad New Eagles. But yeah, like, I hope they will get 1 or 2 more maps for next game as well.
I got one more for you, because I always like to talk to the players themselves, because you're the one practicing against all the other teams. You have a pretty good grasp on who's strong and who's not. In practice leading up to the major, is there one team that you thought, okay, these are going to be tough to beat, or we have to watch out for them? Like, if you had to pick one team. No?
No, in practice, like, it's usual in practice, even if you lose, you're practicing something for yourself, you know.
Sure.
But overall, I don't know, like, everyone played decent. It was like maybe FaZe and ENCE, I guess.
Yeah.
I think they have more, like FaZe and Heroic have the most chances in playoffs. After it's like G2, ENCE, us. I mean, we are favorites, of course. We're defending our title, that's why I'm not.
Is that something that motivates you? Last time you played Heroic, you lost. FaZe took the world #1 spot for you. Do you have a target on the back right now?
Yeah. I mean, I want to face them in front of people, and I don't know, just want to play as a prepared team this time.
Okay.
Okay. Devil, another team. Oh, actually, we have the schedule. You can react to that. That's actually much better. Let's pull it up, because I'm super excited to see what's happening. We have some teams like Vitality, whose fate still hangs in the bounds, right? And they're playing big. Okay. So, Copenhagen Flames versus FaZe Clan. So, the Flames get another chance to qualify, but it's against Flames. NIP Furia, ENCE Heroic, and then Big Vitality, G2 Esports Outsiders, and Cloud Imperial. Oh my God.
I think it's nice games.
Wow.
Yeah, it's very good.
Is there one game in particular you're looking forward to tomorrow on your day off?
Yeah, I will watch G2 against Outsiders and FaZe as well. FaZe against Copenhagen Flames, yeah.
Yeah.
Pimp.
What do you make of Copenhagen Flames? I'm curious. Like, is that a team you've been practicing against? And are you surprised they're good?
No, we don't actually practice them, but yeah, I'm always surprised how they play in group stage, and I mean, I want them to show something in playoffs as well. It's gonna be fun, because every time they finish like 3-0 or 3-1, but after they have like sometimes close games, sometimes it's easy for their opponents. So yeah.
Pimp, that B stream, those matches, G2 Outsiders, one of them, no longer in the major. Vitality, big. I mean, it's crazy. We've said it a million times already. Cruel Mistress, Swiss, and Buchholz. And yeah, it's pretty insane, actually, these matchups.
It gives you goosebumps in a way,
Yeah.
because there's no easy games at all at the major. As Simple so rightfully said, right? Everyone coming into the stage are good. Everyone deserves to be here. The Big Vitality is interesting. I think Big had higher hopes coming in. They qualified being 3-0 in the RMR. Vitality as well. They played so well during the Challenger stage, but haven't really lived up to the expectations. So that 12 o'clock game on the B stream, that is interesting. And then I can't help to look at ENCE and Heroic as well. You said it right. 2 teams that could go into the playoff. 2 teams that could be good in the arena. We have seen them play a couple of weeks ago during the Blast Showdown, where ENCE got the better of Heroic, but I feel that's a grudge match. I feel that's a very interesting one. Let's not forget that Snappy and Cadian used to play on the same team. They used to fight for who was going to be the in-game leader in that team, and ended up being Cadian who took lead on that one. So I feel for Snappy, and he probably has something to say about that.
Snappy, yeah, for sure. It's going to be a great day once again. Any final words, Sasha, before we see you in the big arena?
See you.
See you. Okay, see you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pimp, as well as Devil. We're going to sign off, but we'll be back tomorrow for tons of games and some more dreams being shattered and some more dreams being fulfilled. Have a good night's sleep, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye.